This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Wu Jixing lay on his back on the ground, looking at the two huge and dazzling suns in the sky, his head buzzing. The CPU burned out and crashed. Anyone who opened his eyes and found that he had not only traveled through time, but also traveled to a suspected alien planet would be confused. Who is good at having two suns in the sky? This is not a place where ordinary people can survive. No wonder she felt a burning pain all over her body, and even the air she breathed into her chest had a suffocating burning sensation. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cough lightly, trying to relieve the discomfort in her lungs, but she didn't expect a rusty smell to rush up her esophagus. She wiped her mouth, and there was blood on her hand. Jixing, are you okay? An anxious female voice came from not far away and stopped beside her. Ha ha ha, why do you care about this kind of waste? Without her brother, she is nothing. That's right, Failing. Why do you care about her? She overestimated her own abilities and insisted on applying for the 4-star academy. Who can you blame? Of course, with her low-level F-level physique, she actually wanted to awaken and enter the Star Academy. Who gave her the courage? It's so funny. With her current condition, she will vomit blood after running 2 steps. Don't even pass the physical test of the college entrance examination. Ha ha ha. Then there was another round of undisguised laughter, trying to laugh at someone's overestimated abilities. At this time, the person being laughed at was still lying on the floor. The whole person was not in a good state, especially the pain from the brain and various parts of the body, which made her completely unable to focus on those people. She was afraid that she would fall to the ground and become a box if she was not careful. This would be really fatal. At least Jixing has courage, and you have nothing. The girl named Failing retorted without any hesitation. What kind of courage is this? This is just a fool dreaming in the daytime. The people who were retorted seemed to be poked in the sore spot, and their voices became sharp. The 4-star academy is one of the 10 stars in the entire alliance. What do you know? You don't know anything at all. At least she dares to dream that you dare not dream. Failing turned around angrily and ignored them, and looked at her friend, who was still lying on the ground with worry. Her tone was anxious but gentle. Jixing, are you okay? I've called the teacher over. Just hold on a little longer. Wu Jixing covered her head in pain. Countless memory fragments suddenly exploded in her brain, with sharp edges piercing into every corner, causing her to gasp in pain. The 4-star academy, college entrance examination, these 2 words were like keywords to open the treasure house of memory, and the obsessions left by the original body rushed to her. Reluctance, regret, expectation, despair, all kinds of emotions that did not belong to her, so strong that they were suffocating, surged in her body. It turns out that this world had undergone a huge change in human society due to an accident thousands of years ago, ushering in the era of interstellar superpowers. The humans here have superpowers, but only a small number of people can awaken them, which is the so-called talent. Ordinary people without talent can only live at the bottom, and cannot see any hope of moving up. This is especially true for ordinary people like the original body, who live on an E-class star. The entire interstellar alliance divides the known developed habitable planets into 6 levels from A to F according to their habitability. A level is a symbol of prosperity and livability, while F level is a place that is not suitable for human survival. It is full of chaos and countless mutated monsters. It is the worst living environment, commonly known as a garbage planet. And the planet she is on now, called E4869, is only slightly better than those F-level garbage planets. This place is also very unsuitable for human habitation. The 2 huge suns in the sky have fully proved this. The people living here are also of the lowest physical level, doing the most ordinary work, mediocre and numb. They will never be able to awaken their special powers in their lifetime, and they don't have the money to buy expensive medicine to improve their physical level and seek awakening. This is why those people laughed at the original body for overestimating their own abilities, because living here, they don't even have the courage to dream. Even for ordinary natural people like the original body, who are born weak, it is even more difficult for the body to adapt to such an extremely harsh environment. Many of them can't live to adulthood, let alone awaken. But there is always a way out. Even in the worst situation, there is often a glimmer of hope. That is the gene editing technology that has been very developed and rampant in the technological development of this world. Ordinary people here will not choose natural reproduction, but use the savings accumulated from hard work for a lifetime to gamble on the gene lottery. However, places like Planet E do not have formal and professional gene editing research institutes and the latest and most cutting-edge technologies. There are almost black organizations and black intermediaries everywhere, and the probability of success is almost zero. The entire planet cannot produce a chosen child in 100 years, and most of them are weird-looking failures. But people don't care, because even if it is a failed product of gene editing, it is better than ordinary humans born naturally. In such a harsh environment, survival is the first priority, so what if it has a weird appearance? So these unreliable and deceptive black organizations not only did not encounter any opposition, but made a lot of money. Especially when a chosen child with successful gene editing really appeared, people became even crazier about this gambling-like behavior. Coincidentally, the original body's brother is the only chosen child who won the gene lottery on this planet in 100 years, and the only one who successfully awakened. However, the original body and this brother have no blood relationship, because the original body is an orphan born naturally, a weak natural person, and was adopted and raised by kind-hearted adoptive parents. Like many ordinary people living on this planet, this kind couple sent their life savings to those black organizations that edit genes, and through artificial cultivation, they got a healthy boy, that is, the original body's brother. His appearance is like a light, illuminating the whole family. He showed his talent since he was a child. Not only does he have an excellent A-level physique, but his mental strength is also naturally at the terrifying S-level. You have to know that S-level is the pinnacle of human talent, which is simply a fantasy in a place like E4869. So smoothly, at the age of 18, the original body's brother was admitted to the only military school that is one of the 10 stars of the Alliance with the best results. The so-called 10 stars of the Alliance are the top 1-star schools in each of the 9 most powerful star systems, as well as the official military school of the Alliance, a total of 10 top schools. The military school is also the only place where ordinary people can quickly cross classes, and the competition here can be imagined. The military system is different from the other 9-star academies. When you enter the school, you sign a life and death agreement. By constantly going to the front line of the battlefield to strangle beasts and monsters, you can quickly accumulate military merit points, exchange resources to improve your strength and military position, and you can achieve class leap in a short time. The so-called high risk and high return is just like this. After entering the military academy, the original brother showed a strong ability. In this environment of the survival of the fittest, he fought out a path that ordinary people could not reach. He soon accumulated enough military merits to move his family to a more suitable high-level star. Unfortunately, just as the original body and her adoptive parents were happily packing their bags, they received bad news from the school that her brother suddenly disappeared while on a mission and was suspected to have died. This undoubtedly brought great grief to the entire family, like a bolt from the blue. Worse still, after her brother disappeared, there was no news of the compensation that should have been paid to them. The original body's adoptive parents wanted to ask, but found that they could not find anyone to ask. In other words, the school only gave a symbolic notice of the disappearance of the original body's brother, and there was nothing more. But as a family, such a result is totally unacceptable. This is why the original body must take the Xingyuan exam, whether it is to find the truth about her brother's disappearance, or to support his parents and the whole family. It seems to have become an obsession, even though she knows that it is impossible for her body to do it. Really? Huh? Wu Jixing exhaled with difficulty. God really saw that she was too idle, and had a good life, so he threw her to such a place. Jixing, are you feeling better? Feilin beside her noticed that her complexion was no longer as painful as before, so she slowly helped her up and asked with concern. Well, I'm better now. Thank you, Feilin. Feeling her terrible body, Wu Jixing wanted to cry, but had no tears. I don't know if this world has supernatural powers. When she was in extreme pain just now, she instinctively used the breathing method she learned in her previous life to adjust herself and keep herself awake. But she didn't expect to find that she could actually look inside, and then she saw the various organs in her body that were on the verge of collapse and could die at any time. Wu Jixing, So she could only try her best to use her mental power to mobilize the natural energy scattered around her to repair her body, and it really worked. Although it was not a resurrection, at least her internal organs stopped bleeding, and she barely maintained her vitality, and would not die for the time being. Of course, if she had not learned martial arts in her previous life, it might not be easy to do it. Wu Jixing was somewhat relieved, but it was only after trying to use her mental power that she knew the real reason for her original body's death. There is nothing else. It is just that the body of an ordinary person cannot withstand the strong mental power and gradually collapses. Yes, in fact, the original body also has a natural S-level mental power, just like her brother, but does not have a natural A-level body to withstand it. If you don't know how to use mental power, death is inevitable. It's like a fragile can, which is blown up by uncontrollable internal energy. No wonder my organs were on the verge of collapse just now, and the original body could vomit blood and die when running. No wonder everyone in this world advocates gene editing. Even if ordinary people have strong physical fitness, they can only reach the E level at most. Even if they have an S level mental talent, they cannot awaken it, but instead become a death warrant. Now the remaining soul obsession of the original body has merged with her, and her mental strength may even be stronger. For Wu Jixing, this is undoubtedly good news, because she sees the hope of awakening her superpowers. At that time, will she still have to worry about the college entrance examination? The only thing she needs now is to quickly solve the problem of her body in this last period of time. Thinking of this, Wu Jixing urgently wants to go home and sort out her current situation. So she supported Fei Lin's body and stood up with difficulty, and said to her, "I plan to go home and rest for 2 days. Please help me, and the teacher to ask for sick leave." "Ah?" Fei Lin was a little stunned. "Why don't you wait for the teacher to come and go to the infirmary?" "No." Wu Jixing shook his head. "I just get 2 painkiller injections if I go, and it's the same when I go home. Not to mention the school infirmary, even the best hospital in E-Star can't help her at all." "Then can you go back alone?" "Well, I'm much better now, don't worry." Wu Jixing walked towards the school gate relying on his remaining memory. "Okay, be careful and contact me at any time." Fei Lin waved the communicator on her wrist. "Okay." Wu Jixing also waved at her, and then left the school under the strange looks of the classmates around her. She knew that many people were laughing at her. How jealous those people were that she had a good brother who could take her away from this desperate quagmire and live on a higher planet, and they were jealous to the point of going crazy. Now they are so happy, and happy to see her in a mess. But what does this have to do with her? Wu Jixing has no time to care about these people now, and returns home according to the route she remembered. Maybe it was because this was an E-class planet. The buildings and traffic on the road were not much different from her previous world, and there was no trace of high technology at all, but it was even more backward and outdated. However, the only difference was that although there were no high-rise buildings here, there was a vast and noisy underground space. It was understandable that under such a double sun and double temperature, humans and animals would want to go underground. So except for the first and second floors, all the buildings here were hidden underground. The original body's home was in an old neighborhood not far from the school. The house was old and not big, but it was well maintained by the owner, clean and tidy. When Wu Jixing opened the door, her parents had not come back yet, which made her feel a little relieved. After walking into the room belonging to the original body and closing the door, Wu Jixing had time to deal with her body problems. Sitting cross-legged and closing her eyes, she tried to use the meditation method of her previous life, coordinating with her breathing to feel her body again. Soon, the feeling of inner vision appeared in her mind again. The so-called inner vision is actually to use the mind to perceive one's body, from the outside to the inside, including the internal organs, bones, and meridians. At the same time, in this state, she can clearly perceive everything around her, including the natural energy suspended in the air, which is so rich. She suddenly understood why people in this world can awaken superpowers. What made her even happier was that the ancient martial arts that she had practiced hard before really had a place to use in this world. Wu Jixing couldn't help but wonder if she could really cultivate immortality and fly into the sky and into the earth in her previous life, but unfortunately she was born in the Dharma ending age. The thin natural energy meant that the martial arts skills that were passed down could only help to strengthen the body and prolong life. Thinking of this, Wu Jixing began to use her mental power to mobilize the energy around her body without hesitation, repairing and strengthening her body bit by bit. The powerful mental power of the fusion of 2 souls allowed her to do this easily, but it also meant that if she couldn't control her mental power, once it leaked out even a little, her body would collapse again. Unless she can improve her physical fitness to A level, she won't have to be so cautious. Soon, after an afternoon of hard work, the body that was on the verge of death actually showed signs of a breakthrough and upgrade. This surprised Wu Jixing very much. It seems that by the time of the college entrance examination, she should be able to meet the minimum admission requirements of the Star Academy. As far as she knows, the college entrance examination consists of 2 parts, physical examination and written examination, which is no different from her previous life. She has no problem with the written examination, because her original S-level mental power makes her study very easy, and she has always been far ahead in the school. This is why she dared to take the exam for the 4-Star Academy. With the foundation of her original body, she only needs to go through the textbooks and test papers in this last period of time. As for the physical test, according to her current progress, it is no problem to reach V level. If she has enough time, she can even reach a level like her brother. Humph, by then, the Alliance 10 stars and the 4-star academy will be easy to get. This college entrance examination doesn't look that difficult. Wu Jixing thought optimistically, and took the timetable that the original body had placed on the desk, wanting to see how many days were left before the college entrance examination. June 1st, physical test for the college entrance examination. June 16th and 17th, written test for the college entrance examination. The original body also specially marked in red pen on the back of the physical test that the minimum requirement for the 4-star academy is B, and the minimum requirement for ordinary star academies is C. What day is today? Wu Jixing looked up at the calendar on the wall, which showed that it was May 2nd, 1138 in the new calendar. In other words, there were less than 30 days left before the college entrance examination. The time was a little tight, but it was not a big problem. Then she looked down again. On June 20th, the results will be available. On June 23rd, the admission score will be available. On July 1st, the Star Academy Alliance will conduct additional physical tests. It seems that Star Academy admissions require additional tests. Wu Jixing raised her eyebrows. This was within her expectations, but by July, her physique would probably be A level, so she was not worried at all. On July 5th, the Star Academy Alliance will conduct additional Mecha combat tests. On July 10th, the final admission list will be announced. The schedule ended here. Wu Jixing was about to put it back in place when his hand suddenly froze. On July 5th, the Star Academy Alliance will conduct additional Mecha combat tests. Mecha combat? Chapter 2. Like her original self, Wu Jixing was also an orphan, but she was lucky enough to be adopted by her master when she was still young and was taught martial arts as an heir. After her master passed away, she rose to prominence through martial arts performances and cosplaying as a martial arts game character, riding on the trend of self-media. In just a few years, she achieved financial freedom and lived a life of ease. Who knew that she would travel through time after just a few days of happiness? If you say you will travel through time, then you will travel through time. If you travel through time, you will have to take the college entrance examination again. The college entrance examination is the college entrance examination, but your college entrance examination also has a mecha combat test. Wu Jixing was so angry that she laughed. In the novels, people only start learning after entering the military academy. She was an E-star and had never seen a robot. Where could she learn to drive a mecha? In her previous life, when she was bored, she drove an excavator. This was the only machine she had driven that was somewhat related to a mecha. She always sat in the high cab and operated the mechanical arm with her hands to move. Even so, she never drove an excavator to fight with others. This mecha battle, is it not a battle between her and the mecha? Don't fail the assessment, or you will have to pay money. No wonder people from low-level stars have no hope of entering the Star Academy. This is not just a problem of ability, but more of a problem of resources. Wait, isn't her missing cheap brother the only one who is admitted to the Alliance 10 stars? Is it not necessary to take the mecha assessment to enter the military academy? Wu Jixing quickly got up and searched the room for the information left by the original body. Since she dared to apply for the 4-star academy, there should be a response, right? Unfortunately, Wu Jixing searched around but found nothing. Instead, she saw some enrollment information of military academies and other star academies, which she thought were collected by her original body when she was filling out the application form. As expected, her guess was correct. Military academies did not require mecha test scores. After all, in addition to mecha pilots, the army also had other branches. As long as they were capable and could go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, they would accept anyone. In addition, Wu Jixing also found that other ordinary star academies did not require mecha test scores, as long as they had the potential to awaken superpowers. Only the top 9 star schools in the Alliance require mecha assessment results. To be honest, according to her current situation, ordinary star schools are actually a good stepping stone. But there is a very realistic problem. The tuition fees of ordinary star schools are all self-funded, and her family simply cannot afford to support her to go to star schools. Only the 10 top schools in the Alliance can be rich enough to waive tuition and accommodation. So according to her current situation, applying for the 4-star school, which is the closest to her home and the top one in the galaxy, is her only choice. Not to mention the original body was desperate, she was also desperate. As for the Alliance Military Academy, because her brother's matter was not settled, she might not even pass the first level of file review. And to put it bluntly, she was also afraid of dying in the war. If she died, not only would she be done with it, but the original body's adoptive parents would probably not survive. In addition, the college entrance examination application had already been filled out, so she had no chance to change it. In short, she had to take the Mecha test. There was no other choice. Then the question came. How do I drive a Mecha? Jixing, what's wrong with you? At this time, a somewhat old voice suddenly sounded outside the door, which scared her. Before paying attention, she actually shouted in the room, and did not notice the movement outside the door. She didn't know when her parents came back. Mom. Wu Jixing was startled and stammered. She had never called this word in her previous life for more than 20 years, and she was really a little uncomfortable. Soon, the door was opened, and an old woman, who looked to be in her 60s or 70s, walked in. Her hair was pale, but not messy. Her face was full of traces of time, but she was very kind. This is the original body's adoptive mother, a kind and hard-working ordinary person. She has lived a mediocre life, and has never enjoyed a good day. Even so, life has not been able to crush her. Wu Jixing sighed a little and stood up quickly, but he didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only say dryly, "Nothing, I was just studying for the exam." Hearing this, Wu's mother just sighed silently, wanted to say something, but couldn't say it in the end. She knew that since her son disappeared, the little daughter has been feeling guilty and blaming herself, always thinking that if her body was healthier, her brother might not have worked so hard to take her to a better planet to live, and maybe nothing would have happened. She wanted to say, "It's not your fault. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. It doesn't matter if you don't do well in the college entrance examination. As long as you are healthy, that's the greatest hope. You came back so early today. Are you feeling unwell again?" Wu's mother couldn't help but asked with concern. No, I'm just a little tired. I want to rest for 2 days before going to school, so I asked for leave. Wu Jixing said hurriedly. She knew about the leave, and she certainly couldn't hide it from the other party. Well, okay. You kid. The older she gets, the more stubborn she becomes. Mother Wu helplessly told her, "You should take care of yourself. Come out for dinner later. Your dad has almost finished it." "Yeah, don't worry, Mom. I'm paying attention." Wu Jixing winked mischievously. "I'm really fine. Don't worry." Mother Wu didn't say anything. She just looked at her deeply, and finally turned away. Wu Jixing felt a little guilty when she was looked at. Did she reveal any flaws just now? She subconsciously walked to the mirror and took a look at her face. Black hair, black eyes, pale skin, very thin, typical Oriental sick beauty, completely different from Wu's mother's deep facial features. One can tell at a glance that the two are not related. But none of this matters. What matters is that the pale girl in the mirror still has dried blood stains at the corners of her mouth, making her look even sicker. Wu Jixing, Oops, I forgot I vomited blood just now. 10 minutes later, Wu Jixing and his family sat in the living room to eat dinner. It was called dinner, but it was actually some canned food, poured out and placed on a plate. Wu Jixing didn't know what it was, so she picked up the mushy food on her plate and carefully put it into her mouth. How should I put it? The taste was okay, but it was just okay, and it couldn't compare to the delicious food in her previous life. Wu Jixing didn't expect anything now, especially when she saw that the amount on her parents' plates was even smaller than hers, so she could only lower her head and swallow the mushy food silently. She knew that her adoptive parents had given her the best. They should have lived a peaceful old age, but now they have to go out to work to earn money. On such a hot day, Wu Jixing secretly glanced at his parents across the table and sighed secretly. It seems that she is the one with the worst health in this family. To be honest, those who can survive in such a harsh environment have better physical fitness than her. At least she can't go out to work with this body now, but her parents are so old, and they have to go out to work and take care of themselves at the same time. They still look strong and are much better than her. It was probably because of this that the original body tried so hard to get into the 4-star academy. She even guessed that the other party was doing this with the mentality of dying if he failed, and that even if he died, he would be less of a burden. Thinking of this, Wu Jixing felt that the rice paste in his mouth was even harder to swallow. The joy of her body's physique being upgraded to E-level disappeared completely in an instant. It was just E-level, nothing to be happy about. The people here basically have E-level physique, because most of the weak F-level chickens have been eliminated by nature. The atmosphere at the dinner table was somewhat depressing, and no one spoke. Wu Jixing knew that since her brother disappeared for a month, it had been like this almost every day. Heavy, sad, and depressing. Everyone was unwilling, but there was no way, so they could only suppress their sadness in their hearts. However, for the sake of their families, they had to act as if they were fine and didn't need to worry, and life continued as if it was no different from before. This kind of depression made Wu Jixing a little uncomfortable, but it also made her feel truly empathetic, no longer just a casual sentence in the remaining memory. The original brother was missing and suspected of being sacrificed. He is a real person, a family member. He has a name, Wu Jixing. Wu Jixing suddenly felt that she couldn't sit down anymore. After eating the food in front of her without any taste, she got up and planned to go back to her room. She had to think of a way to improve her strength as soon as possible and solve the college entrance examination. Only after entering the 4-star academy could she do everything she wanted to do. She was alone after her master left in her previous life. In this life, she has a new family, and she also wants to do something for this family. Mom and Dad, I'm full. Wu Jixing quickly cleaned up her dishes and said to the two, I'm going back to my room to review my homework. Okay. Mother Wu glanced at her and said worriedly, don't stay up too late, take care of yourself. Okay, Mom, Wu Jixing said, and hurried to her room. To be honest, she was a little timid in the face of her family's concern. Maybe she had never experienced the love of her parents, so she was a little overwhelmed and hurried away. Of course, there was another reason, that is, she suddenly thought of something. She had traveled through time, so shouldn't there be a cheat code for traveling through time, for example, a system or something, especially in this future world with superpowers? The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Wu Jixing's heart was pounding, with some anticipation and some nervousness. After quickly closing the door, she took a deep breath, concentrated her mind and entered a meditative state, and then couldn't wait to silently recite in her mind, system, 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 system. Finally, after repeating it 3 times, she suddenly felt a shock in her head, and an invisible interface appeared in her spiritual world. Wu Jixing was ecstatic, looked at it intently, and then was a little dumbfounded. Wait, why does it look familiar? Isn't this fancy page in front of her the novel software she was reading before she crossed over? It's just that she was not reading the novel at that time, but was happily eating melons in the novel forum. Wu Jixing suddenly had a bad premonition. Could her cheating system be this thing? Good man, it seems that other people who traveled through time all had high-end and classy systems, but she just read some novels and forums when she was bored, right? She has traveled through time, but they still made her spend all the 10,000 reading coins she charged, because they were afraid that she would have no novels to read in the other world, right? How considerate. Then the question arises again. What is the use of her golden finger? That night, a strange new post suddenly appeared on the homepage of a modern novel forum. Family members, help me. I have traveled through time, and I am about to take the college entrance examination, so how can I drive a mecha? Chapter 3. A forum at night. Family, help me. I have traveled through time and am about to take the college entrance examination, so how on earth do I drive a mecha? 0 OP. As the title says, I have driven a tractor, an excavator, and a Maserati, but I have never driven a mecha. Help. Why do I have to take a mecha combat test in the college entrance examination? One anonymous netizen 2222. Use your hands to drive. You can't even do that. I could drive when I was 3 years old. 2 anonymous netizen 0324. Haha, you are just opening the quilt. Why are you wearing such a role? You have to take a mecha test in the college entrance examination. We are all graduate students who need to learn. 3 anonymous netizen 1312. I am dying of laughter. You are indeed the eldest and second brothers. For anonymous netizen 0987. 1. Open the mecha door. 2. Sit in. 3. Start. 5 anonymous netizen 3289. Reply to 3rd floor. I think the 4th brother above is more reliable, haha. 6 anonymous netizen 7896. I am the only one who is curious about how the OP can still be a forum user even though he has traveled through time. 7 anonymous netizen 0987. Reply to 5th floor, of course. I got full marks in mecha in the college entrance examination. 8 anonymous netizen 1212. So funny. Did you take the excavator major in the college entrance examination and mecha? 9 anonymous netizen 7685. Reply to 6th floor. No, I am more curious about the OP's experience of driving an excavator. 10 anonymous netizen 9823. No, above. The point is Maserati good? The host must be a rich woman. 11 anonymous netizen 1212. So where is the host? 12 anonymous netizen 0324. Yes, where is the host? Wu Jixing didn't expect that her post would get so many replies, so she quickly replied, 13 host. I'm here. Reply to post 6. Is there a possibility that the forum and I have traveled through time together? 14 Host replied to Post 9, I was too bored back then, so I went to learn how to drive an excavator. It's quite interesting. Actually, I can drive a tractor too. 15 Anonymous Netizen 1314. I can see that the host is a rich woman who has nothing to do and hangs out on the forum. Let's go. 16 OP. No. I really travel through time. I don't have a system yet. I just travel through time with this crappy novel software and forum. What's the use of it? 17 Anonymous Netizen 1314. I don't believe you. Everyone, please stop playing with me. 18 Anonymous Netizen 0324. You have no sense of humor, OP. Is it possible that this novel software is your cheat code? Maybe you travel through one of the novels. 19 Anonymous Netizen 2222. Yes, OP. Check if you have traveled through the book. 20 OP. I searched, but there is no one with the same name as me. I even searched the names of my family members and people around me, but there is none. 21 Anonymous Netizen 1312. OP. How many days do you have left before the college entrance examination? Do you have superpowers? 22 OP. Replying to the above, there are 28 days left before the exam, and I haven't awakened my superpowers yet, but it's not a big problem. My mental strength is awakened enough, but I'm stuck on the Mecha. I don't even know what the Mecha looks like now. 23 Anonymous Netizen 3289. Don't worry, OP. I will help you check other Mecha novels now. How to drive the Mecha. Wait for me, phew. Wu Jixing was amused by the forum replies, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although none of the netizens' suggestions were reliable, she felt much better, and even had an inexplicable sense of security. It was as if she had never traveled through time, but just temporarily left her original world and went traveling. She could also share her travel experiences from time to time, and have fun with the silly netizens on these forums. Everything was still familiar, as if life had never changed. Wu Jixing smiled and closed the interface in her mind, returned to reality, and continued to meditate. She thought about it. If she failed the Mecha test in the final Star Academy Unified exam, as long as she could show strong strength that surpassed her peers, she might be considered for admission. Even if she failed, she could still strive for a full scholarship for an ordinary Star Academy. In short, as long as you are strong, you don't have to worry about no school wanting you. Now she doesn't need to think about mechas at all. Improving her strength is the top priority. So, when she woke up from the state of meditation again, she had naturally broken through, and her physique finally rose to a level. At this time, her face was no longer pale, and there was a little spirit in her black eyes. After a whole night of practice, she not only improved her physical fitness, but also became more proficient in the use of mental power. Just when Wu Jixing wanted to continue practicing, she suddenly felt a huge hunger in her stomach, almost drowning her. Wu Jixing thought it was not good, and rushed to the refrigerator in the kitchen. Fortunately, her parents had already gone to work early, otherwise they would definitely be scared by her appearance at this moment. Wu Jixing opened the refrigerator, grabbed a bag of compressed freeze-dried food, opened it, and poured it directly into her mouth, without even chewing it. It was not until she opened the third bag that she felt a little full. Seeing that there was not much food left in the refrigerator, Wu Jixing had no choice but to smile bitterly. It seems that making money to buy food for herself has to be put on the agenda. This kind of compressed freeze-dried food is very similar to the compressed biscuits in her previous life. It is cheap and filling. A few small pieces can be equivalent to a meal. As a result, she only practiced for one night and finished 2 large bags. Alas, cultivation is indeed the most resource-consuming. This kind of freeze-dried food with little nutrition is far from enough to maintain the energy she needs for cultivation. She still needs to rely on nutritional supplements. Otherwise, it is better to eat a mouthful of nutritional supplements than to vomit freeze-dried food. Come to think of it, although natural energy can allow her to cultivate and strengthen her physique, people cannot live on photosynthesis alone. Unless she has cultivated to the point of transcending the mortal body, she still needs to eat and needs nutrition. But how can she make money to buy nutritional supplements? Even if this planet only has the lowest grade nutrients for sale, the price is not cheap. Wu Jixing decided to check online to see if there are any ways to make money. She turned on the communicator on her wrist and searched by voice input. This most common and backward device can only connect to the local area network of this planet, but fortunately it is enough for her now. Of course, this also made Wu Jixing more eager to leave here and go to the wider interstellar world to see, so that she would not waste her time traveling. Soon, the recruitment information she wanted appeared on the internet. After screening, she found that the only part-time job with no threshold and high salary was to work as a bodyguard for private gene companies, that is, those black organizations engaged in gene editing business. They are called bodyguards, but they are just cannon fodder. The demand is so great, and there is no threshold. It looks like a disposable consumable. Wu Jixing felt that it was not good. The salary is high, but it depends on whether you have the life to get it. Alas! Wu Jixing sighed deeply. She knew this would be the result. The more developed the society, the more difficult it is for ordinary people to change their fate. So, someone who was depressed subconsciously called up the forum in his mind. 24th OP, reply to the above poster, and also help me check how the protagonists in other novels make money. It's urgent. Thank you very much. Jixing, you look good today. At school, Wu Jixing just entered the classroom and found her seat by memory. Failing beside her looked at her with surprise. I thought you wouldn't come today. How could that be? I've fully recovered. Don't worry. Wu Jixing put away his school bag, took out the textbooks he needed, and then looked at the other person. Failing's skin was very white, her hair and eyebrows were also pure white, and only her eyes were blood red, which made her look very inhuman. It was at this time that Wu Jixing discovered that Failing was actually a victim of genetic modification. Because of her physique, she was not suitable for exposure to the sun at all, let alone on this hot planet with 2 suns. In his impression, her skin was often burned by the sun, and she had to apply thick sunscreen every day before going out. After realizing this, Wu Jixing looked around and took a formal look at the classmates around her. As expected, most of them looked weird, with ears on top of their heads or a small tail behind their buttocks. The most horrifying thing was that when Wu Jixing looked at the tail, she found that it was not a tail, but a deformed calf growing behind the buttocks. Wu Jixing got goosebumps all over her body instantly. Fortunately, she was just an ordinary natural person who traveled through time and space without any strange genetic mutations. It doesn't matter if the physique is not good enough, at least it can be improved through practice. If there is something on the body, she can't imagine it at all. Sure enough, no matter how many times I look at it, it's still scary. Failing also noticed her gaze and said thankfully, fortunately, I just have some skin problems. But that guy is very proud of his third leg. I really can't sympathize with him. He laughed at you that day. Failing looked angry. It turned out that this person was the one who took the lead in mocking Wu Jixing when he vomited blood and fell to the ground. Although he has 3 legs, he is quite strong. His physique has reached D level, making him the strongest in this class. 3 legs seemed to feel the gaze from behind, and turned back to glare at the 2 of them. TSK, what's so great about it? Failing stuck out her tongue. It's still quite amazing. Wu Jixing muttered softly, this is the first time I've seen a 3-legged person. Failing suddenly thought of something and chuckled. There was actually a 3-legged person in the last class. Wu Jixing raised his eyebrows in surprise, and asked in surprise, is it the same? Could they be relatives? Don't tell me, those 2 are really relatives. It's just... Failing whispered in her ear, his father has bad family genes, and has always been very self-conscious, so when he was genetically modified, he wanted his son to be more confident and powerful, especially in that area. What? Wu Jixing was a little confused. How did he suddenly get on the highway? Then what? Then the gene company said it was no problem. It was too easy, and when editing the genes, they added the giant zebras. You know that part of the zebra is no different from the human calf, and that's how the 3 legs came about. Wu Jixing was stunned when he heard this, and he probably had to cross his back. So he was confident? Of course not, he became even more inferior. But it was a blessing in disguise. Do you know where he went after graduation? Failing sighed. Wu Jixing asked subconsciously, where did he go? He was recruited by a famous circus from the high-level star, performing for the rich, so he was out of the misery. Now this gene editing template is very popular in our star. Wu Jixing, She knew that this world was crazy, but she didn't expect it to be so crazy. This is not gene editing, this is just messing around. After all, he is the only one who can live in the high-level star in recent years except your brother. Failing said with envy, but then she realized something was wrong and looked carefully at the reactions of the people around her. Sorry, Jixing, I shouldn't have mentioned this. Almost everyone on this planet knew about her brother Wu Jixing's story. People went from envy to sighing, and at the same time they sighed, they were secretly happy in their hearts. It's okay, Failing. Wu Jixing said indifferently, I will be admitted to Xingyuan and find the truth. That's right, your brother is just missing, maybe he is still alive. No, he must be alive, I believe it. Failing comforted him, Jixing, if you need any help, you can tell me. After all, your brother has helped our family a lot. It can be said that Faylene is her only friend in the world, and the only person who is really sad about her brother's affairs. Thank you. Wu Jixing wanted to say that it was not necessary, but suddenly changed his mind when he thought of something. I really want to ask your opinion on something. What is it? Just ask. Faylene said straightforwardly. Do you know any way to make me enough money to buy nutrient solution? Wu Jixing asked directly without hesitation, before the college entrance examination. No one knows how to make money better than the natives of this world, and buying nutrient solution also requires connections. She only vaguely knew from her memory that her brother was fully trained by the school at that time, and there were countless genetic companies behind him to support him. There was no need to worry about nutrient solution at all, and it was completely worthless to refer to. Well, Faylene knew why her friend was in urgent need of nutrient solution, and then thought about it and said, I actually know a place where I can. Wu Jixing was curious, where? Faylene smiled mysteriously, you know when you come with me after school. So after school? Faylene, the place you said you could make money is not here, right? Wu Jixing looked at the piles of garbage in front of him with despair on his face. Did she really think she was the chosen one in the novel, who could get a golden finger by picking up garbage, and get a martial arts secret book by falling off a cliff? Hee, what else can I do? This is the only place that meets your requirements. It just so happens that my dad knows the administrator here. Otherwise, you can't get in. Even if you get in, the things you dig up are not yours. Faylene raised her hand and pointed at the vast mountain of garbage behind her. Her smug expression seemed to say, this is all the kingdom I have built for you. Wu Jixing covered her face. Okay, she was right. She was still thinking about something great. She could really make money quickly. If she could really make money quickly, Faylene's family would have been rich long ago. So now it depends on your luck. Faylene led her to the entrance of the garbage disposal plant, where an old man was sitting in a small gate room. Hey, little Faylene, you are here. Is this the friend you mentioned? The old man greeted the two of them enthusiastically through the window. He should be the administrator Faylene mentioned. Yes, Uncle Colin, I'm sorry to bother you, Faylene said with a smile. Wu Jixing didn't know how old the old man was, so he followed Faylene and called out, hello, Uncle Colin. Old Colin looked at her with a smile and nodded, then said to Faylene, can your little friend do it? This is hard work. It doesn't matter, I will take care of her, Uncle Colin, don't worry. Okay, then the same as before? Old Colin didn't care. Obviously he had done this business more than once or twice. Yeah, the same as before. Faylene nodded, threw a $100 bill to the other party, and walked in with Wu Jixing. How much is it? I give it to you. Wu Jixing knew that the 100 star coins were probably the so-called entrance fee, and he quickly prepared to pay. No, it's not too late to pay me back when you really make money. Faylene waved her hand quickly. She knew that Jixing's family was in a difficult situation, so she didn't intend to take her money at all, so she said that. As long as you pay the entrance fee, no matter what you take from here, they won't care. Fearing that Jixing would be embarrassed to refuse, Faylene directly changed the subject and continued, you know my family runs a second-hand repair shop. My dad often comes here to find some useful parts and machinery, disassemble and reassemble them by himself. After coming and going, he became very familiar with Uncle Colin. He is considered an old customer, so he gave him a 40% discount. Okay, thank you, Faylene. Since that was said, Wu Jixing no longer refused, but kept this feeling in her heart. Faylene smiled, Jixing, when have you been so polite to me? She took out 2 pairs of gloves from somewhere, and handed one to Wu Jixing. Got it, let's get started. Wu Jixing took the gloves and put them on, saying sadly. It was only the 3rd day of the time travel, and it was more exciting than her experience in the past 20 years. And just when Wu Jixing was struggling to rummage through the garbage, the post she posted on the forum became popular quietly, and was even on the hot search. When she remembered to open it a few days later, the post had been pushed to more than 800 levels by netizens who were interested in it, and Wu Jixing was stunned. Chapter 4. A forum. 24 OP. Reply to the above poster, and also help me find out how the protagonists in other novels make money. It's urgent. Thank you very much. 25 Anonymous Netizen 1234. Ha ha ha, OP, you are so pretentious that I thought you really traveled through time. 26 Anonymous Netizen 2333. I'm dying of laughter. If I didn't go online, I wouldn't know that so many people can drive mechas. 27 Anonymous Netizen 9876. Reply to the above poster. After all, the average annual income on the internet is 1 million, with fair skin and beautiful looks, and traveling around the world. What's the big deal about driving a mecha? 28 Anonymous Netizen 3289. OP, here I come. According to my years of experience in reading novels, among the 23 mecha stories I have read, 1/3 do not describe how to operate the mecha, 1/3 use the mecha's own artificial intelligence to operate it automatically, and 1/3 connect to the nerves, and can be operated directly after sitting on it. By the way, there is also a book that uses the keyboard in the mecha cabin to operate it. Just like playing games, the faster the hand speed the better. I hope it helps you. 29 Anonymous Netizen 3289. Sorry, I just saw the 24th floor. As for making money, some people make money by their previous talents, such as writing novels, singing, playing the piano, and painting, and some people rely on the protagonist's halo to pick up garbage to get their first pot of gold. Oh, there are also live broadcasts of cooking and adventure. Of course, most people use the cheat code to complete system tasks to make money. However, given the current situation of the OP, the last one can be ruled out. 30 Anonymous Netizen 1139. Amazing, you actually checked it, so funny. 31 Anonymous Netizen 4532. Yes, OP, what did you rely on to make a living before you traveled through time? It can be useful now. 32 Anonymous Netizen 1111. Don't be silly, OP, maybe you are a rich second generation, you don't need to make money yourself, otherwise who would come to the forum to ask? You see the OP hasn't replied yet. 33 Anonymous Netizen 2345. Yes, the OP has disappeared again. 45 Anonymous Netizen 3289. The OP seems to have really disappeared. Did you see my reply? 46 Anonymous Netizen 2342. The OP might be so poor that he starved to death, ha ha ha. 52 Anonymous Netizen 2789. The Hot Search Tour group has visited here. 53 Anonymous Netizen 0000. I came here to check in haha. 99 Anonymous Netizen 1234. Wow, this post is actually on the Hot Search, outrageous. 233 Anonymous Netizen 9567. Haha, I finally finished climbing the stairs, I laughed to death. In fact, the poster can just go pick up garbage. There was an old lady in my community who picked up mineral water bottles, cardboard boxes, and newspapers to sell in order to buy a house for her son, who was living off her parents. She earned enough money to buy a house in a first-tier city in a few years. Now the housing prices have increased by dozens of times. 234 Anonymous Netizen 1334. Reply to the above, I am so envious. If I had known, I would have gone to pick up garbage after graduating from college. 378 Anonymous Netizen 8809. How do you look like after traveling through time? If you are a beautiful girl or a handsome guy, you can also live broadcast dancing and playing games. If not, eating broadcast is also okay. 379 Anonymous Netizen 7856. Filming a rustic short drama about a wealthy boss to shock the people of the Interstellar. 380 Anonymous Netizen 0098. Above, are you sure the people of the Interstellar want to see this? 600 Anonymous Netizen 3332. It's already the 600th floor, but the poster still hasn't appeared. Could he have really traveled through time? 601 Anonymous Netizen 1111. Yes, this is on the Hot Search, but he didn't even try to take advantage of the popularity. 800 Anonymous Netizen 8765. It's already the 800th floor. The poster still hasn't appeared. Call the poster. 801 Anonymous Netizen 7766. Don't wait. The poster must be preparing for the college entrance examination and has no time to chat on the forum. 802 Anonymous Netizen 7654. Above. Is there a possibility that this is a self-directed and self-acted marketing account? 803 Anonymous Netizen 7766. Funny, you are the only one who is smart? Wu Jixing spent nearly an hour to finally climb the whole building, and his mouth twitched slightly. Excluding a bunch of meaningless check-ins and calls to the OP, there were not many serious replies. It seems that everyone is too idle, and even the smallest things can become hot searches. Well, she was once one of the many idle netizens. 816 OP, I am back, and I will reply to the above. I used to be a self-media, but live broadcasting is not realistic. Our planet cannot even connect to the interstellar network, so we cannot broadcast live at all. Writing novels, singing, dancing, painting, etc. are not realistic. It's hard to survive here. No one reads this. As for picking up trash, I'm picking it up now. I've been picking it up for 3 days. 817 Anonymous Netizen 7765. Damn, the OP actually showed up. 818 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Ha ha ha. So it's been 3 days. OP, have you made money? Have you made a fortune? Have you become rich overnight? 819 OP, don't ask. It's heartbreaking to ask. Wu Jixing was in tears, and shut down the forum fiercely. In front of her at this moment, there was a black stone, a holographic screen with a broken corner that was about the same size as a mobile phone in her previous life, and a worn-out antique robot. This was all she had gained in the past 3 days. The most valuable thing, and it was probably the holographic screen. Although it was damaged, a small area in the lower left corner did not affect its use. Wu Jixing guessed that this was most likely a holographic screen discarded by those wealthy genetic companies. Otherwise, ordinary families would not be so extravagant as to throw it away directly. As for the black stone and the robot, according to Feilin's father, the former is a synthetic material that has the softness and toughness of rubber and the texture of metal. It is not cheap, but it can't be sold at a good price. The latter is a car navigation robot from 100 years ago. It is very small, only the size of a palm. It sounds valuable, but it is actually useless now. It is an antique model that has been eliminated long ago and can only be sold as scrap. She was still thinking that she might be able to pick up something useful, but it was a complete daydream on this planet, where even the nutrient solution bottles would be licked clean. Wu Jixing sighed. It was really unrealistic to get rich by picking up garbage. Suddenly, she reached out and picked up the stone that was as dark as her eyes. After looking at it for a few seconds, she seemed to have made a decision. The next day, Wu Jixing came to Feilin's house. Jixing, are you really determined to make it into a sword? Feilin looked at the blueprint in her hand and confirmed again. Yes, that piece of material can't be sold for much money anyway, so I decided to use it myself. Wu Jixing nodded and said, Thank you for your trouble, uncle. I used the screen to pay for the cost. In the end, she planned to sell the most valuable holographic screen to Feilin's father's second-hand repair shop, and just ask them to make the black stone into the weapon she wanted. Whether it's the material or the size, it's just right. That's right, she decided to work as a bodyguard at the Blackheart Gene Company, and she couldn't do without a handy weapon. Okay, I got it. I tell my dad. Feilin didn't know what Wu Jixing wanted a weapon like this for. She was worried, but she compromised when she saw her friend's determined look. Tomorrow, it's just the weekend, and we can get it done. Come and get it tomorrow. Although E-Star is relatively backward, it still has some black technology. For example, this forging technology only requires scanning the drawings into the machine, and then putting the materials in. The control system will automatically forge the finished product according to the requirements. Feilin's family happened to have such an old machine, and her father would usually use it to modify the various parts needed, so she was lucky. Thank you. Then I will come at noon tomorrow? Yes, okay. So, after leaving the drawings and materials, as well as the holographic screen, Wu Jixing left directly. She now needs to go to the company she contacted last night for an interview. Wu Jixing checked online and found that this is a large-scale private genetic company, so there is a large gap in employment. She actually applied to several companies, but only this one responded quickly, and she could come for an interview the next day. Moreover, this company offered the highest salary, and was not far from her home, so without thinking about it, Wu Jixing immediately decided to go to this company. Anyway, she would be cannon fodder, so of course the higher the salary, the better. Soon, she followed the address, and came to a building that looked like a hemispherical fortress. Wu Jixing looked up, and saw that the spherical facade of the white fortress was a large 3D holographic screen. The company introduction, and the advertisement for their gene editing technology were playing on it. It was exactly the same as what she saw online, so this must be the place. Wu Jixing walked forward. There were 2 robot bodyguards standing at the door. Before she could make any move, the screen on one of the robots suddenly lit up, showing her identity. Interviewee 0505. Name, Wu Jixing. Gender, natural human female. Age, 17 years and 312 days. Height, 171 centimeters. Constitution, E-level. Mental strength, unknown. Physical condition, subhealth, malnutrition. Wu Jixing was immediately moved. This was the first serious interstellar technology she had seen since she traveled through time. It could scan her body information with just a light scan. Sure enough, her physique has reached E-level, and there is no problem with her perception, which makes her feel much more at ease. There is no such detection machine at school or at home, and it all depends on the perception of mental power. Just when Wu Jixing was thinking, the robot in front of her had passed her review, and the door slowly opened. Interviewer 0505. Please go to the first floor hall and wait. The robot issued a prompt voice. Oh, thank you. With curiosity, Wu Jixing walked into this private gene editing company called Dream Maker. Do you want to be more confident? Do you want to be stronger? Do you want to change your fate and have the right to live on a higher star? The Dream Maker will realize all your dreams. The latest gene package is now available. It only costs 990,000 yuan to realize it. In the hall, Wu Jixing looked at the advertising screens everywhere on the circular wall, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. All this is still a bit too advanced for her. Nothing, because this hot-selling 990,000 yuan package turned out to be the three-legged gene template that Fei Ling told her yesterday, and even released the other party's photos and deeds for publicity. The key point is that this gene company has also made a package popularity ranking, and the three-legged one is ranked first, while the second place is the Genius Gene template. Yes, the photo is of her cheap brother. How about it? Are you interested? At some point, a fat middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses stood beside her and said, following her gaze, recently, the Confidence package is selling much better than the Genius. Obviously, the company's new package is selling well, making this man earn a lot of money, and his expression is full of complacency. No, I don't have money. Wu Jixing shook his head when he heard that. It was unnecessary. Ha, don't be so nervous, little girl. The middle-aged man laughed. Well, you've been working here for a few years, so it's not a problem to buy a Confidence. It's only 99, much cheaper than a Genius. Wu Jixing knew that the Confidence he was talking about was the three-legged meal, and he shook his head like a rattle when he heard that. If she really bought this Confidence package, she would not be confident anymore. I just want to make money to buy nutrient solution now. Wu Jixing got straight to the point. She guessed that the other party was most likely the staff member who was responsible for interviewing her. Sure enough, the next second the man adjusted his glasses and restrained his smile. TSK, you students. He shook his head disdainfully, took out a transparent holographic screen and flipped it, saying, okay, in that case, then you come to work today. Ah, did you pass the interview? Wu Jixing had never expected that the other party would not follow the routine at all, and made the decision so perfunctorily. Every year at this time, there are students like you coming here. I am tired of seeing them. I wish you good luck. The man lost interest in continuing the conversation. He casually tapped the holographic screen twice and threw it aside, saying, go to the logistics department to get the task. Oh. Wu Jixing shrugged and walked towards the logistics department in the direction indicated by the other party. Behind her, she could still vaguely hear the other person muttering, TSK, do you really think that you can change your fate by taking the college entrance examination? Don't be silly. Wu Jixing pretended not to hear it, and quickly came to the other party's so-called logistics department, a strange dark warehouse that could lead to the underground. Are you the new number 0505? An old man with sparse hair looked her up and down after seeing her, and then said, wait. Okay. Wu Jixing could only wait honestly. To be honest, she was confused now, and had no idea why she came here. The fortress looked strong and didn't seem to need bodyguards, especially since there were armed robots standing guard every few meters. She was amazed. Wow, they are really rich. Just as Wu Jixing was secretly looking around in surprise, the elevator door in the center of the warehouse opened. The old man walked over, picked up a black travel bag from the elevator, opened the zipper to check it, and then closed it again. He took a note with words on it from the side, and stuck it in a conspicuous place, and then handed it to her. Hold it carefully. The old man instructed, just deliver it to the address above. Ah? They asked her to deliver a courier. Wasn't she applying for a bodyguard? Wu Jixing subconsciously took the travel bag, which was quite heavy. Seeing her confused face, the old man said impatiently, you know when you open it. Open it and see. These 4 words seemed to have magic power, urging her to open the zipper in her ear. However, the moment she saw what was inside, Wu Jixing was so scared that her hands softened and she almost couldn't hold it steady. It was a baby with a horse face, staring at her through the transparent nursery. A human body and a horse head. Wu Jixing swallowed hard, trying to calm down, when an old hand reached out to close the zipper. Wu Jixing looked up and met the old man's mottled and turbid eyes. His wrinkled face looked particularly sinister under the dim light. Hold it steady, newcomer. The old man's rough and sharp voice echoed in the dark warehouse. You can't afford to pay the 990,000 if it breaks. She finally understood why the company needed so many cannon fodder as bodyguards. I'm afraid he's going to be beaten to death by the client. Chapter 5. Whenever Wu Jixing feels that the world is crazy enough, it will always continue to break your bottom line. If the so-called confidence packages that are popular are all like this, she can't imagine how devastated and desperate those ordinary people would be when they spend all their life savings and expect to find that the child they are waiting for is such a freak. And she has to be the villain and bring this bad news to those black-hearted companies. She is a bodyguard, not only to protect the child's smooth delivery, but also to bear the anger of the customers on behalf of those people. When Wu Jixing thought about this, her face turned green. This was really different from what she thought it would be like to be a bodyguard. But life had to go on. In order to prepare for the college entrance examination, she had to make money to improve herself. Sister, don't look so sad. This job is not as difficult as you think. The young man who was delivering goods with her was called Tom. He had beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, and dense freckles on his healthy wheat-colored skin. To be honest, Tom was the most sunny and handsome boy she had seen since she traveled through time. Like his sunny appearance, he is also warm and kind-hearted. Knowing that she was a newcomer and not familiar with the road conditions, he, who had just finished his task and was about to go back, took the initiative to accompany her to deliver the goods and familiarize himself with the process. Wu Jixing carried the nursery cabin on her back and drove the old electric tricycle lent to her by the company, following him all the way. On such a hot day, driving the unsheltered tricycle on the road was like being in a sauna, but Wu Jixing had no thoughts at all now. The nursery cabin was kept at a constant temperature, and he just hoped that the child would be fine. I know, but I really don't know what will happen when the other party sees the child, and how to deal with it. She really has no idea. If it is really a fight between gangs, she is not afraid. On the contrary, the current situation is really difficult. To be honest, if it were her, after seeing such a child, she would want to smash the black-hearted company. Haha, you will get used to it. It's normal for you to do this for the first time. Tom smiled and comforted, since the confidence package became popular, I am no longer surprised. As he said this, he slowed down the car and drove side by side with Wu Jixing. He smiled mysteriously and said, I teach you a trick. What trick? Wu Jixing looked at him curiously, intending to learn from his predecessor's experience. Just like that, when you arrive at the destination, you hand the child over to the other party and pretend that you know nothing. Wu Jixing, then what? Then. Tom coughed lightly. If he doesn't ask, you don't say anything. If he questions, you are surprised and ask, how could it be? If he is furious, you feel wronged. If he sighs, you feel helpless and show sympathy. If he signs for it, you leave. Wu Jixing, Actually, you don't have to worry too much. You are so weak and fragile, so you are more suitable than others. Tom comforted her again. Why do you think those guys accepted you so easily? Okay. Wu Jixing sighed deeply. I don't know what this place will become in the future. Yeah. Tom also sighed suddenly. When those children grow up, he can't imagine what the scene will be like. Luckily, I was born early, and this kind of abnormal aesthetic was not popular at that time. I think it's pretty good here, and life on higher stars may not be good either. Gene editing was messed up in the past, but the main direction was still towards human survival and evolution, so even if there were all kinds of weird people, they were not as exaggerated as they are now. Indeed, you are the most normal and handsome person I have ever seen. Wu Jixing said sincerely. That's right. Tom raised his eyebrows and smiled confidently. I was recruited here because I look good. Even if the recipient is not satisfied, he rarely hits me. And the traffic light was red at that moment. Tom stopped the car and mysteriously took off his boots, revealing a pair of furry feet with padded feet, just like a leopard. Wu Jixing's eyes widened immediately, a little surprised. Well, I rely on these feet to get away safely every time. People call me Brother Leopard on the street. Tom put on his shoes and said, I wait for you outside. If things go wrong, I can take you away in an instant. Don't worry. Don't worry. I can't let it go. Soon, the two stopped the car and arrived at their destination. Wu Jixing resigned herself to her fate and carried her baby carrier on her back. She walked towards an old residential building, looking back every few steps under Tom's encouraging eyes. Fortunately, this was a single-family house, not a house with several floors underground where many people lived at the same time. At least it was convenient to escape. Wu Jixing rang the doorbell while comforting herself. Who is it? The person who opened the door was a sturdy aunt in her 40s or 50s. She spoke with great vigor and seemed to have a bad temper. Wu Jixing's heart tightened immediately, and she hurriedly said, Hello, I'm an employee of Dream Maker Company, responsible for delivering your child. She had just said half of her words when the Annie's eyes lit up when she heard about delivering a child, and she excitedly called out, come in quickly. Don't stand at the door stupidly, it's too sunny. No, She didn't want to go in, otherwise it would be inconvenient if she really ran away. But before Wu Jixing could completely say her refusal, the burly auntie turned around and shouted excitedly, "Dad, the child is here, come out quickly." With a roar, a thin man came out. Seeing that everyone was there, Wu Jixing quickly handed the nursery cabin to the other party, took out the order form and a red ink. "If there is no problem, just sign it here with your fingerprint. No hurry, little girl, come in and have a drink of water, it's so hot." The sturdy aunt pulled her in without saying anything and closed the door heavily. After just a moment of opening the door, the high temperature made her sweat profusely. Once she got impatient, she didn't have the heart to listen to what the other party said, so she pulled him in first. "Ahem, I'm not thirsty." Wu Jixing leaned against the door, refusing to move a step. "Hurry up and sign for it, I have to send it to the next family." "Yes, hurry up and sign for it, let's see what our baby looks like." The thin man took the receipt impatiently, and prepared to put his fingerprint on it. Wu Jixing's heart instantly rose to her throat. As long as the other party signed for it, she would immediately open the door and evacuate. Just when she saw that the man was about to put his hand on it, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the side. "The father of the child. Our child." The fat lady's scream interrupted the man's action. "What's wrong?" He subconsciously looked in the direction of his wife, and saw the travel bag whose zipper had been ripped off at some point, and the nursery cabin that was already in the woman's hand. The air condensed for a moment. Wu Jixing thought it was not good, and her heart sank to the bottom of the valley. It was going to be. She silently began to recite the 3-character classic formula that Tom taught her in her heart. 5 minutes later, the door was opened. Tom, who had been waiting outside, saw someone walking out with a heavy face, so he hurried forward to show concern. "How is it? Did the trick I taught you work?" Caught off guard, Wu Jixing stopped and leaned back when she saw a big face in front of her. "I didn't use it at all," she said faintly. "I didn't use it, it shouldn't be." Tom took a half step back, walked around her, and asked in confusion, "You don't have any injuries?" "No, that family is pretty good." Wu Jixing's mouth twitched slightly, and his tone was a little strange. "That's not good. Seeing you come out with a heavy face, I thought something bad had happened." Tom patted his chest, looking scared by her. He also saw the hostess's appearance, and felt that her arms were as thick as his thighs, and he couldn't help but feel a little worried. If they really fought, they would definitely lose. "No, they are very satisfied." Wu Jixing couldn't help but recall the scene 5 minutes ago. Just when she thought she was doomed, the couple stared at the child for a few seconds, then burst into laughter of great surprise, which confused her. The two happily lifted the nursery cabin high above their heads, cheered and turned around, interacting with the child inside, and the scene was very warm. It seems that even if the child looks weird, as long as their children are healthy, parents are still happy and love them unconditionally. Yes, what parents would dislike their own children? Sure enough, this was a feeling that she, an orphan, could not understand. Just as Wu Jixing was secretly spitting on her own superficiality, she heard the joyful conversation between the couple. "Great, our baby is so special, and has a horse head, he will definitely be noticed by the circus troupe." Yes, then we can live on a high-level star. It's a big company, it's really great, this money was not wasted, haha. Yes, if I hadn't stopped you from buying the genius package, it would be so expensive and a waste of money. Now you know this, okay? Yes, husband, you are the best. Wu Jixing on the side, This world is really crazy, which makes people feel at ease. She only remembers that she was escorted to the door by the two of them, and they stuffed 200 star coins into her arms as a reward. Wu Jixing looked down at the crumpled star coins in her hand, and began to doubt her life. Why can't I encounter such a good thing? You are so lucky. Tom on the side shouted with jealousy. She didn't know if she was really lucky, and she hadn't recovered from the shock just now. The ideas of the people here were indeed too advanced for her. Here you go. Wu Jixing casually took out a 100 star coin and handed it to Tom. Thank you for helping me. This is also your hard work fee. Tom wanted to refuse, but after thinking about it, he also contributed, so he didn't hesitate and happily accepted the 100. Next time, you can call me if you need help. Tom pointed to the communicator on his wrist. Let's add the number. Okay, no problem, thank you for today. After adding each other's numbers, they drove the electric tricycle back to the company. After Wu Jixing successfully completed the task and returned the tricycle, she and Tom went home separately. Because it was a part-time job, The salary was settled on a daily basis. Today she only delivered one order and got 300 star coins. Counting the remaining 100 star coins as tips, that means she earned a total of 400 yuan this afternoon. She had asked Tom about it before, and found out that the company sells nutrient solution, and the cheapest bottle costs 10,000 star coins. In other words, there are still more than 20 days left before the college entrance examination, leaving her time for cultivation and improvement. At most, she has to earn at least 10,000 star coins in 10 days. Wu Jixing quickly calculated in her mind that according to the price of 300 per order, she has to run 4 orders a day on average to meet the minimum demand. It seems easy, but if you take into account unexpected situations, not every time will be as smooth as today. Moreover, she could only take one nursery cabinet at a time, and she had to go back to hand it over after delivering it. After all, the children were the most important. She couldn't leave another child in the car or take him to someone else's home when delivering one. Who knew if something happened, she would be able to ensure the safety of the child. Not to mention that she felt bad, she couldn't explain to the company, and even if she was sold, she couldn't afford the compensation. This job is easy to do, but it's not easy to do either. It depends mainly on luck. If she is lucky, everything will go smoothly. If she is unlucky, she may even die. In addition, the sun on this planet is so hot that she is exhausted after delivering 4 trips. Heat stroke is still a minor problem. Moreover, she is not familiar with this place. Without a kind person to lead the way, her efficiency will not be very high. The key is that she has to go to school in between, and cannot always ask for leave. So in order to quickly take orders, and make money without delaying her studies, she must plan her daily route. She can't ask Tom for help every time. Wait, Wu Jixing suddenly thought of the little robot she picked up 2 days ago. Isn't it used for car navigation? Maybe it can really come in handy. So more than half an hour later, when Wu Jixing returned home, she immediately took out the antique robot that she had thrown into the drawer last night. The robot was very old. The stains on the silver metal surface had been cleaned by her, but it was still covered with mottled rust. Wu Jixing took it in her hand. The robot was only as big as her palm. There was a big round head on the cubic body, and the limbs were as slender as matches. It was dangling in her hand, and she felt top-heavy. She held it very carefully, fearing that she might accidentally break the slender limbs. Now, she had to rely entirely on this navigation robot, but she didn't know how to use it. For such an old model, there was no useful information on the internet. Fortunately, this robot was very small, and its structure was very simple. Wu Jixing quickly found the switch behind the robot cube. By the way, because this world has extremely rich solar resources, almost all energy is solar energy, so Wu Jixing doesn't have to worry about batteries at all. This may be one of the few advantages of E4869. Sure enough, just after the switch was pressed, 2 red lights suddenly lit up on the robot's metal sphere head, flashing continuously. Wu Jixing's eyes lit up, guessing that this should be a prompt for searching for signals, indicating that the machine can still operate. Soon, while she was waiting anxiously, the robot in her palm suddenly made a harsh beeping sound with a strange rhythm. No wonder this model was eliminated. The prompt sound is really unpleasant. However, Wu Jixing did not dislike it, but showed a look of joy. The eyes of the navigation robot suddenly changed from red to white, and a holographic map was projected. Wu Jixing looked closely, and found that this was the location of her home. Great! With this navigation, her money-making business is not far from success. Please give me navigation to Dream Maker Company, Wu Jixing said to the robot, and plan the best route. As soon as she finished speaking, the red dot in the middle of the holographic map projected by the robot flashed twice, and then began to draw a long route in a certain direction, extending all the way to a white fortress-like building and stopping. Not only that, the road conditions and traffic conditions outside along the way were simulated one by one. This surprised Wu Jixing. She didn't expect that the navigation function of this antique robot was so powerful. How could it be eliminated? However, she didn't know what the popular navigation was like now. Maybe this is the future technology. Even a navigation robot that has been eliminated for 100 years is so high-end. After trying several times, and finding that the navigation was indeed accurate, Wu Jixing finally put his mind at ease. Tomorrow morning, I will take the task and try to deliver 2 orders. At noon, I will go to Feilin's house to pick up her weapons, and then deliver 2 more orders in the afternoon. Wu Jixing arranged tomorrow's schedule in her mind, turned off the navigation, put the robot on the desk, and started her training today. Without the supplement of nutrient solution, she did not dare to practice more, and controlled her time every day. Moreover, She found that after upgrading her physique to E level, the next level required more energy, and it would be more difficult to upgrade as time went on, and she did not have much time left. Under the dim light, Wu Jixing closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. However, what she didn't know was that at this moment, the eyes of the navigation robot on the desk, which had been turned off, suddenly lit up without warning, and the red and white lights kept flashing and changing. After 5 minutes, a screen was finally projected in front of her. Star network has been detected. Star network has been connected. Mirror has been detected. Mirror has been connected. Downloading offline map package. First galaxy 100%. Second galaxy 100%. Ninth galaxy 100%. Download completed. Map loading. Loading completed. Chapter 6. Jixing, you're here. At noon, when Wu Jixing drove his electric tricycle to Feiling's door, she was already waiting there. The moment she saw her, she waved to her excitedly. Feiling! Wu Jixing stopped the car. She had just delivered the second order of the day and had not yet handed it in. It was just right to take advantage of this free time to have a meal and come to get her weapon. Here, this is what you want. Feiling took out a rectangular box and handed it to her. See if it meets your requirements. If not, let my dad modify it again. Yes. Wu Jixing took the box and opened it. Inside was a black soft sword, exactly as she imagined. The sword was very thin, and 1 finger longer than her waist, so that she could carry it easily. In her previous life, she had such a black soft sword, and she had ordered a special belt as a scabbard so that she could carry it with her. Wu Jixing picked up the soft sword, stretched out 2 fingers and pointed at the tip of the sword and pressed it lightly. The soft sword was instantly bent to 90 degrees, and continued to move downward with her strength until she let go of her hand. The sword body was like a spring, making a crisp sound and instantly returned to its original position. Sure enough, this material is perfect. Light and tough, much better than the one in her previous life. Wu Jixing was very satisfied. She shook her wrist holding the sword lightly, and the soft sword was like a nimble snake, wrapping around her waist. With a click, the tip of the sword sank into the gap behind the hilt and firmly attached there, forming a thin black belt. Wow! Feiling exclaimed, as if she was stunned by her move. I was wondering what the purpose of designing the hilt to be magnetic was. It's convenient to carry. Wu Jixing smiled and said, Thank you, Feiling. The sword is fine. Thank your father for me. In fact, it was mainly because she was poor. She didn't have the money to customize a belt as a scabbard. So she thought about it, and thought it would be better to use the black technology of this world to allow the sword to be directly wrapped around her waist. So she made such a design. Unexpectedly, the effect was better than she expected. Okay, as long as you are satisfied. Feiling stared at the sword on her waist curiously for a while, and then asked again, Have you eaten? Do you want to come to my house for a while? No, I ate before I came. Wu Jixing shook his head and said, I'm just about to leave. I have to go to work in the afternoon. Ah, is it dangerous? Feiling said, and then carefully looked at the electric tricycle driven by the other party. Did you find a part-time job as a courier? Well, I guess so. Wu Jixing was vague. Delivering children, how can it not be considered as courier? It's not wrong to say so. Look, the robot we picked up that day can just give me navigation. In order to prevent the other party from continuing to ask questions, Wu Jixing decided to divert her attention and picked up the navigation robot that had been placed in the car. Under the scorching sun of E4869, the round metal head of the little robot shone brightly, immediately attracting Feiling's attention. So cute, ugly and cute. Feiling reached out to rub the little robot's head and asked curiously, What's its name? Although Wu Jixing didn't understand what was so cute about this broken robot, it didn't stop her from saying, It doesn't have a name yet, you can give it one. Aw, can I? Feiling's eyes flashed with eagerness, but her tone was a little nervous. It doesn't matter. Wu Jixing said quickly, You and I worked hard to pick it up, so of course you can name it. Oh, that's good, let me think about it. Feiling propped up her chin, thought for a few seconds, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She suggested, How about calling it Little Bald Head? Wu Jixing, huh? What's the matter, Jixing? Isn't this name cute? Feiling asked, puzzled. Ah. Wu Jixing reacted and racked his brains to show the artist speaking. It's cute, but isn't it a bit bad for robots? Ha! I thought you were going to say something. Feiling covered her mouth and laughed. Who made its head so shiny? You can't blame me. Yes, it is indeed shiny. Wu Jixing said responsibly. You can imagine how dazzling the light reflected by the 2 suns in the sky on the round head of silver metal is. Since you don't like it, let's change it, and call it Little Bald Head. Faline suggested again. Look at how shiny his head is after you rubbed it. It's bald. It's not as good as Little Bald Head. Wu Jixing had already given up hope on her friend's naming ability, fearing that she would come up with another weird name. So she resigned herself to her fate and said, then Little Bald Head. Hee, I said this name is good. Faline pouted. Wu Jixing was silent for a while, and changed the subject again. Well, then I go first. See you at school tomorrow. Okay, then be careful on the road. See you tomorrow. After Wu Jixing got on the electric tricycle and drove a distance, she raised her hand and knocked on the head of the navigation robot in front of her and said, Little Bald Head, give me navigation to Dream Maker Company. Anyway, the name has been chosen, so just use it. I promise Faline, and I can't break my promise. However, the robot that was working well before suddenly stopped working. Little Bald Head, please help me navigate back to Dream Maker Company. Wu Jixing repeated it again in a clear voice, but the navigation still didn't respond. Is it broken? She just didn't use it for a long time. It shouldn't be. The robot's lights are bright. Or is it unhappy that I called it Little Bald Head? Wu Jixing felt that he had grasped the key point, so he confidently said, Handsome robot, please help me navigate to Dream Maker Company. Then he waited for 10 seconds, but the navigation still did not respond. Is it really broken? Wu Jixing anxiously picked up the robot and restarted it, but it still did not respond. Boss, please don't break it. Just when she suspected that the internal circuit was not in good contact and raised her hand to shake it to see if it was broken, the robot finally projected a holographic map and slowly navigated her to the address of Dream Maker Company. Wu Jixing breathed a sigh of relief and patted her chest with lingering fear. She didn't know what was wrong with the robot, but she never dared to say Little Bald Head to it again. From now on, you are the boss. Wu Jixing quickly flattered him. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Ha ha ha, are you talking to the navigation? At some point, Tom also appeared beside her in an electric tricycle and laughed. The navigation tells you to go east. Can you really go west? Unexpectedly, she met an acquaintance on the way back to the company. Wu Jixing's mouth twitched slightly, and she rolled her eyes at Tom and said, Can you please not expose me? Ha ha ha. Tom laughed again, as if he was tickled and laughed non-stop. Wu Jixing didn't bother to pay attention to him. When the green light came on, she started the tricycle and continued on her way. It was difficult for her to understand the brain circuits of the people in this world, because she was a crossover. Just when she was about to reach the company, Tom, who had been following her half a body behind, seemed to have finally laughed enough, and looked over to look at her navigation robot and said, This navigation function is quite complete. Where did you dig up this treasure? He had just seen the map projected by the navigation robot along the way. Not only the buildings on the roadside, but also the traffic and people were clearly displayed. He could even see the yellow tricycle that represented him. Not to mention that the route planned by the navigation robot was extremely accurate. It said that it would arrive at a certain intersection at a certain time, and it would arrive at that time, not a minute or a second late. He was simply stunned. Ah, I picked it up. Wu Jixing asked in confusion, Isn't this an obsolete antique model? Don't you know? What do I know? Your navigation robot looks like an antique, yes, but with this function. How could it be obsolete? No way, I found it at the garbage dump. Wu Jixing also came to her senses. She originally thought that this world was too high-tech, and such a useful navigation robot was obsolete. There must be better ones. But now that she heard what the other party said, she was not sure. Did I find a treasure? Wu Jixing asked subconsciously, How much is this worth? Hearing that it was picked up from the garbage dump, Tom was speechless. How can you be so lucky? I guess it must be an antique robot from the high-level star. But it is still quite rare here. But what? Wu Jixing understood immediately after hearing his explanation. This robot is indeed an antique obsolete model, but it was discarded from the high-level star. Maybe for some reason, it was bought and brought to the star, and then it has been wandering for many years. Maybe the original owner has passed away. Later generations did not know the real purpose and value of this robot. They just thought it was an ordinary old thing and threw it away. Finally, she found it at the garbage dump. From this point of view, her luck is indeed good. But if you sell it for money, I guess most of it won't sell. Tom said. How do you mean? Wu Jixing asked curiously. You can understand it as a lack of demand. Tom explained, On our planet, the truly wealthy people will not buy such obsolete products. They have channels to buy better and newer products from higher-level planets. As for the poor, They will not spend money on such things, so... Okay, I understand. She thought she could use this robot to sell a few bottles of nutrient solution, so she wouldn't have to work so hard to run this hard courier. Actually, it's good for you to keep it for yourself. If I didn't have money, I would really like to ask you to buy it. Tom suddenly thought of something, and his blue eyes lit up slightly. Why don't we team up? Wu Jixing raised his eyes, and saw the other party excitedly said, in this way, we team up to take orders, and each person can take more than 2 at a time. Let you use the navigation to arrange the best route. I will deliver it to the door, and you wait outside, so that you can earn a lot more in a day. It's not impossible. Wu Jixing was a little tempted. Teaming up with 2 people could completely solve the problem of only being able to take 1 order at a time. It's not that she didn't think about this at first, but she wasn't familiar with the others, even Tom. She just met him, so she finally gave up the idea. Now that the other party has taken the initiative to bring it up, it's really possible to give it a try. Are you sure you can deliver it alone? To be on the safe side, Wu Jixing still confirmed with the other party. Well, I have experience. This is more efficient. Tom explained, and I have to borrow your navigation, so I have to do more work. Tom has experience, she has navigation, the 2 of them work together, it's a win-win situation. Wu Jixing just thought about it for a while, and agreed. But I still have to go to school, I'm not free all day. Wu Jixing reminded. I know, you still have to take the college entrance examination. Tom said indifferently, I used to see high school students like you working part-time at this time every year. Well, it seems that she is not the only one who works to earn money for nutrient solution. Soon, the 2 came to the Dream Maker company, discussed all the details, and took 4 orders at once. Fortunately, the company's business has been booming recently, otherwise it would not be able to take so many orders at once. As expected, the delivery efficiency of the 2-person team increased by more than double. Wu Jixing was even more relaxed. She had learned her lesson now. After receiving the nursery cabin, she put it on the tricycle. She refused to look at it even if someone asked her to open it. After setting the navigation route, she only needed to guard the remaining nursery cabins, and wait every time she arrived at the destination and Tom went up to deliver the children. There were some accidents during this period, but with Tom's many years of experience in delivering children, they were all resolved one by one. Wu Jixing couldn't help but sigh that if it were her, she would be in trouble. In the end, the 2 of them only spent half a day to deliver all the children. There were 4 orders in total, and 301 was 1,002. After the 2 of them finished their tasks and got the money, they split it in half, and each of them got 600 star coins. It was not dark yet, and they could go home just in time for dinner, which was perfect. Tom was very excited, and he kept rubbing the 600 star coins happily. See, I said it was efficient. Add the 2 orders I took this morning, and it's 1,200. On normal days, he could also make this much money, but he would basically work from early in the morning until late at night. Wu Jixing also knew the hard work involved. In order to complete 2 deliveries in the morning, she went out at dawn. How about it? Do you want to do it again? Tom was full of energy, and was very motivated. Okay. Wu Jixing looked at the time and nodded. I have to go to class tomorrow, so I will be free in the afternoon after school. I will do more on the weekend. Originally, she planned to skip class in the afternoon to run 4 orders a day. Now that the 2-person team is more efficient, she will have more time to review and practice, so there is no reason not to do it. Buying nutrient solution earlier can also improve earlier. As for dinner, she told her family that she would eat out. So the 2 of them delivered 4 orders in a row, and each of them received a total of 600 star coins. When Wu Jixing got home at night, she had 1,800 star coins in her pocket, plus the 400 she earned yesterday in the drawer, a total of 2,200 yuan. Sure enough, just like her previous life of delivering food, as long as she worked hard enough and planned the route well, she could make a lot of money in a month. But it was hard work, and it was only a short-term quick money. If she kept doing this, she would not be able to bear it. If she hadn't made some progress recently, she really couldn't bear such a large consumption. Finally, God rewards hard work. After more than a week of hard work, she finally collected 10,000 star coins, and could buy nutrient solution. So Wu Jixing took a day off, and came to the Dream Maker company again, and found the middle-aged fat man, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who interviewed her at the beginning. As soon as the other party saw her, he knew her purpose, and he didn't bother to talk nonsense, and went straight to the point. 10,000 star coins. He is very busy, so he has no time to waste here. Okay. Wu Jixing also didn't care about the other party's attitude. As long as she could give her the nutrient solution, her time was also very precious. As she said that, she took out the star coins she had prepared in advance with some distress. A total of 10,000 yuan, all of which were her hard-earned money these days. Wu Jixing was almost in tears. It had been a long time since she had worked so hard for someone. As a result, all of it was gone in an instant, not a penny left. The man took the money, looked at it, and threw it into the safe with a currency detector. Then, he took out a can of nutrient solution from the small thermostat beside the desk and threw it in front of her. Take it, leave quickly. Before Wu Jixing could take a closer look at what the nutrient solution looked like, she was ordered to leave. She didn't say much, picked up the nutrient solution on the table and left. Tom told her that the nutrient solution must be used as soon as possible after leaving the thermostat. Because the outdoor temperature of E4869 is too high, 50 or 60 degrees is cool, and the highest in summer can even reach 70 or 80 degrees. What's the difference between this and boiling? In order to prevent any accidents on the road, Wu Jixing borrowed a small incubator from Fei Lin's house before she came. She put the nutrient solution in the incubator and drove the company's small broken tricycle back home. Wu Jixing was very happy to buy the nutrient solution successfully. She immediately returned to her room and couldn't wait to take the can of nutrient solution out of the incubator. She opened the safety cap on the bottle, smelled it, and found that there was no peculiar smell, then drank it in one breath. The mouthfeel was a bit sticky, and the taste was hard to describe. The main thing was that the moment the nutrient solution went down her throat, she could feel a strong energy flowing into her body through her esophagus, which made her feel comfortable, and she completely ignored its taste. The 10,000 yuan was indeed not wasted. After Wu Jixing drank the nutrient solution, she immediately sat cross-legged and entered a meditative state to absorb and practice. The bottleneck that had been stuck for a long time was directly broken through the moment the nutrient solution went down her throat, and her physique had naturally reached the D level. Wu Jixing was very happy. It seemed that if she could completely absorb and digest this bottle, it should be enough for her to cope with the college entrance examination. But she didn't expect that she would practice for a whole week. When she woke up from meditation again, it was already a week later. However, Wu Jixing was not happy, because she found that after the energy of the nutrient solution was completely absorbed by her, her physical fitness broke through to C level, which was still a little short of the minimum standard of B level in the 4-star academy for the college entrance examination physical test. The energy required from C level to B level is much more than that from D level to C level. Even though she has tried very hard to absorb it, she still lacks a little bit in the end. Although the physical test for the college entrance examination is still more than a week away, she has no time to run a courier to earn a bottle of nutrient solution. Wu Jixing sighed, and looked at the empty nutrient solution bottle that she had casually placed in the incubator in the corner of the room. Her eyes suddenly became extremely firm, as if she had made a great determination. She stood up and walked to the incubator, took out the empty nutrient solution bottle that had not been thrown away, opened the lid, took a deep breath, and then began to lick the bottle. The more the better. She used to lick the lid when she drank yogurt. It was not shameful. Chapter 7. I don't know if it's for the convenience of licking the bottle, but the nutrient solution bottle is specially made into a short and fat bottle with a wide mouth. Originally, in her impression, this kind of nutrient solution in film and television works should look like a test tube bottle, long and thin. Unexpectedly, when I got it, it actually looked a bit like a face cream jar, but it was indeed very considerate and convenient for you and me. Wu Jixing smiled bitterly, and licked the residual nutrient solution hanging on the wall of the nutrient solution bottle clean, brainwashing himself constantly in his mind, just like licking a yogurt bottle when he was a child. She was once a wealthy woman, but she has fallen to this point after traveling through time. Well, if there were such energy-rich supplements in her previous life, she might have licked them clean. That's right. Isn't the nutrient solution a supplement? It's more nutritious than high-grade bird's nest and ginseng. What's wrong with licking a bottle? It's not shabby at all. While comforting herself, she put down the empty bottle of nutrient solution casually, and quickly sat cross-legged again, closed her eyes, and began to practice to absorb the little energy she had just taken in. She was afraid that if she didn't hurry up, this little bit of energy would dissipate, otherwise the bottle would be licked in vain. So Wu Jixing entered the meditative state again, and began another round of practice. Soon 2 suns, one in the east and one in the west, slowly set from the horizon, and night fell. A few hours later, Wu Jixing finally woke up from practice again, with a faint gleam in his black eyes, as if he was on the verge of a breakthrough, and he would succeed as long as he made another effort. This final step is really difficult. Wu Jixing pulled the corner of his mouth, resignedly stood up again, came to the front of the incubator, took out the nutrient solution bottle that was already empty, opened the door, and walked to the kitchen, and poured boiled water into the bottle. Then she shook the bottle vigorously, and gulped it down. As if it was not enough, she poured some more water, and continued to shake it, gulping it down. After going back and forth 3 or 4 times, Wu Jixing returned to the room and quickly sat down to meditate and practice. An hour later, Wu Jixing opened her eyes again, and looked at the nutrient solution bottle that she had almost plucked out. Her eyes seemed to want to tear the bottle apart and swallow it. She had even considered the feasibility, but in the end, reason forced her back from the edge of danger. It seems that she has no hope for this final push today. She can only rely on eating more freeze-dried food and strive to make a breakthrough before the college entrance examination. If she can't reach B level in the physical test, even if her written test score reaches the score line of the Star Academy, she will not be able to participate in the final internal unified assessment of the Star Academy Alliance. Forget about driving a mecha, she doesn't even have the chance to see a mecha. Wu Jixing sighed deeply. Why is it so difficult to upgrade? Little did she know that if others heard her words, they would be so angry. Who can go from an F-class useless person to a B-class person in just 1 month? Even the geniuses of the main galaxy families cannot do it with countless resources, let alone other ordinary people. It is simply unheard of. A completely impossible task. Of course, those geniuses with countless resources cannot be born F-class. In short, Wu Jixing has not been to school for the past few days. She either practices or eats every day. Not only her parents, but even Feilin is a little worried. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. Finally, on May 28th, 2 days before the physical test of the college entrance examination, Wu Jixing successfully broke through to level B while eating. At this point, her mental power was gradually liberated because of the improvement of her physical fitness. She no longer had to maintain the balance of her body organs with all her strength, but could use part of her strength. Just like her cheap brother, with S-level mental power and A-level physical fitness, 1 level higher mental power is the safety line, and it is not good if it exceeds. Of course, the most perfect situation is that the physical fitness and mental power remain at the same level, which is the optimal solution to be able to exert all the strength. So now that Wu Jixing's physique has reached B level, she can temporarily use her mental power from B level to A level. Given that her physical problems have not been completely solved, it is better to use her mental power as little as possible for safety reasons. The next day, Wu Jixing finally came to school. There are still 2 days before the college entrance examination, and the atmosphere in the school is full of depression and tension. Even the senior high school students, who are willing to give up, are infected by this atmosphere, and can't help but become nervous. However, some people relieve this tension and pressure by actively provoking others to gain a sense of superiority and enhance their confidence. Oh, what wind finally blew our university bully here. As soon as Wu Jixing stepped into the classroom, he heard a burst of sarcastic ridicule. TSK, you don't understand. Even if he doesn't come to school, he can still take the exam for the 4-star college. Oh, that's no wonder. How can we compare with him? He wants to take the exam for the 4-star college. TSK, she really thought she could get in just by filling in the application? She also thought she was the same as her brother? It's so funny. Yes, it's really too funny. A loser actually wants to enter the 4-star college. When I told this joke to others, everyone laughed so hard that they almost choked. Ha ha ha. Don't you know that she is very famous in school now? Famous or embarrassing? Someone sneered. She has ruined the reputation of our class. When I go out, people ask me if I am in the same class with that idiot who wants to apply for the 4-star academy. Jixing, don't listen to their nonsense. They are just jealous that you dare to apply for the Star Academy. Feilin looked at her friends around her with some concern, and the joy she had when she saw her come to school had long disappeared. In the past week or 2, because Wu Jixing hasn't been to school, I don't know who started the trend, it has become like this now. It must be that 3-legged guy, Feilin said indignantly. It doesn't matter. Wu Jixing put his school bag away calmly, deliberately raised his voice, and stretched out his tone. I really didn't expect that so many people miss me after just a few days of absence. Bah, who missed you? Don't flatter yourself. Just when everyone was unhappy and ready to continue mocking, the head teacher walked in with a dark face. He threw a thick stack of A4 paper on the podium and shouted, "Be quiet. Don't you know that the college entrance examination is coming soon? You still have time to make a fuss here. Go back to your seats." Instantly, the whole class was silent. The arrogant people suddenly became as obedient as quails, and returned to their seats honestly, not even daring to breathe. The head teacher was a sea-level strongman, and no one dared to offend him. What Fei-Lin said was right, they were indeed a group of cowardly guys. Wu Jixing thought, curling his lips in disdain. At this time, in front of the podium, the head teacher looked around with satisfaction, and when he found Wu Jixing, there was no special expression on his face. Well, you should know that the college entrance examination physical test will start the day after tomorrow. On June 1st, all high school students in the planet will take this important physical test. Only those who pass the physical test can continue to take the written test in the middle of the month. Of course, if you don't take the Xingyuan exam, you don't need to reach the B level. It should be said that on the planet E4869, C level is the top level. The physical test for the college entrance examination is just to screen out some weak chickens who are not qualified for the work requirements in the high-temperature environment of this planet. In other words, only D level can work outdoors for a long time here. So as long as the physical test for the college entrance examination is D level, it will meet the standard. This is not difficult. Most people who can adapt to life here basically have a D level physique. This is also why when Wu Jixing just woke up, the gang laughed at her and said that she might be eliminated in the physical test for the college entrance examination. Indeed, her original body was only F level at that time, and she would most likely fail, otherwise she would not have fought so hard with the determination to die. The head teacher said, not expecting any reaction from the students below, but directly handed out the stack of papers in his hand. I will now send you the specific time and address of the physical test, as well as precautions. The head teacher picked up the paper in his hand. Enter the venue at 8:30 in the morning, and the formal examination will start at 9 o'clock. Don't be late for me, otherwise you will bear the consequences. After briefly explaining some precautions, he emphasized again, don't bring any electronic products into the venue, except for the ID chip on your wrist. Everyone in this world has an ID, which is often bound to a wristwatch communicator. So the contact number of people here is actually this ID, which means that you are a citizen recognized by society. Illegal residents without ID cannot live in this human society, and can only survive on those F-level garbage planets. Wu Jixing was very glad after knowing this. At least she didn't start with a garbage star. At least, she could take the college entrance examination to change her fate. Okay, I won't say much else, you guys take care of yourself. Get out of class is over now. Everyone go back and prepare well. You don't have to come to school tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. After the class teacher finished his instructions, he left the classroom without looking back. Wu Jixing didn't expect that she had just sat down in school for less than an hour, and school was over. Jixing, what should I do? The college entrance examination is coming soon. I'm so nervous. Fei-Lin beside her suddenly grabbed her arm and hugged her tightly. Oh, aren't you going to take the mechanical major? With your grades, it shouldn't be difficult, and you can perform normally. Wu Jixing comforted, and the day after tomorrow is just a physical test, so you don't have to worry about your physique. As a genetically modified person, Fei-Lin has some skin defects, but it is still enough for the physical test of the college entrance examination. Hey, I'm afraid I can't perform normally. Fei-Lin rolled her eyes at her and muttered, how can you be so calm, aren't you worried? But the next second, she found that she seemed to have said the wrong thing again. Jixing was going to take the entrance exam for the 4-star academy, and it could be said that his chances were very slim. Although she didn't know what he had been busy with in the past month, the physical fitness test was still too difficult. In comparison, what was her own pressure? Thinking of this, Fei-Lin suddenly lost her previous nervousness and anxiety, and began to worry about her friend. Wu Jixing knew what she was thinking when he saw her like this, and smiled, there's nothing to worry about. I have done my best. No matter what the result is, I can only face it calmly. She wanted to say that she had met the selection criteria of the Star Academy, but this was too unbelievable. She didn't want to cause trouble before everything was settled. After all, there were too many people here who wanted to laugh at her. She had to be more cautious. Okay, let's work hard together. Fei-Lin also smiled and encouraged herself. Finally, there were only 2 days left before the college entrance examination. Modern Forum, 869 OP, family, I will take the college entrance examination the day after tomorrow. Does anyone have anything to say? 870 Anonymous Netizen 7438. Oh, OP, you finally showed up. Congratulations. Happy college entrance examination. 871 OP, question mark. Upstairs, are you sure this is happy? 872 Anonymous Netizen 0986. OP, I still think you are very likely to have traveled through the book, otherwise how could this novel software travel with you? so you should quickly think about whether there are any related suspected plot characters around you. According to common sense, some plot events must have happened in the college entrance examination. 873 Anonymous Netizen 1342. Yes, OP, I think so too. Just because you can't find relevant names doesn't mean there are none. It may be that the author did not write the character name in the main and supporting role column, or you haven't met the key plot characters yet. 874 Anonymous Netizen 3434. Is it possible that the characters around the OP have hidden their identities and real names? 875 Anonymous Netizen 4308. Above, generally, those who hide their identities are either big shots or villains. But I agree with the OP that you should be careful in the college entrance examination. Maybe something unexpected will happen. Wujishing? 876 OP. Reply to the above. I only know 2 people around me now. One is my deskmate. She is just an ordinary person born and raised in a low-level star, and the other is a colleague I met when I was working part-time, also an ordinary person. 877 Anonymous Netizen 7438. This is actually very easy to judge. I just want to ask you, what do these 2 people look like? 878 OP. They are handsome men and beautiful women. They are indeed the most beautiful people I have seen in this world. 879 Anonymous Netizen 7438. That's right. This shows that they are extraordinary. 880 OP. But my colleague is called Tom. Gene editing has caused him to have a pair of leopard-like feet. His job is to deliver express. Are you sure he is extraordinary? 881 Anonymous Netizen 7438. Tom sounds like an ordinary person, and maybe a pseudonym, but this kind of gene mutation is not Sue at all. It does not look like it. Then it could be your deskmate. The most hidden person is often around you, and you have to take the college entrance examination together. Maybe she has another identity. OP, you should be careful in the college entrance examination. 882 OP. 883 Anonymous Netizen 3434. OP, what does your deskmate look like? I will analyze it for you. 884 OP. Silver hair and red eyes, very white skin, very cute. 885 Anonymous Netizen 3434. That's right, this is definitely a villain. If you don't believe me, you can test her. 886 OP. How to test. 887 Anonymous Netizen 3434. That's easy, just walk by her and say, stop pretending, I know everything, I know your purpose. Just trick her and see how she reacts. Wujishing. Wujishing's mouth twitched, and she decided to close the forum. She was afraid that stupidity would be contagious. Anyway, 2 days later, the college entrance examination physical test officially began. However, when she saw failing at the exam site, the words of the foreign netizen that day suddenly popped up in her mind uncontrollably. Under the sunlight, the other party's pale skin without any blood color and blood-red eyes were full of a strong sense of inhumanity. Failing was puzzled. What's wrong, Jishing? Why are you looking at me like this suddenly? Wu Jishing was silent for a while, and said inexplicably, don't pretend, I know everything. Chapter 8. Stop pretending, I know everything. Wu Jishing regretted it right after she said it, and wanted to slap herself in the face. Stupidity is really contagious. Of course she would never admit it. She was just being cautious. Fei Lin was confused. What? Nothing. Seeing that the other party had a completely normal reaction, Wu Jishing could only bite the bullet and say, I saw that you were nervous, so I deliberately adjusted the atmosphere, haha. She laughed dryly twice, and before Fei Lin could recover, she quickly changed the subject. I'm in the examination room. How about you? This is a venue dedicated to the physical test for the college entrance examination. After entering the door and checking personal ID, each candidate will be divided into different areas for separate assessments. Fei Lin glanced at her with a frown and sighed. I'm in the A examination room, right at the end of you. It's okay, we meet at the door after the exam. Wu Jishing comforted. Yeah, then I go first, we're in the front of the line. Fei Lin said. Okay, I go to the line too. After Wu Jishing and Fei Lin separated, they walked all the way to the end of the area. In order to maintain the physical examination machine and avoid ultraviolet rays, the exams were arranged in an underground place. Wu Jishing walked to the elevator and was about to go in, but was suddenly blocked by a group of people. She looked carefully and saw that it was 3 Legs and his group of followers. What do you want to see me for? Wu Jishing raised his eyebrows and asked. Haha, I advise you to give up the exam, so as not to lose face for our class if you fail in the end. 3 Legs, who was standing in the front, stood in front of the crowd with a fierce smile. Many candidates came and went in the area, But no one paid attention to the situation here, as if it was a silent tacit understanding. Boring. Wu Jixing glanced at a few people, turned around and wanted to leave, unwilling to waste time with these rubbish. Stop! With a shout, a group of people surrounded her and forced her into a corner. This is not up to you. As the voice fell, a huge fist instantly hit her. Jixing, how did you do in the exam? A few hours later, Wu Jixing, who had completed the assessment, met his long-awaited friend at the door. Not bad, not as difficult as I imagined. Wu Jixing recalled that the so-called physical test for the college entrance examination was nothing more than standing in a special machine to see the limits of high and low temperatures you could withstand, and testing your maximum speed, maximum strength, dexterity, etc. on various instruments. Finally, after the physical examination robot scans and measures your physical data, you will be officially passed. As for mental strength, there was no test at all. I think it is believed that there is no need for testing in ordinary universities. This is to awaken the superpowers. Thinking of superpowers, Wu Jixing was a little curious about what his superpowers would be. It seems that you did well in the exam. Failing said with a smile, I think it's fine too. It depends on who will be eliminated after the list is announced tomorrow. By the way, have you heard that the three-legged gang didn't know what happened? Several of them didn't go to take the exam, which made the school teachers very angry. The physical test of the college entrance examination does not issue results, but directly announces the list of unqualified people, which can be said to be a public execution. When Wu Jixing thought of that group of people, he curled his lips and pretended to be surprised. Really? Who knows? Hee, it's really gratifying. Of course. Sure enough, the next day, the list of physical examinations was announced, and everyone in their class passed, except for the few guys who didn't take the exam. The next step was the written test in mid-June. After half a month of intensive practice and reading, Wu Jixing walked out of the examination room quite relaxed. These questions were not much different from her previous college entrance examination, except that she needed to memorize the history. As for mathematics and physics, they have become marginalized after humans evolved. The real black technology is not accessible to ordinary people. Except for daily addition, subtraction, multiplication and division, the basic calculations are all solved by machines. Just like weapon forging, as long as you throw the materials on, the machine can solve everything. Humans have been in a state of war for thousands of years. The focus of the Star Academy selection is still your physical and mental talents, whether you can awaken, and whether you can go to the battlefield to become a fighting force. Soon, the time came to June 20th. Today is the day for the results to be released. Wu Jixing's adoptive parents tacitly took leave and stayed at home from work, just to wait for this moment. Time passed by minute, and when the pointer reached 9 o'clock, a notification suddenly popped up on Wu Jixing's watch. Congratulations to candidate IDE 4869-3928XXXX5522 for successfully passing the preliminary selection. Please buy your own ticket to the 4th Galaxy D1111 Star for the re-examination before June 30. You can enjoy a 50% discount on tickets with this notice. Please click the link below to view the ticket information and go to buy. Wu Jixing was stunned after seeing the information. She had expected that she might have to go to other galaxies for the exam, but she still had to buy the spaceship ticket herself? Jixing, are the results out? Seeing her ugly expression, Wu's father and mother thought she didn't do well in the exam, and hurriedly comforted her. It doesn't matter if you didn't do well in the exam. You still have your parents. Just study hard and don't think too much about other things. Wu Jixing put down her watch and smiled to comfort them. It's okay, Mom and Dad. I didn't have time to check the results, but I suddenly received a re-examination notice from the 4-Star Academy. I was a little surprised. Wu's father and mother didn't react at first. When they understood what their daughter meant, they flashed a look of joy, but then, they also understood what the other party was worried about just now. Maybe other families don't know what the initial and re-examinations of Xingyuan are about, but how could their family not know? Although Wu Jixing entered the military academy, he was screened from the beginning of the application. The college entrance examination is just the initial examination. If you really want to be admitted, you still need to go through the re-examination and the final assessment. Now that their daughter has successfully passed the initial examination, the old couple is not only surprised, but also full of worries. They have already lost a child, and they don't want their little daughter, who has always been weak and gentle since childhood, to go out and take risks. But they are also very proud of having 2 such outstanding children, especially this little daughter, who has never received genetic modification. It is a miracle that she can reach this level now. How much suffering must have been endured for her daughter to be able to do this? This is the only thought in the minds of the old couple at this time. Although they don't know how their daughter did it, it is conceivable how difficult it is. The couple looked at each other, and finally it was Wu's mother who spoke. Jixing, don't worry, your parents will support you to participate in the re-examination even if they sell everything they have. What's more, the spaceship ticket is not as difficult as you think. Wu Jixing was touched for a moment, and asked, Mom, is the spaceship ticket to our D1111 star system expensive? I saw in the notice that I can get a 50% discount if I buy tickets through their channels. Seeing her parents' reactions, she also thought that her cheap brother must have taken an airship to other planets to participate in the re-examination. The re-examination location is also in this star system, so it will cost about 20,000 star coins. Wu's mother felt a little relieved and explained to her, your brother went to other star systems to take the exam that year, which is farther away, and ordinary spaceships cannot go there, and the ticket price is more expensive. But fortunately, those gene companies paid for him, and we didn't pay much. Indeed, when her brother suddenly appeared, those gene companies behind him made a lot of money and fully supported all his resources. But she herself was not born from gene editing, let alone a modified person, so naturally no one would fund her. But fortunately, the airship ticket was not as expensive as she imagined, and it was no wonder that the original body applied for the top one of this galaxy, probably considering this factor. Wu Jixing understood it at the moment, and she was no longer interested in checking the scores. Anyway, as long as she knew that she passed the preliminary exam, she had to go back to her old job to earn money for airship tickets. So she did it as she thought. She sent a message to Tom, preparing to continue to find him to team up to deliver the express. Mom and Dad, I'm going to go out for a while, she said. Well, then go ahead and come back early. Mother Wu thought her daughter finally felt relieved after listening to her, and planned to go out and play with her friends, so she didn't care. When Wu Jixing left home, the couple's expressions became serious, and they sat there in silence. The child's mother. The child's father. The two spoke at the same time, sighed at the same time, and fell silent again. After a while, Wu's mother spoke first. It's a good thing that Jixing passed the preliminary exam. Let's stop sighing here. Wu's father was a taciturn person. When he heard his wife say that, he also said, I know, I just wonder if the money we saved is enough. It's a good thing that his daughter is successful. But because of this, he fell into deep self-blame. I'm useless. Wu's old face was full of pain. The resentment and self-blame for his son's disappearance were already weighing on his heart. At this time, it was like a flood that broke through the dam, constantly hitting and torturing his heart. Don't say that. Mother Wu sighed, you have tried your best to give them the best. It just so happens that the luggage that the family prepared for the move can be used for Polaris this time, so it is not a waste. Originally, they planned to move to a higher star to live, and the family bought a lot of supplies needed for the journey. The couple thought that they would never be wasted in this life, but they didn't expect that they would be put to use again so soon. Well, if we take 2 more jobs in the next half month, it will be enough for the spaceship ticket and living expenses. Father Wu sighed, it's hard for Polaris. We can only stay in the worst hotels there, and we don't know if there will be any danger. What he was worried about was not that he couldn't afford the spaceship ticket, but the food and lodging expenses along the way. Although Planet D was not a high-level planet, the travel expenses would not be too cheap. If it doesn't work, sell it. Mother Wu's eyes dimmed slightly, and then she became firm again, muttering to herself, sell it. It's better to sell it. If Polaris can really pass the exam, it will cost money. Wu's father was silent for a long time after hearing this, and finally made a decision, well then sell it. It's for Jixing anyway, so it doesn't matter. When Wu Qingqing first entered the military academy, he was worried about the health of his parents and sister, so he sent 3 bottles of gene evolution potion back home. Of course, this is the lowest level of gene potion for the military academy, but it is very precious for ordinary people. So Wu's father and mother were reluctant to use it. As for Wu Jixing, it was because her health was too poor at the time, and she might not be able to withstand the side effects of evolution, which would lead to danger. In terms of Chinese medicine, it can be understood as a deficiency that cannot be supplemented. So Wu Qingqing specifically told her parents to let her go to a high-level star and take the medicine after her body as well. Just in time for the college entrance examination, with her grades, it would not be difficult for her to enter an ordinary star school. Wu Qingqing had planned everything for her sister a long time ago, but no one expected such an accident to happen later. While Wu's father and mother were grieving, they would not touch the 3 bottles of gene medicine. Because every time they thought that their son had fought for it with his life. They could not help but fall into grief. So it's better to sell it. Well, then sell 2 bottles, and keep the bottle for Jixing for her. Gene medicine is usually most effective only for the first time, and the subsequent use will not improve much. On the other hand, Wu Jixing had no idea that her parents planned to sell the gene medicine left by her cheap brother to save her room and board and future tuition. She was sitting on the steps in front of the Dream Maker Company, waiting for Tom Boardley. Money, it's really hard to move forward without money. Wu Jixing fiddled with the navigation robot in his hand, and sighed silently. Navigation Master, what kind of place is D1111? How long does it take to get there from 4869? Although she was short of money, Wu Jixing was filled with excitement and yearning when she thought that she could finally leave here and visit other higher-level planets. This is interstellar travel. How can she not be excited and thrilled when she is about to take a spaceship to travel in the interstellar space? If this were placed in the world of the previous life, she would never dare to think about it. Just when Wu Jixing was lost in her emotions, the navigation robot in her hand suddenly flashed, and then it emitted a mechanical sound with electricity. New navigation destination D1111 star. Please select speed priority mode or cost priority mode. Wu Jixing was startled by the sudden mechanical sound, and then she realized that this navigation robot could actually talk. That's right, usually she would directly order the other party to navigate to a certain place without selecting a mode. Now it seems that according to the question she asked earlier, how long will it take to arrive? The 2 modes provided by the robot have different arrival times, so she was given a choice. Wu Jixing figured it out instantly, so he excitedly said without hesitation, cost priority mode, I want to know the most economical way to get there, thank you. The navigation robot flashed again, and its eyes instantly projected a holographic map larger than ever before. With the planet as the base point, it navigated the best route to D1111 and gave a voice prompt. Walking navigation has been enabled, and the cost is 0. Walk? Wu Jixing was stunned for a moment, and said speechlessly, how can I walk there? Is this a joke? I seriously suspect that this broken robot is making fun of her. But before she could continue to complain, the robot's mechanical sound sounded again. 1. Upgrade to X level. 2. Ascend into the universe and leave the orbit. 3. Walk over. Wu Jixing, Wow, there is actually X level in this world. Wu Jixing heard it for the first time. She asked tentatively, how can I upgrade to level X? Navigation robot, please upgrade to level 3S first. Wu Jixing, how can I upgrade to level 3S? Navigation robot, please upgrade to level 2S first. Wu Jixing, It seemed like she didn't say anything. Sure enough, she thought too much. If she could upgrade to level X, would she still need the money for the spaceship ticket? Just when Wu Jixing was laughing in his heart, Feilin's call request suddenly popped up on the communicator on his wrist. As soon as she answered the call, Feilin's excited voice came out from the speaker. Jixing, I sent you a message. Why didn't you reply? Ah, I went out and didn't read the message. What's wrong? Wu Jixing asked in confusion. What else? Unexpectedly, Feilin's voice became more excited, even with a little crack. Didn't you check your grades? You got 711 points. First on the planet. Do you know that the class group is going crazy, and you still ask me what's wrong? Chapter 9. Wu Jixing hung up the call, and planned to open the class group to take a look, but found that she was kicked out at some point, so she gave up. It was nothing more than some shocking and sarcastic remarks. Wu Jixing could imagine them with her toes. To be honest, she didn't have any special feelings about being the best on the planet. It sounds awesome, but in fact there are not many good schools on the planet E4869. The teachers themselves are not very good, and the exam content is even simpler. As mentioned before, the college entrance examination is not much different from her previous life. Chinese, mathematics, history and geography, chemistry and biology, physics and astronomy, a total of 5 subjects, 150 points each, a total of 750 points. The most difficult thing for Wu Jixing is the common language here. Although she has the memory of her original body, she can only say that she has a good grasp of a new language, not at the top level. As for the other subjects, they are all very basic, and it is actually very easy to get a full score. After all, the key to admission to the school here is your talent, not your cultural level. Of course, people with spiritual power are all top students, so she can only be considered a tall person among the short ones, as she ranked first in this low-level star. As expected, Wu Jixing checked her grades casually. Except for the 2 subjects of Chinese and history and geography, which deducted a little points, the others were full marks. In any case, this is still something to be happy about. In the past life, there were city champions, provincial champions, and national champions. Now she is the world champion. No, she is the world champion, which is still very impressive. But it's a pity that she, the world's top student, doesn't get any bonus. Wu Jixing thought sadly that she still had to work hard to earn money for the airship ticket. Awesome girl. Just after Wu Jixing had just disconnected the call with Failing, Tom finally came. He said with joy and surprise, "You have passed the first test of Xingyuan without making any noise." When Wu Jixing communicated with the other party before, she only said that she had received the re-examination notice from Xingyuan and needed to make money to buy airship tickets. She didn't tell him that it was the 4 Xingyuan, otherwise Tom would be even more unbelievable now. Thanks, Tom. Wu Jixing quickly stood up and said, Let's go get the mission first, there's not much time left. Okay, but I have to hand in the mission, you go get it first, I come and meet you later. Tom actually wanted to ask Wu Jixing how he got admitted. When he first met him, he looked so weak and frail, and it was hard to tell that he could pass the preliminary exam of Xingyuan. It was unbelievable. Is this nutrient solution really so effective? Why didn't he see much improvement after drinking it? Anyway, after Wu Jixing turned around and walked into the Dream Maker company, Tom also ran to hand in the task with full of doubts. Hey, why are you here again? In the Dream Maker company, the middle-aged man in charge of assigning tasks was a little surprised when he saw Wu Jixing again. Hasn't the college entrance examination already been over? What are you doing here? Oh, have you figured it out and plan to make money to buy a gene package? I tell you, you come to me after all. No, I don't buy a gene package. Wu Jixing interrupted the other party's chattering. I just want to buy a ticket for the airship to participate in the re-examination of the Xingyuan. So don't sell me your crappy package anymore. Wu Jixing really wanted to complain. Hey, you don't want to buy it. The other party rolled his eyes in disdain, but the next second he was stunned, with disbelief in his tone. What? You said you passed the re-examination of the Xingyuan? Yes, the 4 Xingyuan. Wu Jixing emphasized this sentence. Sure enough, this made the other party even more shocked, but then he felt it was impossible. His face suddenly darkened, and he said in a bad tone, Are you bragging to tease me? How could that be? You have my personal information. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. The next second after she finished speaking, she saw the other party actually open the holographic screen in his hand and start checking. Half a minute later, the man's expression, which was originally dark, suddenly became extremely exciting. You really? Damn it, wait! The other party seemed to realize something and asked anxiously, Who is Wu Jixing to you? Wu Jixing raised his eyebrows slightly. My brother, what's wrong? Ha ha, as expected, no wonder. The middle-aged man seemed to have finally figured something out. Did that guy leave you something good? He had not forgotten that man, who was born in their Dream Maker lab, and was a genius that the company fully supported back then, so how could he forget it? So the other party must have left something good for his sister before he disappeared, otherwise how could a natural person pass the preliminary test of the 4-star academy? It's a pity, if she was also selected by gene editing. They might be able to make a fortune by using her name. Wu Jixing didn't respond. It was hard to explain her improvement, so it was better to let others guess. She just changed the subject and said, So do you have the intention to invest in me? She said so much just for this sentence. If she could get some investment, why not? She knew that even if she was not selected by genetic modification, she was the only genius on the planet who passed the preliminary test of the 4-star academy and had a high probability of awakening superpowers. The investment value was still very high, and the Dream Maker company would not be willing to let her go. As expected, as soon as she finished speaking, the man opposite narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was lost in thought. Wu Jixing knew that he was weighing the pros and cons, so he didn't interrupt him. It's not impossible to invest. After a while, the man finally spoke, but you have to cooperate with our publicity. How to cooperate? Wu Jixing asked. It's very simple, as long as you pretend to be a genius selected by our Dream Maker's gene editing like your brother, it will be fine. Wu Jixing frowned when he heard this, but many people know that I am an orphan adopted by my parents. You don't need to worry about this. The man seemed very confident about this. We will handle everything. You just need to cooperate. Don't worry about the rest. Okay. Wu Jixing nodded, but I refuse. The man who was originally very confident did not expect the other party to refuse directly, and he was surprised. You should know that this is something that others can't ask for, so go home and think about it. Don't rush to answer me. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I promise to fully support you with all the resources, just like your brother did back then. How about it? No. Wu Jixing refused. I don't intend to cheat. She couldn't get over it. No matter how poor she was, she would not make money by cheating. Seeing her determination, the other party sneered and said nothing more. If he was not afraid that she would become an awakener and cause trouble for him in the future, his attitude might be worse. It's up to you. Anyway, my promise is still valid. If you change your mind, you can come to me at any time. Although he was still unwilling, the man didn't say anything else. He assigned her a task and didn't care about it anymore. Seeing the girl leave, he leaned back on the comfortable massage chair and smiled disdainfully. So what if I lied? In this world, as long as I make money, it's real. June 23rd is the day to return to school. The school will uniformly announce the admission score line and distribute graduation certificates. In other words, if you don't take the Xingyuan entrance examination, everyone's college entrance examination will end today. Early in the morning, the classroom was already full of people one after another. This should be the earliest day in history that everyone has arrived. When Wu Jixing stepped into the classroom, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Jixing. Failing waved happily. She was so excited for her friend. Congratulations, your dream is about to come true. It's still early. Wu Jixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I still have to take the next exam. She wanted to say something modest, but she heard a sarcastic voice coming from her side again. Who let me have a good brother, but I heard that the final selection of Xingyuan is to take the Mecha test, so I will have to be eliminated by then. That's right. Don't think that you can't get into the Star Academy just because you did well in the exam. If you fail, you can only repeat the year. Although it sounds harsh, it's still the truth. People from low-level stars, even if their talents are not worse than those of high-level stars, can't get into the Star Academy. This is the extremely cruel reality. The classroom fell into silence instantly. The classmates who were jealous suddenly lost interest. Yes, what's the use of jealousy? In the end, everyone is the same. Oh, then at least I have driven a mecha. Wu Jixing smiled. She has never been a person who gets sad and depressed, and she will always find a way out when the time comes. Yeah. Failing was about to say a few words of encouragement, and the head teacher happened to walk in at this time. The next second, the students in the class sat quietly on their chairs, waiting for the final result. At this time, the head teacher standing at the door glanced at Wu Jixing, pointed with his finger. You, come with me. Let's go to the principal's office now. Ah? Wu Jixing was stunned for a moment and pointed at herself. Me? Yes. The head teacher said with a serious expression. The principal wants to see you. Oh, okay. Wu Jixing got up quickly and followed him out of the classroom and walked towards the principal's office. I don't know why the principal, who never appeared in front of students, suddenly came to see him. Could it be that the school felt guilty and wanted to give her a bonus as the first place winner? That's not right. Seeing the serious expression of the head teacher in front of her, it doesn't seem like that. A few minutes later, when Wu Jixing followed him to the principal's office, she finally knew why the principal called her here. The principal, who looked wealthy, sat behind a large desk and said with a smile, You must be Wu Jixing. You did very well in the exam this time. But he changed the subject, you know. One of the tests for the 4-star academy is mecha combat, right? Wu Jixing nodded and asked politely, Principal, are you going to give me some special treatment? Does our planet have any mechas that I can borrow for practice? The principal's expression froze, and he looked unhappy. It's impossible for low-level stars to have mechas. Instead of daydreaming here, you might as well give up the next test and save your family some money. Why do you want to give up? Wu Jixing asked expressionlessly. She knew that this lousy principal would come to him for no good. Why? The principal regained his smiling face again and asked instead, Do you know how many candidates from E and D stars passed the preliminary exam this time? Without waiting for Wu Jixing to answer, the other party raised an index finger. Yes, you are the only one. So what? Wu Jixing had no idea what the other party meant. So? The principal raised his hand and took a sip of the water on the table, then slowly said, So the instructor in charge of admissions at the 4-star academy had to travel thousands of miles to a remote D-star to test you alone, and then watch you not even know how to drive a mecha. This time, Wu Jixing understood that she was angry with the big boss, and finally the school was hated, but she still had questions. What about the candidates from the high-level stars? Aren't they together? Hee. Do you think you can take the exam with the proud children of the high-level stars? The principal seemed to be mocking her for not knowing her own limits. For a college of this level, every year, Countless people from all over the planet pass the first test and enter the second test. Naturally, the examination room will be divided according to the number of people, and different tutors will be assigned to go there. Now you know it. The implication is that the tutors of the 4-star college are very busy, and they are not so proud to assign one to her for the test. Give up on your own. Of course, I will arrange the best school for you, and will not let you repeat the year. The principal thought for a moment and said, even if you can awaken, I can sponsor you to study in an ordinary star school. The 4-star school is not a place that people like you can dream of. But I have already received the other party's notice, and the volunteer cannot be changed. Don't worry about this, I can naturally solve everything, the principal said confidently. It's a familiar conversation, a familiar routine. Oh! Wu Jixing nodded, I refuse. The principal didn't expect to be rejected, and his face was a little embarrassed. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, and wanted to threaten him, but he didn't expect Wu Jixing not to give him this opportunity. Thank you, principal. I am very touched by your kindness. However, I still need to prepare for the next retest, so I won't disturb you. After saying this in one breath, she immediately slipped away. Wu Jixing was not afraid of the other party's mischief, otherwise she would not have come to talk to her. It is estimated that only she can give up on her own initiative. If the other party can get his hand into the admissions office of the 4-star academy, he will not be the principal of this small place. But she didn't expect that the last day of coming to school would have such a bad result. If she had known that she would waste half a day, she might as well go and make more money. There were only 6 days left, and she still hadn't secured a spaceship ticket. The idea of buying another bottle of nutrient solution to improve her health could not be realized. Well, let's take it one step at a time. In the evening, Wu Jixing returned home and was about to go to her room, but she found that her parents were sitting on the sofa in the living room waiting for her. Jixing, come here. Wu's mother's gentle voice sounded, and she waved her hand to let her sit over. Just when Wu Jixing was still thinking about what the two wanted to say to her, she saw her mother push a black box on the coffee table in front of her towards her. Open it, and have a look. Wu Jixing picked up the box curiously, and opened the lid under the gaze of her parents. Inside, a transparent bottle emitting a faint blue light was lying there quietly. After realizing what it might be, she looked at her parents in surprise and shock. This is the gene evolution potion your brother left for you. He originally wanted to give it to you when you were better, so he kept it. Now is the perfect time. Gene evolution potion. Wu Jixing was shocked. The school was rumored that her brother left her something good, so that she could pass the Xingyuan preliminary exam. She deliberately didn't explain. She didn't expect that her cheap brother really left something good for her. And this? Just when Wu Jixing was shocked, her mother took out a necklace with a card and put it on her. Wu Jixing touched the thumb-sized black card on her chest, and found that there was a chip embedded on the back of the card. What is this? This is a bank card. You can use it on other planets. It has been bound to your ID. Wu Jixing was speechless at this time. Wu's mother took out a spaceship ticket again and handed it to her. After doing this, she gently touched her head, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Be careful when you're out there alone. This is all your parents can do for you. Don't blame us. Mom and Dad. Wu Jixing felt his eyes were a little hot, and his throat was choked with sobs, and he couldn't speak. This money. Of course, it was left by your brother. Okay, go and pack your luggage. Mother Wu lied and changed the subject. Well, I understand. Wu Jixing put away all his things, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Except for her master, no one else treated her so well. She made up her mind that one day, soon, she would take her parents to live on a higher star, no longer have to work hard for a living, and truly live the life she wanted. 6 days later, Wu Jixing took the evolution potion and raised her physical training to a level, which seemed to be a sign of awakening. The next day, she finally boarded the spaceship to the 1111 star, ready to take the final assessment. A 4-star, the 4-star Academy, admissions office. I heard that a candidate from Star E entered the re-examination this time, and he is a natural person. One person said. Oh, I heard about it, that's really interesting. Another person agreed. But those people on the lower stars probably haven't even seen a mecha. Haha, that's not the point I'm talking about. You know, that person actually took the initiative to accept this task. Which one? The other party was surprised. Are you talking about the new one who was airborne? Yes, that's him. The person who spoke murmured, I don't know why someone like him would go so far to a lower star to take such a hard job. He can't be trying to experience life. Who knows? Chapter 10. Wu Jixing once thought that traveling in space on a spaceship must be a very cool thing, and it is true, but the premise is that you have to have money. No matter in the past life or the present life, traveling without money is not very happy. In the small space of the spaceship, many people stood in rows, all tied tightly to the backrests behind them with seat belts. You read it right, this spaceship sells standing tickets, and it is seriously overloaded. Thanks to her improved physical fitness, her facial features are now very sensitive, and the air is filled with all kinds of unpleasant body odors, cheap perfumes, and the residue of heavy-tasting food. As far as the eye can see, there is a suspicious liquid on the cabin carpet, and an unknown stain on the front backrest. Wu Jixing was in agony, wishing she could ascend to level X on the spot, and walk directly out of the cabin. Fortunately, there is an electronic screen behind the front backrest that can play news, so she can survive these few hours. Wu Jixing suddenly felt lucky that the 1111 was not far away, otherwise she would definitely go crazy. Now let me interrupt with a piece of news. Just now, a suicide terrorist attack occurred on E798. At 12:31 on June 30th, Alliance time, 99 gangsters wearing black raincoats and carrying bombs entered a crowded commercial area and carried out indiscriminate suicide attacks, killing hundreds of people and injuring thousands. And the number of casualties is still rising. Afterwards, 14 pagan organizations claimed responsibility. The specific details are still under investigation. On the screen in front, the news footage was constantly broadcasting the tragic scene. Wu Jixing was a little surprised. He didn't expect that such a thing would still happen in the future, and it was still on the E-star E798. She was frightened, but fortunately their planet E4869 didn't seem so chaotic. But the idea of moving away with the whole family came to her mind again. The world is getting more and more chaotic. Yes, this is the nth suicide attack this month? Are those pagans crazy? If you are not crazy, you will join such an organization. It's okay if you die, but you have to drag so many people down with you. This will make my business even harder. On the spaceship, there was a lot of discussion. Wu Jixing could see that those who would take the spaceship to various planets were basically businessmen or employees of large companies. They were the kind of people who were not as good as the best, but better than the worst. The social unrest had the greatest impact on this group of people. Little girl, are you alone? At this time, someone next to him finally noticed that Wu Jixing was out of place and tried to strike up a conversation. Among a group of office workers, a little girl who looked underage suddenly appeared, always attracting attention. Yes, I'm alone. Wu Jixing nodded. Hey, why are you going to the 1111? Can your parents let you go alone? I'm going to take an exam. I don't have money, and can only buy one ticket. Oh, then you have to be careful. It's not peaceful recently. Why haven't the military taken action to rectify it? I heard that the frontline battlefield is tight, and many people have died. Why can't you beat those monsters? There has been no improvement in so many years, and there are more and more of them. Alas, isn't life even harder for ordinary people? Which day is easier? Just like that, Wu Jixing silently listened to the chats and news broadcasts of the crowd, constantly collecting useful information, and soon arrived at the destination. With a violent shake, the spacecraft crashed to the ground with a bang. D1111 has arrived. At the same time, on the other side of the planet, a small silver-white spacecraft streaked across the sky like a meteor, landed gracefully and silently on the ground, and stirred up a cloud-like wind and waves around it, appearing mysterious and noble, and it was worth a lot at first glance, attracting the attention of airport staff. Oh my god, this spaceship! We can't even afford it even if we sell our planet. People who can work here are well informed, but it's the first time for them to see such a gorgeous spaceship. Who do you think is coming? How do I know? He must be someone important. We should just watch and mind him, otherwise we won't know how he died. Hey, I wish I could own such a spaceship someday. Wake up, what are you dreaming about? Go work for me. At this moment, in the distance, the silver-white spaceship that everyone was talking about slowly opened its hatch. A young man in the same gorgeous silver-white uniform came out, as if he came from another world, which was incompatible with the rough and cold style here. The young man had a slender figure, and his beautiful long purple hair was tightly bound behind him by a moonlight-colored gem hair buckle. Hello, I am Gouda, the head of the Star Academy Alliance Assessment Management Committee. Thank you for your hard work. At some point, a group of people had gathered in front of the spaceship, and they came specifically to pick up the purple-haired young man. Hello, Lemmy Ozen. The young man spoke slowly, and his temperament seemed very gentle and easy to get along with, which made the reception staff all breathe a sigh of relief. "Welcome, Mr. Ozan." As he led the other party into the luxury hovercraft prepared in advance, he complained casually, "The candidate from Star E is too ignorant, and he has to trouble a person like you to make this trip in vain in your busy schedule." The person in charge said this, but he was secretly happy in his heart. If it weren't for that candidate, he would never have had the chance to meet the big shots of the high-level stars in his life. Don't say that. As long as you apply and pass the preliminary examination of the 4-Star Academy, we will treat you equally, no matter where you come from. This noble young man named Lamy Ozan seemed to be easier to talk to than expected, which made the other party even more happy. "You are right, I am superficial." The person in charge, Gouda, handed the other party a bottle of wine, then turned his head to look out from the wide window of the floating car, and all kinds of strange steel buildings with neon lights kept passing by. "You came at the right time. Our night view is very famous." The other party pointed to the night view outside the window, and said with pride, "The building we are passing through now is the largest entertainment center here. As long as you want, you can enjoy all the services here." Gouda said with a look that all men understand, "Don't worry, our service providers are all bionic people. Of course, if you like real people, we also have." Just as the other party wanted to introduce it endlessly, the young man interrupted him. "No, just send me to the hotel." Okay, I arrange it for you right away." Gouda's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly explained in a flattering way, "It's all my fault. How could I forget that you are from a higher planet, and have seen all kinds of good things? I just thought that you may not have experienced the local customs and practices here, which are more unique." "Yeah." The young man nodded, "I came here on a mission, it's not convenient." "Okay, Mr. Ozan." The person in charge, Gouda, raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, and turned to business. "Will you go to the scene tomorrow, or go on the day of the Mecha assessment, so that I can arrange a car to pick you up? Come pick me up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." As he said this, he looked out the window, and his lavender eyes were shining brightly under the neon lights, which made the person in charge opposite sigh in his heart. As if he was from a high-level star, he had never seen such a good-looking man. "Okay, I arrange it right away." On the other side, Wu Jixing had just walked out of the terminal hall after picking up his luggage, when he was shocked by the colorful world with flashing neon lights. Countless hovercrafts hovered in the air, constantly passing through the middle of the buildings. Various holographic advertising projections were directly displayed around you, which was very lively. This planet has serious light pollution, but the air and environment are much more comfortable than ours, worthy of being a higher-level deep planet. Wu Jixing picked up the city brochure distributed at the entrance of the terminal and started reading it. D1111 turned out to be a tourist planet, featuring the ancient cyber style, attracting a large number of tourists to visit. You can see all kinds of bionic people, robots, and mechanical modified people that were once eliminated on this planet, and you can enjoy the most luxurious entertainment services and enjoy the style of the ancient city. The style of the ancient city. Wow, cyber has become an ancient style here. Wu Jixing looked at the 4 words ancient city style in the manual and felt a strange sense of weirdness. However, she had just taken the history test in the college entrance examination, and she did know that this place had undergone earth-shaking changes thousands of years ago, when humans discovered that they could evolve their lives. Robots and bionic people have become useless garbage eliminated by history. Now they come here just for curiosity to feel the ancient style. Yes, just like there are no robots in the world of immortal cultivation. When humans found that they could evolve, how could they look down on these ordinary robots? They were naturally eliminated. Wu Jixing sighed a little, but this place was still very fresh to her, a country bumpkin in the 21st century. After understanding the general situation, she took a taxi in the waiting area at the entrance of the airport terminal, and went directly to the hotel she had booked. The advantage of this hotel is that it is in the city center, with convenient transportation, and very close to the examination venue. The disadvantage is that it is expensive, small, and a bit shabby. When Wu Jixing came to the front desk of the hotel with her luggage, she was greeted by a robot. After checking and scanning her ID, she was given a room card. I have to say that the robot is still very efficient, and there is no need to deal with people. It is convenient and easy. She likes this city a little bit. It is prosperous and corrupt, but at least it is prosperous, unlike their E-Star which is shabby. Wu Jixing couldn't help but sigh. What kind of scenery would a high-level star have? Thinking of this, she suddenly gained some motivation. She had to go all out for tomorrow's test, so after a simple wash, she entered a state of meditation to adjust. The next day, July 1st, the Star Academy Alliance conducted a unified physical test. When Wu Jixing arrived at the examination room, many candidates had already arrived. Because of the number of people, the test would be conducted over 2 days, which was a bit beyond her expectations. When she knew that she was the only one who passed the preliminary examination of the 4-star academy and needed to take the Mecha test, she thought there wouldn't be many candidates. Unexpectedly, there were quite a few people who passed the preliminary examination of the Ordinary Star Academy. Come to think of it, the standard passing line of the Ordinary Star Academy is sea level, which means there is a possibility of awakening. If it is lower than sea level, the theoretical chance of awakening is 0. Wu Jixing took his number and silently lined up at the entrance of his own examination room, watching the candidates in front of him constantly enter and leave. Those people looked nervous, calm, but not relaxed. An hour later, it was finally her turn. Wu Jixing took a deep breath and walked into the room where the physical test was held. As soon as she entered, she found that there was no staff inside, only robots. Please enter with candidate number 0305. Wu Jixing followed the voice prompt and walked forward. With a beep, the machine began to scan her whole body. This was much more advanced than when she was on Star E. Her personal information and physical data instantly appeared on the screen. Wu Jixing smiled knowingly after seeing that the column for physical fitness was A level. Please ask candidate 0305 to put on the helmet and test the mental strength. Is that all? Wu Jixing didn't expect that the test here didn't focus on strength, speed, and dexterity, but started the mental strength test after testing basic physical data. Wu Jixing didn't dare to think too much, and immediately picked up a helmet next to him and put it on his head. Please ask candidate 0305 to press down the mask. After the prompt sound sounded 3 times, the test officially began. Wu Jixing followed suit and lowered her mask. Sure enough, after 3 prompt sounds, her eyes went dark in an instant, as if she had entered a first-person holographic game space. Why is it called a game? Because the screen in front of her looked like a fishing game. In the dark lake, a group of fish of different sizes and shapes kept swimming back and forth in the water, and in her hand, there was a fishing rod. Candidate 0305, please catch as many fish as possible before death. The countdown starts in 3 seconds. Death? Wu Jixing grasped the key point. Could there be danger? But before she could think about it, the game had already begun. Wu Jixing immediately picked up the fishing rod, swung it, and went directly to a fish that was neither too big nor too small, and swam at a moderate speed. She guessed that this one should be the easiest. First of all, it was not big, within the range that the fishing rod could easily lift, and at the same time it was not too small to be difficult to locate the target. Secondly, it swam at a moderate speed, and it was easier to calculate the landing point. As expected, the fish took the bait instantly, and was caught easily. Wu Jixing was shocked and felt that it was not difficult, so she began to fish one by one according to the order of difficulty. Before long, she caught all the fish in the pond and entered the next level. The fish pond became larger, and there were more fish. The fish with lower difficulty became fewer, and there were more large fish of various sizes and small fish with fast swimming speed. Wu Jixing didn't think about it, and raised the rod to fish. This time she felt a little difficult. Although the landing point of the big fish was easier to choose, it was really heavier, and she needed to spend some effort to catch it. As for the small fish, it was easy, but because the speed was very fast and the landing point was small, she needed to concentrate highly. Soon, she caught all the fish in the pond and entered the 3rd level. The difficulty increased again. She found that the fish in the lake became more ferocious this time. When she caught the first rod, a piranha with saw teeth suddenly became angry and jumped out of the lake to attack her. Wu Jixing instantly understood that this was the death mentioned in the prompt sound at the beginning. It turned out that danger was waiting for her here. However, this did not bother her. Wu Jixing dodged it lightly and continued fishing without being affected at all. As she caught more fish, she found that it seemed like there would never be enough fish in this level. The big fish were fierce and would rush to attack her, while the small fish were more agile and moved among the water. It was so lively. Just as Wu Jixing was gradually catching more fish, the screen suddenly darkened and it showed that it was over. She took off her headgear and even felt a little unsatisfied. You know, she hasn't played games since she came to this world. Alas, Wu Jixing walked out of the examination room with a sigh, whispering behind her. Ah, another one came out depressed. The Star Academy exam is really difficult. Wu Jixing took out her navigation robot from her pocket and entered the address as soon as she finished the exam. She planned to leave directly and prepare for the next highlight, the Mecha exam. There are still 4 days before the exam, and she has no idea what to expect. Last night, she found that she could actually connect to the Star Network here, so she thought about whether she could find an internet cafe and search for videos about mechas online, so that at least she would not be completely in the dark. Just when she was about to step out of the door, there was a slight commotion behind her. A handsome purple-haired young man, surrounded by several bodyguards, slowly walked towards her. Wu Jixing was dazzled by the beauty and realized that she seemed to be blocking the door, so she hurried out. What she didn't expect was that the other party suddenly called her. The candidate in front, wait a moment. Although the man's voice was gentle, it was unquestionable. Wu Jixing looked around and found that she was the only candidate at the gate. She pointed at herself in surprise. Me? Yes, you. The other party walked in front of her, glanced at the navigation robot in her hand, and then smiled and said, I am your Mecha assessment teacher tomorrow. Go back and prepare well. I look forward to your performance. Tomorrow? Wu Jixing was shocked by the information in the words, before she had time to appreciate the other party's beauty. Yes, tomorrow. Didn't you receive the notice? Wu Jixing heard this, and quickly looked at the communication watch on his hand. Sure enough, there was a notification. Important notice. Due to the small number of examinees, this Mecha examination will be advanced to July 2nd, 1 p.m. Please arrive 1 hour in advance. Wu Jixing, Okay, go back and prepare. I am looking forward to your performance tomorrow. After saying that, the handsome man who claimed to be the examiner of the 4-star academy left directly, leaving Wu Jixing alone standing there stupidly. That night, a modern forum. 902 OP. Family, help me. I have a Mecha test tomorrow. What should I do? 903 OP. The examiner is a handsome guy, and he said he is looking forward to my performance, but I can't even show a damn performance. I can't imagine what his expression will be when he sees me tripping over a Mecha. What should I do? Chapter 11. A forum. 903 OP. The examiner is a handsome guy, and he said he is looking forward to my performance. What a performance! I can't imagine what his expression will be when he sees me tripping over the mech. What should I do? 904 Anonymous Netizen 0088. OP. Tell me in detail. How handsome is he? How does he compare to Tom? 905 OP. Ahem, Tom can't compare. Wait, is this the point? Isn't the point that I will take the mech test tomorrow, and you guys don't give me any advice, but the assessment teacher is really handsome. I have never seen such a handsome man in my 2 lifetimes. So this is the result of the evolution of high-level star humans. So handsome. 906 Anonymous Netizen 0088. OP, I really dislike you. You haven't explained how handsome you are after talking for a long time. 907 Anonymous Netizen 2321. That's right, OP, you just know how to say. Handsome, how handsome is it? It's really frustrating. 908 OP, you guys, okay. Tall and long legs, broad shoulders and thin waist, long purple hair hanging down behind her, lavender eyes look at you, so gentle that it seems to suck you in. 909 Anonymous Netizen 9809. Ha ha ha, what the hell, suckin'? OP, is your Chinese language a physical education? The teacher taught me. 910 Anonymous Netizen 0088. No, this is the worst time a physical education teacher has been criticized. Ha ha. 911 Anonymous Netizen 1112. I am dying of laughter, sorry, but it is really funny. The host described it as a genius. 912 Host. Oh, I just traveled through the interstellar universal language and spoke it too much, and my mother tongue has degenerated. You just need to understand it. 913 Anonymous Netizen 0091. I think the host is really a genius. You can find excuses like this even if you are not good at Chinese. People who don't know would think you really travel through time. 914 Host. Reply to the above. It's true. It's truer than pearl. I did travel through time. Hey, let's not talk about it. None of you are reliable. 915 Anonymous Netizen 0028. I think, is there anything wrong with this handsome tutor? Definitely a white cut black. 916 OP. How do you explain? Please tell me in detail. 917 Anonymous Netizen 0028. First of all, I remember you said that you don't have mechas on Planet E, right? 918 OP. Yes, not only Planet E, but also Planet D. I am taking an exam on Planet D now, and I want to find some mecha teaching videos and related information, but there are none. 919 Anonymous Netizen 0028. That's right, he is a tutor in charge of assessing mechas at a prestigious school. How could he not know that the candidates from Planet E have never even seen a mecha? I came over to tell you that I look forward to your performance. Please taste it carefully. 920 OP. Damn it, don't tell me. Don't tell me. 921 Anonymous Netizen 0088. I am dying of laughter. This wave of analysis is amazing. The main point is that everyone's focus is off. Haha, they only discuss the appearance. 922 Anonymous Netizen 0028. I think it is quite obvious. I guess the OP probably didn't notice it because he was attracted by the other person's gentle eyes. 923 OP. Stop talking, you know me. I was half sucked in, and half heard the bad news that the Mecha assessment was advanced, so I didn't have time to think about it. But you tell me, why did the other party do this? 924 Anonymous Netizen 1232. I guess the boss is black-bellied and bored, and wants to have fun. It's not that complicated. 925 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Is there a possibility that you, the host, have attracted the attention of the boss? Isn't that how romance novels are written? Maybe you, the host, are the heroine of this book, and now your hero is here. 926 OP, question mark. 927 Anonymous Netizen 2342. OP, I'm asking you, what do you look like? Are you the type of Mary Sue with a white face? 928 OP. Ahem, it's okay, just weak and delicate. 929 Anonymous Netizen 2342. That's right, weak white flower heroine vs gentle, strong and dark hero. 930 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Oh my god, the analysis above makes a lot of sense. 931 OP. Not you guys, wait. Aren't we supposed to discuss my Mecha exam tomorrow? 932 Anonymous Netizen 2233. OP, you are stupid, your male lead is here. Why are you still worried about the Mecha test? 933 OP. What you said makes sense, and I can't refute it, but the question is, are you sure he is the male lead, and I am the female lead? 934 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Otherwise, how do you explain why someone specifically called you to say these things? There are so many candidates. Why didn't he call others? It means that you are special in his eyes. 935 OP. Reply to the above, because I am the only one in the entire E&D areas of the 4-star academy who passed their preliminary test this time, and I need to take the Mecha test. 936 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Then you are even more special. He came specially for you. Otherwise, as a candidate from a low-level star, would the school need to send a big guy to come and test you? 937 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Yes, that makes sense. I think so too. The author deliberately arranged for the other party to come to such a remote place to test you alone. If he is not the male protagonist, then what is he? If it is an ordinary candidate, or a poor person from a low-level star, it would be normal to send a senior student to test you directly. 938 OP. Question mark. Damn, it makes sense. I can't even refute it. 939 Anonymous Netizen 2233. So OP, don't worry, there will be no problem with the Mecha test tomorrow. I teach you. If you fail the test, you should moisten your eyes, look at the other person affectionately, and the matter will be settled. 940 OP. 941 Anonymous Netizen 0088. I'm dying of laughter. I just finished the last floor. I feel like the OP is about to be led astray by you guys, ha ha ha. Wu Jixing's eyes were filled with tears. She wasn't about to be led astray, but she had already been led astray. I really can't waste time on the forum anymore. This forum is poisonous. Take advantage of the last bit of rest time to practice hard. The night on Cyberstar was full of lights and nightlife, but her room was unusually quiet. Soon, the whole night was spent in meditation. When Wu Jixing opened her eyes again, it was already the next morning. July 2nd, the day of the Mecha test. Wu Jixing ate a little at the hotel, and set off to follow the navigation to the test site. The notice required that they arrive at least 1 hour in advance, that is, before 12 o'clock. She raised her hand to check the time. It was 11:30 now, and it would take just 20 minutes to walk there. At this time, in the examination hall, Xing Yuan's physical test was also entering its final stage. The big screen at the entrance of the examination hall had announced the test results of the previous day. The candidates who had finished the test were all gathered in front of the screen, talking about it. Fuck, how did the first person do so well? He got full marks in such a difficult mental test. Yeah, I can't do the first level of fishing. Me too, but I'm just one fish away. I missed too many times before. It's really hard. Wow, you are amazing, I asked, and only a few people entered the second level. I don't know how many levels the guy who scored full marks passed. Well, my mental control is okay. I can catch it slowly, but my mental power is exhausted halfway through, and I just missed the second level. Yes, I think that small fish is the most difficult to catch. I missed dozens of times, and my mental power was exhausted. Oh, Then your mental power is enough, but your control is not fine enough. Practice hard and come back next time. Ah, that's all I can do. I thought everyone was the same, but I didn't expect there was a genius who scored full marks. Hey, maybe you don't know, she's from E-Star, the only one who passed the 4-star Academy assessment. I saw her at the school gate yesterday, and the big mentor of the 4-star Academy encouraged her to do well in the Mecha assessment this afternoon. Oh, awesome, from E-Star. This is probably another chosen one who won the gene lottery. You can't compare. Oh, how can I envy you? They were born lucky. Wait, the Mecha test is this afternoon? Then it will start soon. Why don't we go and take a look? I haven't seen what a Mecha looks like yet. Yes, let's go together. I came here specially to see the Mecha test today. It's a rare opportunity. Let's go, let's form a team and go together. So a group of people ran to the Mecha test site in a mighty manner and waited. They were really too curious. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, when Wu Jixing received her exam number at the gate and arrived at the official exam room, she found a large crowd of people surrounding her. She was a little confused. While handing her exam number to the staff in the venue, she asked in confusion, "Didn't I say I was the only one taking the exam? Why are there so many candidates?" "They are all here to cheer you on," the staff said with a smile. After hearing that the big shot was very optimistic about this candidate, everyone immediately changed their attitude and became enthusiastic about this candidate from Star E. Come on, come on. Wu Jixing's face was full of question marks. Yes, everyone is looking forward to your performance today. Wu Jixing, What can she do? Show her limbs are not coordinated? Wu Jixing suddenly realized that the forum users were right. That person must have done it on purpose. As if she had a sense, Wu Jixing turned her head and saw that the assessment teacher of the 4-star Academy had stood in the examination room at some point, glancing at her from a distance, as if urging her. Wu Jixing could only sigh and walk into the examination room. Are you ready? The other party asked. Yeah. Wu Jixing nodded, but he was actually completely unsure. That's good. The other party waved his hand, and amid the incredible exclamations of the crowd, 2 3-meter-high white mechas instantly appeared in the center of the field. Wu Jixing also widened his eyes, and subconsciously glanced at a silver ring on the other party's slender index finger, wondering if it was the legendary space ring. But she didn't forget the test, and asked directly, Teacher, what should I do? The young man laughed, and looked at her with his gentle light purple eyes, and then explained, Get on the mecha, and then fight with another mecha. Don't worry, I will turn on the automatic mode, and your opponent is not me. The other party looked at the time and said, In the next half hour, you can go up and adapt, and the test will officially start at 1 o'clock. Do you understand? Oh, I see. Wu Jixing wanted to ask how to get on the mecha, but he didn't know how to ask it, so he could only ask another question. Which one should I get on? It doesn't matter. Both are the same. Pick the one you like. Okay. Wu Jixing walked slowly to one of them, and began to look carefully at where the door of the mecha cockpit was. Unfortunately, this was a far cry from the excavator. The entire craftsmanship of the mecha was seamless, smooth, and full of powerful beauty. There was not even a gap on the outside of the fuselage, so how could there be a door? Why don't you go up? Of course, if you are confident in yourself, we can start the assessment directly. The gentle and pleasant voice in my ear urged again. Wu Jixing, What should I do? Help. She can't even get on this mecha. Knowing that she can't hesitate any longer, Wu Jixing can only make up her mind, recalling the words of the netizens on the forum before, looking at the other party with a weak and pitiful face, and whispered cutely, Teacher, how can I get on this mecha? Let me ask, Oh, I forgot to turn it on. He blinked and raised his hand towards the mecha void. The next second, one of the mecha's eyes lit up, and its entire head was suspended in the air, revealing a space large enough for one person to enter. Wu Jixing finally breathed a sigh of relief, and without saying a word, he jumped up lightly, supported the mecha's shoulder with his left hand, and slid into the cabin. The whole process was smooth and seamless, causing the surrounding audience to exclaim again and again. Oh my god, so handsome! Laney Austin, who originally wanted to watch the fun, raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was a little surprised. Interesting. The next second, the mecha detected someone in the cabin, and slowly closed its head. Blue light in its 2 eyes lit up, and the mecha started. Wu Jixing sat inside, feeling countless mechanical nerves spreading all over her body, with a strange sense of novelty. She tried to move her arm gently, and the mecha's arm moved with it. Fortunately, this was connected by nerves, and she didn't need to physically control it manually. Then she tentatively raised her foot, and the mecha's foot also lifted up. But why did she feel a delay? Shouldn't they be synchronized? It always felt like the mecha was a few tenths of a second slower than her, which made Wu Jixing feel very uncomfortable. And the mechanical nerves also made her feel very uncomfortable, as if there were countless tiny foreign objects like ants crawling on her body. It's so itchy. In order to get rid of this feeling, she subconsciously twisted and swung her body, stretched her arms and legs to try to relieve it, but she didn't expect that because of the subtle error of a few tenths of a second, she tripped and fell straight into the face of the handsome teacher in front of her. Finished. It's over. It's really over this time. Wu Jixing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. If this thing hits her, she won't be able to take the exam. At the critical moment, she suddenly exploded her small universe and twisted her body in the opposite direction, trying to use this force to move the mecha in another direction. I don't know if it was because she was too strong or because she was too anxious and used too much force. She didn't hit the opponent this time, but directly broke the waist of the mecha halfway, and she fell out from the gap. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in the field. Wu Jixing landed calmly and looked forward stupidly at the expressionless handsome face of the 4-star Academy assessment teacher. The next moment, after realizing what happened, the field became extremely quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone saw the weak girl next to the mecha with a pale face and tears on the verge of falling. I felt pity for her. She looked forward and asked weakly, "How much is this?" 100 million? Wu Jixing, The cold words 100 million were like a sharp knife piercing her heart. Family members, help me. 100 million. What if she still can't afford to pay even if she sells her? The next second, Wu Jixing felt her head buzzing. The 2 tears that she had squeezed out of her eyes to pretend to be weak, like a dam bursting, rushed out, more and more, completely out of control, until she watched her tears flood another mecha worth 100 million. Wu Jixing's eyes went black, and she fainted. Before she completely lost consciousness, she could still vaguely hear the chaos outside. Fuck, it's bad, she's awakened, help, run. A day later, there was an additional reply to the post on the forum. 946 OP, my family, I'm in trouble. I accidentally flooded the exam room. Chapter 12. A modern forum. 946 OP, family, I got into trouble. I accidentally flooded the exam room. 947 Anonymous Netizen 0028, I was just about to ask you how you did on the exam. Haha, we are really in sync. Let's talk about it in detail. 948 Anonymous Netizen 2233, come on, sell melon seeds and drinks in the front row. 949 Anonymous Netizen 6498, I'm dying of laughter. OP, you're taking the mecha exam, aren't you? How did you flood the exam room? 950 OP, reply to the above. I shouldn't have been such a bad mouth yesterday, saying that you tripped while driving a mecha. 951 Anonymous Netizen 2233, damn, haha, OP, you didn't really fall down in front of that handsome examiner when you were taking the mecha exam, haha, it's so tragic. I pity you. 952 Anonymous Netizen 0028, phew, a moment of silence for the OP. What happened later? How did the exam room get flooded? Did you hit a fire hydrant when you fell? Quick, tell me. Anxious. 953 Anonymous Netizen 0088, I am dying of laughter. Didn't you use the method that the netizens taught you yesterday? 954 Anonymous Netizen 1122, yes. Did you not use the method that the netizens taught you yesterday to play pitiful and get away with it? Ha ha ha. 955 OP, reply to 953, I did use it. I used it very well. But the problem lies here. 956 Anonymous Netizen 2233, OP, tell me quickly. Don't keep us in suspense. 957 OP, I have to recall first, this is what happened. When I was about to fall and hit the handsome teacher in the face, my little universe exploded, and my body was filled with endless power. At the critical moment, I burst out with all my strength, I moved around, and I directly broke the waist of the mecha. 958 Anonymous Netizen 2233, question mark. My face is full of question marks, damn. Too much information, let me slow down. 959 Anonymous Netizen 0088, oh my god, the OP is awesome, I laugh my ass off. My dad just asked me why I suddenly knelt down to look at my phone. 960 Anonymous User 6498, wait, if I read it correctly, what the OP meant was that you tripped and almost fell on the face of the examiner, and then you got anxious and broke the mecha in half. 961 OP, reply to the above, yes, you read it correctly, you understand it very deeply. 962 Anonymous User 1112. Then what? Then what? This didn't flood the exam room. 963 OP. Then I saw the mecha was broken. I was stunned on the spot. My face was pale. How could I afford to pay for it? So I used the method you taught me, squeezed out 2 tears, pretended to be pitiful, and asked how much the mecha cost. 964 Anonymous User 0028. How much? 965 OP. 100 million. So I accidentally awakened my superpowers when I was stimulated on the spot, and I accidentally lost control of my tears, flooding the examination room, including the other mecha I was fighting. I looked and saw that another 100 million was gone. This time, I was dizzy and just woke up. I feel like I have no desire to live. 966 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Ha ha, light a candle. OP, don't worry, a lifetime will pass quickly. 967 Anonymous Netizen 1234. WTF, haha, just finished the post. What a great development the OP made. 968 Anonymous Netizen 6498. Am I the only one who is curious about what superpower the OP has awakened? Ha ha ha, water-based superpower? 969 Anonymous Netizen 0028. Superpower name. I feel pity for you. 970 Anonymous Netizen 0088. Aren't you hurting the OP's heart? 971 OP. I can't hold it in anymore. I'm heartbroken. You all just want to see me laugh. 972 Anonymous Netizen 0028. Okay, what about your exam? Can you retake it? 973 OP. I don't know. The handsome teacher said that I need to test and figure out my superpowers before making a decision. But I don't think it's a big problem. I've already awakened. If it doesn't work, I can go to the Ordinary Star Academy. Now, everyone knows that I broke the mecha and can't afford to pay for it. I'm heartbroken and crying about awakening. 974 OP, but I was just pretending. I really didn't cry. Oh, I won't say anymore. I have to cooperate with Teacher Lemmy to test my superpowers. 975 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Oh, since Mr. Lemmy is mentioned, I will say he is the male lead. Wu Jixing didn't read the reply and closed the forum directly. In a private hospital, Laney Ozen looked at the report in his hand and fell into deep thought. The ability of the E-Star girl named Wu Jixing didn't seem to be what he imagined, just a simple water ability. No, it should be said that he was thinking in the wrong direction at the beginning. He still remembered that day. The surging waves in the other party's eyes were endless and directly flooded the entire examination room. If he hadn't used his mental power to surround a transparent barrier, perhaps none of the staff in the examination room and the onlookers would have escaped. This is a very overbearing ability, but it actually has nothing to do with water. That's right, after a series of tests, Laney Ozen found that her ability was not to control water and create waves. For S-level strongmen, they can do simple manipulation by controlling the water molecules in the air with mental power or directly facing the river water, but they cannot create water out of nothing, except for those with the ability to create water. The other party had tears in her eyes at the time, so it couldn't be considered as creating water out of thin air, but her ability made the water more, so much that it flooded everything in sight like a flood. This suddenly gave him an idea. Maybe her ability is to increase the amount of water. If so, it is not a traditional attack and defense ability, but a relatively rare auxiliary ability. As for what kind of ability it is, whether his guess is correct, he still needs to test it and verify something. At this moment, the door was knocked. Teacher Lamey, can I come in? Wu Jixing stood at the door and looked inside. The purple-haired young man was standing in front of the window, thinking with his head down. His profile looked extremely handsome in the sunlight. Occasionally, a wisp of wind blew by, lifting the hair in front of his forehead and shaking the amethyst pendant hanging under his ear, which flashed and was breathtaking. This was the first time that Wu Jixing looked at the other person carefully, and he had to sigh that a man could be so gorgeous. Well, come in. I was just looking for you. Seeing her coming, Lamey Awesome waved. Let's test your superpowers. Oh, by the way, how much of your mental power has recovered? The reason why Wu Jixing fainted yesterday was because he suddenly exploded and used his superpowers without restraint, which led to the rapid exhaustion of his mental power. Although her mental power is very strong now, she cannot fully exert it because her physical fitness is still only A level. Wu Jixing even felt that in her current situation, she might need to reach S-level physical fitness to not worry about her body being unable to withstand the impact of this powerful mental power. It's almost recovered to 70% or 80%. Wu Jixing felt it and replied, well, that's enough. Laney Oz nodded with satisfaction, and he took a lighter from the table and lit it, then said to Wu Jixing, "Try to use your supernatural power on this cluster of flames." "Okay, teacher." Wu Jixing responded very obediently. After all, she still owed the other party money for 2 mechas, and it was the other party who cleaned up the mess after the exam room was flooded yesterday. What a good person. So she immediately followed the instructions, and carefully controlled her ability to cover the flames. This feeling was a bit strange, like using mental power, but for the first time, I felt that mental power had a real sense. Wu Jixing seemed to have some enlightenment. The awakening of superpowers should be the advancement of mental power. So even if the physique is S grade, if the mental power level is not enough, it is impossible to awaken the superpower. With the lesson of yesterday, under her deliberate control, the flame covered by her superpower actually became a little bigger. Wu Jixing's eyes lit up. Her superpower seemed to be able to strengthen the flame and make it burn more vigorously. Not enough more. However, the person on the opposite side was slightly dissatisfied, and half frowned his beautiful eyebrows and said, "You don't have to be so cautious. I'm here, and I won't let you burn this place." "Oh, okay." Since the other party had spoken, Wu Jixing no longer held back and immediately increased the output of her superpowers. To be honest, she also wanted to see how far her superpowers could go. Who doesn't have a powerful dream? Since she has awakened her superpowers, she naturally hopes that it will be the strongest and most unique. With her full strength, the small flame that was just a tiny cluster of flames suddenly grew 2 meters high, completely separating the 2 people in the middle. Wu Jixing didn't know how the other party did it. Perhaps it was using mental power. Although the fire continued to grow and spread, it was always wrapped in a void of energy, and did not hurt the room at all. She couldn't even feel the heat. It seems that she still has a long way to go in terms of controlling her abilities and using her mental power, but somehow, she didn't feel lost. Instead, her eyes were filled with excitement. It's so interesting. This world is really so interesting. And for the first time, she felt that traveling through time might not be a bad idea. If the previous life was stable but stagnant, this place is dangerous, but also full of countless novel and interesting things. Especially when she found that she could evolve and become stronger through continuous practice, and explore the unknown in the universe, life seemed to become more interesting. Ah, this is so interesting. Coincidentally, on the other side of the flame, Laney Ozen felt the surging power transmitted by his mental power, and also sighed. As he expected, it was an increase in power. Under the blazing flame, his light purple eyes were reflected in a strange and bright red, shining brightly. He could already foresee how powerful this ability would be if it was used to increase the effect of supernatural powers. The next second, Laney Ozen pressed the lighter, and the flame disappeared instantly. He looked at the girl who had reappeared from behind the flames, hid his inner joy, and smiled at her. "I almost know what your ability is. But..." He changed the subject, "but I need more experimental samples to confirm." He took out another gold coin from his pocket, and put it on the table. "Try it." Wu Jixing's heart moved, knowing what the other party meant, so she immediately released her ability to the gold coin, but unfortunately, the gold coin did not move, and there was no reaction, and her dream of getting rich was shattered in an instant. Sure enough, people shouldn't be too greedy. Lamy Ozen slowly took back the gold coin, not knowing whether he was talking about himself or meant something. Wu Jixing smiled awkwardly. "Teacher Laney, is this all right? Try this again." Lamy Ozen's slender fingers drew a circle in the air, and a ball of water appeared in his palm. Seeing the other party's curious eyes, he smiled and explained, "Controlling the water molecules in the air to condense into water is the most basic use of mental power. You can try it yourself when you go back. Now try to flood the room, like you did yesterday." Wu Jixing's mouth twitched slightly. She was asking for trouble, but she still did it obediently. After a few breaths, the sound of water splashing on the water surface came from the room, and then it returned to calm again. It was just that the air was filled with water vapor, as if it had just rained heavily. "Okay, the test ends here, you can leave," Laney Ozen said. "Then, Mr. Laney, my mecha assessment," Wu Jixing asked nervously. "This?" Laney Ozen deliberately dragged out the last word. "I only brought 2 mechas here, and you destroyed them all." Wu Jixing felt even more guilty, and said weakly, "I didn't mean it." "Well, I know you didn't mean it. These 2 mechas are actually nothing to our Xingyuan. Just report the normal loss." Laney Ozen said meaningfully, "Of course, the premise is that you have to be a member of our Xingyuan." "Then how do I become a member of Xingyuan?" Wu Jixing asked very politely. This time, the other party did not answer, but replied with a smile, "Go back and wait for notification." "Okay, Teacher Lemmy." Wu Jixing was a little reluctant to go back like this, so she took the opportunity to ask, I want to ask, if I want to practice Mecha, is there any way? For example, a simulation cabin. She thought that when she was learning to fly a plane, she also practiced in a simulation cabin at the beginning, so she thought that mechas must be there. The future is so high-tech, she doesn't believe there won't be a simulation chamber. Sure enough, the next second, Lainey Austin's next words cheered her up. Yes, you can go to the mirror. There is everything you want there. For some reason, Wu Jixing felt that the other party's tone of voice had something inexplicable, but before she could grasp that feeling, she was interrupted by the voice broadcast in the room. Here is an urgent news. At 4:50 a.m. on July 3rd, Alliance time, an important official laboratory suddenly exploded. In the laboratory, an important dangerous item called Pandora's box disappeared and was suspected to have been stolen. Please pay attention to all Alliance citizens. If you find this item, please contact the police as soon as possible. Then, a picture of a purple box appeared on the screen, with a text description. Wu Jixing looked at the information popping up on the TV screen in the room, and couldn't help but sigh. This world is really dangerous. The dangerous items from this laboratory don't sound good. It's either a virus, a biological weapon, or a mutant. In short, it's not good. Okay, go, I'm busy. Lemmy Austin's eyes left the TV screen and ordered her to leave. Okay, Mr. Lemmy. Wu Jixing didn't dare to stay any longer and left the room immediately. The other party said that she could go to the mirror to practice Mecha, but didn't say where the mirror was, so she was eager to find a computer to check. She remembered that there was a public computer in the lobby on the ground floor of this private hospital, so she hurried downstairs. There were not many people in the lobby at this time, and Wu Jixing quickly found an empty computer and walked over to sit down. The computer was already turned on, and she directly searched for the keyword, mirror. Soon, all the information about mirror popped up. Wu Jixing clicked on the link to the official entry and started reading. Mirror, full name Mirror World. It was originally a holographic game that appeared in the Wasteland era 1,000 years ago. Wu Jixing was immediately surprised. Wow, she didn't expect that Mirror was a holographic game that had been running for 1,000 years. This operator is awesome. Then she drove on. It turned out that in the Wasteland era, the appearance of Mirror was to preserve the last fire of mankind. Wu Jixing remembered reading in history books that 1,000 years ago, there was a terrible mutant virus that caused countless animals and plants to mutate and turn into terrible monsters, and humans naturally did not escape. Just like the zombie movies she had seen in her previous life, after a few years, the home planet where humans lived became a wasteland. In order to prevent themselves from mutating, humans transformed their bodies into machines. Although it delayed the occurrence of mutations, it still did not prevent the occurrence of mutations. Later, scientists finally determined that this virus did not actually cause infection and mutations by contacting the body, but caused mutations by contaminating human mental power. Therefore, in order to survive, the Mirror World, a holographic game that can carry human spiritual consciousness, was born. Countless humans hid in the steel fortress under the wasteland, using technology to maintain the basic needs of the body, and their souls hid in the Mirror World through holographic game cabins and game helmets. Finally, they survived this wave of world-destroying crisis, awakened their superpowers, and had the power to resist monsters. So far, a 1,000-year-long war and an interstellar era of continuous expansion and conquest began. However, the Mirror World has been preserved. Even with the development of the times, people have found that the Mirror World is constantly innovating, and finally understand what the Mirror World is. It is a mirror projection of the real world. Whenever a new planet is discovered and developed in reality, a corresponding place will also appear in the Mirror World. Human society is progressing, and the mirror is also progressing synchronously. Even what cannot be done in reality can be done in the Mirror World. No wonder Mr. Lemmy said that there is everything you want there. Wu Jixing checked and found that with the money in her bank card, she could only buy the lowest-end gaming helmet, and could not afford a more advanced gaming cabin. Of course, this was not important. What was important was that the money in her card could not be easily moved. It was the only savings in the family. Wu Jixing was not stupid. Although her mother said that this was the money left by her cheap brother, she knew that if this was true, the family should have used it long ago instead of hiding it and not moving a penny. The most likely possibility was that her parents sold the things left by her brother to get this money. As for what it is easy to guess. Her brother left her a genetic medicine, so how could he not leave it for her parents? So, Wu Jixing sighed deeply. She would have to consider the matter of the holographic helmet after she went to school. No matter which academy she was admitted to, she felt that as long as there were mecha courses, there would be no lack of shared game cabins. In addition, she was about to take a spaceship home, and it was unrealistic to run around with a holographic helmet. She was worried about checking such an important thing. If it was lost or broken, she would cry too late. Wu Jixing had originally planned to go home, but the Mecha assessment made her feel unsure, so she decided to wait here. If she was notified in 5 days that she was not admitted, she would find another way out. Today, she had received messages from other ordinary star academies in charge of assessment and admissions asking about her intentions. If she couldn't get into the top, it would not be difficult for her to get into an ordinary star academy for free tuition with the advantage of being an awakener. So although Wu Jixing was anxiously waiting for the final result, she was not too worried. And she felt that Mr. Lemmy was quite satisfied with her ability, so maybe she could find an opportunity to test his opinion. But what she didn't know was that the Mr. Lemmy she was talking about had already boarded the spaceship and left the D1111 star. The gorgeous silver-white spaceship was like a meteor, cutting through the darkness of the universe and heading towards the unknown. Alpha, did you find any signal? Lainey Austin asked while drinking tea in the luxurious control room. No, father. In the center of the spacecraft's main console, a shadow of a blonde and blue-eyed little boy was projected. He was the artificial intelligence of the spacecraft. Obviously, the person in front of him was his creator. Then look for it again. Lami Ozan took another sip of tea. Did you find out where the signal pointed to 2 months ago, when it last appeared? Hearing this, the blue eyes of the artificial intelligence named Alpha seemed to be flooded with a large amount of data, as if calculating something. After a few breaths, it spoke again. After eliminating several areas, its final position points to Star E4869. Good boy. Lainey Austin stopped drinking tea, raised his lavender eyes slightly, and looked at Alpha gently. Go find it. Okay, father. The next moment, Alpha's figure disappeared. 5 days later, on July 8th, Wu Jixing received the admission notice from the 4-star academy as he wished. Because the Mecha assessment was advanced, the admission notice was also earlier than before. According to the original official schedule, the list would be officially announced on July 15th. So it is estimated that the school on planet E does not know that he has been admitted in advance. Wu Jixing plans to buy a ticket and go back immediately to surprise his parents and Failing and share the good news. So the next day, Wu Jixing left this unique cyber planet and boarded the spaceship back to planet E4869. Just a few hours later, when she got off the spaceship with Joy, she was dumbfounded. Wait, why are there so many people at the airport, holding welcome banners, and those who don't know would think that the president is visiting? Jixing, here, here. Wu Jixing heard Failing's voice in the crowd from afar. She walked over quickly and looked at the other person's happy face, and she was even more confused. What happened? What are you doing? Wu Jixing asked. You're still asking me what happened. Don't you know that your admission to the 4-star academy is known to the world? Failing said excitedly. Everyone is here to welcome you back home. Wu Jixing, What do you mean by return home? Is this how the idiom is used? She couldn't help but complain, but suddenly realized. That's not right. How did you know that I was admitted to the 4-star academy? Oh, your teacher is here. Hurry up and go to school with us. Failing pulled her through the crowd and ran. Hurry up. The car is waiting at the airport gate. What? What teacher? Wu Jixing was still confused until he was pulled into a car by the other party. It's the teacher from the 4-star academy. Failing asked the driver in front to drive faster, and turned back to glare at her family. Jixing, why are you so confused now? It's the teacher from the 4-star academy, who came to give you the admission notice. Ah? Wu Jixing was shocked and asked quickly, isn't that teacher called Lainey Ozan? I don't know about that. Failing recalled, her face suddenly flushed. He was a very handsome man. I have never seen such a good-looking man. Okay, I know that's him. Wu Jixing closed her eyes, and couldn't figure out why someone like Lainey would come to this little planet to give her an admission notice. What era is it now? Admission notices are all electronic, so why do we need someone to deliver them specially? Are all the teachers in the 4-star academy so idle? While Wu Jixing was puzzled, the car drove all the way to the school. Just when she was about to get off the car, someone had already opened the door for her. Wu Jixing looked and found that it was her former classmate in the 3rd year of high school. Thank you. In fact, she didn't know the other person's name at all, and they had never even spoken a few words to each other, but now, he was diligently opening the door for her, which was really sad. But when Wu Jixing got off the bus and entered the school, she found that this was just the beginning. Familiar and unfamiliar faces greeted her enthusiastically, and the class group that had been kicked out pulled her in again without knowing when, saying some words of congratulations and compliments. This feeling of being in another world and sighing reached its peak when she was led into the principal's office and saw Teacher Lemmy, the fat principal, and the person in charge of the Dream Maker company sitting together and laughing and chatting. Jixing, this child, has been hardworking and motivated since childhood. In the past, she was in poor health, but she could still persevere even when she vomited blood while running. At that time, I knew that a child like her would succeed in everything she did. The fat principal sat on the sofa, squinting his eyes, as if recalling the past, and occasionally showing a sighing look. Yes, yes. The person in charge of the Dream Maker company next to him raised his gold-rimmed glasses and sighed. I felt that she was different when I first met her during the interview. She was already very tired in the 3rd year of high school, but she had to work part-time to earn money just to buy a bottle of nutrient solution and improve herself. This is a good child. She went out to work in order not to burden her family. The principal also sighed. Her family conditions are not good. It is really not easy for her to be admitted to your school. As he spoke, the fat principal occasionally wiped away his non-existent tears of emotion. Opposite the two of them, Lemmy Ozen just listened quietly, and occasionally nodded and smiled when he heard something touching. This weird scene made Wu Jixing's mouth twitch. As if he had noticed her coming, the fat principal turned aside and waved enthusiastically to the door. Come on, our outstanding students are back, welcome, welcome. The next second, everyone present began to applaud, including Teacher Lemmy. Wu Jixing, She rolled her throat, and had a big spit, not knowing whether to spit or not. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I standing here? What the hell is this? Wu Jixing wanted to cry, but had no tears, so she could only bite the bullet and walk into the office and start listening to them bragging about their past. She was so embarrassed that she almost dug a spaceship out of her toes. If Teacher Lemmy hadn't been there, she would have left long ago and wouldn't have had time to deal with those two people. Wu Jixing looked at the other person with resentment, but the man didn't seem to feel her resentment and continued to listen with a smile. Finally, after being tortured for an hour, the few people finally let her go and let her go home to spend the last summer vacation with her family. After all, after school started, she couldn't contact her parents. Outside the principal's office, Wu Jixing looked at the handsome young man, hesitant to speak. Teacher Lemmy, you're asking me why I'm here, right? Lemmy Ozen looked at her and smiled. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Jixing nodded desperately. Of course I am. The other party smiled mysteriously, and the amethyst earring swayed slightly. I'm here for a home visit. Wu Jixing, Why is she so unconvinced? Teacher Lemmy, have you been to my house? Well, you have a good pair of parents. Lemmy Ozen seemed to have thought of something and said, I also know about your brother. The people in the military academy are not in the same system as us. Although we are all one of the 10 stars of the Alliance, it may not be that easy for you to track down your brother. Thank you, Mr. Lemmy, I understand. Wu Jixing nodded and thanked him. She had prepared herself mentally that this matter should not be easy, but she did not expect it to be so. But, Lemmy Oz paused, do you remember the mirror world I told you about? If you want to find someone, maybe you can try your luck there. Wu Jixing fell into deep thought after hearing this. Yes, the mirror world is a projection of reality. Maybe we can really find some clues there. And if my brother is not dead, maybe he has encountered something, and is hiding in the mirror world under an assumed name. Okay, go home quickly. I should go back to school too, and look forward to seeing your performance in school. After saying that, he turned around and left. What a strange person. After he left, she realized that after asking for a long time, he still didn't reveal why he came to 4869 planet and made this damn home visit. Since I can't figure it out, I won't think about it for now. Fortunately, the other party didn't stay for long. Wu Jixing returned home in confusion and finally saw his parents, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Jixing, you're back. As soon as she entered the door, Wu's mother hugged her in surprise and held her in her arms. Wu's father stood aside reservedly, looking at the mother and daughter, with wrinkled eyes slightly moist. Mom. Wu Jixing choked a little. She has never been a very emotional person who cries. After coming to this world, it seems that she is always easily moved for no reason. Maybe people become weaker when they have relatives and ties. In her previous life, she was alone and had no worries. She handled everything by herself and made decisions by herself, so she naturally became strong. Okay, wash your hands and eat. Jixing must be tired. Let her have a good rest. Finally, Wu's father spoke up and reluctantly separated the hugging mother and daughter. Yeah, that's right. Wu's mother seemed to finally remember something, and said to her little daughter, "Hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Mom cooked your favorite dish today." "Yeah, thank you, Mom." Wu Jixing raised his hand to rub his eyes, ran quickly into the bathroom, and washed his hands and face. Half an hour later, the family gathered happily at the dining table in the living room, as if they had returned to the time when his brother was still there. This was the happiest day since the incident at home. There was no more depression in the past, and occasionally laughter could be heard, as if this family had gradually walked out of the haze. Jixing. After dinner, Wu's mother was silent for a while, but decided to speak. "Don't rush to investigate your brother's affairs, and don't rush to take us to Gadingxing. It's good for Mom and Dad to be here. You take care of yourself first, understand?" "I know, Mom. I will take care of my own safety first." Wu Jixing promised obediently. Of course, she didn't just respond casually. She really knew that if something happened to her, it would be the biggest blow to her parents. Her brother was gone, and if she was gone too, she didn't dare to think whether her parents would completely collapse. This kind of transition from full of expectations to despair is enough for ordinary people to experience once. Well, it's good that you know. Mother Wu found out that her daughter was not deliberately perfunctory, and she was relieved. But these days of being apart are still hard to bear. When she thought that her daughter went to school on planet A, and would have no news, like her son, who went to military school, she couldn't be completely relieved. She was afraid that she would receive another cold call. The worst thing about planet E is the inconvenience of communication. Not being able to connect to the star network means that the information is blocked, and it is impossible to communicate with family members far away. The people from Dream Maker told us that if you have anything to say, you can pass it on through them. Mother Wu seemed to have thought of something. Dream Maker has a huge business network throughout Star E and Star D, so it naturally has a communication network. Dream Maker. Those people are really good at scheming. They have already come to her house to look for her parents. Wu Jixing thought of what happened at school before, and found it ridiculous. But she didn't care, or she didn't plan to care for the time being. After all, after awakening and being admitted to the 4-star academy, she and the other party are no longer in the same world. And her parents still need them to take care of them. "I know, Mom, the other party has given me the contact number today." So Wu Jixing nodded and said, "If you have anything, remember to contact me." Well, of course. Wu's mother agreed without thinking, but Wu Jixing knew that her mother just wanted to reassure her. She sighed softly, and decided to at least take her parents to Planet D first. Maybe Planet D1111 would be a good choice, but she didn't know if the two old people would get used to it. After thinking about the future direction, Wu Jixing returned to her room eagerly and began to practice the basic use of mental power that teacher Lainey showed her that day. She looked at her open palm, used her mind to control her mental power to absorb the surrounding water vapor, and then slowly watched them gather and condense into a small water ball. Then she used her supernatural power on the water ball, and the next moment, the water ball began to expand from the inside out until it was about the size of a basketball. Wu Jixing showed a look of joy in her eyes. She was able to control her abilities well, and she no longer had to worry about flooding the examination room. And she became more and more proficient in the use of supernatural powers and mental power during this training process. Just as Wu Jixing was concentrating on training on the other side, outside the orbit of E4869, the silver-white spaceship flew into the distant starry sky again. "Alpha, didn't you find it?" A trace of disappointment flashed in Lainey Austin's eyes. "No, I scanned the entire planet while you were away, and I didn't find the source of the signal from last time." Alpha replied, "Maybe the other party hasn't fully awakened yet. I've left a sensor on the planet. As long as it sends a signal again, I can locate it instantly." "I see." Lainey Oss just nodded lightly. "Don't worry, I have plenty of time." "By the way, Father," Alpha suddenly said, several unknown signals were retrieved nearby. According to analysis, there is a 90% chance that it is a small-scale fight between interstellar pirates and hunters for Pandora. Do we need to avoid it or start attack mode? Then stay away. Lami Oz raised his lips when he heard this. After all, this has nothing to do with me. Okay, Father. A month later, Wu Jixing received a notice from the school to start the semester, and attached a spaceship ticket to A4. The next day, she began to pack her luggage and met with Tom and Faylene as a temporary farewell. On August 15th, she boarded a luxurious spaceship with the emblem of the 4-Star Academy, which was responsible for receiving new students. It was completely different from the small broken spaceship she had taken to D1111 before. She stood in the wide corridor, looking out through the floor-to-ceiling glass, The mysterious universe was in full view, and a sense of grandeur that made her tremble and excited suddenly surged in her heart. She opened the forum. 975 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Oh, they called Mr. Lemmy. I said he is the male protagonist. 986 OP. Family, I am going on a long voyage. 987 OP. Reply to 975. Damn, I almost forgot. Mr. Lemmy actually came to my little broken planet E for a home visit. You tell me, what is going on? I was stunned when I saw him in the principal's office. It is impossible that he is the male protagonist in the novel. 988 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Wow, congratulations to the OP. You got into the 4-star academy. 989 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Damn, I just found out that the handsome teacher went to your home for a home visit. 990 Anonymous Netizen 1122. Damn, shocked. Did the big guys in the OP really get it right? 991 OP. Replying to the above, I don't know either, but it's really strange. Please help me analyze it. It's really strange. Do you know? Teacher. Lemmy was actually in the principal's office, listening to two ordinary people from the lower star bragging about me awkwardly. The key is that I can't listen anymore, but he can still listen and agree with me with a smile. It's amazing. I don't know what he is thinking. 992 Anonymous Netizen 2342. It's really strange. Let me think. Is it your ability that attracts his attention? Oh yes. I forgot to ask. What ability did you awaken? 993 Poster. Reply to the above. My ability seems to be amplification. I can amplify everything that can be controlled by the ability, such as water, fire, etc., as well as other people's abilities. The upper limit is the range that my own mental strength can bear. 994 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Laughing to death. For example, amplifying tears. 995 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Damn, I get it. Sure enough, he must have taken a fancy to your ability and wanted to take it for himself. This is a forced love story. Wu Jixing. Question mark. A 4-star? The 4-star Academy admissions office. Bit, are there any good seedlings this year? Oh, there are indeed a few good ones, especially one of them, who is a natural double S awakener. The man called Bit turned his eyes away from the computer screen and looked at the stack of information in his hand. Oh, what kind of ability? The visitor asked with interest. A very strong attack ability. But Bit hadn't finished talking yet, and he lost interest in the convenience. Why is it an attack ability again? It's boring. Oh, in fact, among those double S awakeners, one is a healing ability, which is a rare and good ability. The healing ability is indeed rare, but we don't lack it in Xingyuan. The other party sighed. As one of the 10 stars in the Alliance, the 4th Galaxy's top star academy, there is no shortage of talents. And for some reason, there are so many awakened healing abilities in their 4th galaxy, all of them came to their academy, so that the school's performance in recent years compared with the other 9 top schools has been getting worse year by year. For the real strong, they are rarely injured, either their mental strength is exhausted or they die in battle. Healers do not have an advantage in the battle for resources among the top. Therefore, the 4-star academy is now almost ranked last among the 10 stars, precisely because the resources are not as good as the other few, and it will only get worse in the long run, so they are now in urgent need of new forces to change everything. You are right. Bit raised his glasses, picked up another stack of information on the table, and threw it in front of the other party. Perhaps you will be interested in this. Although she is not double S level, she should be what you want. Oh! The visitor raised his eyebrows in surprise, and looked over with interest. She's actually a girl from Star E. On the most eye-catching column of ability on the information, it was written, Constitution, A level. Mental Strength, S level. Power, Amplification, Reinforcement. Amplification and Reinforcement. Hiss, this is simply a perfect and powerful assistance. Where the hell did you find this from? You're so lucky. The man took a breath and felt excited instantly. It's a pity. It would be even more perfect if it was double S level. You know, their academy has been lacking assistants for a long time, especially the top assistants, who can influence or even change the entire situation on the battlefield. Not to mention them, the entire alliance is short of such top assistants. Haha, there is actually a very interesting story. Bit pushed his glasses and smiled mysteriously. I heard that she accidentally broke the mecha at the assessment site, and was afraid that she couldn't afford the compensation, so she cried and awakened. At this time, Wu Jixing, who was on the school spaceship, didn't know that her glorious deeds had already spread quietly in the academy before she arrived at the school. Chapter 13. Forum. 995 Anonymous User 2342. Damn, I know. Sure enough, he must be attracted by your ability and wants to possess it. This is a forced love story. 996 Anonymous User 2233. I think so too. The other party has set his sights on you, so be careful. 997 Anonymous User 1123. Ahem, don't you think that if such a handsome guy forces love on me, I might as well just give in? 998 OP. Ahem, can you guys be serious? 999 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Okay, then tell me, is there anything else on you that is worth his attention? Or is there anything on your planet E that is worth his attention? 1000 Anonymous Netizen. No, we are poor on planet E. Unless there is something I don't know, I can't think of anything that is worth his attention. 1001 Anonymous Netizen 1345. I suddenly remembered that I saw you picking up trash when I was climbing the stairs earlier. According to the convention of the protagonist in the novel, you must have picked up the golden finger. 1002 OP. Does a navigation robot that lets me walk to other planets count? You're not going to say that, according to the conventions of the novel, Mr. Lemmy is looking for this, right? 1003 Anonymous Netizen 1345. Ahem, what's so special about this robot, except that it lets you walk to other planets, haha. 1004 OP. Does it count if it's particularly ugly? 1005 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Haha OP. Why don't you think about what big events have happened in your area recently? Maybe it is related. 1006 OP. Replying to the above, this is true. I heard that a dangerous experiment was stolen from the Alliance laboratory, called Pandora's Box. There have also been many disturbances in other low-level stars recently. In short, it is not peaceful. 1007 Anonymous User 2342. It doesn't sound like a good thing. Could it be that the experiment was left on your planet E? Why don't you check it carefully? What if it is a zombie virus? 1008 OP. Don't scare me. I've already taken the spaceship to school, but my parents and friends are still there. 1009 Anonymous Netizen 2342. So you're on the spaceship. You should be more careful. According to the convention of novels, the protagonist may encounter danger when he goes on a long journey for the first time. For example, interstellar pirates. 1010 OP. Damn, don't scare me all the time. It's the male protagonist's forced love, the experimental biohazard, and the interstellar pirates. This is the spaceship of the 4-Star Academy. How can someone be so ignorant? 1011 Anonymous Netizen 2233. What's so ignorant? Why did you only hit half of it? 1012 Anonymous Netizen 2342. Oh, I didn't really say it. Wu Jixing was indeed affected by a violent shaking, and she immediately quit the forum. At this moment, her heart skipped a beat. No way, this is not some nameless little broken spaceship. This is the special spaceship of the 4-Star Academy responsible for picking up freshmen to go to school. There is also a huge 4-Star Academy logo on the outside. How could there be interstellar pirates who are blind enough to rob it? You know, in the 4-Star system, their school is very powerful. However, the next second, the sudden alarm on the spaceship broke all her luck. Emergency report now. Emergency report. The spaceship was attacked by a group of enemies with unknown signals. Please return to your seats and fasten your seat belts immediately. Return to your seats and fasten your seat belts immediately. Another wave of more violent vibrations and shaking followed. Wu Jixing secretly thought it was not good. While holding the French window on the corridor and walking to his seat, he looked out. My goodness, the outside of the spaceship was like a fireworks display. Countless bombs attacked from a distance and fell on the defense barrier of the outer wall of the hull. And I didn't know if it could hold up, and how long it could hold up. Wu Jixing was a little worried, thinking that she was too unlucky. She ran quickly through the sightseeing corridor, and just when she was about to find a seat to sit down, another wave of more violent shock came, and the entire spacecraft tilted 30 degrees directly. Be careful. She almost bumped into the figure that suddenly appeared beside her, but fortunately, the other party's big hand supported her shoulder, and she stabilized her body. Thank you. Wu Jixing looked up, but found that she could only see the other party's chest. He was a very tall man, about 2 meters and 1 meter tall, with a strong body of muscles that made him look even bigger. Hello, my name is Gumos, and I'm a second-year student in the combat department. After the two of them fastened their seat belts, Wu Jixing finally saw the other person's face clearly. Rough, thick eyebrows, big eyes, bronze skin, oval face, and a red scarf on his head, a very strange combination. If I have to describe it, it looks like a boiled egg wearing a red headscarf. After seeing the boiled egg briefly introduce himself, he asked directly, "Are you a freshman this year?" "Yes, how did you know?" "My name is Wu Jixing, and I'm a freshman this year." Wu Jixing asked curiously. "Because I never saw you on the spaceship when I went back every semester. So I thought you might be a freshman this year." Speaking of the boiled egg with a red turban, the man named Gumo sighed thankfully. "Great, there is a second awakener on this spaceship." He smiled uglier than crying and looked outside. "It's so unlucky that I actually met a star pirate. Oh, by the way, you have awakened, right?" The freshmen of the 4-star academy are generally awakened, but Gumo seemed to be worried and asked again urgently. "Yes, but I just awakened." Wu Jixing frowned when he heard it. "Wait, what did you say about the second awakener? Are we the only 2 students? Isn't this the school bus? How can there be only 2 of us?" "Hey, because this spaceship is specially used to fly to the E and D star areas." Gumo sighed and explained. "So usually I am the only one here, and the others are teachers, students and family members from other star academies, who come to use the spaceship. After all, the Star Academy Alliance is headed by the 10 stars, so we naturally have to take care of other schools. That is to say." Wu Jixing had a bad feeling, the combat power on this spaceship. She pointed at herself, then at the other party, and spoke with difficulty. "The 2 of us?" "Yes." Gumos explained with a wry smile. "Families in ordinary Star Academy who have the ability to awaken will not come to use the spaceship, so the implication is that even if there are students from other Star Academy, they are unreliable, because those who have not awakened their special powers cannot be considered combat power. We don't have any defensive measures on our spaceship? Where is the captain of this spaceship? Are there no people from the school?" Wu Jixing asked without giving up. However, Gumo still shook his head. This type of spaceship is automatically sailing, and the captain is artificial intelligence. As for the defensive measures, he pointed outside. "Look, the defense shield that was blown up just now is a defensive measure." Wu Jixing, "Do you have to say such terrible things so calmly?" She didn't want to see a ghost story about the shield being broken. Sure enough, the next second, countless attacking projectiles landed directly on the hull of the spaceship, causing a terrifying shock and loud noise. At this moment, everyone on the spaceship suddenly realized that something was wrong and cried out in panic. "Are you sure it's really pirates?" Wu Jixing asked loudly in despair. "Yes, those who come up and attack directly are basically barbarians." Gumos also replied loudly. "But there is good news." "What good news?" Wu Jixing asked expectantly. "Those people are usually small-scale wandering pirates. Real pirate groups will politely reveal their identities before robbing, instead of being so rude and barbaric." Wu Jixing, "Are you sure this is good news?" "Sure. If it's those people, we can still fight if we're lucky." Gumos explained again. "If it's a pirate group, especially a long-established pirate group." "Okay, stop talking, I understand. This is really good news." Wu Jixing wanted to cry, but had no tears. A group of wandering star pirates robbed an ordinary school bus in the 4th galaxy. Is this reasonable? The people on this spaceship don't look rich at all. Boom, another loud noise came, and the hull of the spaceship tilted again. Who knows? Gumos was also desperate. He took this spaceship to travel between school and home more than once or twice, and this was the first time he was so unlucky. As soon as he finished speaking, the alarm on the spaceship sounded again. "Intrusion alarm. Intrusion alarm. A distress signal has been sent. Waiting for support. Waiting for support. Intrusion alarm. Intrusion alarm." The voice stopped abruptly, but everyone's heart was lifted up immediately. The spaceship was forced to stop. 5 minutes later, everyone heard the sound of the hatch opening, and then after a chaotic sound of footsteps, a group of burly, armed bandits walked in. The hanging heart finally died. The leader was wearing a set of weapons and armor, burly and powerful, with dark and rough skin, one eye, and a scarred face, which completely met Wu Jixing's stereotype of interstellar pirates. After fiercely scanning everyone, the other party said to the headset, "Boss, as you expected, except for a big guy who might be an awakener, everyone else seems to be ordinary people. Then act according to the plan." "Got it." After hanging up the call, the man came directly in front of Gumos with a gun and pointed it at his head. "I know you are an awakener of the 4-star academy, but I still advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise," the other party sneered, "you can try, who is faster, you or the laser gun in my hand." At this time, Gumos' head was pointed at by a gun, so he dared not move. His tall body suddenly shrank into a ball, revealing Wu Jixing hiding behind him. The one-eyed scarred man frowned. "Are you also a student of the 4-star academy?" Obviously, this group of people knew exactly what kind of spaceship this was, and who was on board. Ahem, no. I'm going to join my brother, Wu Jixing said in panic, looking very weak. Her delicate and frail appearance seemed to give her words great credibility. The scarred man believed her. He just glanced at her and ignored her, instead focusing on the big guy Gumos. Wu Jixing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she got away with it. Just before the group of people came up, she and Gumos took off their seat belts for convenience. Otherwise, like the others, they would have to be tied to the chair with seat belts, so that when the star pirates came in, they didn't even have to yell and squat on the spot with their heads in their hands. Second brother, have you found the thing? At this time, the one-eyed scarred man thought he had completely controlled the situation and began to question his subordinates. The man called the second brother, holding a scanner-like machine in his hand, quickly replied after hearing the question, "Brother, I found it, it's among them." The one-eyed scarred man instantly showed an ecstatic look and shouted loudly to the scene, "Okay, hand over Pandora now, and I will let you go." But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Only Wu Jixing and Gumos exchanged shocked looks, as if they didn't expect that the purpose of this group of people was the Pandora's box lost in the Alliance laboratory. What was even more surprising was that the Pandora's box was on this spaceship, among them. No wonder these wandering pirates knew that this was the spaceship of the 4-Star Academy and dared to come up and rob it. If it was for that important thing, it would make sense. But why did that thing appear here? Could it be that there is a big shot hidden among them? That's not right. If he is a big shot, why would he hide on this ordinary spaceship that has no defense? Just when the two were puzzled, the man with the scanner finally stopped in front of an old woman. "It's you, take out the things." The old woman trembled immediately, and her tone was even crying, "Sprinkle things, I really don't know." "Pandora, hand it over." "Fat? Pandora." The pirate called the second seemed to have lost his patience. He took out a knife and stabbed the bag next to the other party. He first took out a large stack of money and threw it to his men behind him, then continued to search, and finally took out a square purple box amid the old woman's screams and cries. "Boss, we found it." The pirates were instantly ecstatic. "It's here, ha ha, we're going to get rich." Wu Jixing looked around quickly, and sure enough, the box in the pirate's hand seemed to be almost exactly the same as the one reported in the news that day. Damn, they really found it on their spaceship. At this time, the old woman was stunned after seeing what the other party was holding, and she didn't even cry. "Is this Pang Duo? This is the salted fish I pickled. I want to give it to my son." As soon as the old woman finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. "You pickled salted fish? You put salted fish in such an expensive box?" The second pirate holding the box burst into laughter. "You old woman, do you think I'm stupid and believe your lies?" "Yes, the salted fish smells too strong. If it's not sealed in this safe box, they won't let me get on the spacecraft." "Ha ha ha, she actually said it was salted fish. Ha ha ha." The second pirate laughed dryly twice, and when he found that no one was laughing with him, he couldn't laugh anymore. "Second brother, open it and take a look." The one-eyed scarred man who had been silent in the field finally spoke. "Okay, boss." The man glared at the old woman in front of him with the box and asked angrily, "What's the password?" 8/8. The old woman said honestly. Soon, the second pirate used the password to unlock the safety and slowly open the box. Then, the next moment, a unique smell of canned herring instantly spread and filled the entire spacecraft. Ugh! The sound of retching came one after another. The scene suddenly became a little funny. Wu Jixing wanted to laugh, but she knew that the real trouble was coming. Sure enough, the next second, the pirate group, who had recovered from the shock and the herring gas attack, became angry. "Kill them all, leave no one alive." Just as the one-eyed scarred man was about to shoot Gumos, Wu Jixing stood up quickly and hit the other's waist directly, pushing him out. Gumos also fell to the ground and rolled to the side, raising his hand to support a huge golden circular shield, covering all the passengers inside. This is his ability, the defensive ability, the golden shield. "Why don't you use it earlier?" Wu Jixing was relieved immediately. Gumos smiled bitterly. "I want to, but my ability is not that strong, and I can't last long." "How long can it last?" Wu Jixing frowned and asked. "If I'm alone, maybe it can last a little longer, but with so many people." Gumos thought for a while. 3 minutes at most. No, maybe not even 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he may not be able to protect those ordinary people, and can only take care of himself. This is the cruel reality. Of course, he felt that his fate would not be good in the end. If this was not on the spaceship, he might be able to use his ability to escape, but now, trapped in the spaceship, in the vast universe, where can you escape to? Then how long do you think it will take for someone to come to support you after the distress signal is sent out? Wu Jixing asked again. It depends on luck. Gumos didn't have much hope. Maybe there are hunters or military spaceships nearby, otherwise. Wu Jixing understood. It is better to rely on a few people than on one person, and they have to find a way themselves. She raised her hand and put it on Gumos' shoulder. I help you. The next moment, in the other party's shocked eyes, the golden shield, which was already a little broken and about to collapse under the intensive attack, was thick in 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, which directly made the star pirates outside despair. Is this still his ability? Gumos was completely stunned, and his eyes widened in shock, as if he saw the power of his ability for the first time, full of disbelief. Wu Jixing. So how long can you hold on now? Chapter 14. So how long can you last now? It should be. A long time. There was some uncertainty in Gummo's tone. After all, is this really his ability? At this moment, he was completely unable to calm down. Besides being shocked, he was more ambitious for the future. A surge of passion and blood instantly surged up his head. It turned out that his ability could be so powerful. It turned out that he was not weak. Perhaps, he was just temporarily weak. As long as he worked hard to practice, sooner or later, his ability would be able to reach this level, or even stronger. At this time, everyone in the spaceship saw that they were protected by a golden barrier, and their panic was relieved a little. They all hurriedly unbuckled their seat belts, got off their seats, and ran to the corner to hide. As expected, they were the only 2 people they could rely on. Wu Jixing glanced behind him, and sighed. However, it was not a good idea to waste time here like this. If no one came to support them, when the 2 of them were exhausted, they would still face severe tests, or even worse situations. Finally, we have to find a way to completely get rid of those people. While Wu Jixing was thinking, the star pirates outside the golden shield were desperate for the suddenly thickened barrier. Anyone who tried hard for a long time, and was about to break the shield, and suddenly found that it was several times thicker, would be desperate. They even suspected that the big guy from the 4-star court was doing it on purpose, deliberately playing tricks on them. He obviously had some strength left, but he only released 1/6 of his strength. When they thought he was about to break the shield, he suddenly used all his strength, and watched them all change their faces. What a hateful kid, he looks so honest and easy to fool, but he is so evil. The leader, the one-eyed scarred man, looked at Gumos in the shield with hatred, and ordered his men to take out their strongest weapons, and bombard the shield with all their strength. He wanted to see what tricks the opponent could have when they broke the shield. The one-eyed scarred man was not afraid that the opponent would have any tricks. This kid was just a rookie who had just entered the school not long ago. Even if he had a strong defensive ability, he would fall into their hands sooner or later in this spaceship that they had controlled. This route is in a remote area where no one lives, and the enemy's support will not arrive for a while. As long as they can get rid of this broken shield before someone comes, there will be no problem. This is indeed the case. On the other side, Gumos, who was excited, gradually reacted. Well, Wu Jixing, do you have much mental power? How long can you hold on? He coughed lightly and said with a guilty conscience, I feel that if we continue like this, our mental power may not be enough. Indeed, if your mental power remains at this level, how long can it last? Wu Jixing's mental power is actually not weak, but because her physical level cannot keep up, part of her mental power is used to protect the organs in various parts of her body, and she cannot exert her full strength. About half an hour, I may not be able to do it after half an hour. Gumos looked outside. The guy in the lead seems to be an awakener as well, with the strongest attack power. If we kill him, it may be better. Wu Jixing followed their gaze and looked outside, and heard Gumos in front of him continue to whisper, I guess that man should have the ability to bless weapons. The laser from his gun is more harmful to the golden shield than others. So there is such a superpower, it's amazing. Wu Jixing exclaimed, it seems that we must get rid of this man first. Yes, in fact, if there are only 2 of us, this man is not difficult to deal with. Although the other party is also an awakener, his ability is at most B-level. But, Gumos said, glancing at the trembling people behind him, the implication is that if you want to get out of trouble, you can't protect everyone. Because this golden shield defends against attacks from outside, but the people inside can't attack them either. Once they decide to take action, they must remove the protection of the shield. This is a dilemma. Of course, they can take a gamble, and see if the reinforcements will arrive within half an hour. Otherwise, It's better to take action as soon as possible while the two people's mental strength is still at its peak. The later we act, the greater the risk. That is to say, they must make a choice now. Wu Jixing understood, but she didn't want to make this choice. There should be other ways. Let me think about it. Don't think about it. There is basically only one way to choose. We can't protect everyone. Gumo's comforted, although it's not good to say this. As long as we act quickly after removing the protective shield, we will definitely be able to save a few people in the end. It just depends on luck. What are you going to do? Wu Jixing asked instead of answering. So, I will count to 3, remove the protective cover, and then put on a new shield on myself and rush forward. Gumo's whispered his plan quickly. You will hide behind me at that time, and once I rush forward, you will wait for the opportunity to act, and when I knock the opponent's weapon away, you will immediately pick it up and shoot him. Wu Jixing nodded. You can only put on one shield. Yes, I know what you mean. Gumo smiled bitterly again. I am so lucky to be able to awaken and enter the 4-star academy. If everyone can have a shield, such a powerful ability, do I still need to ride the school's free spaceship? When I go out to do tasks, others have to beg me to give me money. Oh, that's right. Wu Jixing understood, and indeed, if there was such a convenient and powerful shield ability, people would rush to hire him as a bodyguard to escort things. Just knowing it is good. Gumo said no more. So are you ready? We're going to attack. Well, actually, I have an idea. I don't know if it's feasible. Wu Jixing suddenly spoke. Gumo's was stunned for a moment and asked, what idea? That is. Wu Jixing thought for a while and asked him, if your shield is broken, will it turn into a light spot and disappear directly, or will it break into pieces like glass? Gumo's didn't know why she asked this, but he answered directly, both. It will break like glass first, and then slowly turn into energy light spots and dissipate. Oh, let me ask you another question. You say, if I would draw my power first, how long can your shield last? Not for long, probably 1 or 2 seconds. If it weren't for your power, my shield would have been broken long ago. Gumo's was a little confused. Why are you asking this? Nothing. Wu Jixing said as she withdrew her power, and then looked at the spider web pattern that suddenly covered the golden shield without her power support. Is that so? You. Gumo shouted in panic. It's going to break. Isn't it said that I should count to 3 before? Before he finished speaking, the spiderweb pattern on the golden shield became denser and denser, and suddenly it broke completely like a fairy scattering flowers. However, just when everyone was panicking and the star pirates were happy, the golden shield fragments that should have been completely broken seemed to be out of control and stopped, hovering in the air. The next moment, Wu Jixing stood up. Her black hair fluttered, her right hand raised high, and gently waved forward, and the suspended golden fragments immediately turned into countless sharp and tough blades, like golden meteors breaking through the night, piercing into the bodies of those star pirates. With a look of joy still on his face, he fell straight down and lost consciousness. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden change, and Gumo's opened his mouth wide, unable to say a word. His ability can actually be used like this? Wait, is this his ability, or the other party's ability? Why is it that the other party uses it better than him when it is obviously his own ability? Since Wu Jixing took action, Gumo's almost couldn't recognize the appearance of his own ability, and couldn't help but doubt his life. You? After a long while, he finally spoke with difficulty. How did you do it? That's how I did it. Wu Jixing thought for a while and said, I just had this idea at first, but I didn't expect it to be successful. I just thought that if your hard shield was broken, it would definitely be the sharpest weapon. So I tried to wrap them with mental power at the moment the shield was broken, and then control them to shoot at the enemy. No, I mean, how can you control all the fragments in an instant, and finally control them to shoot at the enemy? Gumo's had observed that although the pirates were miserable, no one died. They just lost their ability to move and passed out. This was not something that could be done casually. Ah? Wu Jixing was a little confused. Isn't this the most basic use of mental power? She practiced using the method that teacher Limmy told her that day. She could even control tiny water molecules in the air. It was easy for her to capture such a large shield fragment. She could shoot however she wanted, and wherever she wanted. Gumo's was silent for a long time, so long that Wu Jixing felt that he was about to shut himself off. Then he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. You are S level, right? Although it was a question, the tone was affirmative. Yes, but only the mental power has reached S level, not the physical fitness. Wu Jixing said. Sure enough, I knew it. Gumo smiled bitterly. He was a double A level awakener, and it seemed that he lacked a little mental power, but in fact, A level and S level were not in the same world at all. The gap between them is big enough to make people despair, and it may be a gap that cannot be crossed in a lifetime. Of course, the same is true for S level and above, and each level is a completely different world. In short, it can be said that only when the mental power reaches S level can such fine control of external objects be achieved. So there is no problem with basic operations, because S level is the threshold of the strong, and fine control of mental power to interfere with external objects is a sign of reaching S level. But Wu Jixing is just a freshman from E-Star, and he has no idea about these. This made Gumo sigh even more. She didn't even have the most basic common sense of superpowers, but she was already able to skillfully use her mental power to interfere with external objects. This was indeed what a genius was. Gumo still remembered that the other party said that she had just awakened for a short time and had made such progress. It was simply too scary. You know, even the geniuses of those big families couldn't master it so quickly and often needed a long period of practice. Maybe only those top awakeners who were born with double S level could do it. Facing Wu Jixing's doubtful eyes, Gumo's had a complicated expression. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask, and he also knew that the other party should also have a lot of questions about superpowers and levels. We talk later. Gumo's pointed at the star pirates lying there and said, deal with those people first. Okay. Wu Jixing also knew that this was not a good time to talk, so he followed the other party, stripped the weapons from the star pirates, and then tied them up one by one. This is also a big project. Just as the two were busy, a small black spaceship was heading towards their coordinates. Hey Ishio, why don't you repair your broken spaceship? A tall man with red hair and light armor scratched his head in annoyance. It's so slow, when can we get there? Why are you in a hurry? Next to the other person, stood a slender and well-proportioned figure in black and a hood. I'm not in a hurry, why would I be in a hurry? The red-haired man said righteously, I'm just afraid that the two students can't hold on. If they die, we have gone there in vain. Heh. The man called Ishio just snorted coldly. If an S level and an A level awakener can be killed so easily, then it can only be said that the 4-star academy is getting worse with each passing year. Oh, you're still as cold as ever. The red-haired man laughed. Even so, the S level one is just a freshman who has just awakened. Your requirements are too high. Besides, her physique is only A level, not S level. It's already the fastest speed. You don't need to practice. No money. Okay. The red-haired man shrugged and gossiped in a bored manner. What kind of supernatural power does that freshman have that made the school specially look for you? Because I'm the closest. But you're not the only one who's the closest. You can shut up now. I'm just bored. You came here on your own accord. I didn't invite you. Well, you're so heartless. Shut up. Isu paused, glanced at the display on the console and said, Get ready, we're almost there. Oh, finally I can exercise. I'm bored to death. The red-haired man smiled and turned the ring in his hand. Let's go, start the mech. What the two didn't expect was that when one person drove the mech and the other operated the spaceship to arrive at the scene and prepare for a big fight. Looking inside through the transparent glass window of the Xingyuan spaceship, it was strangely quiet, with no signs of fighting at all. What's going on? It's not really broken, is it? The red mecha flew a little closer, but still found nothing. No, I just scanned it. There's no one in the spaceship parked outside. They should still be inside. Ishio in the spaceship said through the encrypted channel, You cover the door, I go in and take a look. Okay, be careful. Then the next second, Ishio, who was still in the spaceship, was instantly surrounded by black mist and then dissipated in the spaceship. At the same time, on the other side, on the spaceship belonging to the 4-star academy, black mist suddenly appeared in the sightseeing corridor, gradually forming a slender figure. Ishio gestured to the red mecha outside the glass window, quietly disappeared into the shadows, and walked carefully into the cabin where the passengers were. So Wu Jixing and Gumos, who had just dealt with the last pirate and had no time to catch their breath, saw the black shadows suddenly appear in front of them. Damn, there's a ghost! Gumo shouted and took several steps back. The next second, a golden shield appeared in front of the two. Wu Jixing was also startled, but she was completely scared by Gumos' loud voice. You know, she is most afraid of ghosts. Okay, not only her, but even the ordinary passengers were frightened by his roar, thinking that some terrible enemy had come again. Ishio ignored those people, but looked at the pirates, who had been dealt with, and staggering on the ground, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. You did it? Yes. Gumos nodded, and after finding that the other party did not seem to be a bad guy, he tentatively asked, Are you a hunter who came to support? Ishio nodded, and then made a gesture, asking the two to follow him. On the long and quiet sightseeing corridor, the three stopped in front of the red mecha outside the glass. Ishio turned on the communication channel and asked, "What's wrong with those guys?" "Oh, they mistook Xianyu for Pandora, and wanted to rob him." Wu Jixing quickly explained the cause and effect. After listening, Ishio said, Ha 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 ha, what the hell is Xianyu, ha ha ha, I'm laughing to death. A burst of laughter suddenly came out of the communication channel, scaring the two of them. "Hey, I'm the red mech outside you guys." The mech waved its arm at them. Wu Jixing had been attracted by the red outside the window before, and waved at the other party, exclaiming, "So cool. Especially the smooth metallic flame red, it's really beautiful, full of mechanical beauty." Not only her, even Gumo's, who is already in the 2nd grade, was amazed and envious. Who doesn't want to have such a cool mech? You will have it in the future too, haha. The other person laughed and said cheerfully, "I am Yanhua, and he is Ishio. We came here to support you, but it seems that we don't need it now. So you two solved all these pirates, you are quite amazing." No, I. Gumo scratched his head embarrassedly, and was about to say that it was all thanks to Wu Jixing that it was so smooth, but someone didn't give him a chance to speak at all and spoke first. "No, it's all because of Senior Red Turban." Wu Jixing silently took a half step back and hid behind the other party. "Red Scarf Senior Gumo's, Ha 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 ha, Red Scarf Senior." The big brother named Yanhua in the red mecha seemed to have a very low sense of laughter. He smiled and said, "Little girl, tell me what your superpower is, and I will dance for you, how about it?" Wu Jixing was curious, dancing with a mecha. "Yes, do you want to see it?" Yanhua coaxed. Wu Jixing pretended to think for a while. "Why don't you dance for a while first?" "Haha, you are such a cunning girl. Don't think you can get me for free." "Okay, shut up." Ishio didn't know whether he was impatient or felt embarrassed for the other party, so he changed the subject and said, "Come and help me get rid of these people." Okay, you are such a boring person." Then, Wu Jixing saw that the two people had a clear division of labor. One threw the people out, and the other caught them, and threw them into the spaceship belonging to the Star Pirates. After everyone was transferred, Ishio spoke to the two people again. "I have checked the spaceship. Only one engine and intelligence system are broken. The manual mode can still be used. You can drive to the nearby transit star, and wait for the school's new spaceship to pick you up." "Okay, which transit star is it?" Gumo's asked. "C49, do you know it?" Ixia asked. "Any problem?" "Yes, I know it." Gumo's nodded quickly. "No problem." "Okay, let's go." As he said that, he turned into black mist again, and left with the red mecha. He came in a spaceship, and when he left, he drove away the spaceship full of pirates. Only Wu Jixing and Gumo's were left looking at the shadow of the spaceship that was gradually disappearing. Wu Jixing, "Hunter is so cool." Gumo's, "Yes." Wu Jixing, "Then let's go too." Gumo's, "Okay." Wu Jixing, "Why are you still standing there? Go and fly the spaceship." Gumo's, I don't know how to." Wu Jixing, You don't know how to fly? Then why did you keep nodding and saying it's okay?" Gumo's was a little aggrieved. He asked me if I knew C49, and I nodded, and said it was okay to know it. Wu Jixing, You are in the 2nd grade, haven't you learned to fly a spaceship?" "I haven't started the 2nd grade yet. What should I do?" The two looked at each other. "Then the question is, how to fly a mecha." "Oh no, a spaceship." Chapter 15. How do you drive this spaceship? How about I check it on StarNet? This model should be the simplest type of civil aviation. How is it? Okay, operate it the same as the hovercraft as described above, with auxiliary systems. Can you do it? No problem, I have a driver's license, and I can drive a hovercraft very well. Great, that's all up to you. That's it, I found a problem. What's wrong? I can't understand the map and coordinates above, and I don't know which route to take in this densely packed area. It's okay, I have navigation. So he operated like a tiger. Half an hour later, in the 4th galaxy, in a vast space, there was a small spaceship moving forward in a strange way. Why is it strange? Because it was like a drunk spaceship, moving forward in a left-right way. What's more amazing is that even if it was moving left-right, it perfectly used the channel as the central axis and moved forward at full speed without any deviation. At this time, someone in the cockpit of the spaceship was operating the spaceship with sweat all over his head. Stop shaking, it makes me dizzy. Wu Jixing held her navigation robot in her hand and placed it on the central axis of the spaceship. At this time, The robot's head was facing the windshield in front of the spaceship, and it projected the navigation route outward. In order to prevent the robot from shaking and deviating, Wu Jixing could only stand there in person and stabilize it with her own hands. Of course, she could also use mental power to control and fix it, but considering that she had just consumed a lot of energy, and she didn't know whether there would be any danger along the way, she should be cautious and use it as little as possible. At this moment, behind her, in front of the main console, Gummoz was holding the joystick tightly, looking at the navigation route ahead, carefully controlling the spacecraft forward. His arm holding the joystick was swollen and veins were bulging. He was trying very hard, which made Wu Jixing, who occasionally looked back to pay attention to the other party, speechless. She was really afraid that this guy would accidentally break the joystick, and then they would really be trapped in this dark universe, and no matter how hard they tried, it would be useless. I don't want to either. Gummow's muscles trembled a little, as if he was exerting all his strength. But this joystick is too sensitive. When I move it, it moves too far to the left. When I move it again, it moves too far to the right. What can I do? Didn't you say that you drive the hovercraft very well? But this joystick is much harder to control than the hovercraft. I'm trying my best. As he spoke, the spaceship shook again, and then made a sharp turn. Wu Jixing quickly stabilized his lower body. If he had never practiced martial arts and stood on a pile before, he would have been shaken down long ago. Relax a little, you have poor control over your muscles. Wu Jixing sighed faintly, and really wanted to change positions and go up himself. But who made Gummoz so tall? If he stood in front to stabilize the navigation robot, she would stand in front of the main console at the same height, and would not be able to see anything. Now, Gummoz, with his height advantage, stood at the main console and operated, and could see everything clearly just right. Except that the spaceship was shaking a lot and driving a little slower, it could always reach the destination. It just makes the ordinary passenger suffer. When Wu Jixing thought of this, she couldn't help but twitch her lips. She still remembered that at the beginning, she could hear the sound of retching in the cabin at the back, but now there is no sound at all. The two looked at each other, as if they had thought of the same thing, and then they looked away guiltily. Especially Gummoz, he felt that what he did as a senior was a bit embarrassing, so he could only try to find a topic to chat about, at least to make the atmosphere less quiet. He looked at the navigation in front of him, and seemed to have thought of a good topic to break the silence. Well, your navigation robot looks broken like an antique, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. It can guide so accurately in the universe. Aw, really? Wu Jixing looked at the navigation robot in his hand, with a puzzled look. Tom had said this before, but Tom was just an ordinary person from Star E, so it was normal for him to be surprised. But why did this senior from the 4-Star Academy also say that her navigation was powerful? Thinking of this, Wu Jixing also asked tentatively, how powerful is it? Can't your navigation system be used in the universe? The systems that can navigate in the universe are all built in on the spacecraft. As you just saw, there are countless routes between planets. Gummoz explained, the captain needs to calculate and know which route to take. This is the most difficult part of the spacecraft's navigation in the universe. Because the universe is full of countless unknowns and risks, if you choose the wrong route, you will put yourself in danger, such as electromagnetic storms, aftermath of asteroid explosions, or countless meteorites and garbage belts, the gravity of other planets, etc. I see. Then aren't we in danger, if there is a problem with the navigation route? Yes, of course our current route is relatively safe. Gummoz added, this is the optimal solution specially developed by the school after calculation. Moreover, your navigation route is still very accurate, without any deviation. When he followed the direction indicated by the other party, not only did he not encounter any danger, but the navigation data displayed on the map on the spacecraft was also smooth, without any alarm. He could even see that they were shortening the distance with C-49 at a very stable speed. It would not be long before they could reach the transit star smoothly before the supplies on the ship were used up. Really? That's great. Wu Jixing breathed a sigh of relief, but she was confused again. She asked again, then ordinary navigation can't be used in the universe? Yes, this involves a lot of calculations and huge data flows, which ordinary navigation can't do. Speaking of this, Gummoz exclaimed again, when I first saw you take this out, I almost blacked out. I really don't know how such a small antique navigation robot can do such a huge and complex calculation. It feels so convenient to carry one with you. Gummoz said with envy, this must be an heirloom in your family. Oh. Wu Jixing nodded and said seriously, this robot was lost on planet E hundreds of years ago. My great-great-great-grandmother found it in the garbage dump one day and has kept it ever since, passing it down from generation to generation. This time, my mother knew that I was going on a long journey, so she solemnly handed it to me, a hymn. Oh, I really envy you, what a legendary story. Gummo's was envious again, and then he was suddenly stunned. Wait, you said you are from Planet E? Yes, what's wrong? Wu Jixing was puzzled. Isn't this a spaceship that flies to the E and D star regions? Yes, I thought you were from Planet D like me. Gummo's was so surprised. You are so powerful, you are from Planet E. To be honest, as far as I can remember, I have never seen an awakener who really came from Planet E. Although this spaceship flies to the E and D star regions, in fact, only students from Planet D will ride it. Really? Then maybe I'm lucky. Wu Jixing didn't plan to say too much. After all, she couldn't explain her own affairs clearly. She couldn't say that she had traveled through time, because she had practiced martial arts for many years in her previous life and was born with the ability to control her mental power. Awakening was as easy for her as eating and drinking water. But she also took this opportunity to get a lot of information from Gummo's, including the differences between different levels of mental power, such as some courses that need to be studied in school life, and about the mirror world. She just realized that everyone would enter the mirror world to practice in their spare time, and what made her even more excited was that there was a special internet cafe on the transit star C49, where you could enter the mirror world, although it was a bit of a pity, because Gummo's told her that the Mecha simulation dual field in the mirror world required a special binding of the student ID number, and ordinary people were not allowed to touch these things. Wu Jixing could understand this. After all, in the previous life, the Mecha should be a fighter jet, which was a military secret. How could you be allowed to drive it casually, even in the simulation cabin? But it doesn't matter. Wu Jixing still plans to go to the internet cafe to log into the mirror world during the 2 days of waiting on the transit star, because the other party said that there is money to be made there. She urgently needs high-level nutrient solution and gene evolution potion to improve her physique, and strive to reach SS as soon as possible to resolve the crisis of the body. By the way, she can also go there to look for clues about her brother. So in this peaceful chat atmosphere, the spaceship gradually approached their destination. Not far away, through the wide field of view in front of the spaceship, Wu Jixing could vaguely see the appearance of a prosperous and developed planet, because the asteroid belt outside the planet is full of spacecraft parked on it. You can imagine it as a super large airport planet. So this is the transit planet C49. Wu Jixing couldn't help but sigh, finally feeling like he was in the future interstellar space. It was so cool. Gummo's also saw the dawn of victory at this time, and he was relieved in his heart, finally fulfilling his mission. He smiled and said, "Thanks to your navigation. By the way, what's his name?" Wu Jixing was really surprised when she heard this. Feilin was fine, but why did this rough guy ask such a question? Could it be that he also likes to name robots? So she asked directly, "Why do you think it has a name? Isn't it just a navigation robot?" Gummo's was stunned, and then he realized that the other party seemed to have misunderstood something, and explained, "You may not know that robots that can do such huge calculations are generally very intelligent, which you can understand as artificial intelligence. So people usually give them names." "Is that so? This is the first time I've heard of it. But it does have a name." Wu Jixing said this, but she was shocked in her heart. Could it be that this navigation robot is artificial intelligence? Thinking of what the netizens on the forum said, it's not that teacher Lemmy went to their E-star for this. Wu Jixing was worried, thinking that she would have to study the navigation robot she picked up when she arrived at the transit star. At this time, she was a little absent-minded, and subconsciously said, "His name is Xiaoguang." Fortunately, before the word head came out, Wu Jixing finally reacted and quickly changed his words. "No, oh right. Just call it Xiaoguang. It's like a light, guiding me in the direction, so I call it Xiaoguang." "Wow, what a good name, haha." Gummo smiled and scratched his head, half-jokingly saying, "I thought he was called Xiaoguang too, haha. After all, this head is really bright." "Don't." Wu Jixing thought to himself that it was bad, but it was too late to stop the other party from saying the 3 words little bald head. Gummo's, "Don't what?" "Don't say those 3 words little bald head. My Xiaoguang will get angry if he doesn't like it," Wu Jixing said, and hurried to look at the robot in his hand. Good guy, it really went on strike. The navigation that was originally working diligently seemed to be stuck at this moment. Only the 2 eyes were still lit, and there was no map at all. "Aw, sorry, I don't know." Gummo's could only scratch his head awkwardly. "How about I comfort him, and apologize to him?" "Okay, then I leave my Xiaoguang to you." Wu Jixing had no choice. Fortunately, they were almost at their destination, Otherwise, they would have no place to cry. So Wu Jixing handed the navigation robot to the other party, and took over the control of the spacecraft directly. Well, be careful, it's not easy to control. Okay. Wu Jixing tried it casually. It was not difficult at all. It was still a problem of muscle control. She had been practicing under the guidance of her master since she was a child, so this was not difficult for her. Alas, it turns out that big muscular men are not good, too stiff. Soon, under Wu Jixing's control, the spacecraft finally returned to its normal straight line, and soon, C-49 was close at hand. On the side, Gumos was just about to think about how to coax this robot, but suddenly he felt that the spacecraft stopped shaking, and for a moment, he was a little uncomfortable. Why did it stop? He asked in confusion. We're here. Wu Jixing blinked. She hadn't driven enough, but she had already arrived. Gumos was just stunned. What, we're here already? He clearly remembered that there was still a long way to go. Although the planet seemed to be close at hand, it was because it was too big, and there was still some distance. Yes, we're here. Wu Jixing sighed. It's not that difficult. Gumos was autistic. He wanted to cry. An hour later, when the spacecraft lined up to dock on the C-49 star, the staff responsible for reviewing the checkpoint looked at the other party's navigation record retrieved from the system, was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but complain to Gumos, who was standing in front. Fuck man, you guys are really good at flying this spaceship. I almost thought you uploaded someone's electrocardiogram. The last section is a steady line, but it's too steady. I thought the person was dead. Gumos and Wu Jixing, The staff immediately gave a thumbs up with respect. You are indeed a top student in the 4-star academy. Gumos became more autistic. That night, Wu Jixing settled down in the hotel arranged by the school, and took out the navigation robot that had been comforted by Gumos, and began to study it. Xiao Guang, what's your name? The navigation robot didn't respond. Xiao Guang, do you like this new name? The navigation robot didn't respond either. Xiao Guang, do you believe in light? The navigation robot still didn't respond at all. Just when Wu Jixing was wondering if this navigation was really an artificial intelligence with high IQ, she suddenly had an idea and said with a tried attitude, Xiao Guang, please help me navigate to the mirror world, thank you. So the next moment, in Wu Jixing's surprised eyes, the navigation robot finally responded. Searching for mirror signals? The mirror has been connected. Would you like to log in now? Wu Jixing was shocked at first, and then delighted. I didn't expect that this broken robot she picked up was really a treasure, and it could actually take her into the mirror world. This way, you don't have to spend money to buy a gaming helmet, and you don't have to go to an internet cafe, but it saves a lot of money. So Wu Jixing hurriedly said excitedly, of course, log in, log in. Navigation robot Xiaoguang, please answer yes or no. Wu Jixing, Is this really a high IQ? So she quickly replied yes. The next moment, in Wu Jixing's surprised and excited eyes, the navigation robot's eyes instantly emitted extremely dazzling energy, wrapping around her. But the energy dissipated before it reached her body. Navigation robot Xiaoguang, insufficient energy, please replenish energy. Wu Jixing, Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were short of energy? You just found out that you were short of energy. Wu Jixing wanted to complain, but she didn't dare to say it. She seriously suspected that this broken robot was deliberately taking revenge on the little bald man, but she had no evidence. So in the end, Wu Jixing could only run to the internet cafe and spend money to buy the cheapest gaming helmet. This gaming helmet was no different from the one she wore when she played the mental power test game on D1111. After Wu Jixing put it on, she started the game directly. Finally, she could finally enter the mirror world to find out. What she didn't know was that the moment she entered the game, the navigation robot in her pocket started up again, and energy surged in its eyes. Mirror connected. Chapter 16. After Wu Jixing entered the mirror world, she immediately found herself in a small room. There were sofas, tables and chairs, a wardrobe, and a huge floor-to-ceiling mirror in the room. She walked to the mirror and looked inside. It was her original appearance in reality, almost a one-to-one replica, except that the clothes on her body had changed to the initial set, a set of white training clothes. Wu Jixing subconsciously touched her face, and couldn't help but sigh, this is really magical. She knew that she only entered the mirror world with her mental power, but it felt like a real person had come in directly. It is indeed a great game that has been running for 1,000 years. As someone who often played games in her previous life, she felt as happy as a mouse falling into a rice jar. She looked at the small room on the login interface with familiarity. After finding a small door, She instantly realized that it should be the portal to enter the game world completely. But she didn't want to enter the game with her true face at all. When she checked the information on the web, she already knew that the mirror world, like all the games in her previous life, could be shaped. So Wu Jixing, as a game veteran, raised her hand and lightly touched the mirror in front of her. Sure enough, the next second, she saw a third-person perspective, and her body appeared in front of her on a face-shaping interface. Wu Jixing took a quick look and found that she could use her own face as a template and adjust the facial features by no more than 50%. In other words, it is impossible to completely change your appearance, but this 50% adjustment is enough for others to not recognize you. Even in the hands of an expert, you can become another person. So Wu Jixing tried to adjust her face shape. Gumos had told her before that few people in the mirror world would use their original appearance, and everyone would make changes to some extent. Just like many times, you don't want to be recognized by people in the real world on the internet, the same reason. And since it's all a virtual world, of course you can change it however you like. For example, pink hair, big green eyes, or a cute face. Wu Jixing didn't like her original pale face, and she was a little tired of having black hair and black eyes in both lives, so she wanted to be as bright as possible. As for her figure, it could be manipulated, but since she entered the mirror world to practice Mecha, she naturally had to take reality as the standard. Her current height was 176 centimeters, which was very tall in her previous life, but in the future world, where 2 meters tall people are everywhere, a girl's height of 176 centimeters can only be considered medium, similar to the height of just over 1.6 meters in her previous life. Wu Jixing was actually 171 centimeters in her previous life. If she wanted to show her strength, she would adjust to 171 centimeters to be her comfort zone. To be honest, if her height suddenly increased by 5 centimeters, it would have a great impact when she was doing some actions. So at this time, the appearance of the mirror world was very important for her to adapt to her new body, so she naturally couldn't adjust her body data. So, after a series of operations, a cute girl with pink hair and green eyes, 176 centimeters in height, smooth muscle lines, and a well-proportioned figure, was born. Wu Jixing clicked to confirm and turned off the face pinching, and then opened the wardrobe again to enter the interface for changing clothes. In addition to the white training clothes on his body, there are also simple t-shirts, pants, short skirts, and dresses and other basic styles. Wu Jixing disliked the training clothes being too ugly, so he changed into a warm yellow floral dress, paired with a pair of small white shoes that are easy to walk in. After all, clothes are also very important when playing games. If you dress well, you will feel good and have infinite power to fight monsters. Finally, after all this trouble, when Wu Jixing exited the interface, it was almost an hour into the game. But this was much better than her glorious record in her previous life, when she could spend 3 hours just to play with her face. In short, after Wu Jixing finished everything on the login interface, she directly opened the portal and stepped in. Please enter a name. Oh, I almost forgot to pick a name. Wu Jixing's eyes turned slightly, and she had an idea. She entered in the name column, 21st Century Beautiful Girl. Click to confirm. The screen turned and she came to a square similar to the main city. The world suddenly became lively. Suddenly, she had a thought, and a translucent game interface opened in front of her. Character nickname, 21st Century Beautiful Girl. Race and gender, human female. Character level, level 1. Ability, not awakened. Please go to the NPC Lazy Old Hanik on the west side of the main city to accept the awakening task. Skills, not learned, can be learned after awakening. Equipment armor, an ordinary yellow floral skirt, armor value 1, a pair of ordinary white shoes, armor value 1, equipment weapons, none. Equipment accessories, none. It turns out that you can directly learn superpowers. Wu Jixing's eyes lit up and found that this game is quite interesting. It is exactly the same as reality. No wonder it is called a mirror projection of the real world. She didn't know where her birthplace was projected from in reality, but she didn't have the energy to explore it for the time being. Instead, she planned to find the NPC for the awakening task. However, it was slightly different from the online games in her previous life. Perhaps for the sake of reality, she could open the main city map with a thought. But there was no NPC route guide on the map. She needed to slowly explore it herself or ask passers-by. Hey, if Seogwon was here, I could let it help me navigate there. Wu Jixing looked for the NPC in the direction of the west side of the main city, and said to himself, where's that lazy old Nick? Suddenly, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Wu Jixing's mind. Navigation has been turned on, destination coordinates, Lazy old Nick. Wu Jixing's eyes suddenly widened, and he used his mind to call up the map interface incredulously. At this time, a small robot walking pattern suddenly appeared on the originally empty map, with a red dotted line in front of it, and an old man's head at the end of the dotted line. Wu Jixing clicked on the avatar, and it said, "Awakened NPC Lazy Old Nick." Wu Jixing was stunned. Is this robot she picked up so awesome? The key is that she didn't even know when it followed her in. And it can even navigate in the Mirror World game. Where can it not navigate? No wonder this navigation robot can take her into the realm world. Thinking of this, Wu Jixing suddenly realized that it seemed normal to be able to navigate in the Mirror World. Well, it's really normal. Soon, under Xiaoguang's navigation, Wu Jixing smoothly arrived at the location of the awakening NPC, the door of a shabby grocery store on the west side of the main city. The door was half open, and there seemed to be someone inside. Wu Jixing knocked on the door, and pushed the door open. "What do you want to buy?" A drunk, bearded old man sat in front of the narrow counter, drinking happily with a bottle of wine. This person was the NPC she was looking for. "Hello, I want to do the awakening task." "Oh, burp." Old Nick burped, without even raising his eyelids. "Go to the forest outside and kill 10 mutant wild boars, and peel off their skins for me." "Okay, do you have any tools?" Wu Jixing pointed to his empty hands, indicating that he was powerless without weapons. "Here." Old Nick held the bottle in one hand, and took out a knife from the corner of the counter with the other hand, and threw it over. "Remember to return it to me." "Oh, okay, thank you." Wu Jixing picked up the knife and equipped it. The weapon column instantly showed, "This is a crude thin-skin knife, attack power. 1 tip, you have accepted the task. The lazy old Nick's request very good." Wu Jixing took the skinning knife and went out. With Xiaoguang's guidance, she soon arrived at the forest outside and saw her mission target, which was also a mutant wild boar of level 1. With a slash of her knife, a mutant wild boar died under her knife. Just when Wu Jixing thought she was going to start skinning, golden spots appeared on the wild boar's body, lying on the ground. Her mind moved. Just like killing monsters and picking up items in a game, she also picked up what she needed. "You got the mutant wild boar skin. X1. It doesn't seem to be difficult," Wu Jixing murmured and continued to look for the next wild boar. However, what she didn't know was that other players who were struggling to do the wild boar task not far away, after seeing her kill a mutant wild boar with a knife, widened their eyes in disbelief and murmured, "Fuck, the knife in her hand can't be a magic weapon." It took almost half an hour for Wu Jixing to complete the task of 10 wild boar skins, and return to old Nick. Just as she was about to push the door in, she found a black-skinned muscular man, wearing only red shorts coming out from inside, and he even winked at her when he passed by her. Wu Jixing, Good man, this is another player, why are they dressed so sexy? It's really eye-catching. Don't think that you can let yourself go just because no one knows you in the game." Wu Jixing was almost crying, and hurried into old Nick's grocery store to hand in the task. "Oh, good job." Old Nick put down the bottle, and nodded with satisfaction. "Tell me, what do you want to learn?" Hint, you have completed the task. Lazy old Nick's request, please select the ability system you need to learn. The game panel suddenly popped up in front of Wu Jixing, showing several systems that can be selected, and attached with a brief introduction. Attack system, has strong attack ability, can be used as the output of the team, the main force to kill monsters. Defense system, has strong defense ability, can be used as the defense of the team, to ensure the safety of teammates. Healing system, has strong healing ability, can be used as the treatment of the team, to save the lives of teammates. Assistance system, has strong auxiliary ability, can be used as the auxiliary of the team, better help improve the strength of teammates and assist in killing monsters. This is also the same supernatural system as in reality. Wu Jixing didn't think about it, and directly chose output this time. After all, she didn't know if she could find teammates. She might need to do the task alone for a long time in the early stage, so it was more convenient to choose output. So, the moment she clicked and selected, another message popped up on the screen. Please choose physical attack system or magic attack system. This time Wu Jixing thought for a moment and chose magic system. Because she knew how to use weapons, she wanted to experience something new. Tip: you have awakened the attack system and magic system ability, and learned the random skill water ball technique. Instantly, Wu Jixing saw the information of this water ball technique on his character skill panel. Can send out a water ball to attack the enemy in front, casting time 1 second, level 1. So Wu Jixing hurriedly ran to the forest outside, and found another mutant wild boar. This time she took the opponent away with one shot. She was a little excited about the new ability, and after killing several mutant wild boars directly, her level was actually increased. Tip: your level has been increased to 2. Tip: the dungeon has been unlocked. You can enter the dungeon with your teammates to participate in the battle and explore the world. Wu Jixing opened the character panel, and saw that she was already level 2. However, when she upgraded, she found that the wild boar in the forest had also been upgraded to level 2. This time, she actually needed 2 water balls to take it away. And what was even more troublesome was that after beating this level 2 mutant wild boar, her mana was actually exhausted. I understand, it really doesn't work without equipment. She didn't have money to buy good equipment now, and she couldn't make much money just by beating wild boars. She could only rely on dungeon drops. So if she wanted to continue to upgrade and improve herself, she still had to find teammates to play dungeons. Moreover, she was a complete new player now, not familiar with the game, and didn't know where to continue to take on quests. As for finding clues about her brother, she was even more confused. So in order to quickly integrate here, she still had to find someone to guide her. So Wu Jixing opened the world chat channel, and saw that many guilds were recruiting people there. She randomly clicked on a few guilds, whose names looked pleasing to her, and applied to join. Unfortunately, when she had killed several wild boars, and raised her level to 3, no guild approved her application. Wu Jixing pouted, knowing that she was a newcomer with nothing and a new account, so no one wanted her. So she directly typed in the World Channel, 21st Century Pretty Girl, a new cute girl. The good-hearted guild took her in. World Channel, 21st Century Pretty Girl, why didn't anyone take me in? World Channel, Crazy Fighter Beast, because those who call themselves cute girls are all big guys who pick their toes. World Channel, Big Guy Who Picks His Toes, who is calling me? World Channel, I'm the best in the world, ha ha ha, there are really people who call me that, it's so funny. Wu Jixing was speechless. It seemed that she couldn't find a guild for the time being, and she was too lazy to continue looking. Anyway, she was just going to go online and take a look today. Just when she was about to go back to the city and log off, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of her. Prompt: Player Hot Lady. Invite you to join the guild, the cutest in the universe. Do you agree? Wu Jixing took a look and saw that someone had taken the initiative to add her, so of course she agreed. However, the moment she clicked the yes button, her eyes suddenly went dark, and she returned to reality. The helmet system sounded a prompt that her game time had expired, asking her to leave her seat as soon as possible or recharge her time again. Wu Jixing looked at the time. It was already a whole night. She didn't even explore much, but it was time. She was speechless. She should have clicked to agree to join the guild before logging off. It was already dawn outside. She would be flying to school in a few hours, so she didn't have time to play anymore. She could only go back to the hotel to rest for a while, and then log into the game when she got to school. It was at this time that Wu Jixing suddenly thought of something. She quickly took out the navigation robot she had put in her pocket, and found that it was the same as when she put it in before. I really don't know how it followed her into the mirror world. Xiao Guang, can you navigate everywhere? Wu Jixing asked curiously. Navigation robot Xiao Guang, please tell me the address. The 21st Century, No XX, XXXX Road, XX District, XX City, X Country. So Wu Jixing smoothly reported the address of her mansion in her previous life. Navigation robot Xiaoguang, Okay, she was overthinking. Just as both parties were silent, the communicator on Wu Jixing's wrist suddenly vibrated, prompting a friend request. She was a little confused about who would add her, and when she clicked on it, she found that it was the hunter Yanhua she met that day. Although she didn't know why the other party knew her ID and applied for a friend, Wu Jixing didn't think much about it and accepted it directly. Soon, the other party sent a voice communication request. The next second, the call was connected, and the cheerful voice came out instantly. Wow, you passed so quickly. Hello, is there anything I can do for you? Wu Jixing asked. Can't I find you if I have nothing to do? Wu Jixing was silent for a moment. She always felt that this guy named Yanhua was a little off the track. Oh no, too cheerful and familiar. Okay. Seeing that the conversation was about to get awkward, the other party got straight to the point and said, I'm telling you that the pirate you defeated that day has been imprisoned. I transfer the reward to you. Reward? Wu Jixing's eyes lit up, and he asked, Is there a bounty? Yes. The person on the other end of the line smiled. You can choose between money and contribution points, but I still suggest you choose the latter. Contribution points? Wu Jixing asked. Yes, contribution points are more useful to you now. You could exchange them for some resources that can't be bought with money. Yinhua explained, when you get to school, give me your student ID number, and I transfer it directly. Okay, thank you, brother Yinhua. Hee, you're welcome. Wu Jixing hung up the call, and she instantly thought of the contribution points her brother got in the military academy, which should be the same thing. This is not easy to get, and I didn't expect that I could get contribution points by beating a star pirate. This is really an unexpected gain. A few hours later, late at night, the new spaceship sent by the school to pick her up arrived at the transit star C-49. Wu Jixing and Gumos boarded the spaceship and flew to school together. This time Wu Jixing didn't dare to go on the forum on the spaceship, so she arrived at her destination smoothly, the legendary 4-star academy, where she would study and live for the next 4 years. What Wu Jixing didn't expect was that when the spaceship slowly landed and opened the hatch, she stepped out with an expectant and anxious heart. Before she could marvel at the grandeur and magnificence of the school, the senior who seemed to be welcoming the newcomer suddenly came up to her warmly, with a friendly smile. Welcome, welcome to the 4-star academy. Just when Wu Jixing was sighing at the enthusiasm of the senior, she heard the other party say, You are the freshman who cried awakening. Wu Jixing, ? Chapter 17. You are the freshman who cried and awakened. Seeing that she was stunned and didn't respond, the senior sister blinked and said it again. I know you. Senior sister, how did you know? Wu Jixing's heart skipped a beat. Why did this matter become known? Well, there were indeed many people present at the time, but no one was admitted to the 4-star academy, and it was even more impossible that someone in their family was in the 4-star academy. If so, they would not still be in Star D and Star E. So, using the process of elimination, it can't be that Teacher Limmy said it out loud. Wait, Wu Jixing suddenly thought of a possibility. Teacher Limmy is indeed not a big mouth, but when he reimburses the mecha damage, he has to report to the school. Then the school knows that the teacher in charge of reimbursement is a big mouth, so the teachers and students in the whole school may know it. Thinking of this, Wu Jixing's eyes went dark, and he became autistic. Good guy, this is only the first day of school. She still has 4 years to graduate. The senior sister who greeted the new student saw her appearance. Her beautiful almond eyes narrowed, and the smile at the corner of her mouth was almost covered. Ahem. She coughed and said, because everyone knows that this year, a student from E-Star came, so I paid more attention to him. What the other party didn't say was, is it a little more attention or a billion points? You know, every year when new students come, no one is willing to take the task of receiving new students because the contribution points are too low. As a result, everyone rushed to take this task this year just to watch the fun. Huang Rojing, the senior sister in front of her, finally got it, and was very lucky that on the day she was on duty, she met the legendary person in question, the only lucky E-Star girl in the entire 4-star academy, who was admitted as an exception because she cried and awakened because she was too poor to pay for the mecha. Wu Jixing had no idea that she had already been given such a long list of titles before she even arrived at school, and the names were widely known in the school. At first, she was worried that she would be bullied and excluded because she came from a low-level star like E-Star, and she even thought about how to deal with it. Unexpectedly, the expected troubles did not occur, but everyone paid attention to her like a rare creature. Wu Jixing didn't know whether to cry or laugh now, but at least the atmosphere of the school was much better than she had imagined. Although she was a bit socially awkward, she thought that the students here were so gossipy, and thought that studying here would be interesting, so she was even more excited. So after the senior introduced the school to her and arranged for her to register, Wu Jixing looked at the dormitory card in her hand and asked, Senior, how do I get to this dormitory? She just learned from the other party that the entire campus of the 4-star academy is very large. How big is it? As big as a planet. That's right, this A4-star, the entire A-level high-level star, belongs to their school. Not only that, in the entire 4th galaxy, their school also has countless affiliated planets, including some resource-rich planets with rich minerals. In short, here, you can regard the Star Academy as a force and a country. The 10 top schools known as the 10 stars of the Alliance are the 10 largest forces in the Alliance, powerful countries with rich resources, and other ordinary star academies and family forces are small countries. Every year, the 4th grade students of the school must fight for the school and compete with other schools for resources. Because all the free resources and huge protection that everyone enjoys now are the result of the hard work of the seniors, who even defended it with their lives. This is what every freshman will be solemnly told by the seniors when they first arrive at the school, and Wu Jixing is no exception. Sure enough, although Xingyuan is different from a military school, you don't have to sign a life and death agreement when you enter school and fight on the front line, but you still have to bear the obligations. There is no free lunch in the world. Tuition is free, and you can enjoy all kinds of resources at will. How can you not pay for it? Of course, these Wu Jixing are prepared. She is not too worried. Anyway, there are still 4 years. Let's focus on the present. Oh, you mean the dormitory. Wang Rojing smiled and pointed to the hall in front. There is a portal to the dormitory area. You are in Area A, the first one on the left. Don't go to the wrong door. Ah, a portal? Wu Jixing was surprised to hear this. Planet A actually has a portal. So cool. She has no idle burden at this moment. Everyone knows that she is from Planet E. There is no need to pretend. Instead, she is completely rotten, relaxed and comfortable. Yes. Wang Rojing smiled. Only high-level A-class stars have portals. I was also surprised when I first came here. Wang Rojing was born on Star B. Although it is also a high-level star compared to Star E, it is still incomparable to Star A. I see. Then can the portal be used to directly teleport to other planets? Wu Jixing asked curiously. Yes, it can, but the resources consumed are too huge. Wang Rojing explained. Only important battlefields will have this kind of cross-planet portals. Wu Jixing nodded when she heard this, knowing how important the portal was to the frontline battlefield. She thought for a moment and asked the last question she was concerned about. Thank you, senior sister. By the way, I would also like to ask, does the school have equipment to enter the mirror world? Of course, you can go to the school library. There are free ones there. Wang Rojing patiently explained. There is a library near each dormitory area. You just need to follow the signs when the time comes. Is it a private room? The kind that can block external interference. Wu Jixing was a little concerned about this issue. After all, the navigation robot on her body might behave strangely when she entered the mirror world, even if she didn't start it. So in order to prevent accidents, an independent space is needed. Of course, but those boxes are all deluxe game cabins that can block others from peeping, and the game experience is better, but it requires contribution points. Wu Jixing was delighted when he heard this, and suddenly remembered the contribution points he got as a reward for catching star pirates, so he quickly asked, how many contribution points do you need? Is it expensive? 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 10 hours of game time. The school does give 500 points to each freshman in your student card as a freshman reward. But generally few people will spend precious contribution points on this. Wang Rojing specifically instructed, contribution points are very important. You can exchange them for resources that cannot be bought with star coins. It is best not to spend them indiscriminately. Especially the difference between gaming helmets and gaming cabins is the comfort and experience. It is like a low-end computer and a high-end computer. Everyone can run games. If you have money, you can buy a high-end graphics card and a 4K high-definition screen. If you don't have money, you can just play with an ordinary computer. There is no need to spend expensive contribution points on this. This made sense. Wu Jixing didn't refute it, but nodded obediently. Thank you, senior sister, I understand. Yeah, if you have any questions, you can add my ID. Then Wang Rojing took the initiative to add her as a friend. Okay, you should go to the dormitory and settle down. It's getting late. Okay, senior sister. After saying goodbye to the kind senior sister, Wu Jixing came to the portal in the hall ahead and stepped in. This feeling was very strange. It was like she had just crossed a barrier and came to a completely different environment from before. There was the sound of gurgling streams in her ears, and birds were singing on the branches, as if they disliked her as an outsider who disturbed its interest. Wu Jixing smelled the fragrance of grass and flowers, and felt the air and natural energy of the high-level star that were countless times better than in her previous life. She couldn't help but sigh that this was where people lived. What kind of suffering is the world on E-Star? I don't know if it was her illusion, but as soon as she stepped into A4 star, she felt her pores dilating, her body jumping, and her spirit enjoying. That comfortable feeling made her feel that even if she didn't practice, she could slowly increase her strength. Wu Jixing suddenly realized that this might be the reason why many natural double S awakeners appeared on high-level stars. Not only is the genetic selection more perfect, but the environment they have been in since childhood has extremely rich and abundant natural energy, which is completely incomparable to low-level stars. It is no wonder that an awakener from such a bad environment on E-Star, who was admitted to the 4-star academy, would receive so much attention. Just as Wu Jixing was daydreaming, she had already arrived at the villa area where her dormitory was located. Yes, the villa. Wu Jixing burst into tears. Is she finally going to live in the mansion? She was so excited that she found building 38 in Area A according to the address on the dormitory card in her hand. scanned her face in front of the door, and walked in directly. In the lobby on the ground floor of the villa, many students were sitting there to rest. When they saw her come in, they looked around curiously. Almost all the people living here are freshmen, and they are still in the stage of seeing everything new. Wu Jixing nodded to a few people, and walked to the top floor. This is a small 6-story house, and the dormitory she was assigned to was on the top floor, the 6th floor, room 6-1. Just as Wu Jixing came upstairs with anticipation and entered the floor that belonged to her room, a group of busy people suddenly passed by. "Come on, make way, our young master's game cabin is expensive." Those people were carrying a super deluxe version of the game cabin and were moving it to a room. And she was standing at the entrance of the stairs, as if blocking half of the way. Oh. Wu Jixing quickly made way, and then she found that the group of people carried the enviable super luxurious game cabin into room 6-2. Wu Jixing looked at her room 6-1, and then looked up at room 6-2. Wow, the person living in the dormitory opposite her turned out to be a rich man. Look at this top-of-the-line super luxurious game cabin. Others don't even have to go to the library. She can bring her luxurious game cabin to play in the dormitory. How comfortable. Wu Jixing instantly felt a little envious. Only she had to spend contribution points to go to the library's box. It was really sad to compare people. At that moment, she thought of sending her student ID number to Brother Yinhua, but she didn't know how many points she could get, and whether it would be enough for her. Wu Jixing thought that once she had money, she would also buy a game cabin for herself and put it in the dormitory, otherwise it would be a big deal to spend the contribution points. She came to the door of dormitory 6-1, inserted the dormitory card into the slot at the door, and while waiting to unlock, she heard a cold voice belonging to a teenager behind her. "I said put it there, not here, so stupid." "Oh, sorry, master. We will help you adjust it right away." "Forget it, I do it myself, all of you go out." "No, master, the master has told you not to use too much mental power. Your ability is very precious. The master keeps telling you all the time, I'm tired of you, get out." "Okay, master, wait for us to help you settle your things, then get out." Wu Jixing, Her new neighbor doesn't seem to be easy to get along with. And listening to the voice and the conversation, how come it sounds like a rebellious teenager in adolescence, not like an adult at all? Wu Jixing became a little curious, but at this time her dormitory door was open, so she didn't continue to pay attention to the door opposite, but couldn't wait to walk into her dormitory. It was a spacious and bright single suite. Wu Jixing walked around and found that it was fully equipped with various facilities, including kitchen, bathroom, living room and bedroom, all of which were independent, and even equipped with a smart butler. Just as she walked in and closed the door, a holographic screen popped up on the communication wristband that the school had newly distributed and bound to her student ID number. That's right, her high-end communication bracelet can now project a screen and be used as a computer, with very advanced functions. The holographic screen at this time showed the layout and function introduction of the entire room, telling her how to bind and wake up the smart butler belonging to 6-1. After Wu Jixing followed the above instructions, the 6-1 smart butler came online. She tried it, and found that as long as she input voice or text commands, the other party would prepare everything for her in advance. The thoughtful Wu Jixing wanted to cry. From now on, she only needs to practice with peace of mind, and no longer needs to consider other things. Thinking of the days she had just lived when she came here, Wu Jixing suddenly felt sad and wanted to cry. Taking advantage of this excitement, she left the room again and followed the instructions to the public gym and practice room on the floor. There were a lot of exercise equipment inside, but when she thought about sharing it with the young master next door, Wu Jixing felt a little overwhelmed. Let's forget it for now. After walking around the entire 6th floor, Wu Jixing planned to go to the dormitory cafeteria to eat something. Although there is a kitchen in the room, most of the students here come from wealthy families of high-level stars, and who can cook for themselves. Even if it is her, there is no need to cook for herself with a free ready-made cafeteria. So a few minutes later, Wu Jixing came to the free self-service cafeteria belonging to their A area. Wu Jixing picked up a few dishes that looked delicious, and found a good window seat to sit down. "Hi, can I sit here?" At this time, a tall boy with short dark blue hair asked with a plate in hand. Wu Jixing looked around and found that there were vacancies. Then she realized that the other party was here to chat. But seeing that the man had a bright smile and a polite tone, she nodded without caring. "Sure. Hey, thanks." The man was very familiar, and sat directly opposite her. "I saw you in front of me, and you seem to be from building 38. Are you also a freshman this year?" Wu Jixing recalled that he seemed to have seen this person downstairs in building 38 before, so he smiled and replied, "Yes, we are neighbors." "Haha, yes, I live on the second floor 222. The man introduced himself. "My name is Chopin Albert. What's yours?" Wu Jixing almost spit out his food. "Chopin." "Yes, what's wrong?" The blue-haired young man opposite looked confused. "Do I know anyone with the same name as me?" "Yes, there is indeed a celebrity with the same name as you in my hometown." Wu Jixing quickly said, "That's why I'm quite surprised. By the way, my name is Wu Jixing. I live in 621. Nice to meet you." "Ah, 621? This time it was Chopin who was shocked. "What's wrong?" Wu Jixing asked puzzledly. "Is there anything special about 621? Ahem. Not really. It's just..." Chopin glanced around and whispered in a low voice, "There is a genius with double S awakening in our freshman class. Did you know that?" Wu Jixing shook his head, and then he heard the other party say, "The pride of this generation of the Ozan family, only 16 years old, no, to be exact, 15.5 years old, took the college entrance examination and entered our school with an absolute advantage. I heard that he is a very difficult person to get along with, a high-ranking young master, who lives opposite you at 622. So everyone is guessing, which unlucky guy lives in 621. Wu Jixing, So I am that unlucky guy? Ahem, that's not the case." Chopin was a little embarrassed. "Anyway, just ignore that young master, it's no big deal. I just heard that he has serious misophobia and obsessive-compulsive disorder. You better not go to your public gym on the 6th floor, you can come to our 2nd floor." "Okay, I go to your place if you need me, thank you." Wu Jixing thanked, but she suddenly seemed to have grasped something and asked quickly, "Wait, the Ozan family?" "Yes, it's the Ozan family, the leader of the biomedical industry in our 4th galaxy." Chopin said, "The guy next to you is the latest generation of genius in their family, Yusen Ozan. Everyone in their family is born good-looking, with purple hair and purple eyes, and even the family emblem is violet." When Wu Jixing heard about purple hair and eyes, his heart moved. "Then I remember that there seems to be a teacher named Lamy Ozan in our school." "Haha, yes, he is also from the Ozan family. If you count, he should be Yusen's uncle." Chopin seemed to know a lot of things, and was very keen to share. "It is said that the Ozan family respects people with light hair and eyes, so Yusen has a higher status in the family than Lamy Ozan." "Ah, that's how it is." Wu Jixing didn't expect that there was another Ozan living next door to her. But when she thought that teacher Lamy might be looking for her precious little robot, although it was just a blind guess, she knew that she must not use the robot again. After all, she was not sure what Seogwon was like. Besides, the school has smart housekeepers and portals anyway, so there is no need for navigation. So the two chatted while eating, and when she finished the last bite, the communication watch on her wrist vibrated, indicating that there was a new message coming in. "Yinhua, I transferred the contribution points to you, please check it out." Wu Jixing's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied to thank her. Just when she wanted to open it to check the contribution points, the transfer notification message came in. A total of 1,000 contribution points, plus the 500 the school gave to the freshmen. She had 1,500 contribution points in a short time. "By the way, what are you going to do later?" Chopin had finished his meal, and was about to leave. "Oh, I'm going to the library to play in the mirror world." Wu Jixing answered casually. "What a coincidence, I was planning to go there too, let's go together." "Okay, let's go," Wu Jixing said happily. She was worried that no one would lead the way. "By the way, do you know how to level up in the mirror world? I don't have any equipment or a team now, and I don't know how to play." Chopin was a little stunned when he heard this. "What level are you?" Wu Jixing, "I'm already level 3, I just completed the awakening task." "Wait, you're only level 3? Chopin's tone was a little strange. "You've never played games before? Although there is an anti-addiction system for those under 18, you can still play." "Yes, we don't have it there. I just went online to experience it when I was transiting in Star Sea yesterday," Wu Jixing said distressfully, "but it seems that there is no task guidance. I don't know how to play after completing the awakening task. I fought wild boars for an hour and reached level 3. But I actually want to practice with the Mecha. There are mission guides." Chopin was shocked. "But you don't need to do those missions now, they are for ordinary people to play, and the monsters in the wild have been reduced in difficulty. We just need to focus on the dungeons, especially the high difficulty dungeons. Those are real battlefields that have happened before, which will be of great help to us in completing dangerous missions in school in the future. All the monsters in it are real, and have existed in reality. Do you know that?" Wu Jixing shook her head, surprised. I see. I haven't had time to look up the guide yet. There was no star network where I lived to check this information. Chopin was immediately at a loss. You really don't know anything. Are you from Planet D? No, wait. The other party suddenly widened his eyes, and looked at her in disbelief. There is no star network on Planet E. Are you the one? Wu Jixing nodded innocently yes. So you can stop talking now. Chopin, Ahem, you can ask me anything later. He raised his right hand to reveal the communication watch on his wrist, and the two of them added each other as friends. As for the dungeon, I won't take you there. Just find a guild, and let the people there guide you. After all, you know Ahem. No one wants to reveal their virtual identity and online name. Chopin was afraid that she didn't know, so he explained it. Yeah, I understand. Wu Jixing nodded to show that he understood it very well. So the two of them came to the library game room, where the public helmets and game cabins were placed. As for the Mecha, don't worry. The teacher will help us open the permissions when the time comes. Chopin said enthusiastically, do you have any other questions? If there are no questions, let's play the game. Last question. Wu Jixing embarrassedly said, how do I get to the game cabin box? That's where the contribution points are burned. What are you going there for? I don't feel safe in the public game room. Wu Jixing made up an excuse. Chopin, ? If you don't feel safe wearing a helmet, you can go to the public cabin. Chopin said, once the game cabin is closed, others can't disturb you. Actually, Wu Jixing didn't know how to explain that she, an E-star girl, was willing to spend contribution points to play games, so she could only bite the bullet and say again, actually, I am a bit of a germaphobe. Chopin, Chopin had no choice but to point her to a place. We meet here in 4 hours, and go back together? Okay. Wu Jixing made a gesture. At this time, on a commercial street in Transit Star C49, Laney Ozen stood in front of an internet cafe, and pinched his amethyst earrings. Alpha, is this the place? The next second, the metal earrings above the earrings lit up, and a little boy's voice that only he could hear came out. Yes, father, but I can't find its signal now. Is it the same one as the one on Planet E? Very similar, with a coincidence rate of more than 95%. But I only felt it for a moment, not obvious, so I'm not sure. It could be another new one, or it could be that the awakening has caused some changes. Got it. Let's go back to school. Laney Ozen said, we find it eventually. Okay, father. By the way, check how many ships have flown from Planet E to here during this period. Please wait. There are a total of 14 ships recently. No, it seems that the navigation record of one of them is a bit strange. I'm not sure if those humans made a mistake. They seem to always make such mistakes. If so, then there are 13 ships. Why is it strange? The AI Alpha seemed a little confused. It looks like an electrocardiogram. Lami Ozen was slightly stunned. Electrocardiogram? Alpha, looks like dead. Lami Ozen, On the other side, Wu Jixing, who had no idea, had already arrived at the super luxurious box and started burning contribution points. Just now, she learned from Chopin Albert that the monsters in the mirror world and even the dungeons were the reproduction of real scenes. She recalled the ugly appearance of the mutant wild boar in the game yesterday and suddenly felt very urgent. She completely lost the mentality of playing games. Even if there were no teammates, she was eager to enter the dungeon to find out what the crisis in this world was like. That was the moment she logged into the game. A team of awakeners far away on the E4444 star received a mission and was entering a school contaminated by mutants. Chapter 18. Going online again, Wu Jixing found that the world had become more real. She didn't feel like she was playing a game at all. She even wondered if she had traveled through time again. The difference between this luxury game cabin and an ordinary game helmet might be here. After a preliminary experience, the first thing Wu Jixing did was to open the map directly. The robot man was indeed standing quietly on the red dot that belonged to her position at this time. She knew that Silguang had followed her in again this time. Even though she had confirmed that the navigation robot was turned off before entering the game cabin, it still followed her into the mirror. Wu Jixing felt helpless, and wanted to tell Silguang that she didn't have to be so dedicated. She even had to help her navigate in the game. Forget it, I hope this luxury game cabin is as good as it is advertised. I can play games without worries, eliminate all prying interference, and enjoy a unique private space. Then her contribution points will not be wasted. Wu Jixing closed the map, and went to the NPC who did the awakening task yesterday. She sold the mutant wild boar skin she killed yesterday, and then bought some dry food and drinking water, and put them in the space backpack that came with the system. Then she bought a simple long-range crossbow and a knife. After doing all this, she opened the guild channel to see if anyone was online to take her to the dungeon. Yes, she had successfully joined the last guild she joined before logging off that day, the cutest in the universe, but the guild leader, the one called the Hot Lady, was not there, and there were only a few players she didn't know at all, so she didn't bother about it anymore and decided to go solo. After Wu Jixing closed the guild channel, she opened the dungeon exploration interface. Because the level is too low, many copies are now locked. The only one that is lit is a copy called the Disappearing Middle School. This is probably the lowest level copy. Wu Jixing clicked on the copy and planned to enter, but found that she seemed to need to choose the difficulty. She took a look and found that this copy has 4 difficulty levels: Normal, Elite, Legend, and Nightmare. Except for Normal, which is now lit, and can be selected, the others cannot be selected. You need to clear the low-level difficulty first before you can unlock it. It is similar to the game she played in her previous life. So Wu Jixing didn't think twice, and directly clicked on the normal difficulty to enter the dungeon. The next second, the scene in front of her began to distort and change until she found herself standing at the gate of a middle school. Mission prompt: please kill the boss mutated class teacher, mutated dean of education, mutated principal in turn to save the school. Wu Jixing looked at the task that popped up and twitched his mouth slightly. Good guy, kill the class teacher, kill the dean of education, kill the principal. Is it so exciting right at the beginning? For some reason, she was a little excited. It seemed that this school had been seriously infected by mutations, and most of the teachers and students in the school had probably mutated into monsters. Wu Jixing learned during the history exam that the disaster 1,000 years ago was caused by an unknown virus in the universe. They were invisible and intangible, but they could infect the mental power of all living things, causing uncontrollable mutations. No one was spared, whether human, animal, or plant. Of course, in the end, humans were able to survive because of the existence of the mirror world, but those animals and plants could not escape mutation and became the enemy that the Alliance has been trying to fight against and exclude from their homeland for thousands of years. And this copy in front of us should be the reality that once really happened. Wu Jixing clenched the knife in his hand and walked slowly inside. At this time, the sky was gray and gloomy, and the atmosphere in the school was even worse. Occasionally, strange roars were heard from inside the school gate. When Wu Jixing came to the playground in front of the teaching building, she saw a group of strange crawling monsters playing basketball. Not to mention, this school is a bit like the middle school she attended on Star E. The sense of immersion is amazing. Fortunately, the mutant students who were playing basketball seemed to have lost their eyes when they mutated, so Wu Jixing was not discovered. So she carefully walked around a few people and walked towards the teaching building. According to the task, the first boss of the copy is the class teacher. This school should have many classes, so it is reasonable that there is more than one class teacher. Of course, it is also possible that there is only one mutant class teacher. What she needs to do now is to find the mutant class teacher first, then kill him and pass the first boss. After Wu Jixing sorted out her thoughts, she opened her map and asked Xiaoguang to guide her to find her homeroom teacher. Yes, her Xiaoguang was very capable and could even navigate in the dungeon. On the map, a red dot appeared in the first classroom at the corner of the second floor, and the avatar on it was the boss she was looking for. After Wu Jixing wrote down the route, she closed the map and walked upstairs carefully. Suddenly she heard a shriek. It was a 4-limbed crawling monster that suddenly jumped out from the corner of the stairs, and the red name on the head showed a mutated student. Wu Jixing quickly retreated half a step, picked up the crossbow in her hand and shot. Soon the arrow pierced the monster's face, and it retreated again and again. The reason why she bought the crossbow was because the water ball technique required casting time, and in such a crisis, it was far less useful than the automatic crossbow with fast attack. And just when the monster was repelled by her crossbow, she began to condense the water ball. I don't know if it was in a hurry, Wu Jixing subconsciously used the skill by controlling her mental power, and the water ball was thrown out before it became the full size. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After 3 consecutive water balls, the monster was killed by her, and a level 3 magic robe exploded on the spot. Wu Jixing was delighted and quickly equipped it. The next second, she changed from a floral skirt to a gray robe. Forget it, it's ugly. She patted the robe on her body, and was about to go upstairs to fight monsters, but her steps suddenly stopped. Wait, when she cast the spell just now, did she cast 3 water balls in 2 seconds? Wu Jixing thought of something, and her eyes lit up slightly. She understood that the skill she learned was a standard way to cast water balls for ordinary players. She was an awakener who could skillfully use her mental power and could completely control the size of the water ball accumulation and the casting time, and flexibly arrange her skills. For example, the HP of a monster originally required 1.5 standard water balls to take it away. But if it was an ordinary player who could not use mental power, he could only honestly use the standard water ball technique that required 1 second to cast 2 shots, that is, it would take a total of 2 seconds. Moreover, half of the damage of the water ball was wasted, and more mana was consumed. However, she could use her skills flexibly, and shoot 2 small water balls at a faster speed, which only took 1.5 seconds, and she could completely avoid wasting any mana. Obviously, mana is very important when fighting the boss. If it is used up in advance, she can only stare at the boss. After thinking this through, Wu Jixing finally understood the gameplay of this game, and the training of mental strength and skills. You can also repeatedly brush the dungeon to get familiar with the mutated monsters, so when you really encounter them on the battlefield, you will not be at a loss, and you can even handle them with ease. This is like the protagonist's golden finger in those novels. The system simulates the real concrete version of the learning space. You can constantly try and make mistakes in the virtual space to increase your strength and accumulate experience against the enemy without paying the price of injury or even death. After realizing this, Wu Jixing admired the inventor of this mirror game very much. This is simply saving mankind from danger. Everyone has the golden finger of the system simulation learning space, so that in the past 1,000 years, only a few awakened people can keep the monsters out of the human defense line. The various thoughts in his mind were only a moment. Wu Jixing still remembered that he was in a dangerous copy. He quickly put away his thoughts and started to go up. When she came to the 2nd floor, she killed 2 or 3 mutant students and mutant cleaning ants in the same way, and finally saw the head teacher patrolling in the corridor. He was a middle-aged bald man with a beer belly. What surprised Wu Jixing was that although the other party had mutated, he was still in human form and seemed to be still conscious, which was completely different from those ordinary monsters who could only scream and crawl. The mutated head teacher shouted at her immediately after seeing her. "What are you doing in the corridor during class time?" Wu Jixing shuddered subconsciously, and the memory of being yelled at by the head teacher in school seemed to be revived. He is really worthy of being a boss. Not only did he not completely turn into a brainless monster, but he could even scold people with clear consciousness and sonorous words. This made her extremely alert. Humanoid monsters with intelligence are not easy to fight. Sure enough, in the next second, after seeing that she did not pay attention to him, the head teacher took out a piece of chalk from his pocket and threw it at her fiercely. Damn, this boss's attack is really amazing. Wu Jixing was dodging the chalks thrown everywhere, complaining in her heart. Not long after, the panting boss class teacher found that she had not hit the disobedient student who skipped class after throwing the chalks for a long time. So she said angrily, "Stop right there." At this time, Wu Jixing was taking advantage of the opponent's breathing gap, using a crossbow in one hand and a water ball technique in the other, and continuously attacking. The sharp-eyed boss lost 1/3 of his blood. Before she could be happy for long, she found that she could not move after the roar. Tip: the boss mutated class teacher uses the skill stand to hit you. You will be punished to stand for the next 5 seconds. Wu Jixing, The next moment, after finding that the student in front of him could not move, the boss class teacher continued to attack with chalk. Wu Jixing could only helplessly use all kinds of martial arts to twist herself into different postures and shapes to avoid the attack of chalk. Fortunately, although she could not walk, she could still lift her feet in turn to avoid the attack of chalk. Then, after throwing a few more chalks without hitting the target, the boss started panting again. Wu Jixing knew that it was time for her to attack again. With the help of the crossbow and water ball technique, the boss's health bar dropped to 20% instantly. It was at this time that the head teacher became furious. He roared, "Get over here." Then, it was as if there was a huge suction force, constantly pulling Wu Jixing towards him. Not only that, the head teacher smiled grimly and slowly took out a blackboard eraser from his pocket and threw it at her. Tip: the mutated head teacher of the boss uses a skill to roll over. You will be in a state of stiffness for the next 5 seconds. Wu Jixing, shock. So in the uncontrollable state of stiffness, she failed to dodge the blackboard eraser and was hit on the arm. Instantly, a wave of pain came and knocked off 2/3 of her health. My goodness, this blackboard eraser almost took her away. And this really hurts. In order to simulate reality, Wu Jixing did not lower the pain, so she could only grit her teeth and endure the pain to throw a water ball at the boss. There was no other way. Her left arm was injured and her crossbow fell to the ground. She could only attack with water balls. Fortunately, the boss only had a little blood left. Wu Jixing gritted her teeth, and when she was about to be sucked in front of the boss and hit another blackboard eraser head-on, she quickly threw 2 small water balls of 0.5 seconds and finally killed the boss at the last moment. Tip: the mutated head teacher of the boss has been killed, and you get 1000 experience points. Tip: your level is increased to 5. Wu Jixing was too tired to pay attention to the system prompts. She sat down on the ground and started to eat dry food and drink water to restore the blood bar and mana bar. That's right, dry food can replenish blood, and water can restore mana, but it can't be consumed in battle. So the moment the blood bar was full, Wu Jixing no longer felt the pain in her arm. At this time, she finally had time to see what the boss dropped. She stood up and walked to the body of the boss and picked up the reward. Tip: you got the skill book. Stop. Do you want to learn it? Tip: you got the secondary weapon, the head teacher's blackboard eraser. Do you want to equip it? Wu Jixing, Seeing these 2 rewards, she didn't know whether to be happy or cry. A control skill and a high-quality secondary weapon, both of which she urgently needs now. But what should she do if she dislikes them? But even if she dislikes them, she still silently learns the skills, equips the blackboard eraser, and puts the crossbow in her hand back into the system space backpack. Really, I almost knelt just now. This boss's control skills are really too unsolvable. Wu Jixing has no intention of continuing. So she was about to leave the copy with the blackboard eraser, but she looked into the classroom next to her out of curiosity to see if there was a group of mutant students taking classes there. However, this glance almost took her away. There were no mutant students or teachers in this room. It was just a classroom full of corpses. She understood. The non-mutated teachers and students were all killed, so there were only 3 bosses in the whole school now. Wu Jixing swallowed her saliva. This copy was too scary, and the thought of this bloody reality that had happened before made her feel even colder. This was still a normal level copy. She couldn't imagine that she might face something like this in the future. She even began to wonder if her cheat brother would have to fight these monsters directly after entering the military academy. Her brother disappeared. Was he dead or mutated into a monster? This kind of neither human nor ghost. Wu Jixing stopped immediately, and didn't dare to think further. She had to play more copies to improve her strength to deal with future crises. Thinking like this, Wu Jixing clicked to exit the copy. Tip: do you want to save the progress? I didn't expect that the progress could be saved. Wu Jixing chose yes without thinking. If the progress could be saved, she could directly start from the second boss next time, without having to start from the beginning, which was great. The next second, after the surrounding environment was distorted and changed, she returned to the center of the square where she was originally standing. Wu Jixing looked at the time and found that it had only been more than an hour since she logged into the game, which was still a long way from the 4 hours agreed with Chopin Albert. So she opened the guild channel to see if there was anyone who could take her to the dungeon. It was really difficult for her to defeat the boss alone just now. If there was a team, although the equipment and skills depended on luck, the experience of defeating the enemy, and the rewards for completing the dungeon were what she needed now. It seemed more convenient to form a team. The main reason was that it was a gloomy place, and she was really scared alone. Guild channel, 21st century beautiful girl. Hello everyone, is there anyone who wants to join the dungeon? Guild channel, sexy kitty. Wow, you are the newcomer from last time, welcome, welcome. Guild channel, hot lady, welcome, you are only level 5. You can actually do the tasks to upgrade first. The dungeon must be at least level 10. Wu Jixing didn't expect the president to be online, so he quickly entered. Guild channel, 21st century beautiful girl. Isn't the dungeon unlocked and playable at level 2? Guild channel, hot lady. Level 2 is only theoretically playable. Generally newbies should go after level 10. Guild channel, 21st century beautiful girl. Oh, that's why. No wonder I just went in to try. The boss was too difficult to beat. Guild channel, hot lady. Did you go in alone to play it? Guild channel, 21st century beautiful girl. Yes. However, after she replied to this message, there was no movement from the other side. Just when Wu Jixing was confused, a friend request and a team request were sent directly. Tip: player hot sister. Applied to add you as a friend. Do you agree? Tip: player hot sister. Invited you to join the team. Do you agree? Wu Jixing didn't think about it, and clicked agree directly. Then she found that 5 avatars appeared in the upper left corner of her game interface instantly. In addition to her, there were 4 other people. Tip: You have joined the team of the player Hot Miss. Tip. The captain invites you to enter the middle school, where the dungeon disappeared. Normal. Do you agree? Faced with the other party's dungeon invitation, Wu Jixing of course agreed. I didn't expect that this Hot Miss would be so decisive and really take her to play the dungeon. What a good person. So the moment she clicked the yes button, she was teleported into the dungeon again. At the school gate, 5 people gathered. I saw that Hot Miss was indeed a hot queen, with long wavy hair, a shield in one hand and a long sword in the other, and a light armor that was heroic and handsome, which made Wu Jixing envious. Haha, I said the beautiful girl was a girl, but you said it was a big guy who picked his feet. My intuition is definitely not wrong. The little cat is a cute little girl, as her name suggests. At this time, she was talking to her companions proudly. Only the captain, the hot girl, stared at the blackboard eraser in her hand, her eyes narrowed slightly. You really killed the boss alone. Yes, I killed it, but I almost died. Wu Jixing said with lingering fear. It's too difficult. Of course it's difficult, you are only level 5. Oh no, you should have been level 3 when you went to fight the boss alone. The hot lady suddenly said, you are an awakener, and a freshman in the Star Academy. Wu Jixing was stunned at first, then realized that the other party must have guessed it. So he nodded and said, yes, I am a freshman this year. Let's go, I will take you to brush the dungeon and raise your level first. The hot lady didn't say much, and waved her hand, and led everyone into the dungeon. As expected, with powerful teammates, this dungeon was pushed all the way, and soon they arrived in front of the boss. But Wu Jixing seemed to find something wrong. Why is this school a little different from the school she entered before? And isn't this class teacher boss a humanoid monster? Why is he now a completely irrational monster crawling on all fours? And why did the class teacher only throw chalk and blackboard eraser until the killing, without any skills to make her stand still or roll over? As if she noticed that her expression was wrong, the hot girl asked curiously after picking up the boss body. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Of course there is, it's a big problem. Wu Jixing asked tentatively, why is this boss not in human form and can't speak? Huh? The hot lady looked at her strangely. Mutants are monsters without intelligence, don't you know? If the mutants can still maintain their human form and have logical thinking, then we humans would have been extinct long ago. Wu Jixing heard this, and suddenly swallowed his saliva. More than 2 hours later, Wu Jixing and Chopin met at the entrance of the library. You look worried, what's wrong? Chopin asked in confusion. No, it's just... Wu Jixing asked, does the copy that appears in the game definitely exist in reality? Is it possible that it can be freely played? For example, design a monster that does not exist in reality? Chopin, I thought you were going to ask something. Of course it's impossible. Chopin explained, mirror is the mirror projection of reality. There is no doubt about that. Okay. Wu Jixing was silent. What should I do? She seems to be in big trouble. Why is her copy different from others? Chapter 19. For several days in a row, in order to explore and verify the truth, Wu Jixing asked Chopin to go to the library to play games every day when she was free. As a result, she gradually became familiar with several people in the guild. She then knew that the hot girl and the sexy kitten knew each other in real life, were also awakened, and studied in a certain Star Academy. As for which Star Academy, everyone tacitly did not ask. The reason why he took the initiative to invite her to join the guild that day was because of an accident. Sexy Kitty made a bet with others, betting whether she was a girl, so they wanted to add her to the guild to see if the game character was a real beautiful girl or a big man. Of course, in the end, Sexy Kitty won. Originally, the matter would have ended here, just a small episode when she was bored, but she turned out to be a new awakener who had just entered the game, so the hot girls took the initiative to take her to play dungeons to improve. This game is the same as reality, and most of them are ordinary people. Only awakened players can really play Nightmare Dungeons. Ordinary people are already gifted to play Legendary Dungeons. The Nightmare Dungeon is different from other dungeons. In addition to being the most difficult, it also has a special map that requires the use of mechas to fight. After all, there are many large and small air battles in the universe, and different battlefields naturally require different responses. Because of the high difficulty, the dungeon rewards are naturally very considerable, dropping the highest rare level equipment and skill books. More importantly, the Nightmare Dungeon has a ranking. According to the progress and speed of clearance, the latest ranking will be announced every day. You should know that all people in the Interstellar Society, including Star Pirate Hunters, can log into the game to play dungeons and participate in the ranking. In other words, opponents who cannot compete and communicate in reality can be completely completed through the holographic virtual world. So everyone jokingly calls this ranking the star ranking, the all-star ranking, and the only list in the entire Interstellar. The existence of this list has greatly affected reality. You can use your dungeon results to prove whether you go out to find a job, apply for a bodyguard, or take an assassination mission. If you can rank in the top 100 on the star list, it means that your strength in the entire galaxy is among the top 100, and you will be a big shot that everyone will compete to recruit. Although this is just a rough reference, after all, there are still differences between the superpowers in the game and in reality. But no matter what kind of superpower you have, the ultimate test is still the use of mental power, and the on-the-spot performance against the enemy. Generally, people who can achieve good results in the Mirror World dungeon are not much worse in reality. This is why the hot girls are so active in taking the new beautiful girl to play the dungeon, when they know that she is an awakened person who can play the dungeon alone. There are very few awakeners, and most of them are friends and relatives in real life who team up to play the game together. For example, the little sister and the little cat are very good girlfriends in real life. So it is rare to have a new awakener, so naturally you must find a way to keep her in your guild, invite her to join your team, and play nightmare dungeons together to rush the ranking. Not only to exercise your own abilities and improve your equipment, but also for the ambition in your heart. Which awakener doesn't want to stand out in the Interstellar and become a strong person? For students, the ranking of nightmare dungeons is the best channel and proof, so these days, whenever they have time, they take the beautiful girls to play dungeons to upgrade and improve their equipment. The hot girl is the defender, the sexy kitten is the healer, Wu Jixing is the magic output, and then randomly pull 2 ordinary players from the guild. In this way, the 5-person team has basically no difficulty in the ordinary dungeon, and they can push through it all the way. As for the elite difficulty, if you play a little slower, you can also pass it smoothly. In a short period of time, Wu Jixing's equipment and level went from being poor to level 38, and he also had a set of medium-quality suits. Although he was still a little short of the full level 60, he could already play most dungeons. During this period, Wu Jixing was also taken to do several series of tasks, because he could get good and special equipment and useful skills. For example, Resurrection. Although this skill cannot be used in battle, it can be used to revive teammates after a boss is killed. This is also a skill that every player must learn. She was also advised to do all the tasks when she has time in the future. Of course, Wu Jixing also asked the other party. She remembered that Chopin told her that the tasks were for ordinary people, and she, as an awakener, did not need to do the tasks. The hot girl replied to her at that time, "Because your situation is special, we have entered the mirror world since we were young and started training. Everyone started with ordinary tasks to prepare for the awakening later." In other words, everyone had completed the tasks before awakening when they were young. There are very few people like her who enter the mirror for the first time after awakening. Basically, they are all awakeners from Planet D. At this time, in order to quickly improve her strength, she can indeed choose to upgrade by brushing dungeons instead of doing the tasks. When she has time later, she can make up for those tasks, mainly to see various events and creatures that have happened before, which is very helpful for broadening her horizons. Wu Jixing naturally put this matter on the agenda. She felt that she was still very lucky. As soon as she entered the mirror world, she could meet such a good guild, which told her so much common sense that she needed to know and helped her improve her strength. As for the other party helping her so hard in order to recruit her to play the Nightmare Dungeon, it is a win-win situation. Wu Jixing does not reject it. There is no one in this world who treats you well for no reason. If there is, then you need to worry. And she also had a new idea because of this. Maybe when she can rank higher on the star list, she can meet more big people, including those in the military academy, which will also be beneficial for her to find clues about her brother. But there are things that bother her these days. First of all, that school dungeon. In the past few days, because she had to team up to fight dungeons when she went online, Wu Jixing basically had no time to enter the earliest single-player dungeon to fight the boss. However, in order to verify some things, she still went in to take a look and found that the original progress was still there, and the boss was also different from the school dungeon when she teamed up. She and the people in the guild teamed up to fight no less than 10 new dungeons, and there were no humanoid monsters, let alone humanoid mutant bosses with intelligence and consciousness that could be communicated. According to others, there are actually humanoid bosses, but they are all humans. There are some in the dungeons of Human Rebellion and Civil War, but the mutant humanoid bosses that Wu Jixing saw are indeed not there. That is to say, this is unique to her own dungeon. This caused a problem. She couldn't use the weapon blackboard eraser and control skill stand that she got from the mutant class teacher that day in front of several people because she couldn't explain it. The blackboard eraser was actually better. After all, the normal crawling version of the class teacher boss would also drop a blackboard eraser. This was why the hot girl recognized her at a glance and defeated the boss alone. However, her blackboard eraser had different properties from the blackboard erasers dropped by ordinary copies. When she threw her blackboard eraser, it could directly kill half of the blood of the ordinary level boss. When she used it for the first time, she almost got exposed. Fortunately, she was smart later. Every time she threw it, the monster only had a little blood left. Even if the damage was explosive, it was excessive damage, and others couldn't see it. That's why she stopped. She didn't even dare to use this powerful control skill. If someone asked her where she got this skill and wanted to brush one, what would she say? She didn't dare to tell anyone that her copy was different. Wu Jixing probably guessed that this might be the result of her navigation robot Xiaoguang. After all, apart from Xiaoguang, she couldn't think of any other reason. But what scared her was not Xiaoguang, but that her copy was a humanoid monster. This means that there must be conscious and intelligent mutants in reality, not like what the hot lady said, that mutants are all monsters without intelligence and consciousness. Once mutated into a monster, it can still retain human intelligence, which is actually a very terrifying thing. Just as the other party said, if this is the case, humans would have been extinct thousands of years ago. Then, the problem comes. Wu Jixing can only think of two possibilities. First, the top leaders of the alliance covered up the truth. But this may be doubtful, because Wu Jixing felt from the little sister and the little cat that they should be from a big family. Their knowledge and conversation are better than those of Chopin and Huang Rojing, the two seniors she met in school. That's why Wu Jixing made this guess. If they really come from a big family, they should know some information that outsiders don't know, such as whether there are really humanoid mutants. Of course, it is also possible that only the top leaders of the alliance know about this matter, which is an absolute secret. Second, if the top leaders of the alliance don't know about this, it means that in the past 1,000 years, mutants have also begun to evolve quietly, but no one knows about it. In this case, they have powerful strength, but don't let people know about it. They hide in the dark to accumulate strength and continue to grow, but humans are unaware of it. When she thought of this possibility, Wu Jixing felt her hair stand on end, and she was terrified. The most terrible and worrying thing was that both of her guesses were correct. Someone in the alliance's top management deliberately concealed it, but the others were unaware of it. Wu Jixing didn't dare to think about it any further. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that she was in big trouble. Xiaoguang, you can really make trouble for me. Wu Jixing sighed softly. What should she do? Well, she couldn't do anything. Now she had no better way except to improve her strength as soon as possible to deal with possible dangers in the future. Not only herself, but also her family. She also needs to find out the truth about her cheap brother's disappearance. This is what she must do, and all of this requires strength. Now she is very skilled in the use of mental power, and all she needs is to break through her physical fitness so that she can completely release her mental power. The environment of the A-level star is very conducive to her cultivation. She meditates every day. I think it won't take long for her to break through smoothly. School will start tomorrow, so let's stop here tonight. In the dungeon, after defeating the last boss, the hot girl put away her shield. In the future, I may only have time to play the game with you at night, but I guess you should be the same. Yes. Wu Jixing said, if I go online and you are not there, I will do the task to upgrade. It should be very fast. Of course, Wu Jixing said this, she actually planned to go solo in her own dungeon. Now that the level and equipment have been improved, it should not be a problem to pass the humanoid boss of normal difficulty. Now that things have come to this, she has her own special high difficulty dungeon, so she must make good use of it. Okay, I feel you will be able to reach the maximum level soon, and then we can go to the nightmare together. The hot lady said. Ordinary dungeons are not difficult for awakeners. I have played so many low-level dungeons these days, and they are all pushed all the way. To be honest, it is quite boring. Well, it should be soon. Wu Jixing asked, by the way, have our team members gathered? After so many days of dungeon fighting, she didn't seem to see any other awakeners except the young lady and the little cat. Humph, we were all here. When it came to this, the little cat's expression suddenly became very bad. It's all because of that bitch. She ran off with a pretty boy and took the other two away with her. Wu Jixing understood, but didn't dare to say anything. This kind of thing happened frequently when she was playing games in her previous life. Forget it, We are all here now. The hot girl actually has a calm and generous personality, which is completely different from her name. According to her, she chose this name because she lost a bet with a little cat. Yes, betting is the little cat's hobby. But I don't want to play a dungeon with him at all. The little cat mentioned this expression with a very resentful expression, and his arrogant brother. Haha, don't say that. The hot girl laughed. After all, the other party chose the auxiliary profession for you. No matter what, he and his brother are both what we need now. There is also a lack of support in the Mirror World game. As for why, because most awakened people will choose the same system as their real superpowers, so there are few support. In addition, general support professions are the type that silently contribute, and the highlights are all in the output profession. Defense and healing professions are the most important responsibilities in the team. Even if they don't choose their own superpower system, no one wants to choose support. Yes, in addition to teamwork, nightmare dungeons also require the most extreme output. If the output is not enough, no matter how well the team cooperates, the boss cannot be defeated. So if everyone does not choose their own system, they will choose output to have fun. But after all, the top outputs that can play nightmare dungeons are still rare. Okay, I admit that the output of that brat is good. The kitten sighed. I will contact them when the beautiful girl reaches the maximum level. After finalizing all the information, the two immediately went offline. Wu Jixing decided to enter her special copy while there was still some time to deal with the mutated dean and principal of the normal version. The difficulty was similar to that of the head teacher. Maybe her strength had improved. Although the dean and the principal were both humanoid monsters with specific control skills, she still dealt with them smoothly and obtained the group control skill standing in punishment and a fine level robe. However, the mutated principal was a little difficult to fight, because the principal would summon the mutated dean and head teacher in the final fury stage, and she would need to fight 3 at once. If she hadn't been able to attack enough to kill, she might have been lying down. In other words, she can play ordinary dungeons now, but it's a bit difficult to play elite dungeons. Tip: you have cleared the school where the dungeon disappeared, completed the task of saving the school, and received a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Tip: your level has been raised to 40. When Wu Jixing saw the 10,000 gold coins, her eyes lit up instantly. A normal dungeon only gives 1,000 gold coins, but she got 10 times the gold coins when she played a special dungeon. You know, the currency in this mirror world can be traded with others for Alliance Star coins. Because the gold coins in the game can be used to buy equipment, there are a lot of rich people willing to spend money to buy them. In other words, as long as she plays a few more special copies, she can use the remaining gold coins to trade with others for star coins, so that she can spend money without being tight. Although she can't take her parents to the higher star for the time being, it's no problem to send them some money to spend. In addition, she can buy nutrient solution and gene medicine to improve herself. She also needs a lot of nutritional supplements to meditate and absorb natural energy every day. In this way, it will be just around the corner to raise the physical fitness to S level, and the problem of imbalance between physical fitness and mental strength can also be solved. No wonder it is said that you can make money in the mirror world. At first, she thought that it was the life players who made equipment and potions to make money, but she didn't expect that playing this special copy could also make money. I think the young ladies are not short of money, so they didn't say it specifically. It is probably the same for playing nightmare copies. The equipment and skill books dropped in it must be very valuable. Although she couldn't explain that the equipment and skill books in special copies couldn't be sold, it was completely possible in nightmare copies. Thinking of this, Wu Jixing became more motivated. You look in a good mood today? On the way back to the dormitory, Chopin looked at her and said, I felt that you were very heavy in the past few days, and didn't dare to talk to you. Wu Jixing was stunned for a moment. Is it so obvious? Yes, it's quite obvious. Chopin said half-jokingly, I thought you were worried about tomorrow's baseline test. No, Wu Jixing felt something was wrong. Wait, what baseline test? Chopin, don't you know? It's a class placement test. It will decide whether you will be in the combat department, the command department, or the logistics support department. Wu Jixing, She has been busy playing dungeons these days, and didn't pay attention to these things. But it's okay if you don't prepare. Chopin saw that her expression was wrong and quickly comforted her. Although the combat department is the most popular, the command department and logistics support are both good choices. At least you don't have to go to the front line, it's safe. Yeah, you're right. Wu Jixing felt like she was being comforted. What do you usually test for? It's similar to the college entrance exam. There's a written test in the morning and a mecha test in the afternoon. Mecha. Wu Jixing's mouth twitched, as if she had thought of some bad memories. Even her steps as she went upstairs to the dormitory became heavier. When she was thinking and going up to the 6th floor, she almost bumped into someone. She looked up suddenly, and saw a delicate baby face. Short lavender hair, lavender eyes. It was her neighbor across the street, the legendary genius of the Ozan family, Uther Ozan. Based on the relationship of classmates and neighbors, she smiled kindly, and nodded to greet the other party. Hello. Humph. The other party glared at her coldly with his light purple eyes, and left directly. Wu Jixing, ? I shouldn't have offended the other party, right? Forget it, if I don't understand, I won't try. Wu Jixing hurried back to her room to read. She plans to cram for the test tomorrow. As for the Mecha, leave it to fate. Anyway, she can enter the mirror world to practice Mecha in the future, and improve her physique to S level first. The next day, September 1st, was supposed to be a good day for school to start. However, what no one expected was that a big event happened in the entire alliance on this day. On E4444, an originally inconspicuous low-level planet, a large-scale mutation pollution incident occurred. The cause was that the principal of an even more inconspicuous middle school on this planet suddenly mutated. Originally, this was not a big deal. Over the years, the Alliance has had too many planets suddenly experience similar mutation pollution incidents, so at first, no one took it seriously and just randomly sent a small team of awakened people to deal with it. Then all the awakened ones who went in could not come out again. So the military sent a stronger awakened team in, but still no one came out. At this time, the higher-ups began to realize that something was wrong. Finally, a powerful awakened double S level was sent in to lead the team, and they finally escaped death and survived to bring back an amazing news. That is, the mutants have evolved. They are no longer brainless reptiles. The mutated principal and his men have retained human consciousness and wisdom. As soon as the news came out, there was an uproar. The awakened people who had entered were not only annihilated, but also infected and mutated. In the end, the pollution of the planet could not be controlled and was directly destroyed by humanity. When Wu Jixing saw this news at school, she was completely stunned. Because that school was exactly the same as the copy she played. A modern forum. 1022 OP. Family members, help me, something big has happened. Chapter 20. At that moment, Wu Jixing opened the forum and started to output. 1024 OP. So that's what happened. What should I do now? It's urgent. Waiting online. 1025 Anonymous Netizen 3409. Haha, the OP's life of traveling through time is really colorful. It seems that it must be your little light who did it. Just treat it as a golden finger. What are you afraid of? You can use special copies to make money and improve your strength. Isn't it wonderful? As for the Alliance, what does it have to do with you as a traveler? 1026 Anonymous Netizen 2233. Yes, I agree with the above. Your first thing to do now is to make a fortune quietly, and don't let anyone find out. And I think more and more, Xiaoguang might be the GM in the game. Your purple-haired teacher is looking for it. 1027 OP. Reply to the above, but Xiaoguang is a navigator. How come he is also a game manager? This career span is too big. 1028 Anonymous Netizen 1221. Reply to the OP. Is there a possibility that Xiaoguang is the navigation robot that the creator of the mirror world made for himself when he was bored? So it has a high authority in the mirror world. I have seen this kind of setting in novels. 1029 OP. Damn, that makes sense. You open my mind. 1030 Anonymous Netizen 1234. OP. I think you may really be the heroine. You can find a cheat code by picking up trash. It is obvious that you are playing the beta test of the game that was updated in advance. You can make full use of this information gap and prepare in advance. You can still show off and shine when the public beta is launched. 1031 Anonymous Netizen 3088. Then the heroine stared at you and forced you to love her. Heroine, you have successfully attracted my attention. 1032 Anonymous Netizen 3454. I have finished the post. From the OP's description, most of the people in the Alliance must have deliberately concealed some truths. But everyone does not know that the situation has gotten out of control now. Those mutants are indeed as you said. There will definitely be big moves in the future. Since the OP may be the heroine, according to the convention of novels, no matter this is a forced love and sadomasochism novel or a Feng-Outian upgrade novel, danger and plot will definitely happen around you, including everyone around you, who may be the key figures in the plot. You have to be careful. 1033 OP. The more you talk, the more scared I am. 1034 Anonymous Netizen 2323. It's okay, OP. If this is a love story, you should hold on to your male protagonist, the purple-haired teacher. If it is a plot novel, you should hold on to your golden finger Seogwon. 1035 OP, 1036 Anonymous Netizen 2234. No, you are all wrong. I think Seogwon is the hero. Wu Jishing, She pulled her lips and closed the forum. Even Seogwon is the hero. Sure enough, these people go off topic after just a few words. But after chatting with the forum netizens for a few words, her mood calmed down. Some of the people in the forum are right. Don't worry about the others. She only needs to focus on herself now, and use this special copy to improve her ability to deal with future crises. As for what the Alliance should do, what does it have to do with her as a time traveler? As for Seogwon's identity, whether Mr. Laney is looking for it or not, don't worry too much. Strength is the most important. We will know it in the future. After finally sorting out her thoughts, Wu Jishing felt much more at ease. But she felt at ease, while others were stunned by this shocking news. Everyone began to worry. No one knew better than awakened people like them how terrifying it was when mutants had the wisdom of the human period. The Alliance has spent so many resources and energy to cultivate an awakened person for so many years, but mutants are simply endless. What's worse is that although the awakened can use their mental power to protect their brains from being contaminated by the mutant virus, if they are injured or their mental power is exhausted, they will still be infected and become more powerful mutants. That is, the powerful monsters mutated by the awakened are increasing day by day, and humans have not been able to completely eliminate them for 1,000 years. They can only try to drive them out of the human chassis and block them outside the front battlefield. But now that everyone knows that those mutants can evolve and retain their original consciousness after awakening, the situation will be completely different. Perhaps, this interstellar social structure that has been maintained for thousands of years will undergo tremendous changes. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire school was extremely depressed and restless. Even the freshman assessment in the morning was completed silently in a silent and extremely quiet atmosphere. Wu Jishing felt good after answering the questions, because the questions in it were all subjective, such as what would you do if you encountered some unexpected situations. Indeed, the school should be selecting and screening, and assigning different students to different classes according to their personalities and abilities. In the afternoon, there will be a Mecha assessment. Before the assessment, everyone will pass through a measuring instrument, which will display your current physical condition, various indicators, including the level of mental strength. Wu Jishing picked up his report and read it. It was no different from before the start of school. It was still S-level mental strength and A-level physical fitness. However, this machine is very advanced. The column of physical fitness can even help you accurately measure what percentage of the current level is and how much progress is needed to upgrade to the next level. Her A-level score showed 18%. That is to say, after a summer vacation, her improvement was only 18%, and she was still a long way from S-level. Sure enough, it was really hard to upgrade to S-level, and the experience bar was getting longer and longer. She thought that she should have made rapid progress in these days in the energy-rich environment of a star. It seemed that she still needed to save enough money to buy high-level nutrient solution as soon as possible, otherwise she would not be able to upgrade to S-level before the crisis came, and it would take too long. Of course, she knew that she might get beaten if she said this. It was just that after she crossed over, she improved too quickly, which led to a little gap now. When she met Gummo's on the spaceship, she found that he had been in school for a year, but his mental strength and physical fitness had not improved by one level. She knew how exaggerated her progress was. She also understood the value of a natural double S awakener. Damn, Yushin, you are so amazing, you are actually double S level. In the waiting area for the assessment in the distance, someone caught a glimpse of Yusin Ozen's report and was surprised. TSK, what a fuss, Master Yusin is a natural awakener. Beside Yusin, a burly fat man glanced at the man with disdain, but his face was full of pride, as if he was the natural awakener. That's right, you country bumpkin, you must be from a low-level star, you don't even know the genius of the Ozen family. On the other side of Yusin, a tall, thin, long-haired boy said in a yin-yang way, I'm afraid the strongest awakener in your place is not even S-level. In the field, all the students' attention was immediately attracted by the movements of these people. Someone kindly explained to the boy who was confused by the two people, the Ozen family is the leader in the biomedical industry. The medicines used in the hospital you usually go to are almost all from their family. Do you understand? I see, that's why. The boy scratched his head awkwardly, thinking that he made a fool of himself because he didn't know the other party. He quickly explained, I'm from C-Star, and I have never seen a double S awakener before. TSK, They are indeed the bumpkins from a low-level star. Two tall figures, one fat and one thin, protected the 1.7-meter tall Yushin Ozen in the middle, like two loyal bodyguards. Everyone also saw that the two were the young master's followers and protectors, so naturally no one would offend them. The field suddenly became quiet, and only a sudden questioning voice sounded, "So Star C is also a low-level star?" The girl with a weak face stood there, but her eyes were dark and shining, quietly staring at the other party, as if she was just curious. "Where are you from?" The fat man seemed to feel offended, and a fierce expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Another bumpkin? Listen carefully, below a star are all low-level stars. What's wrong?" As soon as his arrogant voice fell, there was an uproar in the field. This sentence almost swept everyone present. How many people are from a star? Most ordinary students are from B star and C star. Who can be admitted to the 4-star academy is not the best and most talented person in the local area. It can be said that everyone here is basically the top scorer in the college entrance examination of their planet. Instantly, the situation became somewhat out of control. What's wrong with Aishing? What's so great about him? Pa! People with hot tempers got angry on the spot. On the contrary, Wu Jixing, who had spoken earlier, silently stepped back half a step after seeing this situation. To be honest, she was just curious and asked casually, but she didn't expect. It's really not her fault. She really didn't mean it. "You country bumpkin, say it again if you have the guts." "Pa!" Okay, wait for me. I'm going to beat you to death today." "Come on, come here, do you dare?" The students from Star B and Star C gathered together, sharing the same hatred for the enemy. The uneasiness that had been suppressed by the news of the alliance was instantly ignited, and everyone was unhappy. Seeing that the quarrel was about to turn into a fight, Yushin, who had been silent all the time, finally raised his eyelids, stared coldly at the fat man beside him and said, "Come here, don't embarrass yourself." Okay, Master Yushin." The arrogant fat man quickly stepped back guiltily, not daring to breathe, like a fat quail. "Takata is just venting his anger for you, Master." The tall and thin man on the side couldn't help but speak. "You shut up too." Yushin frowned his handsome eyebrows, and said impatiently. Seeing this person speak, everyone quieted down and stopped talking. After all, they were also afraid of those big families. If they were unhappy and wanted to retaliate against them, they would die without knowing how. Just now, everyone was so hot-headed that their blood was boiling. Now that they have calmed down, they can't help but feel a little scared. When the field quieted down, all the students received their physical test reports. In the distance, the teacher in charge of the Mecha assessment, who had been silently watching the field, walked in slowly. The man was just over 2 meters tall, with a muscular body. When he walked to the center of the field step by step, he was like an ancient beast, with a fierce momentum, forcing the students to retreat again and again, until they found that they had nowhere to retreat. So powerful is this the school's teacher, the top expert. Wu Jixing felt that the other party was deliberately releasing his powerful mental power to try to suppress everyone present. After realizing that he had successfully achieved his goal, the man finally spoke slowly, just as he walked in casually, but no one dared to be distracted. "Is this the only ability of this year's freshman?" The man looked at the pale-faced students with disdain. "If that's all, get out as soon as possible." After the words fell, someone seemed to be unconvinced and wanted to argue, but found that he couldn't even open his mouth. "Why am I wrong?" The man sneered. "I think everyone has seen the news this morning. If you go to the battlefield like this, it is equivalent to surrendering to the enemy. You might as well go back home. The Alliance has a bloody unwritten rule. Once you are contaminated by the mutant virus, you must commit suicide. If you can't do it, then you have no choice but to let others do it. No matter if they are your teammates, family members, or close friends, as long as they are on the battlefield and are contaminated, they must be eliminated. Because you will become a brainless monster, a powerful monster, and become part of the enemy. Countless painful lessons have told humans that if they can't do it, it will only cause greater harm and more deaths. Especially for the awakened ones, if these newborns are infected and become mutated monsters on the battlefield, or even evolve into more powerful humanoid monsters. What is the difference between this and surrendering to the enemy? So it's better to stay at home." The words were rough, but the truth was true, so no one dared to speak out, and no one dared to be dissatisfied. "Okay, let's go straight to the Mecha test." The man saw that his words had achieved the effect, so he started to get straight to the point. "Let me introduce myself first. Your future combat class teacher, Dados, a defense awakener. No matter which department, you must take the combat class. In other words, everyone present will need to get along with this strict teacher for 4 years in the future. Seeing that the students had no doubts, Dados began to divide the students into groups. He waved his hand and took out 2 mechas, one white and one black, from his space ring. So, go according to your dormitory numbers. The freshmen basically lived in several similar villas, with 2 students on each floor, just right for 2 groups. 2 to 1 and 2 to 2 of building 36, step out. Dados ordered, whoever falls to the ground or leaves the field within 1 minute will lose. So the 2 students who were called looked at each other, then walked out of the crowd, boarded the 2 mechas, and started fighting. Wu Jixing took the opportunity to observe and refer to other people's fighting methods. After all, she had never seen what a real mecha duel was like. Just watching, she seemed a little disappointed. I don't know if everyone is a freshman, the fight is very awkward. There is no special skill. It feels like ordinary people wearing mechas and fighting there. Oh no, they can't be considered ordinary people. Those 2 people still seem to have some traces of moves, but they are not very skilled. It seems that the 2 of them had never practiced fighting properly before, or they might not plan to enter the combat department and focus on command and logistics support. It didn't take a minute for the 2 rookies to fight, and the winner was decided in almost 30 seconds. The black mecha lost its balance during the action, and the white mecha took the opportunity to push it out of the field. Okay, next group, 3 to 1 and 3 to 2. Soon, 2 more people came out. It was similar to the previous group, and the winner was decided in 30 seconds. In this 10-minute period, groups of students took the test. Occasionally, there were students who were impressive, and there were also ugly mecha fights, but there were no students who were particularly amazing. Dados frowned, and his face became darker and darker. Finally, not long after, Dados called building 38. 38, 2 to 1 and 2 to 2, step out. Then Wu Jixing saw Chopin and his neighbor across the street walk out of the team, push their hands and enter the white mecha, and the duel began. Just when everyone thought the 2 would continue to repeat the previous battle mode and fight, Chopin's white mecha rushed forward and knocked the black mecha to the ground before he could react. The battle was resolved in 1 second, clean and neat. Very good, next group. Dado's eyes lit up and finally lifted up a little spirit. However, the student in the black mecha rolled out of the mecha in a mess, still with a look of dissatisfaction on his face. If you are allowed to use superpowers, you won't be able to defeat me so easily. Chopin smiled and didn't refute. Then we fight again next time. You can use superpowers while in a mecha, but it takes some adaptation. Apparently, this student's family had taught him how to use superpowers in a mecha before, but he was very dissatisfied with the ugly loss today. There was nothing he could do about it. From Wu Jixing's perspective, the difference in strength between the 2 was too great. No matter how many times they came, Chopin would always win. Soon, just when she was watching with great interest, it was finally her turn. 38, 6 to 1 and 6 to 2, step out. Then the next second, Wu Jixing and Yuzin walked out of the crowd, instantly attracting everyone's attention. She is so unlucky, she actually met the guy, she will definitely lose. Everyone was talking. At this time, even Dados, who had always had a dark face and expressionless, subconsciously stood up straight, wanting to take a closer look at the duel between the 2. I saw Yuzin directly enter the white mecha, and Wu Jixing, who was still struggling with what color to choose, didn't have to struggle anymore. She jumped lightly and boarded the black mecha. Master Yuzin, come on, kill her! The field was very quiet. The cheers of the 2 followers, one fat and one thin, seemed very abrupt, but they didn't care. Master Yuzin, you are the best. Wu Jixing almost tapped his toes in the mecha, but the young master opposite was calm. The battle began. Without giving people time to react, the white mecha started instantly, leaving a beautiful white shadow and crashing straight into the black mecha. Obviously, he wanted to replicate the previous fight between Chopin and his neighbor across the street, and finish her off in 1 second. Of course, Wu Jixing couldn't do as he wished, that is, she had already captured the opponent's movement trajectory the moment the opponent started, and simply stepped back half a step with her right foot to make way. Although she felt that this mecha was still a little delayed, it was much better than the 2 that she broke last time, and it was obviously a more advanced mecha. In addition, she had predicted and prepared in advance, leaving half a second as a buffer, so she successfully avoided the fierce attack of the white mecha. The next moment, in less than a second, the 2's situation was reversed instantly. The black mecha, which was in danger and looked like it was about to be killed, escaped from the predicament with a simple half-step back. On the contrary, the white mecha was facing the crisis of being eliminated because of its too fast speed. Fortunately, the white mecha finally reacted in advance and stopped at the edge of the field. With a turn, it faced the black mecha in the field again. The two mechas looked at each other from a distance. In the white mecha cabin, a trace of solemnity flashed in Yushin's eyes. Fuck, she's so lucky. She took a half step back at this time. Obviously, some people didn't understand, or didn't believe that this was a half step taken by the black mecha with ease, but thought she was lucky. After all, she was a genius of the Ozen family. Of course, not everyone had no vision. Chopin's eyes lit up, staring at the black mecha. Beautiful, so beautiful. This move was supposed to be his ultimate move, but Wu Jixing easily resolved it. He looked at the two black and white mechas fighting again in the field, clenched his fists beside his legs, and was very excited. This is the real battle. What is the previous one? Because of the time to observe in the past, plus her first experience of failing in the mecha, Wu Jixing tried her best to adapt to the mecha's delay of a few tenths of a second, which seemed small, but made her very uncomfortable. As for the itchy feeling of the mechanical nerve connection, which made her even more uncomfortable, she completely forgot about it at this dangerous and fierce moment of fighting. After all, when humans are very focused, they will not notice external objects. So this time, Wu Jixing's mecha assessment seems to be smoother than last time. Yes, it seems. At the moment when Yushin's white mecha attacked again at a faster speed, Wu Jixing also half-stepped back, trying to change her feet and turn around with her left foot as the base, while using her right foot to attack the weak point behind the opponent's mecha's knee. According to the ideal state, she should kick the opponent to kneel on the ground and win the final victory, but she was too focused and forgot the slight delay of a few tenths of a second. Because the white mecha reacted quickly, when Yushin tried to turn around to resist the black mecha that had already circled behind him, Wu Jixing suddenly tripped and fell directly on the white mecha that had not yet reacted. With a loud bang, the poor white mecha was pressed down by the black mecha like a sumo, unable to move. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Yushin's face flushed red in the mecha cabin, and he tried to struggle to get up again and again, but he was firmly pressed down by the black mecha without any resistance. The black mecha wins. Dado's mouth twitched slightly, and he pronounced the final result. Everyone exclaimed immediately, and then they realized that the genius of the Ozen family actually lost, and lost to a girl who looked very weak. Chapter 21. Amid the noise, Yushin Ozen walked out of the white mecha in a panic, his face flushed red. His originally fair skin made his face look like a red apple, and he had no place to hide his shame and anger. He glared at someone as he passed by her. Wu Jixing was a little embarrassed. Looking at the boy's red face, she suddenly felt guilty for bullying a child. After all, that young master was really young, just over 15 years old, more than 2 years younger than all of them. If she were an adult, she would at most apologize, and would not feel embarrassed at all. Alas, this can't be blamed on her. Who made this mecha? Difficult to operate. If it weren't for this unlucky mecha, she would never be completely unable to control the situation like now, making the situation so embarrassing, and making the other party look bad in front of so many people. This was definitely not her intention. Really? Wu Jixing thought, I don't know if the young master likes to eat candy, otherwise she will buy some candy for him on the way back today, as a small token of her gratitude for making him look bad today. Just when she was absent-minded, Chopin quietly came to her side, and gave her a thumbs up. You are really awesome. Are all the people from E-Star so good? Ah, why do you say that? They should be almost the same as the awakened ones from D-Star. In the cognition of interstellar society, D and E stars are both low-level stars, brothers in distress, and there is not much difference. Because, Chopin whispered, D-Star is not as mysterious as your E-Star. You see, people from D-Star can usually go to the star network. We have seen a lot of them, and it's just like that. Only your planet E doesn't have a star network and is not connected to the outside world, so it's naturally mysterious. Wu Jixing's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. So what do you think our planet E is like? Chopin, it's fighting through mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Ah? Wu Jixing's face was full of confusion as to what you were talking about. Do you have to fight to survive? And it's either you die or I live. So the people from your planet E are all ruthless people? Wu Jixing, what the hell is going on? I think you have a rich imagination, Chopin. Ah. Isn't it? Chopin was shocked. Then why are you so good at fighting? Wu Jixing moved his lips. My hobbies are not good. Oh, okay. Chopin looked a little disappointed when he heard it. I thought your life on E-Star was very exciting. Wu Jixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why do you have such an idea? Have you seen E-Star people who are good at fighting before? But you probably don't have much chance to see him. After all, Their E-star is indeed isolated from the outside world, as he said, and there is no hope of going to a higher star in a lifetime. So how could they possibly see people from E-star? But what surprised Wu Jixing was that the other party actually said, I actually saw him. No, I should say I saw him driving a mecha in battle from a distance. Very impressive? Wu Jixing suddenly became interested. Yes, very impressive. When my friend took me to school to see his brother, we happened to encounter the Mecha campus competition in their college. Chopin recalled, I still remember the scene where he killed his opponent with one strike. Wait, the Mecha competition in their school is real swords and guns. Wu Jixing was a little surprised. This mecha will be scrapped after the fight. Yes, military academy is like this. It's all real, it's bloody, it's completely different from here. Chopin explained. Military academy? Wu Jixing's heart moved, as if he thought of something, and asked tentatively, what kind of person is that? Do you know? Well, the only military school with 10 stars in the Alliance. Chopin thought she was curious, and thought for a moment, actually, I don't know much about it. I only heard from my friend's brother that he was a ruthless person from E-star, and was very powerful. I didn't say much about other things. After all, many things in the military school need to be kept secret. But he told me that if I meet an awakener from E-star in the future, I must not provoke him, otherwise I will die without knowing how. Wu Jixing, Aw, sorry, I'm not talking about you. It's just that he left such a deep impression on me that I think you people from E-star are all very good fighters. Chopin said a little embarrassedly, actually, I learned the move from him. It's really cool. It's just that my strength is too far behind. No, I think you are pretty good. Wu Jixing praised sincerely. In the assessment just now, Chopin's strength can definitely be ranked among the best. By the way, what happened to that person later? I would like to meet him if I have the chance. You are also interested in him? Chopin sighed, that's right, after all, you are all awakened from E-star. He sighed again and said, what a pity, I heard that he seemed to be missing on the battlefield. When I heard the news, I was sad for a long time. Really? It seems that the battlefield is really dangerous. Such a powerful person died. Wu Jixing narrowed his eyes slightly, and he probably knew it in his heart. The only military school of the 10 stars in the Alliance. Who else could it be for the E-star awakener except her cheap brother? He may not be dead. I think he is still alive. Chopin firmly believed, people like that must still be alive. Then why didn't he show up? Maybe he entered a dangerous place, and couldn't get out for the time being. Yes, his family must be very worried. Wu Jixing pretended to sigh, but actually inquired, if I disappeared, my parents would definitely not survive. You know, it's really not easy for us to raise a child on E-star. And without a child, there is no chance to leave E-star, and all hope is gone. Chopin didn't expect that his words would actually arouse the sympathy of the girls around him, who were also from E-star. Although he was born on a star since he was a child, and was not born into a big family, he was better off than many people. Naturally, he never looked at the problem from this perspective. In his opinion, that person was someone he admired, a hero, but he never thought about what would happen to the hero's parents and family. He thought for a moment, and tried to comfort the girl beside him, don't worry, every hero who died on the battlefield will receive a pension. Even if they are missing, there will be some subsidies, which should be enough for his parents on planet E to live a comfortable life on their planet. Wu Jixing frowned when he heard this. According to Chopin, why didn't his brother have one? She felt something was wrong, and things were not that simple. That's not necessarily the case. After all, you know, E-star is very closed. Wu Jixing said casually, maybe it was embezzled in the middle. No, the military will be responsible for directly transferring the money to his parents' account. Chopin explained patiently, E-star is closed, but for the Alliance military, there is no closed place. You underestimate the strength of the military academy. Oh, I see, I really don't know much about this. Wu Jixing said. But you reminded me that there is indeed a situation where missing people will not receive compensation. Chopin suddenly changed the subject. Wu Jixing asked hurriedly, what is the situation? That is. Chopin's expression was serious, that is, they were contaminated and mutated. Wu Jixing's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Of course, it is also possible that they were suspected of being contaminated because of their disappearance. It is possible. If they really mutated, they would basically be dealt with on the spot. The topic ended here. Neither of them was in the mood to speak again, but fell into silence until the test was completely over. The results will be out tomorrow morning, and you can go to the classroom according to your assigned class. After saying this, Dados took the holographic screen that recorded the test and left. Let's go eat. Chopin looked at the dispersed crowd and said, let's go to the library to play games together. Okay. Wu Jixing nodded and suddenly asked, by the way, do you know what the most popular candy in the entire galaxy is? Candy? Chopin was slightly stunned. Yes. What was your favorite candy when you were a child? Wu Jixing asked. Chopin thought she had never eaten candy in E-Star and wanted to try it. So he introduced it directly. Of course it's rainbow popping candy. All interstellar children love it, and it's sold in the food court next to the school cafeteria. You can try it. Okay, thank you. So Wu Jixing really went to the food court to buy rainbow popping candy under Chopin's guidance. But unlike what she thought, this rainbow popping candy was a big piece wrapped in rainbow candy paper. When you put the candy in your mouth and bite it, a rainbow will be pulled out, just like a stretched cheese, and there are many jumping particles hidden in the rainbow. Therefore, this candy is quite expensive. Wu Jixing, who originally wanted to buy a bag, looked at the price and backed off. In the end, under Chopin's unspeakable gaze, he only bought one. I can treat you. He hesitated. No, I'm not eating it myself. Wu Jixing said, I plan to give it to someone. No. You? Are you giving it to someone? Chopin hesitated. Is this person your enemy? But he didn't dare to ask. Yes, a piece of candy is also a token of my love. Wu Jixing said, as a matter of course, after all, I am just a poor man from E-Star. This piece of candy is very rare for me. The other party will understand. Okay, that's right. Chopin felt that he couldn't refute it. So when the two of them finished their meal in the cafeteria and left, he saw Wu Jixing walking through the aisle of the cafeteria and came to the young master Yushin Ozan, who was sitting in the VIP area and eating a big meal, and put the rainbow popping candy full of love on the other's table. For you. Chopin, Good boy, it turns out that the person she wants to give it to is this person. Yusher didn't react at first, but when he finally realized what happened, his face, which had originally returned to its fair color, instantly turned red again, and the hand holding the knife and fork even trembled because of excessive excitement. Wu Jixing didn't know why the other party didn't react at all, so he said, I heard from Chopin that all the children in the alliance like this candy. Chopin, shock. Chopin was about to explode, and he suddenly regretted why he didn't stop the other party before. So Wu Jixing was dragged out of the restaurant before he finished speaking. What are you doing? I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't you think that if you continue talking, blood will be shed? Chopin said with lingering fear, didn't you see the two guys next to him? They are already glaring at you and want to beat you up. Oh, it doesn't matter. Wu Jixing said indifferently, anyway, they can't beat me. Chopin, Besides, this is at school. I'm just a weak girl who gave gifts to my classmates. What bad intentions could I have? Chopin suddenly realized that the awakened person from E-Star really should not be provoked. He even suspected that the other party did it on purpose, but of course he had no evidence. The next morning, the assessment results were sent directly to her communication bracelet. Wu Jixing clicked it, and found that she was assigned to the combat department Mecha Major. Mecha. Although she was very confident in fighting, she always felt that she and Mecha were not compatible. I don't know what the teacher was thinking, but he really assigned her to the Mecha Major. She got up from the bed, washed up, and went straight out to the classroom for class. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the young Master Yushin coming out. The two looked at each other, and the other turned his head away, as if he was avoiding some plague, and walked downstairs quickly. Wu Jixing, Okay, it seems that the other party doesn't like her candy. When Wu Jixing came to the second floor, he found that Chopin was already waiting at the stairs. I guess you and I are in the same classroom. Mecha class? Okay, let's go. With Chopin leading the way, Wu Jixing was relieved. Soon, the two came to the classroom belonging to the Mecha class and sat down. Wu Jixing looked around and saw that they were all students who performed well in the Mecha assessment that day. A few minutes later, Dados walked in from the door. I think you shouldn't be surprised that it's me, he said. I will lead your class from now on. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. After he said this, the audience instantly became quiet, and no one dared to continue whispering and chatting. Very good, if you have no questions, then let's start the class. Dados said, in the first class, let's talk about the compatibility of mechas and individuals. When mechas are produced, each one is fixed, but each of us humans is different, so we must adjust our mechas to make them more suitable for our bodies and movement habits. Of course, we don't need to learn how to adjust these now, we just need to choose a mecha that suits us from different models. After briefly explaining the different types of mechas, Dados added, in addition, There is another reason why we cannot adapt to mechas, that is, when your physical fitness and mental strength cannot be balanced, some slight deviations will occur. Those deviations may seem small, but they will have very serious consequences in battle. For example, at a critical moment, accidentally tripping yourself. Then the next second, the eyes of the whole class were focused on someone. Dado said, looking at Wu Jixing. Yes, I'm talking about you. Wu Jixing never expected that she would be suddenly used as a negative example by the teacher, but she was indeed concerned about the delay of the mecha. So she asked quickly, Teacher Dados, I always feel that there is a delay between the mecha and my reaction. Is this the reason? Yes. The other party continued, your mental power is much higher than your physical fitness, which will cause such a result. If you don't believe it, you can go to the mirror world after class today and try it. Then you will know. After Dados finished speaking, he did not give her a chance to continue speaking, but continued to talk about the balance between physical fitness and mental strength. Genius disease. He said, when mental strength is much higher than physical fitness and extremely unbalanced, your body will have serious problems, even death. I believe you all know what genius disease is, so I will not explain it in detail. In short, your primary goal now is not to fight on the mecha, but to solve the problem of balance in your own body first. Then teacher, do you mean that we don't need to practice mechas for now? Someone asked. Who said that? Dado sneered. From today on, you must practice mechas in the mirror world every day. I have opened the permissions for you. Go to the duel field and score 1,000 points. This is my first requirement for you. So in the following time, Dados explained and demonstrated the tricks and precautions of different types of mechas in battle, and asked them to go back to practice in the mirror world, so that they can fully master it, and choose a mecha that suits them, and score 1,000 points. Okay, get out of class is over now. 2 hours later, Dados announced the end of get out of class, and left the classroom. Wu Jixing was still not satisfied. There was indeed too much knowledge in the class that she didn't know, knowledge that could only be learned here. In just a simple class, she knew the reason why she and the mecha were not compatible. It was because her mental power was too high, which caused the imbalance, which was infinitely magnified in the mecha. Of course, what she was more concerned about was the genius disease mentioned by the other party. According to the description, genius disease should refer to the original body's original condition. The mental power is far higher than the physical strength, which causes extreme imbalance, so the body collapses and dies. She originally thought it was just a series, but she didn't expect that there are many such cases in the Alliance, so that everyone knows about this genius disease. The key is, this genius disease seems to be incurable, especially for the original body, who is born with F-level physical fitness, but S-level mental power, which is basically no different from a terminal illness. In other words, she seemed to have inadvertently accomplished a medical miracle that no one in the entire Alliance could do. If she had not learned martial arts, and if she had not achieved basic control of her mental power after traveling here, she might have died long ago. Wu Jixing was thinking, if she taught the ancient martial arts practice method to people with genius disease, would she be able to cure them, and make them true geniuses? But the next second, she rejected her previous idea. Originally, genius disease cannot easily use mental power, but people who have no control experience want to learn the ancient martial arts practice method of meditating to absorb surrounding energy, but they cannot achieve the effect and cannot learn it. Unless, they can learn meditation in the mirror world first, and then return to reality. However, she didn't know whether her idea would succeed. Wu Jixing couldn't experiment for the time being, so she had to give up. Her top priority now was to play dungeons to earn money to buy high-level nutrient solution and gene medicine, and first improve her physique to S, so that there would be no delay in getting on the mecha. As for the task assigned by Teacher Dados, she also had to enter the mecha duel field in the mirror world to complete it. In short, she would probably spend all the days to come in the mirror world. So that night, she met Chopin at the library again. In the luxurious game cabin, Wu Jixing confirmed that Xiaoguang was lying safely in her pocket, and then logged into the mirror world again. As soon as she went online, she received a team invitation from the hot lady. Come on, I will help you level up as soon as possible today, we don't have much time. After not seeing each other for a few days, the lady and the kitten both looked a little tired. What's wrong? Wu Jixing asked with concern, did something happen? Hot lady, you know about that thing, the mutant thing? Yes. Wu Jixing nodded. I suddenly remembered that you asked me the other day if there would be humanoid monsters in the dungeon. Hot lady's eyes were a little complicated, I didn't expect it to come true. It is said that the mutants in it can use crowd control skills, which are very difficult to deal with. The first team, that entered was wiped out because of this skill. Wu Jixing looked at the skill standing in punishment in her character's skill column and fell silent. What does that crowd control skill look like? She asked. Hot miss. It is said that it will make everyone stand in punishment and unable to move. Wu Jixing, As expected, she knew it. At this time, in the real world, in the 6-2 dormitory of Yushin, 2 followers, one fat and one thin, said indignantly beside him, Master Yushin, why did you stop us from settling accounts with her? That's right. I don't understand. What are we afraid of her doing? Yushin was silent for a while, and said with a gloomy face, My dad said that those who can climb up from places like E-Star are all tough characters, so I should get along with her well. Chapter 22. In the Mirror World game, Wu Jixing was following the guild members to level up by playing dungeons. The evolution of the mutants made everyone feel a sense of urgency. The world in the game was much more lively than before. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath and started to roll, racing against time. How much experience do you have to reach level 45? After finishing a dungeon, the hot lady asked. There is still 50%. Wu Jixing glanced at his experience bar, and then said, If you are very busy, I can level up by myself. Wu Jixing could sense the anxiety and urgency in the other party's heart. Because today, everyone was like a robot, mechanically brushing the dungeon, and there was no time to chat or joke. Everyone seemed to be very silent. It doesn't matter. This is more efficient. You are too slow alone. And, the hot girl suddenly said, we may not be able to log into the game in a few days. There is an urgent task in the school that we need to do. What urgent task? Is it dangerous? Wu Jixing asked with concern. She always felt that this mission might be related to the recent mutant incident. Well, similar things have happened in many places recently. The fiery lady revealed, it is speculated that there may be a mastermind behind the evolution of mutants. So the various forces that originally went out for Pandora have now temporarily agreed to a ceasefire and fully respond to the crisis that may occur next. Although our mission is difficult to disclose, it is basically to provide support in the rear, so it is not a big problem. That's good. Wu Jixing sincerely hoped that the little sister and the little cat would not have any accidents. After all, mutants are so dangerous. By the way, has Pandora not been found yet? When she mentioned this, she remembered that she was unlucky enough to be hijacked on the spaceship to school, just because a box of salted fish of an old lady collided with Pandora's box. At that time, she knew that the whole alliance was crazy because of the loss of Pandora. Unexpectedly, it was not long after that, but all parties agreed to a ceasefire because of the crisis of mutants. No, but this incident has given everyone some ideas. The hot lady led everyone to play the dungeon while explaining to her, it is very likely that Pandora was stolen by the person behind the mutant. Otherwise, we wouldn't have searched for so long without any clues. If so, many unreasonable things can be explained. I see. Wu Jixing knew this information for the first time. It seems that the ladies are indeed from big families, and the information channels they have are completely different from ordinary people. After completing the entire instance, she not only upgraded her level, but also learned a lot of useful information. This also gave her a general and clear understanding and cognition of the situation of the entire Interstellar Social Alliance for the first time. It is said that after Pandora was stolen from the official laboratory of the Alliance, interstellar pirates, interstellar hunters, the Alliance military, and some large and small forces all went out to find its whereabouts. Originally, each force could stir up the situation, not to mention that when everyone joined in this chaos, the muddy water became more and more chaotic. But what is very strange is that when all parties went out to search for Pandora, they found nothing, not even a clue, as if it had disappeared without a trace, as if it had completely disappeared in the universe. Now, after the mutation pollution incident on Planet E, everyone finally discovered that there seemed to be another force behind it, quietly hiding in the fog, spying on them. So everyone in the Alliance came to their senses in an instant, and after eliminating all possibilities, it was very likely that Pandora had fallen into the hands of the other party. Therefore, all parties finally reached a ceasefire agreement and planned to unite to deal with the mutant crisis. It's a pity that the E-4444 star has been completely destroyed, and all the clues are the news brought by the surviving Awakener. I think the other party also saw the closeness and limitations of E-Star, so they set such a trap there. When the abnormality was discovered, it was too late. It was also from this mutant evolution incident that similar incidents occurred in other low-level stars one after another. This also made all parties in the Alliance truly confirm that this was an organized and premeditated man-made crisis. No one is a fool. When the coincidence is clearly laid out in front of them, the truth will naturally surface. If a leader really appears among the mutants, it is a terrifying thing to think about. For 1,000 years, the mutant monsters that are scattered and have no wisdom have made everyone exhausted, and can only maintain a relatively balanced state of suppression. If such a balance is broken, the consequences will be disastrous. What's worse now is that Pandora may have fallen into the hands of the other party. Although Wu Jixing didn't know what Pandora was, it was definitely not a good thing. No one who knew the truth behind this matter could remain calm. An invisible sense of urgency and crisis was constantly warning everyone. It was like a heavy bomb that exploded in the water surface of the Alliance that had been calm for a long time. The world was about to change. Let's stop here today. After seeing that the beautiful girl had reached level 50, the hot girl finally stopped fighting the boss. There are still 10 levels left. Try to level up by yourself. You freshmen should have plenty of time, right? Well, we don't have many classes recently. We mainly focus on improving ourselves. Wu Jixing said. There was only one class today, and then Teacher Dados asked them to enter the mirror world to practice and master mecha skills. There were no classes in the afternoon, probably to give them time to play games. Wu Jixing suddenly felt strange. She had never thought that one day she would have to complete her homework in the game. The tasks they were given every day were to play games, fight dungeons, and fight duels. Well, then you practice first, and we will continue to guide you when we go online in 2 days. Okay, be safe. After the hot girl and the kitten went offline, Wu Jixing opened the game interface and planned to enter the unlocked mecha dual field to take a look. According to Teacher Dados, she would not be bound by her real body when using the mecha in the mirror world, which means that in the holographic virtual world, she would not have the same delay as in reality. Soon, after Wu Jixing entered the dual field, she found herself in a square dual arena as big as a football field. At this time, there was no one in the arena, so she could explore freely and choose the mecha configuration. Wu Jixing looked at them one by one. There were quite a lot of optional mechas inside, but they were all basic models. If you need to add modifications such as armor and weapons, you need to spend dual coins to buy them, but some high-level equipment requires a certain number of points to unlock. This is a bit similar to the racing game she played in her previous life. The points are the points you will get after each victory. Correspondingly, if you lose, you will also be deducted a certain amount of points. Dual coins are a kind of currency that you will get after each victory, which is easy to understand. The task assigned by Teacher Dados is to get 1,000 points in the dual field. It seems very simple, because each victory will give a minimum of 50 points. As long as you play 20 games, you can reach it. But the premise is that you have to win all 20 games. What is the concept? Every time you win an opponent of the same level, you will get corresponding points. As your points increase, the opponents you randomly match will also be higher. This means that you need to defeat higher level opponents one by one until you win 20 games. This is not easy. Many times, you may fight for a long time, but your points will not change. Because your strength is in this score range, if you want to move up, you must make enough progress. At this time, Wu Jixing's points are 0, and she can only choose the simplest basic mecha within the range of 0 points. The types of mechas are similar to the superpowers in the game, and are also divided into defensive mechas, long-range attack mechas, melee attack mechas, auxiliary mechas, and healing mechas. Except for defensive mechas, which are all heavy mechas, other mechas can be selected as heavy or light mechas according to their own habits. For example, if an attack mecha is light, it will be equipped with light weapons and equipment. On the contrary, if you like to use big swords, big knives, or heavy long-range cannons, you must choose a heavy mecha, otherwise it may not be able to withstand the weapons carried on it, resulting in a serious imbalance of top-heavy. As for auxiliary and healing mechas, it also depends on personal needs. If you want to save your life, choose a heavy mecha, which can also carry more equipment. If you are good at speed, then choose a light mecha without a doubt. The disadvantage is that the mecha can carry few supplies and weapons. However, since it is a duel, everyone will generally choose an offensive mecha, and occasionally some people will choose a defensive mecha. Few people will use auxiliary and healing mechas. After all, this is just a one-on-one battle, not a team collaboration. Soon, Wu Jixing chose a lightweight melee attack mecha that was easiest for her to use from a pile of mechas. The mechas were available in black and white. Wu Jixing hesitated for a moment before choosing the all-black mecha. As for the weapon, among the many light weapons available, she chose a long sword that was also all black. As for why she chose a sword instead of her best sword, it was because she felt that a long sword might be more suitable for chopping a large body like a mecha. After all, The thin and soft swords she used before were all used to attack vital points, such as the throat, meridians, and joints. If this set of fighting methods was used on a mecha, it might not work well. Finally, after making her choice, Wu Jixing directly clicked on random matching and entered the duel arena to wait. Not long after, 5 seconds later, a white basic heavy attack mecha appeared in front of her instantly. The opponent held a heavy sword and was also a physical attack player. Thinking about it, this is normal. In the case of limited venues, long-range attack mechas will be at a disadvantage, so most people will still choose physical attack mechas. Wu Jixing glanced at the opponent's information. His nickname was number 1 in the world and his points were 100. It seemed that he was also a freshman, but his strength should not be bad. After all, he already had 100 points, which at least meant that he had won 2 games. The countdown reached 3, and the duel began. The opponent stood still, as if waiting for her to make the first move, wanting to strike back, because it was a heavy mecha and was not good at speed. After Wu Jixing understood the opponent's intention, she was naturally not polite. The moment the black long sword in her hand fell, she rushed to the opponent like a black arrow, and the sword in her hand went the other way, swinging from bottom to top. With a loud bang, the white heavy mecha was instantly chopped back 2 steps. In the mecha, the player named Tianxiaodii had a horrified look in his eyes. He had never expected that the opponent would use a knife in this way. He had never expected that the opponent would be so fast that he could not react at all. While he was still waiting for the opponent to swing the knife had already been quietly swung out from a corner he had never expected. Fortunately, he chose a heavy mecha, and although it was slightly damaged, it was not serious. Fortunately, when he saw that the opponent was called the 21st Century Beauty, he also found that the mecha had 0 points, and he was secretly happy, thinking that he had met a rookie. It turns out that this is not a newcomer, but a ruthless person. While this person was shocked, Wu Jixing quickly approached him again. This time, she did not swing her knife casually, but slashed at the weak joint of the heavy mecha. The opponent's mechanical arm was chopped off directly by her, and he fell heavily to the ground because of the unstable center of gravity. The heavy mecha has high defense, and is indeed too heavy. Wu Jixing stepped directly on the opponent's fallen mecha and stabbed into the mecha cabin with another knife, directly killing the game. Tip: you have defeated the player Tianxia number 1 and received 50 points. The next second, the white mecha with a horrified face disappeared in the field. Wu Jixing looked down at the long sword in his hand and felt very happy. The 3 swords just now actually took less than 3 seconds. The smooth feeling, as if it was moving at will, was so beautiful. Sure enough, in the mirror world, the mecha had no delay at all, which was so refreshing. Wu Jixing stood in the empty duel field and felt the long-lost excitement. She even had the urge to get 1,000 points in one go. Tip: do you want to continue matching? Yes, continue. Wu Jixing didn't even think about it and clicked confirm. So the next day, Wu Jixing, who had stayed up all night playing, came to the classroom with a tired look on his face. Today's class seemed to be mutant behavioral psychology, which is a subject that specializes in studying the behavior and psychology of mutant monsters. Of course, this subject was originally not taken seriously. After all, studying monsters without IQ is not very meaningful. It is better to think about how to improve combat skills and kill them directly. But now it is different. When mutants have intelligence, studying their psychology and behavior is very meaningful. So when Wu Jixing came to the classroom today, she found that she was the last one. Other students had already arrived in the classroom early and were waiting. Only she came at the class time. Just when Wu Jixing sat down, the teacher who taught this subject came in. Wu Jixing looked up subconsciously with curiosity and instantly fell into a pair of beautiful and gentle eyes. This is actually Mr. Lemmy's class. The other party seemed to see her surprise, smiled and nodded, and then began to introduce himself. My name is Lemmy Ozen, your teacher of mutant behavior psychology this semester. I hope to get along well with you in the coming year. After the other party introduced himself, everyone present subconsciously looked at Yusen Ozen sitting in the middle of the classroom. The other party's eyes were indifferent, and it seemed that he didn't know the person in front of the podium. Seeing that there was no excitement, everyone stopped paying attention and began to listen carefully. What is the behavioral logic of mutants? After the evolution of mutants, do they really retain the memory and psychology of the human period? These are the topics that everyone is most concerned about now, but only Wu Jixing is a little absent-minded. Because for some reason, she always feels that teacher Lemmy always looks at her intentionally or unintentionally, which reminds her that the other party seems to be targeting her Xiaoguang. She also doesn't know whether the other party knows when she logs into the game every day. However, Wu Jixing's intuition told her that the other party probably didn't know it was her for the time being, otherwise, he would have come to her door after she arrived at the school. After all, as a student in the school, where can she escape? Today's class ends here. The class representative will be responsible for collecting the homework I assigned and handing it to me. As for the class representative candidate, just when Wu Jixing was relieved for the time being, she heard the man on the podium suddenly call her name. Wu Jixing, let's go. Lami Ozan said with a smile, come to my office after class. I tell you something. Wu Jixing, ? She was just relieved that teacher Lamy didn't come to see her, but now she's here, come to my office after class. What? She didn't want to come at all, but no matter how unwilling she was, Wu Jixing, who was inexplicably the class representative, could only follow the other person obediently, and came to a luxurious office. Sit down, don't feel restrained here. Lamy Oz's smile was very kind and gentle, like a big brother next door, without any airs. This made Wu Jixing even more nervous. She saw the other person sitting behind the large desk, and then she carefully sat down on the chair in front of the desk. Looking up, the young man's face was as handsome as ever. Wu Jixing once thought that the new humans on the high-level stars were all handsome men and beautiful women with such looks, but after she really arrived at the school, she found that although everyone looked good, they could not be compared with the person in front of her. Except for Yushin, who is also from the Ozan family, no one else has such a beautiful face. Wu Jixing didn't know what the other party wanted to say, so he could only sit in his seat anxiously, his eyes drifting, trying to look at something else to divert his attention. Teacher Lemmy's desk was very clean and tidy, just like him. In addition to a simple computer, there was only a 3D photo frame on the side of the table, standing there alone. In the photo frame, there was a bust of a young man. The man had dark golden hair that was combed meticulously, blue eyes that were slightly cold, and he was wearing a white researcher uniform, looking like a scientist. Wu Jixing thought it was an important relative of teacher Lamy's family, but she found that the hair and eyes didn't seem to match, and they were not purple. Are you curious? Lamy Ozan said, as he picked up the photo frame and stroked it like he was caressing a lover, which made Wu Jixing shudder. Why? I always feel something is strange, but she didn't dare to say it. But she didn't say anything, but Lamy Ozan took the initiative to speak. He is the greatest person in the world. In Lamy Ozan's gentle eyes, there was admiration, even some fanaticism. He is the creator of the mirror world 1,000 years ago, Sas's Lin. Wu Jixing was surprised. It turned out that he was the creator of the mirror world. She suddenly thought of the foreign netizen saying that Xiaoguang might be the navigation robot made by the creator of the mirror world when he was bored, which means that Xiaoguang is very likely created by the person in front of her, Xiaoguang's father. Chapter 23. Wu Jixing was very surprised. She didn't expect that teacher Lemmy would tell her these things, and she didn't expect that the young man in the photo frame was the boss who created the mirror world thousands of years ago. I have to say that this man who is suspected to be Xiaoguang's father is quite handsome. However, although the boss is indeed very powerful and handsome, teacher Lemmy's current state of obsession with the photo frame makes her hair stand on end, which seems a bit abnormal. Sorry, I am rude. Lemmy Ozan seemed to realize his mistake, and his expression returned to normal. Every time I think of how great this person has done, I can't help but shed tears. You may not understand this feeling. He is the guide of my life. It's okay, Mr. Lemmy, you don't have to apologize. Wu Jixing didn't know what to say, so he could only wave his hands repeatedly. I can understand your feeling. He is indeed a great man who saved all mankind. The emergence of the mirror world is indeed of great significance to the entire human race. There is no doubt about that. If such a person lived in today's era, there would definitely be many admirers. Wu Jixing could understand it very well. It's just, she didn't expect that after 1,000 years, there would still be such crazy admirers. For example, the famous poets and literary talents in ancient times, these historical celebrities must have had many crazy fans and admirers at the time. But many years later in modern times, although we often sigh at the awesomeness of the big guys, we are really not so crazy as to put their portraits on the desk and lick the screen crazily. This is what Wu Jixing finds very strange. The person who licked the screen is also a very powerful teacher in the Alliance 10-Star Academy. She always thought that this kind of person, even if they like someone, their emotions should be restrained and implicit. I know you can understand me. Lamy Ozan reluctantly put down the photo frame. How I wish I could be born in the same era as him and witness his greatness in person. Sorry, I'm going off topic. Now let's talk about homework. Finally, teacher Lemmy finally remembered why she had called her here and returned to the topic. Wu Jixing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally back to normal. What she didn't expect was that in the following days, every time when she, the class representative, went to the office to hand in homework, he would take advantage of every opportunity to tell her about the life story of the man named Suses Lin. For example, his brain was like a computer host, with superhuman computing power, such as how he studied the unknown virus at the time, and how he created such a powerful mirror world game in an era of backward science and technology. I think he is a super brain awakener. He finally shed the useless human body and all emotions, and used his brain as the basic server to create the great mirror world. The information revealed by Lamy Ozen shocked her. So, the game we are playing now, the host is his brain? Wu Jixing always felt that something was strange. This was too weird. Yes, I think so. Lamy Ozen's light purple eyes were frighteningly bright at this time. I even suspect that he may be the only human who has become a legendary level in the past 1,000 years. Wu Jixing grasped the key words. Legendary level? Yes, legendary level X. Lamy Ozen murmured. Perhaps only by breaking free from the shackles of the body can humans be eternal and become true gods. When Wu Jixing walked out of the office, he was a little dazed. This world really has level X. No wonder she has never heard of it. It turns out, because no human has reached it. As for the creator of the mirror world revealed by teacher Lamy, she didn't think that the other party had truly become X level, breaking free of the body and becoming eternal in spirit. Could he still be a human being? The key point was that the other party not only abandoned his human body, but also his human emotions, becoming a supercomputer-like existence. Wu Jixing felt that human evolution should not be like this. Sure enough, scientists are all crazy. She didn't know why teacher Lemmy told her this. Anyway, now she felt very complicated whenever she thought about logging into the mirror world to play games every day. Why are you here? In the corridor, Dados saw Wu Jixing absent-mindedly walking by and subconsciously called her. Ah, teacher Dados. Wu Jixing quickly came back to her senses. It was teacher Lemmy who asked me to go to his office for something. Oh. Dados nodded and asked casually, how is it? Is the mecha in the mirror world not delayed? Yes. Speaking of this, Wu Jixing said excitedly, it's just like what you said, teacher. When I used the mecha to fight in the mirror world, it was very smooth, without any delay. That's good. Dados nodded. It means that your body is not balanced. I looked at your test results. Your mental strength is much higher than your physical strength. You should practice hard. Don't treat the contribution points given by the school as decoration. Go to the school network system to exchange for potions. This will help you better. Okay, thank you, teacher. Wu Jixing is very grateful for the advice of teacher Dados. She can feel that he is a good teacher who really cares about the growth of students. Well, by the way, Dados, who was about to leave, suddenly seemed to think of something and said, I suggest you practice more with long-range mechas, at least so that you won't be too affected by the delay at this stage. After all, physical fitness cannot be improved in a short time. Well, I understand, teacher Dados, thank you. Wu Jixing instantly understood what the other party meant, and thanked him again. The long-range mecha can hide and shoot from a distance, so that the delay caused by her imbalance will not have too much impact on the battle. Seeing that she understood, Dados said no more and turned away. A few minutes later, Dados pushed open the door of the principal's office on the top floor. Principal, what do you want to talk to me about? In front of the huge French window, behind the desk, a white-haired old man smiled and looked at the visitor. You're here. He took out a holographic screen from the desk drawer and put it on the table, pushing it forward. Take a look. Okay, Principal. Dados said, picking up the holographic screen and looking at it, but as he looked at it, his brows subconsciously frowned. How is it? The old man put his hands on the table and raised his eyelids slightly. If there is no problem, let's do it. Principal, this. Dados finally finished reading all the content, frowning. Will it be too dangerous for them? After all, those freshmen have just entered the school not long ago, and now they are exposed to this level of mission. We don't have much time now. The old man shook his head and sighed. Besides, the military has always done this, so we can do it too. Dados was about to say something when his eyes suddenly became sharp. Could it be that the other schools? Yes, since they all have the courage, we naturally cannot fall behind. The old man thought of something and spoke again. There is one more thing. The competition between the star schools this year may be cancelled. You should be mentally prepared. The Alliance has already planned to deal with it with all its strength, and the future will not be too peaceful. Okay, I understand. Dados understood what the principal meant. I will arrange everything. The old man thought for a moment and then asked, by the way, how are the new students this year? I remember that the Ozan family has a little genius? Not bad, but he is too young and his body has not fully developed. I don't recommend him to go to school so early. Dado said, using mental power too early and frequently is not good for his future development. Genius disease is no joke. Ah, the old man sighed. There was nothing he could do. The distribution of benefits 4 years later was too important. If we don't have strong strength, how can we compete with those crazy people in the military? We have nowhere to retreat. In recent years, the ranking of the 4-star academy has dropped again, and there is indeed no way out. I understand. Dado's expression was solemn, and he murmured in a low voice, I hope it will be different this time. In his mind, he subconsciously thought of the freshman he had just met in the corridor. In fact, before the start of school, he had already known all the other parties' information in the admissions office. A girl from Planet E, with a powerful auxiliary ability. He has been paying attention to her since the beginning of the school year. What makes him happy is that the new student has lived up to his expectations, and has the potential to become a powerful top auxiliary. If she can grow up smoothly, coupled with a little guy from the Ozan family, then maybe she can really change the current unfavorable situation. Dados walked out of the principal's office, thinking about the future. On the other side, Wu Jixing, who had no idea that teacher Dados had high hopes for him, was practicing dueling with a long-range mecha in the mirror world according to the other party's advice. If melee combat is her comfort zone, long-range combat is a new attempt. She was not used to it at first. In a duel without any shelter, long-range combat had nowhere to hide, and it was completely inferior to the advantages of melee combat mecha. She had also encountered players fighting with long-range mecha in previous duels. But in her opinion, she only needed to rush forward to close the distance with the speed of the light mecha and KO with one sword. Now that she was a long-range fighter, she felt very difficult to face melee combat, especially speed-type players. She still chose the light mecha, and kept trying to distance herself with her speed advantage. However, the venue was really small, and she had to attack at the same time at the moment of distance, otherwise she would be caught up by the opponent immediately. This hasty shooting and changing positions requires great patience. She distanced herself several times, but she was too slow to attack and didn't have time to shoot. She also encountered the situation where she shot, but the accuracy was not enough and missed. In short, at the beginning, she had to spend a long time with the opponent in each game, and even in the end her weapon energy was exhausted. At the last critical moment, she relied on the counter routine to actively approach and collide with the opponent's shot, and finally won with difficulty. It can be said that this was her most difficult duel. In the end, her own mecha's wear and tear reached its limit, and she almost lost. You know, when she used a melee mecha, she could knock out the opponent within 10 seconds most of the time. But on the other hand, it was precisely because of this that practice was meaningful. So, unknowingly, her proficiency in using long-range mechas became higher and higher, her shooting speed became faster and faster, and she became more and more comfortable, and even her accuracy improved greatly. In such focused practice, her score has already exceeded the 1,000 points originally required by teacher Dados, and even approached 2,000 points. Of course, in addition to mecha practice, she also did not give up the task of upgrading the dungeon. After clearing the school dungeon alone last week, she unlocked another dungeon of the Gene Research Institute. When she saw this dungeon, her heart skipped a beat. Because this Gene Research Institute is too similar to the Dream Maker Company. Countless embryos waiting for gene editing, deformed newborns already born and raised in the nursery. Wu Jixing immediately guessed from this familiar dungeon background that it must be another E-star that suffered. She was really scared. What would her parents and friends do if E4869 really got its turn? That group of people seemed to have specifically targeted the underdeveloped communication of E-star, and were always making trouble there. Often, by the time the Alliance discovered something was wrong and sent people over, the situation had already gotten out of control, and it was too late. In short, Wu Jixing was not in a good mood when she was playing this dungeon. Of course, even so, she had to accept her fate and play dungeons and kill monsters. The experience points and rewards given by the special dungeon were too much. Just when she spent a few days to finally clear the Gene Research Institute dungeon alone, her level was finally raised to the maximum level. The money given by the dungeon tasks and monsters was enough for her to buy a bottle of high-level nutrient solution in the real world. Just when Wu Jixing was about to log off early today and go to the school's internet to buy nutrient solution, the hot girl and the little cat, who had not been online for many days, finally appeared. As soon as they came online, they formed a team and invited her. Team Channel, Hot Lady. Come on, I will continue to take you to the dungeon. Team Channel, Hot Lady. Wait, you have already reached the maximum level? Team Channel, 21st Century Beauty. What a coincidence you came, I just reached the maximum level. Team Channel, Sexy Kitty. Wow, beautiful girl, you leveled up so fast. Team Channel, Hot Lady. That's great, we can try to play the Nightmare Dungeon today. Kitty, you brought them into the team? They should all be online, right? Team Channel, Sexy Kitty. Can I say I'm not online? Woohoo. Team Channel, Hot Lady. It's useless for you to act cute. Hurry up dear, time waits for no one. Team Channel, Sexy Kitty. Okay, don't you have them as friends too? Team Channel, Hot Lady. I only have his friends, not his brother. It's convenient for you to form a team. So a few minutes later, Wu Jixing found that there were 2 more people in the team. Tip, player Romance Under the Stars. Join the team. Tip, player Rainbow Popping Candy. Join the team. Tip, the captain invites you to enter the copy of the disappeared middle school, Nightmare, please agree. Wu Jixing didn't think about it, and directly clicked to agree to enter. In an instant, she came to the familiar school dungeon again. At this time, her teammates also appeared beside her. In addition to the little sister and the little cat, there were 2 other awakened teammates, Romance Under the Starry Sky and Rainbow Popping Candy. Wu Jixing looked over curiously, and the player with the ID Romance Under the Starry Sky was a tall and thin gentleman with black hair and black eyes. After entering the dungeon, he walked directly to the little cat and said affectionately, "Dear baby." Wu Jixing got goosebumps instantly, and so did the kitten. She pushed him away with a look of disgust. Can you stop being so disgusting? Stay away from me. There are others here. Okay. Romantic Under the Starry Sky looked hurt when she heard that, but the next moment she turned around and looked at someone standing beside her as if nothing had happened. Hello, I'm the kitten's fiancé, nice to meet you. The other party introduced himself in a friendly manner. Hello. Wu Jixing also nodded in a friendly manner, nice to meet you. Then Xingkong Xiaolang introduced the rainbow popping sugar next to him. This is my brother. Wu Jixing subconsciously looked at the people next to him. Xingkong's brother also had black hair and black eyes, but he was much shorter than his brother, at most a little over 1.7 meters. And completely different from his brother, Rainbow Popping Sugar had a sour face, and seemed to be indifferent to everyone he met. For some reason, the other person's expression and height reminded her of someone. That's right, it was the young master who lived across from her dormitory. Although they looked different, their sullen faces, as if everyone owed him money, were exactly the same. If it weren't for the fact that the name of the other party's rainbow popping candy was really not like the style of the young master, she would have suspected that it was just a coincidence. Wu Jixing's heart moved, and she asked curiously, by the way, does your brother like to eat rainbow popping candy? Yes, he loved to eat it when he was a child, so he gave it this name. Romance Under the Starry Sky said with a smile. I didn't. Rainbow Popping Sugar's face turned even uglier when he heard that. I don't like it at all now. Well, you don't like it now? Romance Under the Starry Sky seemed to have a very good temper, and explained to Wu Jixing with a smile, the nickname of the game in the mirror world cannot be changed. He insisted on taking it when he was a child. Can you stop talking nonsense? Rainbow Popping Sugar was already impatient. I don't have much game time, play quickly. Are you going to play soon? Wu Jixing asked. We're only going to play 1 dungeon today. Yes, we're going to play 1. At this time, Kitty also intervened and explained to her that Kid has anti-addiction measures, so he has to log off at 8 o'clock. Seeing that the little brat Rainbow Popping Candy's face was getting more and more ugly, the hot lady, who was the captain, finally interrupted them. Come on, I arranged the team, she said, looking at several teammates. Kitty is the healer, Starry Sky is the assister, Popping Candy and the pretty girl are the output, and I'm the defender. I will attack first and lure the monster over. Xingkong will be responsible for deceleration control. Popping Candy and pretty girl, you 2 will attack directly after the monster is controlled. Kitty, pay attention to my health. If you encounter any problems, everyone will act accordingly. Is that okay? No problem. Everyone nodded. Okay, let's go. The difference between Nightmare difficulty and normal difficulty is that the damage and health of the monster are very high, so everyone must be very careful not to be hit by the monster and pay attention to avoid it. The boss's skills will be more frequent than in the normal book, but there is nothing else to pay too much attention to. After the hot girl finished talking about the precautions, she rushed directly towards the mutant monster on the school basketball court. The next second, Shinkong used the group deceleration skill and the single control skill to control one of the monsters. Prioritize killing the long-range attack monster. So the next second, a fireball and a water ball instantly went to the long-range attack monster. The blue water ball was one step faster than the fireball and hit the monster first, followed by the dark red flame, which burned a line of damage on the monster. Rainbow Popping Candy was very upset when she found that her hand speed was actually one step slower, and suddenly turned around and glared at someone. Wu Jixing, wait, why does this little brat even glare at her in the same way as the young master next door? It can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 24. The magic ability that Rainbow Popping Candy randomly got was obviously of the fire attribute, or more specifically, of the destruction attribute under the fire attribute. The flames he emitted when using his skills were darker and deeper than the color of ordinary flames. Every time he emitted dark red flames to attack monsters, he would leave an endless burning mark on the monsters, and they would continue to lose health every second. And when he used the same fire skill later, it would fuel the original fire and make the damage higher. No wonder, despite the horrible damage, Kitty reluctantly chose them as teammates. Of course, Wu Jixing was also aroused by the desire to win, and instantly, two skills of different colors, one blue and one dark red, were slammed densely and quickly at the monsters. But most of the time, the blue skills attacked more. Even though the destructive skills were terrifyingly powerful, they were still a little less damaging than the water ball. So every time, the Rainbow Popping Candy, which was beaten by the beautiful girl's water skills, would look a little darker after throwing out the skills. By the time this wave of monsters was completely destroyed by the two people's attacks, Rainbow Popping Candy's face was already very ugly. Because in the damage statistics interface, everyone can clearly see that the HP of the monsters killed by the pretty girl is a little more than his. Pretty girl, your damage is so strong. Sexy Kitty said in surprise. I didn't see it when I played the low-level dungeon a few days ago. You are better than that brat. Yeah, I rarely see someone who can beat my brother in damage. Romance Under the Starry Sky also smiled and supported, not caring about the already stinking face of his cheat brother. So Wu Jixing received another glare from Rainbow Popping Candy. Here it comes again, they really look alike, Wu Jixing shouted in his heart, and couldn't help but observe the other person's face and expression again, trying to see if the original appearance of that face had the shadow of that Gaiyusen. But the mirror world is so big, the chance of meeting someone you know is very small. Although Wu Jixing feels that the expressions of the two are really the same, he shouldn't assert it, but he is very suspicious. So in the following time, Wu Jixing always glanced at the other party from time to time, trying to find more evidence. Why are you always looking at me? Rainbow Popping Candy, who was beating the monster, felt that there was always a sight following him, and finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke. Oh, nothing. Wu Jixing was caught on the spot, and said shamelessly, I think you are good at pinching faces, so I just took a look. Haha, are you attracted to my brother? Romantic Under the Starry Sky blinked and said, my brother is even more handsome in real life. It's definitely worth it. Shut up. Rainbow Popping Candy glared at his brother. Haha, I think it's pretty good. Sexy Kitty also joined in the fun and said, beautiful girl, you can consider it. Wu Jixing suddenly felt that the personality of this kitten and Shinkong was really compatible. No wonder they were a couple, although the kitten didn't admit it. No. Wu Jixing held it in for a long time and said, he is too young. Minors can't fall in love. Ha ha ha. The little cat almost laughed to death. Can you guys stop talking? Seeing that the Rainbow Pop Candy was about to go berserk, the hot lady finally came out to take charge of the situation. Nightmare is timed, everyone be serious. The captain spoke, and everyone immediately stopped talking and started playing the dungeon honestly. To be honest, Wu Jixing felt that although the boss skills of this nightmare dungeon were not as complicated as her special dungeon, and had a lot of control skills, the monster's health and damage were indeed high. If the output was not enough, it would be difficult to pass the level without dodging skills. Fortunately, their team happened to have two powerful output players. Especially Rainbow Popping Candy. I don't know if it was because he was not convinced or because he was angry. Anyway, his damage today was higher than usual, which shocked his brother. In the end, they finished the dungeon in 59 minutes and 32 seconds, which was actually within an hour. You should know that this dungeon is a big hurdle, and those who can break through it are generally ranked within the top 100 in the entire alliance. Tip: congratulations on having finished the dungeon of the disappeared middle school, Nightmare, and received a bonus of 10,000 gold coins. Tip: congratulations to the team for being the cutest in the universe. Finish the dungeon of the disappeared middle school. Nightmare. Time 59 minutes and 32 seconds. Ranked 98th. Wow, we are actually 98th. Great. The little cat said in surprise. Tip. Player Rainbow Popping Candy has left the team. Why did he quit? The hot lady asked. Offline. Romantic Under the Stars said. He won't be angry, will he? The little cat asked. Do you want to comfort him? It's okay. Romantic Under the Stars smiled and said, Look, that guy has such high damage today. We still need to be more angry in the future. Maybe our team can make it into the top 50 of the entire league. Everyone, you are really my brother. The little cat couldn't help but complain, and then laughed. When we get into the top 50, let those people regret it. She was talking about those guys who backstabbed and quit the team. Everyone has their own ambitions. The hot girl only said this, and then changed the subject. Look at what you have gained. If you have any unused skills or equipment, you can sell them to the guild. The hot girl said this mainly to the beautiful girl. After all, the other few people were friends they knew in real life, only she was not. Wu Jixing also knew that. She glanced at her system backpack. The boss did drop 2 magic equipment that she could wear, but the quality was basically the same as the output in her own special dungeon, just slightly better. As for the skill book, it was not dropped. It can only be said that the rewards for solo play are still greater. Wu Jixing put on the 2 magic equipment and thought that it would be more cost-effective to upgrade and then solo play a special dungeon with higher difficulty. Thinking of this, she suddenly had an idea. Wait, she could actually pretend that some equipment that was not used in the special dungeon was dropped from the Nightmare dungeon, so that she would not need to hide it normally, and she could also make money. So she thought about it, and posted a skill book that she had repeatedly dropped when she had played a special dungeon a few days ago in the chat channel, and then said, I got a skill book called Leader's Dignity, which seems to have been dropped by the final boss. Romance Under the Starry Sky was delighted when he saw it, and said enviously, You either sell it to me or not. This is a rare control skill. You are so lucky. Leader's Dignity. This skill was dropped by the last mutated principle, a skill similar to Deterrence, which can suppress the output of players, reduce their damage and casting speed. Wu Jixing just found out that the boss of the Nightmare dungeon also has this skill, so she dared to take it out. As for herself, she has already learned it, and this is the second book that is dropped. Is this hard to drop? Wu Jixing asked tentatively. I thought it would definitely drop in the Nightmare dungeon. Of course not. Even the skill book is hard to drop in the Nightmare difficulty. Romance Under the Starry Sky said excitedly, it basically won't drop in the normal difficulty, and the same is true for the elite. Only the legendary and Nightmare difficulty will drop a little higher. I see. I don't need it, you can take it. Wu Jixing said generously. She was also very excited at this moment, because her special dungeons often drop skill books, and this was already the second skill book of the same kind. She couldn't imagine how much reward she would get if she could play a special dungeon of Nightmare difficulty alone one day. Although she could only play a special dungeon of Elite difficulty alone at most, and the quality of the equipment dropped was a little worse than that of ordinary Nightmare dungeons, the skill books were real. She could make a fortune just by selling skill books. Of course, she had to select them in advance, and she couldn't sell the boss skills that were not in the dungeon. Okay, I be polite then. Generally, output professions would only choose skills that matched their abilities to learn. After all, the space in the skill bar was limited. If your skill bar was full, you had to erase and forget the previous skill if you wanted to learn a new skill. So many people would sell skills that were not related to their profession. So Wu Jixing added the other party as a friend, and the two of them completed the transaction through the game's built-in trading system, exchanging money for goods. She looked at the newly added 500,000 star coins in her system bag, and couldn't help but sigh that the other party was indeed a rich man. She had to play Nightmares and special books 50 times to earn back these 500,000. This skill is so valuable. Wu Jixing couldn't help but say. Yes. The hot girl explained. Control skills are a little scarcer and much more expensive than defense and healing skills. Of course, the most expensive ones are the output skills, especially the top ones, which are sold for 1 million. Wu Jixing was stunned. It was indeed a world for the rich. Yes, if you have skills you don't want in the future, you can sell them to us. The hot lady said, I take them all. Skills are scarce. Even if they are not used, they can fill the guild warehouse for emergency use. Remember to sell me the control skills first. The romantic Under the Starry Sky said. Okay. Wu Jixing made an okay gesture, and she was so happy. With so much money coming in, she could buy more than one bottle of high-level nutrient solution. Well, let's continue at this time tomorrow. The hot girl was about to log off, but suddenly she remembered something and reminded him, by the way, beautiful girl, there may be big changes for you freshmen this year, you have to hurry up and improve. Wu Jixing, who was still immersed in joy, was stunned and asked quickly, what changes? It's about the evolution of mutants from all over the world. The entire alliance may not have enough manpower, and you freshmen may have to go too. The hot girl blinked and said, maybe we will become competitors in reality by then, you have to be careful. After logging off from the mirror world, Wu Jixing was a little absent-minded, thinking about what the other party just said. Could it be that they are about to go to the battlefield? Of course, Wu Jixing did not forget to exchange the game coins for star coins on the trading platform, and bought 2 bottles of high-level nutrient solution on the school's internet system, and then she bought 2 bottles of low-level gene evolution potions, and planned to send them back home. Unlike supplements and nutrient solutions, high-level gene evolution potions require contribution points to redeem, and money can only buy low-level ones, which are what her brother left for them. So when Wu Jixing found out that she had money, she bought 2 more bottles immediately. You know, her parents sold their share of gene potions to pay for her to take the exam on Planet D. As for the right to reside on a higher-level planet, Wu Jixing also checked and found that it also required contribution points to redeem. The cheaper Planet D required 2,000 contribution points per person, and at least 4,000 contribution points for 2 people at home. She didn't even need to think about it now. At the beginning, her brother got the right to live in Star C for her family. The contribution points required were astronomical. I really don't know how he could accumulate so many contribution points in just 2 or 3 years. No wonder Military Academy is the only fast track to cross classes. Their efficiency in earning contribution points is too high. But Wu Jixing also knows that these are all earned by fighting on the battlefield. She is now in the 4-star academy, playing games and attending classes every day to improve. It is safe, but there are no contribution points at all. If it weren't for the good luck of catching a star pirate on the way to school and giving him 1,000 points, he would still only have the 500 initial contribution points given by the school. Wu Jixing suddenly had the most intuitive feeling about the rapid improvement of the military academy. If they really went to the battlefield, compared with the students of the military academy, their Xingyuan would be a dish in the mouth of the other party. However, Wu Jixing didn't expect that when she was suffering from the lack of contribution points, the opportunity would come soon. The next morning, in the combat class of Teacher Dado's, he suddenly announced something very important. In order to deal with the recent frequent mutation pollution incidents, the Star Academy Alliance has decided to allocate a large amount of resources to encourage you to participate and contribute. Dado said, that is to say, as long as you belong to the Star Academy, all students can form teams to participate in the missions. Every time you complete a mission, your team can get corresponding contribution points. I don't need to say how important contribution points are. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. I hope you can seize it, and don't let the school down. As soon as Dados finished speaking, there was an uproar. Teacher, do we freshmen have to participate as well? Of course, I mean everyone, you can form your own team, but it must be within the school, preferably with a limit of 5 people. Dados explained. So will other Star Colleges also join? A student asked. Yes. When you log into the Star College Alliance website to register a team, you can check all the task information and task completion status. Dados finally said, I don't care about other things. I have only one request for you. You must not embarrass our 4-star academy when you go out. Do you understand? I know. Everyone answered. That's it, get out of class dismissed. After Dados finished his instructions, he left directly, and everyone immediately started talking. Wu Jixing classmate. Chopin came to her excitedly and invited, do you want to team up together? Okay, I don't know who to team up with. Wu Jixing accepted it happily. She also needed Chopin, who was well informed, to understand the specific situation. She asked directly, do you have any inside information? I do know some in advance. Chopin said, other star schools announced this yesterday. We are the last to do so. I heard that all forces have made preparations in advance for those mutants this year, and the Star School Alliance will naturally not lag behind. I see, that is to say, we are now rolling up the quilt like the military academy. Wu Jixing said. Scroll? Chopin was stunned for a moment before he roughly guessed what she meant, so he nodded and said, yes, you are right. In previous years, the freshmen of the Star Academy only studied textbooks and the mirror world, and only in the second year would they take on some ordinary tasks. It can be seen that the Star Academy Alliance is indeed anxious, and is preparing to follow the model of the military academy. Chopin thought for a while and said, "Do you know that this year the Star Alliance will not even hold the annual Mecha League competition?" "Why not?" Wu Jixing was curious. She had heard from her senior sister, when she entered the school, that the fourth-year students of Xingyuan need to select the strongest team every year to fight for the school and compete for resources. Because the competition for resources has already started now. Chopin said excitedly, "This time, not only Xingyuan, but also the military academy will participate. You have to know that they only set a team to participate in the final league every year before, and they usually don't bother to play with us." "I see. So the Star Alliance and the military are two different forces, and there are also issues of resources between them." "That's right. So the Star Alliance has really invested a lot this time. I guess if any team can surpass the military academy and make it to the list, the Star Alliance should have additional contribution points as a reward. So you understand why I'm so excited." Chopin said, "Troubled times also represent opportunities. In other words, we have caught up with the good time for the Alliance to reshuffle." After hearing what he said, Wu Jixing completely understood the interests behind the new school initiative. "So, there will be a ranking at that time?" "Yes, just like the star ranking of the nightmare copy in the mirror world, there will be a contribution point ranking this time. Which team completes how many tasks and how many contribution points are rewarded will be announced, just to encourage everyone to actively participate in the competition." Speaking of which, Wu Jixing had just finished the nightmare copy last night, the disappearing middle school. This copy is now ranked 98th in the entire league, so when Chopin said this today, she instantly understood. It seems that the Alliance is really anxious recently, and everyone is starting to get excited. "I know. Do you have any other candidates besides me?" Wu Jixing asked. This is the issue she is most concerned about at the moment. Ahem. Chopin was a little embarrassed and held up two fingers. "For the time being, it's just the two of us. I also want to ask if you have any other candidates?" Wu Jixing, Ask her, where can she find someone? By the way, you are a double S, right? Wu Jixing suddenly asked. "Yes." Chopin nodded. "I'm an attack type. What about you?" "It's just the beginning of the school year, and mechas don't need to use superpowers when fighting, so generally freshmen don't know what the other person's superpowers are unless they have a close relationship. After all, no one would be stupid enough to actively disclose abilities. I should be an auxiliary type of superpower," Wu Jixing said, "but my physical fitness is not S. It doesn't matter, as long as the mental strength is S." Chopin was delighted when he heard that. "You are actually a support. That's great. I didn't expect my luck to be so good, haha." To be honest, he was really afraid that there would be a lack of support in the last four. He didn't expect that the first one to join the team would be a support player with S-level mental power. How could he not be happy? But Wu Jixing didn't know, and was a little confused. "Why do you say that? Is there anything special about supports?" "Of course, supports are very rare," Chopin said excitedly. "As long as I use your name, maybe the teammates will be gathered soon." Wu Jixing, Are you sure?" "Chopin, I'm very sure. Originally I was thinking of lowering the recruitment conditions to A level, but now I have the confidence to form an all-S team." "Okay, come on." Wu Jixing was not optimistic, but it was not easy to undermine the other party's self-confidence. There were not many S-level freshmen, and some of them were not from the combat department. For example, this year's healing department freshman, who was said to be double S level, went to the command department because he didn't like fighting, which made the school teacher very angry. The key point is that the other party is said to be the eldest daughter of a certain family, and the school can't do anything about her, so let's just command the department. So now if we want to form an all S-level team, we must recruit seniors. Then the problem comes, the S-level seniors don't know her, so why would they come to their rookie team just for the title of an auxiliary? What's more, maybe the seniors already have their own team. Sure enough, the facts were as she expected. For the whole afternoon, Chopin posted the team recruitment information on the campus network, but there were no S-level applicants, but there were many A-level inquiries. This made Chopin feel a little disappointed. Why aren't there any S-level people here? Because the S-level people are all seniors, they won't be willing to join the rookie team. Unless they can't find one. Wu Jixing went straight to the point. I'm too naive. Chopin naturally knew the reason. Then we can only find S-level people among our freshmen. I think it's better to have experienced double A-level people than S-level people. Wu Jixing analyzed. Experience is more important than whether it's S-level or not. We can find two seniors. You're right, I've got the same idea. Chopin nodded. But we do have a double S freshman among the freshmen we can fight for. His strength is enough to make up for the lack of experience. Wu Jixing thought it was not good, and pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "You don't mean? That guy?" "Haha, who else could it be besides him?" Chopin said with a smile. "Have you ever thought that he will definitely team up with those two followers, and maybe there are also subordinates of their Ozen family in the senior grades? How can we possibly invite him?" Wu Jixing said, "You are not realistic." No, you are wrong." Chopin shook his finger and said, "I can't go, but you can." Wu Jixing, ? What do you mean? When you told me that you were a support, I suddenly thought of something. Chopin smiled mysteriously and said, "Why do you think you and him were assigned to the opposite door on the same floor?" "Ah, wasn't it randomly assigned?" Wu Jixing was about to say something, but he realized something the next second. Since the Ozen family could make an exception and let Yesser enter school 2 years early, how could they not intervene in the arrangement of the dormitory room? So the question is, why didn't the Ozen family put him together with the two followers to make it easier to take care of and protect him? Instead, they put me, an ordinary girl from Star E, opposite him. It seems that you understand it. Chopin smiled. So the other double S of our team has to rely on you. Wu Jixing, She really didn't want to go at all. So that night, someone spent a huge amount of money to buy a large bag of rainbow popsicles and knocked on the door next door. Chapter 25. Although Wu Jixing didn't want to go at all, she had no choice. In order to earn contribution points, she didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Chopin was right. This was a crisis, but also an opportunity. The double S powerful attack, one of the few among the freshmen, was really a very powerful helper. She suddenly understood the little cat's feelings. She was a little disgusted, but he was strong. Anyway, at night, Wu Jixing still knocked on the other party's door with a big bag of rainbow pop candy that she had bought at a huge cost. Of course, half of this huge sum of money was paid by Chopin, and she was not stupid enough to pay all of it herself. A few seconds later, the door was opened. Yushin stood at the door in pajamas, and when he saw her, he was about to close the door with a cold face. Fortunately, someone was quick-witted and blocked the gap in the door with a bag of rainbow popping candy in his hand before he closed the door. "What are you doing?" Yushin frowned. "A gift for you." Wu Jixing said shamelessly, "Don't you want to invite me in to sit down?" Yushin ignored her. "What do you want?" "Okay." Wu Jixing sighed, feeling that this brat really had no patience, so he got straight to the point. "Do you have a team?" "Chopin and I want to invite you." Yushin pondered for a moment, and asked coldly, "What department are you from?" Wu Jixing was delighted when he saw that the other party did not directly refuse. It seemed that there was a chance. So he quickly said, "I am AS support, Chopin double S attack, how about it? Do you want to consider it?" Yushin on the opposite side raised his beautiful eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, neither saying yes nor no. "Let's form a team first," he said, and impatiently drove him away. "I'm going to sleep." When Wu Jixing heard that this guy really didn't refuse, she smiled and said, "Okay, we notify you when we form a team." As she said this, she stuffed a bag of beautifully packaged rainbow popping candy in her hand into the door, and then very considerately helped the other party close the door. If it were usual, according to her personality, she would definitely add another sentence, such as children should go to bed early, but now the other party has not joined the team yet, so she forced herself to hold back her words. After she left Yushin's room, she went to the second floor, and made an okay gesture to Chopin, who had been waiting there anxiously. "I knew you could do it." Chopin was delighted. "Don't be too happy too soon." Wu Jixing said. The young master didn't agree explicitly, but just said that we would notify him after we formed a team. "That's basically no problem." Chopin breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "If someone else said this, I would still be worried, but if it was that guy." According to his personality, he would just refuse directly if he didn't agree, and he wouldn't say such a thing at all. "Then you have to put together a team first." Wu Jixing reminded, "We already have 2 attacking and 1 supporting team members, and we still need defensive and healing teammates." "I know, I've already recruited on the campus network." Chopin said, "In fact, it's better to find someone you know. After all, if you really become teammates, you need to explain your abilities to each other and entrust your life to each other. By the way, do you know any seniors?" Wu Jixing thought for a while, and said, "I met a second-year senior who is a defensive department on the spaceship I came here. I can contact him." "That's great." Chopin smiled. "You can ask the other party if they have a team, and I contact a healer, that's enough. Time is tight. The sooner you form a team, the sooner you can take on the mission and set off." You should know that the Alliance has indeed issued a lot of missions recently, but being able to choose first is definitely a huge advantage. If it's too late, when everyone has picked up the missions with high contribution points and easy to do, there will be some hard work or particularly dangerous work left, and you won't even have time to cry. Moreover, Chopin logged into the Alliance website today and found that some difficult tasks can be taken by multiple teams at the same time, which means that there will be direct competition among everyone, and those who go early will definitely have an advantage. So the two of them seized the time and split into two groups. One was responsible for recruiting and selecting online, and the other contacted people he knew. Wu Jixing opened the address book and found that in addition to Gummo's, there was also a senior Huang Rojing, so in line with the principle of not missing out, she sent messages to both of them. To her surprise, senior Huang Rojing, who had only met her once, responded to her message immediately. Senior, is your team still lacking a healer? Wu Jixing, yes, senior, we are actually lacking a defender and a healer, but I know a senior who is a defender, but he hasn't replied to me yet. Senior, okay, I happen to be a healer, a double A, and I can join you. Wu Jixing didn't expect that senior Huang Rojing happened to be a healer, and didn't have a team, and immediately replied happily. Wu Jixing, that's great, senior sister, moi. Wu Jixing immediately sent a message to Chopin, telling him that he didn't need to look for treatment anymore. Now all that's missing is Gummo's. Thinking like this, Wu Jixing also laid down on the bed, and fell asleep after realizing that the other party might have fallen asleep and didn't reply. The next morning, when she woke up again, Gummo's had already replied to the message. Gummo's, that's great, I was worried that I couldn't find a team, I'll join. So, this team was completely formed. You come and register. At this time, in Wu Jixing's room, Chopin sat on her left, looking at the computer screen and said, you found him anyway, so you were more suitable to be the captain. Wu Jixing thought so she didn't act pretentiously, and directly logged into the website to register the team. But when it came to the name of the team, she got stuck. What should we call our team? Whatever, I don't care. Wu Jixing thought about it, and for some reason, the name of Rainbow Popping Candy suddenly appeared in her mind. Well, she did want to use this name to test someone, but when she thought about it, if the other party was unwilling to join the team, it would be a loss. Moreover, it is better not to have a name related to the mirror world, otherwise it would be easy to be exposed, so Wu Jixing immediately gave up this unrealistic idea. In fact, you can use the name of the small animals you have raised at home, all of these are fine. Chopin suggested. I have never raised a small animal, but I have a small robot named Xiaoguang. Wu Jixing thought of Xiaoguang, who she picked up from her family's garbage dump. Chopin, then call him Xiaoguang Chong Chong. Wu Jixing, Do you think the young master next door will join the team called Xiaoguang Chong Chong? If it was just Wu Jixing herself, she might have chosen such an abstract name, but now she has to consider other people, so this name is not suitable. Then the first in the universe? Chopin suggested again. Wu Jixing's mouth twitched. It's better to call him Xiaoguang Chong Chong. Aren't you afraid of being surrounded and beaten by others for such a flashy name? That's true. Chopin shrugged. Then let's name something more serious. Hurry up, we don't have time. I know. Wu Jixing thought about it, and typed the word Aurora in the team name column. Oh, this is good, everyone should be able to accept it. Chopin said, but I still like the name Xiaoguang Chong Chong Chong. Wu Jixing ignored him, and directly sent the invitation to everyone after applying for the team. This team system can send invitations to other parties, as long as they have a student ID. As the representative of the mutant behavior psychology class, Wu Jixing naturally has the student ID of Yushin. As for Gummo's and Huang Rojing, she has two friends, so she can send them directly. Soon, Wu Jixing found that the seniors had already joined the team, and Yushin was the only one missing. However, she did not wait for long. In the next room 6-2, Yushin just glanced at the list of team members, and then clicked to agree. At this time, there were two of his followers in the room, asking in confusion. Master Yushin, why did you agree to join that woman's team? The fat man Tika said in a very resentful tone, you even quit our team for her. That's right, Master Yushin, how could you abandon us for this person? I can join any team I want. Yushin said coldly with a gloomy face, because she is stronger than you. The two of them were silent immediately. That's right, the two of them were only A level, which held Master Yushin back. So the topic was directly exposed. Of course, what Yushin didn't say was that his father had specially called him on a video call yesterday, implying that it would be best to team up with the girl from Star E. At first, he didn't understand why his father always mentioned the other party to him, not only asking him to get along well with her, but also asking him to join her team. Later, when the other party invited him, and said that she was a support, Yushin finally understood something. It must be that his father knew about her special ability, and it would be helpful to him, so he specially asked her to do so, and even arranged the other party's dormitory next to his. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Although he was still a little reluctant, thinking of the strength shown by the other mecha in the battle that day, he still agreed reluctantly. Yes, he agreed reluctantly, for the sake of the rainbow popping candy. Yushin found many excuses for himself before he clicked agree on the team invitation notice. In the afternoon, in Teacher Dado's office. You are quite fast. Dados looked at the application for leaving school and the member information of the Team Aurora in his hand and said. At this time, there were only 3 freshmen in the room, because they needed to receive their own space rings and mechas before leaving school. Yes, the school will distribute supplies to students before their first mission. Especially the most important space rings and mechas. These 2 are necessities if you want to go out on a mission. No problem, I have approved your application. Go to the logistics department to get the mechas. Dados reminded, don't be greedy for success and rush ahead for the first mission. Being cautious is the most basic thing, understand? I understand, teacher. Don't worry. Chopin patted his chest. We know what we are doing. I'm not at all worried about you. Dados' face darkened. He was about to teach them a lesson, but the 3 little guys ran away. He could only shake his head. I hope everything goes well for you. Half an hour later, in the school's logistics department, Wu Jixing looked at the rows of neatly lined mechas and couldn't help but sigh at the school's wealth. There were all kinds of mechas and weapons here. Just like in the mirror world, you can choose any equipment you want, but some of them need to be exchanged with contribution points. In the end, Wu Jixing chose a long-range light mecha. In addition to the long-range laser weapon that comes with the mecha, she also spent contribution points to exchange for a light foldable long sword. Although she is now driving a mecha with a delay, and can only attack with long-range firepower, for her who is used to using cold weapons, if she does not have such an eye for self-defense, she will not feel safe at all. If someone gets close to her by accident, she can only rely on her melee attack ability. After everyone has chosen their mechas, everyone in the Aurora team gathered in Wu Jixing's dormitory room. Opening the website of the Star Academy Alliance, I don't know when, a team has already completed the first task and obtained contribution points, temporarily ranking first among all people. 1. Extreme Bandits, a 5-person team, affiliated with the Alliance Military Academy, contribution points 1500. What a bunch of beasts. Chopin couldn't help but complain, we haven't set off yet, and these people have already completed a task, and it's a task worth 1,500 contribution points. 2. Normal. Senior Huang Rojing from the 3rd grade seemed to know a lot. Those people have had their own fixed teams since the 1st grade and started going to the front line to do some dangerous tasks. My previous team had a conflict with them in a certain task, and now we are still lying at home. Conflict? Wu Jixing was surprised. Yes, where there are interests, there are conflicts. This is inevitable. Huang Rojing said, the contribution points for each task are fixed. If there are more people, the individual benefits will be reduced. In the past, when the alliance was peaceful, there would not be too many tasks, and there would be competition. Of course, the truly powerful and ruthless people all go to the front battlefield, and will not be interested in these ordinary tasks. But now the situation is different. We don't have to compete with others for tasks. Huang Rojing looked at the computer screen and said, we can take some safe small exploration missions. Although the contribution points are not much, there will be no conflict with others, and it may be more efficient. This kind of mission is meaningless. No matter how many you do, it is not as good as one person. Yushin sneered and expressed his disagreement. But you have to know that those missions with high contribution points are almost all accepted by multiple teams. At that time, there may be unnecessary fights for the exclusive contribution points. Huang Rojing argued, the guys from the military academy will definitely choose this kind of mission. How can we compete with them then? Yushin, why can't we compete? Huang Rojing, we can't compare to the guys from the military academy in terms of experience or strength. Yushin, that's you. You are a freshman and have never really faced them, so you naturally don't know how terrifying they are. Huang Rojing has a good temper, but she doesn't intend to give in on this matter. I am a 3rd-year student and have a lot of experience in field missions. My former teammates are still recovering from their injuries at home because of them. I know you are very strong, but we lack combat and mission experience. It is not enough to just have strength. People's hearts are very complicated. Yushin still had no expression on his face. That's because you are too weak. Absolute strength can crush everything. Jixing, what do you think? This time Huang Rojing ignored Yushin, but looked at the captain of this team, Wu Jixing. Wu Jixing, Oh my goodness, it's just the beginning, and the chief damage dealer and the healer are already having a disagreement and are about to break up. Wu Jixing feels that this team is really hard to lead. Chopin, what do you think? So she threw the problem to Chopin. Chopin, That defense. Yeah, that's you. What do you think? Chopin coughed lightly, and even couldn't remember Gummo's name, so he threw the problem out again. Gummo's, What can he think? He is just a small fry, and he doesn't have Huang Rojing's experience or S level. It's useless even if he looks at it. Gummo's was feeling depressed, thinking that the team was about to break up. It was hard for someone to not despise his D-star status and invite him to join the team. I will listen to the captain. Gummo said, I am fine with it. I will go wherever you say. The next second, everyone looked at the captain who looked miserable. Okay. Wu Jixing sighed inwardly and suggested, why don't we exchange our abilities first, and see what kind of missions our team can take before deciding? Okay, I take the lead. Chopin said quickly, I have a double S attack ability, which allows me to materialize various weapons and equipment, and I'm good at close combat. Wu Jixing's eyes lit up immediately. This ability is useful. Then why didn't you say it earlier? I could have saved the contribution points for exchanging for a long sword just now. Everyone. Why do I suddenly feel that this team is not reliable at all? Chopin's expression changed several times, and then he said quietly, my ability can only materialize no more than 3 weapons at a time. If it is a large weapon used by Mecha, it can only be 1 at most. Okay, then when I don't need the Mecha, the weapons will be up to you. Wu Jixing nodded. When you can materialize 2 Mecha weapons at the same time, remember to let me know. Chopin, Let me introduce my abilities. Gummo saw that the conversation was a bit awkward, so he took the initiative to speak up and took over the topic. I am a double A awakener in the defense system, and my ability is the Golden Shield, which can resist attacks, but I can only materialize 1 shield at a time. I am also double A healing system. The ability is Healing Rain, which can restore physical and mental strength to everyone, and can also heal simple wounds. Huang Rojing also introduced, but if it is a very serious injury, my rain can only stop bleeding and clean the wound at the most basic level, and there is no way to instantly heal and regenerate. That's enough. Wu Jixing then introduced herself. My ability is Auxiliary, Mental Strength S and Physical Fitness A, and the ability is Amplification and Strengthening. She suddenly looked at Chopin. If you use my ability to amplify your ability, maybe you can create an extra mecha weapon for me to use. Chopin, You were just staring at his ability, right? But he never expected that the other party's ability was actually an auxiliary ability of the amplification and strengthening type. This is the powerful auxiliary that all teams dream of. At this time, not only him, but everyone thought so in their hearts, including Gummo's who had experienced someone's ability once. The thought of having such an auxiliary thigh here will not be a little bit of improvement for the entire team. Especially Yushin was also very uneasy in her heart. It turned out that her ability was this kind of auxiliary. No wonder many of her father's behaviors were explained. What about you, Yushin? Wu Jixing interrupted his thoughts. Melt? Yushin said lightly. Double S attack system. Chopin completed the second half for him, and he said excitedly, I think our team's configuration is not bad. In fact, we can challenge a slightly more difficult task. Huang Rojing did not refute this time, because indeed, their team's configuration is much better than her senior team. Not to mention that there are 2 double S level outputs, and there is also an S mental power support, which can definitely improve the team to a higher level. Because she had once encountered an assistant who could give others a halo to enhance various abilities. Even if the opponent was only A level, with the blessing of his ability, her healing rain could faintly reach S level, not to mention that he was an S level ability user. And now, someone still has S level mental power, which will only be stronger. Is there a limit to your ability to enhance and increase? Uther asked suddenly. What do you mean? Wu Jixing was a little confused. What can be the limit? What he meant was, can your amplification and strengthening ability only amplify 1 person, or can it amplify many people at the same time? Chopin explained, and is there any limit to the objects of amplification and strengthening? My ability can amplify all things that are amplified. Wu Jixing said, as for whether it can amplify several people at the same time. I don't know. Everyone, It was said, but it seemed as if nothing had been said. Wu Jixing took out a lighter in the confused eyes of everyone, and the next second the flame was infinitely magnified in her hand. Chopin's eyes lit up, and at the same time, he materialized a musket from his hand and handed it over. Wu Jixing took it, and the musket also burned a huge fireball, far beyond its original ability. Okay, I think we can definitely take on high-level tasks, Chopin said. No one else objected. Wu Jixing put away the ability in his hand. Okay, let me see. Finally, everyone in the team reached a consensus. On the computer screen, countless tasks were refreshed and accepted by people. The tasks with high contribution points are usually those that eliminate mutations, especially those that are highly suspected of evolving humanoid mutants. However, everyone's goal is still to eliminate ordinary mutant monsters. Just as Wu Jixing scanned the tasks at a glance, she suddenly saw one that looked familiar to her. Clearing task, E1236 Star, Gene Research Institute. Wu Jixing, shock, this can't be the special copy she just unlocked, so she subconsciously clicked on this task, checked the pictures and task description inside, and sure enough, it was the familiar Research Institute scene. Suspected humanoid mutants exist. Please go and clear them. Contribution points will be awarded 1500. Is this too difficult? Huang Rojing said worriedly. Although we cannot be sure, there may be high-level humanoid mutants inside. It doesn't matter. We just need to be cautious. This is it. Wu Jixing accepted the task directly. Of course, she couldn't tell others directly. She had fought in this research institute before. Chapter 26. Teacher Lemmy, I've accepted the mission and will be leaving tomorrow. In the school office, Wu Jixing put down the homework of mutant behavior psychology and said to the purple-haired young man sitting at the desk. Okay, I know, be careful. Lemmy also took a sip of tea leisurely and reminded, the Alliance is not peaceful recently. Are you talking about the evolved mutants? Of course, I said in class that those mutants were once infected humans. Once they awaken their consciousness, the first people they want to retaliate against are also humans. Lemmy Ozen put down the teacup. If I were them, the best way to avenge humans would be to let them feel the same suffering they once suffered, and return it tenfold or 100-fold. Then what do you think they will do? Wu Jixing was puzzled. She still knew too little about this world. Aren't they already doing it now? Lemmy Ozen said with a smile. Wu Jixing frowned. So the evolution of those mutants now is really intentional. Their mission this time was also caused by this. Do you know what Pandora is? Lemmy Ozen did not answer but asked instead, turning to another topic. Wu Jixing did not expect the other party to ask this, and immediately shook his head. Then do you want to know what Pandora is that makes the Alliance so anxious to find? Lemmy Ozen asked again. No. Wu Jixing simply refused. She is not stupid. She does not want to know the secrets of this alliance at all. Lemmy Ozen smiled. He didn't expect the other party to refuse so bluntly without even thinking or hesitating. It was really interesting. Well, since you don't want to know, I won't force you, he said, picking up the photo frame of his idol next to him, and his light purple eyes were stained with strange emotions. But I can still reveal some irrelevant information to you. In fact, the earliest owner of Pandora was this person. If there is no initial code, how can those mortals crack the code of God? Wu Jixing, shock, help, it comes again. Why can't she escape the crazy recommendations of her fans every time? She doesn't want to know those old secrets at all. What is Pandora, and what does it have to do with her? Why did they get back to this again? They are obviously talking about mutants. She is only concerned about whether the mutants are strong or dangerous, whether their team can successfully complete the mission, and whether there is any conspiracy against them behind the scenes. As for what Pandora is, who got Pandora first, and the unlocking code of Pandora, these are not things she can and needs to care about. Teacher Lemmy is really not normal every time he talks about the man named Seuss's Lin, his male god. Does the big man know that you are so flattering? Seeing that the mood of the person on the other side became weird again, Wu Jixing pretended to cough twice and said, ahem. Then Teacher Lemmy, if everything is fine, I will withdraw first. I will leave tomorrow, and I need to prepare in advance. Oh sorry, I am addicted again. Lemmy Oz reluctantly put down the photo frame in his hand. Go, come back safely. Okay, Mr. Lemmy, I will come back safely. Thank you for your concern. Wu Jixing hurriedly thanked him, and turned to leave the room. With a click, the door was closed. Lemmy Ozen, who had been sitting in his seat, stood up and walked to the window. The earrings on his amethyst pendant flashed blue light, and the boy's voice sounded in the silent office. Father, are you doubting her? Lemmy Ozen tilted his head. Have you tracked any new signals recently? Yes, but it's not the one that appeared on planet EA a few days ago. Alpha said, it is very likely that it has awakened its own consciousness, and is trying to hide itself. Of course, it is also possible that it is in a place where signals are blocked within the scope of major forces. According to speculation, the only force in the fourth galaxy that can block the force I am searching for is here. The 4-star court is the largest force in the fourth galaxy. Its core location can naturally block the detection of some external forces. If it is really here, you can ignore it for now. Lainey Ozen thought for a moment and said, let's find the new signal first and devour it. Okay, father. Alpha's tone was actually a bit of human happiness. This way I can grow up quickly and help my father more. Wu Jixing, who had already left at this time, naturally didn't know about the conversation in the office after she left. She was now rushing back to the dormitory to pick up the express delivery on the ground floor. Just now, the watch communicator notified her that the high-grade nutrient solution she bought on the campus network a few days ago had arrived. When Wu Jixing arrived at Building 38 of the Villa District, she saw a delivery robot waiting for her at the door. Things like high-grade nutrient solution require personal signature. After Wu Jixing scanned the chip on her watch and compared it with the retina, the robot's chest locker slowly opened, revealing the nutrient solution she bought. Thanks, little robot. Wu Jixing carefully took out the things, patted the delivery robot's head, and then went upstairs to her dormitory room. This is the most advanced nutrient solution. Wu Jixing could not wait to open the thermostatic cabinet where the nutrient solution was stored and took out 2 large bottles of advanced nutrient solution. The rich white color looked colorful in the sun. She had worked hard to deliver express delivery for a month on E-Star before finally buying the low-grade diluted version of nutrient solution. It was not even a little bit worse. Wu Jixing opened it and drank it in one gulp. Now she was a rich person who could even afford the advanced nutrient solution. Her life had improved a lot. Of course, the only difference is that you still have to lick the bottle. After all, the little nutrient solution hanging on the wall of the bottle, if diluted with water, can be a bottle of the lowest grade nutrient solution on the ground. Wu Jixing finished drinking and burped. She immediately sat on the bed and began to meditate and practice. Take advantage of the last day to improve as much as possible. As she began to practice, energy began to gather around her, forming a circle of mist. This was a large amount of natural energy mobilized and gathered by her mental power, reaching a level visible to the naked eye. It can be seen how rich and abundant the natural energy of a star is. Wu Jixing seemed to have come to a happy hometown. With the nutrient solution she just supplemented, her physical fitness continued to improve. The results of her previous practice gradually appeared after her body was full. In just one night, her physical fitness went from the original A-level 20% to more than 60%, a full improvement of more than 40%. However, Wu Jixing also found that after the second bottle of nutrient solution was taken yesterday, the effect seemed to be halved. She felt that no matter what kind of medicine or nutrient, the effect is best when it is used for the first time. If you drink it later, the effect of improvement may become less and less, or even close to nothing. Come to think of it, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people stuck at a certain level in their lives and unable to move forward. At the edge of the school training room, Wu Jixing took a look at the report in his hand. He found that his mental strength seemed to have improved, or it was liberated a little because of the improvement of his physical fitness. After her physique finally reached 60% of A level, her mental strength has now reached 60% of S level. Wu Jixing had some enlightenment. It seemed that the two had always maintained a gap of a full level. If she wanted to completely solve the problem of body balance, she still had to exchange for a high-level gene evolution potion. Although she had drunk a bottle of low-level one in the past, this high-level one should be her first time to drink it, and the effect should be very obvious. Thinking about the high-level evolution potion that required 2,999 contribution points to exchange, Wu Jixing sighed. It turned out that earning contribution points was imminent. Fortunately, that night, the route they applied for the mission was successfully passed. The next morning, everyone in the Aurora team boarded the luxury spaceship T-1236. If you want to know why they can travel on a luxury spaceship for a mission, it is naturally because there is a rich young master in their team. Wow, this is the first time I ride on such a high-end private spaceship. Chopin was like a bumpkin when he got on the spaceship, turning around and touching things here and there. You were born on a high-level star, so it's not that bad. Wu Jixing looked at him with amusement. Here, apart from the young master Yushin, Chopin was the best born. A middle-class family on an A-level star, and a double S awakener, almost more than 90% of the people in the Alliance. It's not an exaggeration to say that the future is bright and promising. As a result, after getting on the spaceship, He was the only one who made all kinds of exclamations, like a country bumpkin who had seen the world. You don't understand. Chopin sighed, while admiring the mechanical structure full of design art on the spaceship. People born in big families look at me, and you in the same way. You can't imagine how rich they are. Even though I was born on planet A, the gap between the rich and the poor is not much different from that of you, who were born on planet E. You can understand it as, you are on the first floor, I am on the 10th floor, and those chaebol families are in the sky. Wu Jixing understood Chopin's description. The gap is so big. Of course. Chopin explained, when I was born, I only received a house on planet A as a gift. And he? Someone said, glancing at the young master who was sitting on the sofa in the distance and drinking tea leisurely. His coming-of-age gift may be a planet rich in minerals, or even a Class A star. So you understand? I understand. Wu Jixing nodded desperately with his eyes shining. It's true that comparing people is frustrating. By the way, should we take this opportunity to discuss tactics? At this time, Wang Rojing, who was feeling uneasy because of having nothing to do, suddenly made a suggestion. Okay. Wu Jixing and Chopin were fine with it, since they were free anyway. Gumos followed closely. I listened to you. Then everyone looked at the owner of the spaceship, the young master. Yushin took a sip of tea and slowly put down the teacup. Didn't we discuss it yesterday? He glanced at everyone indifferently, and said with a hint of disdain, if you are too nervous, there is an audio-visual room on the spaceship, you can go there. We have accepted a high-level mission, so it is reasonable to prepare more, right? After Wang Rojing calmed down for a night, she actually regretted not stopping them from taking on such high-level tasks. She knew very well that those first-year students who were born with talent had never really experienced the cruelty of the outside world and thought that they were all like their 4-star academy, with a beautiful environment, a relaxed atmosphere, and a peaceful relationship between teachers and students. No, it wasn't. It was only after a whole year of baptism in the 2nd grade that she finally realized how fierce the internal competition was in other star academies that were also 10 stars in the Alliance, not to mention the military academy, which was full of hardliners who followed the law of the jungle, cunning wolves, and fierce tigers. Only because of their very good-tempered principle, the 4-star academy has been going downhill in recent years. It's not because of their lack of ability, but because their students can't fight as well as others, they are not as ruthless as others, and they don't fight as fiercely as others. Compared with them, they are naive and almost ignorant of the world. Wang Rojing doesn't complain. She likes the atmosphere of the 4-star academy very much and is proud of the academy, but it is undeniable that they really can't compete with people from other star academies. You see, for example, now, some are drinking tea, some are visiting the spaceship, some are in a daze, and some are chatting. How can they look like they are going on a dangerous mission? Those who don't know would think they were going on an outing to his star. Wang Rojing was almost dying of anxiety. Now, except for her and another sophomore, the others were all freshmen, so she was very worried. But when she saw that the silly boy with a red headscarf was even worse than the freshman, her anxiety reached its peak. Here, in this team, she was the only senior who had been on a mission and had experience. Her sense of responsibility turned directly into anger, and she didn't care about her gentle senior image, let alone the young master of a chaebol. She was so angry that she shouted at the top of her lungs, "You guys, can you please be more serious?" Obviously, she didn't expect the quiet senior sister to explode. Yushin's hand holding the teacup froze for a moment, and she held it in for a long time before she uttered 3 words. "Whatever you want." Wang Rojing was furious. "Okay, don't be angry, I talked to him for you." Wu Jixing quickly comforted them, and then suggested to everyone, "Why don't we introduce our abilities again to deepen the impression?" Wang Rojing, Others, The atmosphere suddenly became cold again. Just when Wu Jixing was thinking about what she, the captain, should say to liven up the atmosphere, the always cold Yushin unexpectedly took the initiative to speak. "My ability is melting. I can melt all tangible substances into liquid in an instant, and sink them into the earth as nutrients." He paused and added, "So you don't have to worry at all. We won't be in danger before my mental power is exhausted. And if an S-level ability user wants to use up his mental power, unless he encounters a particularly big crisis, in which case, there is no need to struggle." Obviously, he said this to comfort Wang Rojing. There are also few S-level attack ability users who have such domineering abilities as Yushin. In fact, he still has half a sentence to say. With someone's equally strong auxiliary ability, his attack can even be doubled. What is there to worry about? Wang Rojing just sighed. The other party's words did make her feel more at ease, but what really worried her was not the danger she faced, but the conspiracy behind it. But when she said this, she suddenly didn't know how to say it. Because she knew that the innocent young master opposite her, who had been living a life of luxury since childhood, would not know these things. Even if he was a master, he might not be able to avoid the dark means hidden behind. Of course, Wang Rojing also didn't know that the 3 freshmen in her team were not as naive as she thought. However, they will not be anxious about the crisis that has not yet arrived, because it is useless. The best way to prepare for war is to keep yourself in the best condition at all times. Why don't we check the real-time rankings on the website to understand the competitors? Chopin suggested. Okay. Finally, this proposal was unanimously agreed. Violet, please help me open the holographic projection. I want to see the latest rankings on the Star Alliance website. Okay, Master. The AI on the spaceship responded to Uther's request and projected a holographic screen directly on the open space between the crowd. It densely displayed the rankings of each team, as well as the tasks and contribution points completed. The Extreme Pirates, which originally ranked first, had been replaced by another team called Hunters and ranked second. A rough look showed that there were already 19 teams on the list with contribution point rankings, but the top 10 were almost all from the Alliance Military Academy. Only the 9th was a team from the 1st Star Academy, and their 4-Star Academy. Well, the 19th was from their 4-Star Academy, with 500 contribution points. Obviously, they were lucky and received a low-level task that was easier to complete, which gave them the minimum guaranteed 500 contribution points, at least making their academy not so ugly. Can you see the teams that have accepted the same mission as us? Wu Jixing suddenly asked. Yushin, Violet, check all the teams that have accepted the E1236 Star Gene Research Institute mission. Okay, Master. There are a total of 6 teams that have accepted the mission. As the artificial intelligence Violet spoke, the holographic screen in front of everyone jumped to the page, and the information of the 6 teams appeared on it in an instant. Everyone looked closely, and saw that except for a team from the 5th Star Academy, the other 4 teams were all from the Alliance Military Academy. That is to say, there are 6 teams in total. Except for their 4-Star Academy and the 5th Star Academy next door, the rest are all members of the Alliance Military Academy. Wang Rojing's face turned pale immediately, as fast as the speed of the holographic screen switching just now. Why do so many people accept this task? It's okay that there are many teams, but they are all members of the military academy. It means that this task is popular. It must earn a lot of contribution points. Otherwise, how can those military academy teams be interested in it? There are even 4 teams coming to grab the same task at the same time. Chopin excitedly glanced at Wu Jixing beside him. Captain, you are so lucky. No, you have a good vision. Wang Rojing, ? Are you sure this is just luck? Wang Rojing's anxiety, which had been suppressed, suddenly emerged again. This means that there must be humanoid evolution mutants in that genetic research institute. Yuzian's light purple eyes focused on the screen in front of him and said, they must have accurate inside information. Just the information of the team that accepted the task has already explained a lot of problems. This mission is more dangerous than they imagined, but the benefits are also huge, with both advantages and disadvantages. Yes, that's right. Chopin's eyes flickered, as if nervous and excited. At this time, Wu Jixing watched silently, but in her heart. Of course, this is a mission she specially picked for humanoid mutants. Although it is dangerous, she has played ordinary level copies, and knowing the information inside is a natural advantage. She knows that the difficulty in reality may be elite or even higher, and nightmares are not impossible, but she fought for contribution points. You can't just be afraid of failure and deliberately not use the cheats you know you can use. Not bad. Yushin concluded. Wang Rojing was already numb. She could even tell from the paralyzed expression on the other party's face that this kind of task was what a genius like him should do. Aren't you worried at all? Wang Rojing couldn't help but ask the burly young man with a red headscarf who had been silent beside her. Ah? Gumo scratched his head. I have no objection. Wang Rojing, Finally, one day later, the spaceship with the Ozan family crest was unimpeded and successfully arrived at the E1236 planet at the border of the 4th and 5th galaxies. There was no checkpoint on the E-planet, and no need to apply for orbital entry approval. Their spaceship randomly picked a piece of open space and landed directly on the planet. Star, what are you looking at? In the dense forest at night, a tall and terrifying black shadow stood under the moonlight. He had 12 pairs of cartilage arms, like tentacles, waving at his side. I'm looking at the stars. Beside it, there stood a tall and slender figure, but unlike the other one, this shadow still looked human. but half of his body was entangled by dark red things like dead branches, leaving only half of his human face that could vaguely show his once handsome face. You are not still entangled in the past memories, are you? Another shadow said in a disdainful tone, with a hoarse and difficult voice. Forget this kind of memory, forget it, we are no longer human. At this time, a light flashed across the sky. Is there another group of students coming? The shadow said, let's go, it's time to give this world some surprises. Okay. The shadow named Xing looked at the horizon, turned around and disappeared into the night with Gue. Chapter 27. E1236 is a planet far from the sun. It is always dark and cold. Another important reason why it is classified as a Class E planet is that the gravity here is twice that of ordinary planets. This is why the living environment of this planet is very harsh and unsuitable for human habitation. When Wu Jixing and others got off the spaceship, they felt the uncomfortable surface environment here. Violet, turn on anti-reconnaissance mode. Yushin was the last one to get off the spaceship, and he gave an order to the artificial intelligence of the spaceship behind him. Okay, Master, I wish you a safe journey. Then, everyone watched as the luxurious spaceship they had just boarded slowly disappeared into the darkness, as if an invisible curtain had been drawn around it, blending completely with the surrounding environment, as if it had never appeared. Wow, so cool! Chopin's eyes were full of enthusiasm. When can I have a spaceship like this? Come on, upgrade to 3S level, you can have as many ships as you want. Wu Jixing encouraged him. Yushin, no need for 3S, if you reach 2S level and join the Ozan family, I will give you one. Chopin, Stop chatting. Wang Rojing glanced at the map on the watch. We need to pass through the dense forest ahead to reach our destination. Everyone be careful. I suspect that the creatures in the dense forest may be infected. I don't know if it's because of the lack of sunlight on the E1236 star. The trees and forests are all very tall, as if they want to break through the sky to compete for that ray of sunlight, and want to get closer to the sun. But also because of this, every tree that rises up to the sky has more branches and fewer leaves, bare without a few leaves, like a forest in winter. It looks like a cage supported by huge dead trees, which looks even more gloomy and terrifying in this dark environment. Do you need me to use my superpowers to support a shield? Gumos asked. Not yet, we must save our mental energy. Wang Rojing said based on her experience, it is enough for each of us to support a layer of mental energy around our bodies, and then move forward according to the formation we arranged in advance. As she finished speaking, she found that except for Gumos, the other three people around her had already supported their mental energy, which surprised her. Let's go, UCI said. Okay. Wang Rojing nodded and watched Gumos walk to the forest ahead first, followed by Chopin and UCI behind him, one on each side, leaving a gap of one person. Jixing, follow me. Keep your distance. I be the last one. However, Wu Jixing did not move. Instead, he looked at Senior Wang Rojing and said, you go in the middle? I be the last one. Why? Wang Rojing was puzzled. Your ability is suitable for standing in the middle. In this way, when the healing rain falls, we can all be taken care of easily. Wu Jixing explained, besides, my mental power is higher than yours, and my perception range is larger. I am more suitable for being the last one. Generally speaking, a 5-person team is defending in the front, with the output standing on both sides, and the most important auxiliary or healer standing in the middle of the team. In other words, no matter Wang Rojing or Wu Jixing, they can stand in the middle of the team, and the other one can stand at the back. Originally, Wu Jixing was arranged to be in the middle, because she was the most important assistant of the team, and the more experienced Wang Rojing was at the back of the team. But after getting off the spaceship, the terrifying and gloomy atmosphere and the harsh planetary environment made Wang Rojing nervous again. Wu Jixing saw that she was almost trembling when she spoke, and she had to pretend to be calm to arrange everyone. In the end, he couldn't help but decide to choose to stand at the back, and let the other party stand in the middle of the team, the safest position. It's not that Wu Jixing is not afraid, but although she is afraid, she is calm enough. More importantly, she wants to keep the important position under her control. Wang Rojing is indeed more experienced than them, but her mental power is only a level, plus she is nervous. In this dark and gloomy environment, Wu Jixing always has the illusion that she is the first unlucky supporting role in the movie to be cannon fodder. For safety reasons, it is better to be the last one. Wang Rojing naturally didn't know that Wu Jixing thought so, but when she saw the other party's firm eyes, and what he said was indeed reasonable, she nodded and asked, Can you? No problem, follow me. Wu Jixing urged. Okay. Seeing that the three people in front were about to walk away, Huang Rojing didn't have time to be polite and followed them quickly. A moment later, the Aurora 5-member team stepped into the dark forest in front in a diamond formation. Because the distance between the trees in this dense forest is very small, the Mecha cannot enter due to its size, and everyone can only walk there. As for flying in the sky, that is even more unrealistic. Not to mention the consumption of the Mecha, it is also easy to be used as a target in the air. Unless you are a super strong person with overwhelming strength, who would be stupid enough to fly a Mecha in the sky under such circumstances? Captain, are all your stars so scary? Chopin glanced around, at the deep forest that seemed to be swallowed up at any time, secretly smacked his lips. You still say that your place is not a sea of blood and corpses as I thought. This is not much better than a sea of blood and corpses. Wu Jixing's mouth twitched when he heard this. We have 2 suns there, very sunny, good. So the people from E4869 are all sunny, just like me. Chopin, Everyone, For some reason, I suddenly felt less scared. How long do we need to keep walking like this? After a few minutes, Chopin spoke again. I'm a little bored. Of course, he wasn't bored, but the deeper he went into the forest, the more he felt the invisible fear, which quietly crept into his heart again in the silence, making him want to talk a lot. Keep up this speed. We will get out before daybreak, and then we can enter the Mecha to speed up. Huang Rojing in the middle of the team looked at the map on her watch and said. Because she was standing in the safest protected area in the middle of the team, she didn't need to be alert all the time, and she could have more time to check the map and direct the team forward. Will it really be bright here? Chopin asked. I think it will be better than now. Wu Jixing looked at the sky and said, I suddenly feel that the 2 suns in my hometown are still good. It just has a little more radiation, and is a little hotter, but at least it won't be so eerie. I go to your house, if I have a chance. Chopin said, I've never been to Planet E. Except here, of course. I don't want to come again. Just as they were chatting, Yushin, who had been standing in front of the right side of the team, suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Huang Rojing's heart tightened, and she subconsciously called a halt to the team. I seem to hear the sound of footsteps stepping on branches. Yushin held his breath and concentrated. There may be other people around here. Is it someone from another team? Chopin listened carefully, but heard nothing. Wu Jixing also sensed it. She seemed to have heard a little sound before, but she was not very sure. After Yushin pointed it out, she realized that she was not wrong. But now, the sound disappeared after they stopped, as if it was just an illusion before. Let's go! Whether there are people nearby or not, our destination will not change. Wu Jixing said, if there are real enemies, they will appear. That's right. Chopin nodded, and everyone walked forward again. 1,000 meters away from everyone, there were 5 figures, quietly hiding in the shadows behind the trees, and moving forward in the same direction. If you look closely, those people actually stepped in the shadows of the trees with every step, maintaining a fast pace. Hey, we seem to have been discovered. A person in the shadow said, I didn't expect that the team of the 4-Star Academy was quite alert. I was impressed. Do they have any awakened explorers? One person asked. No, it seems that the guy with S-level mental power sensed it. The man paused and said, let me see. I am a little guy with purple hair. Purple hair? Suddenly, another person in the shadows spoke up. I heard that the young master of the Ozan family entered the 4-Star Academy this year. So is it him? I can't see his face from this position, but he must be the one who can detect us from such a long distance. The man laughed. I didn't expect to be so lucky to meet him here. Hee hee. I know what you want to do. The man just reminded, don't make trouble before leaving this dense forest. This place gives me a bad feeling. Hee hee, I know, Captain, you are so nagging, I know my limits. The man said, those guys have already driven away the children from the 5th Star Academy, we can't fall behind. It's good that you know. Be careful. Then the few people stopped making any sound. No, it should be said that they did not make any sound from beginning to end. All the conversations were completed in the minds of the few people. So Wu Jixing and the others naturally did not know or hear these. How long will it take? I really can't stand this damn place anymore. An hour later, Chopin could no longer bear it and began to complain. At this time, everyone had already gone deep into the dense forest and arrived at the center. Not only did the dense forest become darker and deeper, but a layer of gray mist slowly rose around it, creating a terrifying effect. Except for Yushin, who was still calm, the other members of the team all looked a little pale. Of course, it might be because Yushin was born with a white complexion. In short, the feeling of uneasiness in everyone's hearts became heavier. Don't say that. Wu Jixing suddenly reminded him. If you say that, you sound like cannon fodder in a horror movie. Generally, after saying this line, something bad will happen in the next second. Don't scare me. Chopin shuddered instantly and became suspicious. What movie did you watch? I haven't seen it before. However, before he finished speaking, he felt something swoosh against his mental barrier and pierce through half of it. If Chopin hadn't been on alert and quickly increased the mental output of that place, he might have been pierced through by the sudden attack. Chopin's face suddenly turned ugly. Fuck, what the hell is that? He shouted softly, reminding everyone, be careful, something attacked me just now, and it was able to directly penetrate my S-level mental barrier. Wang Rojing's face turned pale when she heard it. Gumos, put up your shield quickly, we will withdraw the team. No, just protect yourself. Yushin said calmly, we are all S-level, as long as we are a little more vigilant, that thing can't penetrate our barrier with one blow. As long as it attacks, I can melt it directly with my supernatural power. Wang Rojing was about to say something. Wu Jixing followed up, yes, if you turn on the shield, we can't attack that thing. You can't just keep using your shield to consume it all the way. Okay. Gumos nodded, and narrowed the range of the golden shield to his own body. In the entire quadrilateral team formation, he was the only one with the weakest mental power in the front, so Gumos didn't make a fuss and directly protected himself first. That thing was very fast and must be very small, but its attack power was very strong, and it could break through the S-level mental barrier. The most troublesome thing was that they were not sure how many such things there were in the dense forest. 1 or 2 might be able to be defended, but what if there were a bunch of them? Everyone was afraid to think about it. How could there be only one in such a large dense forest? The unknown is always the most terrible enemy. They didn't expect that it would be so difficult before they even arrived at the research institute where the mission was located. Swoosh. 2 more consecutive sounds, and a deep crack appeared on the golden shield in front of Gumos, which frightened him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Jixing said nothing and directly used his ability to connect to the opponent's shield and reinforced it again. What the hell is this thing? Chopin was terrified. It can even break the defensive shield. No, they hit the same place twice in a row, which directly broke the golden defensive shield. This shows that they are intelligent and not just blindly hitting. Wu Jixing analyzed calmly. What on earth is this thing? Wang Rojing said with a trembling voice. She was ready to use her abilities at any time. If any members were injured, she had to treat them immediately. It's a mutated snake. Suddenly Yushin, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke. At this moment, on the invisible barrier in front of him, there were 2 identical black thin snakes that were slowly melting, and finally turned into a thick black liquid that slid down and finally merged into the land. They seem. Yushin frowned and said, they can devour mental power and supernatural powers. No wonder they can break through our barrier. I see. When the unknown is no longer unknown. Everyone felt relieved. At least they knew that someone in the team could kill them. At this moment, Wu Jixing also felt something coming through the air, hitting her mental barrier one after another. That feeling was not felt, and she suddenly understood why Yushin said that the black thin snake could devour mental power. Because she felt like she was stabbed by something twice, and her soul felt stinging. Although it was within the tolerable range, the feeling of the soul being shaken was really bad. Isn't this mutant a little too powerful? Chopin said, there are mutant snakes in the mirror world, but they are not so scary. It's like the elite monsters in the Nightmare copy. The Nightmare copy presented the most deadly mutant monsters in the real world. But in this forest, it seems to be just an ordinary monster. Sure enough, the mutants here have evolved. Wang Rojing said, we haven't even reached the research institute yet, and it's already so dangerous. This mission might as well be. Be careful. Chopin was frightened and quickly reminded the other party, they are coming towards you. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before Wang Rojing could react, the 3 black snakes were like 3 unclear afterimages, shooting towards her in the middle of the team from different tricky angles from behind. As analyzed before, these mutant snakes are intelligent and know that others are not easy to mess with, so they instantly found the weakest breakthrough point. In a flash, an equally agile and fast black shadow drew a beautiful and sharp arc in the air, and shot down the 3 black mutant snakes one after another. Don't worry, senior sister, you can leave it to me. Wu Jixing said as she shook the black saw sword in her hand, feeling a little disgusted by the feeling of being splashed by the dripping blood. This sword was forged by her when she was on E-Star with materials she picked up for self-defense. She didn't expect that it would be used for the first time until today. However, even if she used her mental power to wrap around the sword, she still felt that the sticky mutant snake blood was disgusting. Fuck, It's okay that Yushin used his supernatural powers, but what kind of magic is this? Chopin was shocked. He had never seen such a delicate sword technique before, and his eyes popped out. You still say that your E-star is not a sea of blood and corpses? Wu Jixing couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. It's really not. This is just an ordinary sword technique. With her mental strength and physical strength far exceeding her previous life, it is easy to beat two small snakes. Otherwise, how can she face her master in the future? But Wu Jixing didn't know that in this future where superpowers are respected, few people would study this swordsmanship carefully, and most of them were lost. After all, everyone was busy improving their mental strength and physical fitness, busy studying how to use superpowers, busy practicing how to better control mental strength, busy studying how to drive mechas, busy playing dungeons in the mirror world, but not busy studying how to use swordsmanship. Only those who have reached a bottleneck and cannot make any progress in their lives will study and polish the use of cold weapons. And because of the fighting style in this world, and because of the size of the monsters and mechas, they all use big and wide moves. More people would like to use weapons such as big swords and long-handled sickles, and few people would use a dexterous rapier, let alone the soft sword she was holding at the moment. This kind of assassin-type dexterous weapon is basically not used by anyone, so in the eyes of Chopin and others, she is like using magic. With a swish, 3 mutant snakes that made people helpless lay directly on the ground and were cut into several sections. Thank you, Wang Rojing said with lingering fear. Be careful, don't touch the blood of these mutant snakes. Yushin suddenly reminded, you may be infected. Hearing this, everyone immediately moved forward a few steps, away from the bodies of the mutant snakes. They seem to be quiet? After a long time, Wang Rojing whispered. Are they all dead? No, there must be more. Yushin said lightly, it's just that those mutant snake monsters know that we are not easy to mess with, so they may have retreated. If there is no attack after 5 minutes, we will continue to move forward. Okay. Everyone nodded, and after waiting for 6 minutes, they finally decided to continue. Before leaving, Yushin did not forget to use his supernatural power to melt the bodies of the mutant snake monsters to prevent their blood from infecting other things. Soon, they didn't know whether their methods of dealing with mutant snakes were seen by other creatures, but the second half of the journey in the dense forest seemed to be very smooth, and they didn't encounter any terrifying mutants. Everyone was relieved. Gradually, just as the few people were about to walk out of the forest, the sky lit up with a fish belly white, not bright, but much better than the previous pitch black. Victory is just around the corner. I saw the exit. Gumos, who was always alert at the front, said excitedly. Wang Rojing was also very excited, and couldn't help but sigh, yes, we finally got out. God knows how she got through this night. Why don't we speed up and rush out? Gumo suggested, at this distance, I will use the shield to rush, it should be very fast. Chopin immediately said, okay, let's rush out. I've had enough of this place. Wu Jixing and Yushin didn't say anything, so Gumos immediately put up a golden shield in front of the team and rushed to the exit in front. The other 4 people who followed him shrank their formation and followed Gumos to the bright light outside the woods, just like the miserable students who happily rushed out of school after school. It's really cool. Gumos seemed to have released all the emotions he had been holding back all the way. God knows, he was the one who walked in the front the whole night as a defensive ability user. Facing the terrifying unknown crisis, he did not collapse mentally because he was determined. Now that he saw the dawn in front of him, how could he not be happy? However, at the moment when he was most relaxed, a deadly laser shot out from the dawn that had haunted him, and directly penetrated his shield. The next second, the golden light shattered, and blood spurted out from his left shoulder blade, splashing Chopin's face behind him. Gumos only felt that the dawn in the distance was so bright, so round, and so dazzling. He watched it grow bigger little by little, until he felt a pain in his arm, and realized what happened. Be careful, there is an enemy attack. Chopin shouted at the blood stains on his facial mental barrier. Shield, 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 rain, rain, rain. Although Gumos was stunned, his sense of crisis directly made him react, and put on a shield again. Wang Rojing behind him naturally would not fall behind. With a move of mental power, the healing rain fell on Gumos' head, slowly healing his wounds. Do you see the enemy? Wu Jixing asked, while using his ability to thicken Gumos' shield. Too far away, can't see. Yushin frowned, maybe it's the long-sighted ability of reconnaissance, they can see us. At this time, Chopin had used his supernatural power to materialize a long-range sniper rifle. He looked through the sniper's scope, and finally saw the enemy sniping them outside the dense forest from a few thousand meters away. I saw it, The distance is at least 5,000 yards. I can't attack them. Chopin said anxiously, damn it. They must have calculated the range on purpose. Just now, he tried to fire 2 shots, and found that not only was his accuracy too poor when he was moving quickly, but even his range was not as long as the opponent's. At this time, everyone was still sprinting. Because the accident happened too quickly, they had no time to stop, and could only rely on inertia to rush forward, but became the opponent's target. Obviously, all this was calculated in advance by the opponent. I saw several more silent lasers densely falling on the golden shield, breaking through layers of defense. The opponent was very clever, and each attack hit the same point, which was how he could break the defense so quickly. He was a master. So Wu Jixing could only helplessly continue to add to the shield. Gummo's had already been numb at this time. Since he came to E1236, he felt that his shield was like paper, which would break at any time. Should we stop? Huang Rojing asked anxiously. No need. Wu Jixing said. How long can this shield last? Yushin asked, maybe we can just rush over. At a distance of 5,000 yards, if they rushed faster, they might be able to reach them before the shield was destroyed. Of course, this was only a last resort. After all, they didn't know if there were other people waiting there. No, they must have calculated our reaction. Chopin observed through the sniper scope. I could only see one person, but they must be a team. So what should we do now? Give me the gun. Wu Jixing suddenly said, let me try. But before Chopin could react, a hand snatched his gun from behind. The next second, Wu Jixing finally saw the enemy's shadow through the sniper scope. So she infused her superpowers into the sniper rifle without hesitation, and then pulled the trigger, as if she had practiced countless times in the Mecha dual field in the mirror world. The muzzle of the superpower sniper rifle that she had strengthened suddenly shot out a scorching light, flew over a distance of 5,000 yards, and fell directly in front of the opponent, exploding a huge ball of fire. However, Wu Jixing did not relax. She kept pulling the trigger, firing one shot after another. At some point, the laser from the opposite side no longer landed on the golden shield in front of Gummo's, and disappeared silently. I don't know if he was injured or retreated tactically. Let's go, rush out, and get on the mecha. Taking advantage of this gap, Wu Jixing said with a gun. There are more than one of them. Okay. So the next moment, everyone took out their weapons, rushed out of the dense forest, and prepared for the next battle. Only, Chopin suddenly felt something was wrong. Who am I? Where is my gun? The very experienced Gummos who passed by patted him on the shoulder. Just get used to it. Chopin, In the end, Chopin could only use the little mental power he had left, casually materialized a knife, and rushed out with it. Wait for me. Chapter 28. I told you not to make trouble, now you are fine. On a patch of grass a few thousand meters away, a thin figure spat out a mouthful of blood, and the laser gun in his hand fell down, as if his arm was injured. Bah, you agreed at that time. You also said that you have a sense of propriety, so this is a sense of propriety. The tall man in a military school uniform glanced at him coldly. Our mission this time is very important. Hee, anyway, we can't beat those crazy people, so why not drive out the people from Xingyuan first? I'm doing this for our team. The thin young man said, as he stabbed a needle into his arm, saying disdainfully, you allowed me to do this, and now you blame me again. Okay, stop talking. A teammate next to him said in the communication headset, those kids are coming, get ready to fight. Got it. The man glanced at the injured teammate next to him, and said, come after you recover. He then jumped into the mecha and rushed to the team in front. Bah, a hypocritical guy. The thin young man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face unhappy. He had clearly broken the shields of those people just now, but he didn't expect that a little girl who suddenly appeared would ruin it. He was blown to death by the other party. If his teammates hadn't rescued him in time, he would have been almost crippled. Damn it! The thin young man cursed and injected a quick recovery potion into his injured arm. Although this potion has side effects, it is very useful. In just a few dozen seconds, his flesh and broken bones that were injured by the explosion were recovering rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn, how many contribution points of mine have been wasted? The thin young man felt a little pained. The effect of this recovery potion was so good. Each one was a precious battlefield emergency medicine exchanged with high contribution points. How could he not feel bad after using several injections in a row? Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. But while he was cursing, he did not notice that in the shadow behind him, there was a long snake-like thing slowly approaching him. If he turned his head at this time, he would be able to see clearly what the hell it was. If he hadn't been injured and his mental strength was still at its peak, if he hadn't relaxed his vigilance, he might have been able to give his teammates a warning of danger before he died. Unfortunately, there is no if, but of course, he was not completely unable to find it. For example, now, the thin young man's curse stopped in vain, and he felt a creepy feeling. This kind of danger intuition trained by long-term fighting on the battlefield finally allowed him to react in advance. What? He was about to turn around, and a white shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes behind him, and in his horrified eyes, it stretched straight into his slightly open mouth, which was about to shout something. It was a white, slippery, boneless, deformed arm. Don't scream, I give you something good. The strange figure slowly walked out of the bushes. The man had 12 pairs of arms that swung like cartilage, and at this moment one of them was inserted into the throat of the thin young man, releasing something. Soon, the young man's eyes, which were originally terrified, became still, and his pupils dilated. Then the brown pupils trembled quickly, and turned dark red, but finally slowly returned to their original appearance. I give you the last bit, I treat you well. A hoarse laugh sounded in his ears. Go ahead, do whatever you want. Yes. A red light flashed in the thin young man's eyes. He opened his mecha and jumped in, chasing his companions. At this time, on the other side, Wu Jixing and others had already entered their respective mechas, and were caught in a melee with this group of enemies. I don't know if it was because this planet has twice the gravity. Although Wu Jixing felt that her body was twice as heavy, the delay in mecha control caused by the imbalance of mental power and physical fitness was much smaller than when she was on planet A, so small that she could even feel that it was negligible. I think it was because everyone was moving slower, so the delay was not that big. This allowed her to exert 90% of her usual strength in the Mirror World Mecha dual field even though it was her first time to fight with a real mecha. At this time, she used the electromagnetic cannon on the long-range mecha to control and influence the enemy's movements with her right hand, and used the superpower sniper rifle she got from Chopin with her left hand to shoot. Originally, the size of this superpower sniper rifle was not suitable for mecha use, but when Wu Jixing continuously poured her superpower into it to fill the magazine, the superpower gun actually grew larger with the energy she poured in, until she felt it was a size that was suitable for her. To be honest, compared to Yushin's ability, she liked Chopin's ability because it is too convenient and easy to use. At this time, she dodged the opponent who had been pestering her, quickly distanced herself, raised her right hand, and fired an electromagnetic cannon at the enemy, who was about to sneak attack her treatment in the distance. The electromagnetic chain interference instantly made the opponent's mecha move sluggishly. The next second, she pulled the trigger with her left hand, and the energy shell flashing with golden light directly hit the opponent's mecha's head, knocking him to the ground. Wang Rojing, who was rescued, also reacted at this time. She did not miss this opportunity, and fired a cannon directly at the fallen mecha. The team originally had only 4 people. After losing one member, they had no intention of continuing to waste time here in the face of a 3-on-5 situation. Let's retreat. The red mecha, as the captain, originally used his countless combat experience to easily suppress Chopin and Yuzren's coordinated attacks, one close and one far away. Seeing that his team had lost another member, he immediately decided to evacuate. This team is indeed experienced. When the captain waved the retreat gesture, the other 2 mechas picked up the teammate who had fallen to the ground and flew directly to the predetermined evacuation direction. Damn, I'm so tired. Chopin was driving the mecha and panting on the spot. Just now, he and Yushin cooperated with each other in close combat and long-range attack, but they fought barely. Several times, the opponent almost took advantage of the loopholes of a few tenths of a second between their cooperation and killed them, which made him feel very frustrated. Of course, the same was true for Yushin. He's too strong, it's normal that you can't beat him. Wang Rojing comforted him. Fortunately, there are only 4 of them, otherwise we would be in real trouble. The other one is probably the guy who shot the enemy from behind. He must have been killed by our captain. Chopin said angrily, these bastards. Are they already impatient before we even reach the mission point? Because when we reach the mission point, we need to turn on the video recording throughout the process, so they can't do anything even if they want to do something tricky. Wang Rojing explained. So many teams will drive away their opponents before they reach the mission site. Is this a common situation? Wu Jixing asked. Now is such a critical moment. Why can't everyone unite and eliminate those mutant monsters first? A lot. Wang Rojing nodded. Because of resources. The resources of the Alliance are only these, and the competition between schools has always been fierce. If you regard the 10 stars of the Alliance as 10 different forces, it will be easier to understand. It is normal for different forces to compete for resources. The reason why the alliance is an alliance is because everyone is unwilling to submit to each other, and it is impossible to unify, and no one can unify all forces. Otherwise, it would not be an alliance, but an empire. I feel that the alliance is facing a reshuffle now, and the competition for resources will only become more intense. Chopin sighed and said, "Let's go, we will be safe after entering the research institute." Wu Jixing pursed her lips, "Are you sure?" She knew that there were countless gene-edited newborns in that gene research institute, all of whom had become mutated monsters. It would be difficult to fight them if they crawled out of the nursery. If she hadn't had the group control skill she got from the first special dungeon, and the group attack skill she learned later, she might not have been able to defeat these densely packed mutant monsters. And now, there is no group control skill in their team. Wu Jixing thinks that it is no wonder that this task requires so many teams to take it together. If everyone can't cooperate, it may be really difficult. Because she feels that this place seems to have become a nightmare dungeon. There is no other reason. The little snake in the dense forest that can devour and break the S-level mental power, and the defense shield of Gummo's has already made her feel bad. We haven't even entered the dungeon yet, and the monsters are already so strong. What strength should the bosses and elite monsters in the dungeon have? Wu Jixing couldn't say these concerns, because they were just her guesses. As for the basis of her guesses, that was a secret that couldn't be said directly. Aurora. The team drove the mecha and moved quickly towards the direction of the Gene Research Institute. They didn't encounter any interference or sneak attacks along the way. After only half an hour, they arrived at a somewhat desolate suburb. The Gene Research Institute was built on this desolate and vast land, with 18 floors built. Yes, you heard it right. This Gene Research Institute was built underground like the buildings on their planet E4869, and it had 18 floors. Even with her little light to guide her, she almost vomited. Fortunately, she knew that most of the floors were used to store incubators. Only the grown newborns were mutated, while those embryos that were still developing became stillborns due to contamination. This is actually very reasonable. After all, according to what she knows, the mutation is caused by mental pollution. And the embryos that are still developing have not yet fully formed mental consciousness. After being polluted, most of them cannot survive the mutation and die directly. We are here. Team, Wang Rojing glanced at the holographic map in her hand and said, "It's the one in front." This looks. Chopin and Gummo swallowed at the same time. Like an abandoned factory in a horror movie. Wu Jixing completed the unfinished words of the two. "I scanned the terrain first," Wang Rojing said as she opened the palm of the mecha and extended a scanning probe from it. She bent down and slowly placed her palm on the ground and moved it, then raised her hand and scanned the surroundings. "Got it." "How?" Yushin asked. "I share the results with you," Wang Rojing said in a serious tone. "1 floor above ground and 18 floors underground, and I found that a team has already entered. 18 floors underground." Chopin almost despaired after hearing this. "It's really unlucky." Let's go in quickly," Uther said. "Hey, let's go," Chopin said weakly. "Weren't you very excited before?" Wu Jixing asked in confusion. Why is he so resistant now? I thought it was the kind of hot-blooded fight with real swords and guns," Chopin said sadly. "I didn't expect it to be a horror movie version." "I thought so too." Wu Jixing was helpless, but her special copy was a ghost movie scene. What could she do? She was also helpless. She was also afraid of ghosts. "That defense, you lead the way," Uther arranged directly, sneering at his teammates' fear and hesitation. "Don't waste time here anymore." Okay. Gummo swallowed his saliva, the whole mask of pain. He was also afraid of ghosts, not to mention Huang Rojing. Her face in the mecha had already turned pale as paper, gritted her teeth, and followed the team, walking towards the gloomy Genetic Research Institute. At this time, the door of the institute had been broken open by brute force by people from other teams, and they drove the mecha directly into it. The first floor was high enough to accommodate the height of their mechas. But once they entered the underground, the mechas would not be able to move flexibly inside. So no matter how scared they were, they could only tremble and get out of the mechas and put their mechas into the space rings. "Which floor do we take?" Gummo's came to the elevator and asked, looking at the floor above. "No, take the stairs." "Let's go down the stairs," Wu Jixing and Yushin said almost in unison, and the two of them looked at each other quickly and then moved away. Wu Jixing continued, "The elevator is not safe, and some floors require access cards." "I see." Gummo's actually wanted to take the elevator. After all, The staircase leading to the bottom that you couldn't see the bottom of was really scary. By the way, don't forget to turn on the video function. Huang Rojing reminded, the Alliance will eventually use this as the basis for calculating contribution points. If you forget to turn it on, we will have fought in vain. Okay. Wu Jixing turned on the automatic video recording function on his body and asked, how many contribution points does it cost to kill a mutant monster? 10 points for ordinary level, 50 to 100 points for elite level, 500 points for legendary level, and 1000 points for nightmare level. Huang Rojing explained. What if it's a humanoid mutant monster? Wu Jixing asked the question she was most concerned about. She knew there must be one here. Huang Rojing, Why did she feel that her captain's tone was actually slightly excited? I hope it's just her illusion. 2,000 points. Huang Rojing said, after all, humanoid mutants have just appeared. 2,000 points is the minimum. There may be higher nightmare levels. There is no upper limit. At least the humanoid mutants that have appeared in the Alliance now have not appeared at the nightmare level, so there is no fixed evaluation standard. Got it. Wu Jixing thought for a while, and said, let's go to the 9th floor underground first. She knew there was an elite monster boss there that could be killed. There were no elite monsters gathered around, so it was safer. Why the 9th floor? Uther suddenly asked. Because according to the scan results, the floors below the 9th floor are all densely packed with nursery rooms. Wu Jixing made up a lie, and the 9th floor is a large space. We might be able to use mechas to fight. And I guess there should be an administrator who manages the access cards and information of all the nursery rooms downstairs. As long as they get the access cards, they can go freely on most floors. There is no need to fight the final boss. You can accumulate contribution points by killing small monsters, and you can also avoid other teams. Then how can you be sure that the 9th floor must be the nursery cabin manager, and he is the only one? Yuzian insisted, these are all your subjective guesses. Under normal circumstances, we should fight one floor at a time, which is safer. Wu Jixing certainly couldn't say that she had fought this dungeon, so she changed her excuse. Because when I was on Star E, I worked in the Gene Research Institute. As soon as this reason came out, everyone was silent. Only Chopin asked curiously, what do you do when you work? Wu Jixing, delivering express. Delivering those nursery cabins to customers for the Institute. After a pause, as if to make it more credible, she continued, I knew it as soon as I saw the topographical layout map. It's the same where we are. There is an administrator who monitors all the nursery cabins, and there must be an elevator on the floor where he is, which can transport the nursery cabins underground. Then the administrator will tell me the address, and ask me to deliver it to the customer. It sounds cool. Chopin said happily, newborn courier. No. Not cool at all. Wu Jixing pouted, when you see the true face of those babies, you won't be cool anymore. Wu Jixing did not continue to explain why, but led the team all the way to the 9th floor underground. As she said, it was indeed the floor where the administrator was. Although the floor was high, the few people broke into the room and had no time to take out their mechas. They were frightened by the huge mouth of the abyss that suddenly appeared and covered with countless strange tentacles. Ah! Everyone screamed and rushed back to the stairwell and slammed the door. Chopin shouted in horror, does your administrator look like this? The administrator was 2 meters and 5 meters tall, with muscles all over his body. The key point was why his head was full of slippery tentacles. Isn't it a bit too exciting? Wu Jixing was also confused at this time. No, that's not right. The administrator of the special copy she entered was also tall and ugly, but not so abstract. Unless the other party has evolved again, she suddenly felt a shudder in her heart. This couldn't really be a nightmare level. Just when everyone began to think about emergency tactics, the huge body of the researcher outside the door was already close at hand. Several people retreated again, but there was a dead end behind them, unless they fled to the 8th floor. With a bang, the door was knocked open by countless tentacles. Wu Jixing and Huang Rojing subconsciously hid behind Chopin, Chopin subconsciously hid behind Gumos, and Gumos also subconsciously retreated to behind Yushin. So at this time, in the closed and narrow space, the mutant tentacle manager glared at the purple-haired boy standing in the front, roaring with its terrifying abyss mouth, and its saliva instantly soaked the floor in front of the other party. It has bad breath. At this time, someone said something that immediately angered the monster. Yushin, who was facing the monster, said, eh? At the same time, on the 5th floor, a team of people worked together to kill a mutated humanoid researcher, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The monsters here have evolved and are more dangerous than we thought. It's probably not possible to rely on our team alone. one person said. If it doesn't work, we can only cooperate. I know that a team of freshmen this year should be on the 3rd floor now. Wait, the second-year team is also with them, all on the 3rd floor. What about the third-year team? The man frowned and asked. It seems that they haven't come in yet. I heard that they went to snipe and persuade another Xingyuan team to retreat. But, he paused and looked at the electronic information in his hand. I found that the Xingyuan team had entered here 10 minutes ago. The signal I put at the door has been triggered. It is confirmed that it is not the third-year team. Heh. Those useless things only know how to snipe the Xingyuan team. The man who looked like the captain sneered. Only those who are incompetent will focus on reducing competitors, and the key is that they failed. Then should we join the Xingyuan team? No, let the team on the 3rd floor join us first. The man thought for a while and asked, which floor are they on? Let me see. Oh, on the 9th floor. They seem to have skipped the front, and went directly to the 9th floor. How strange, this is not in line with common sense. What's on the 9th floor? There's a drooling, smelly, and ugly elite administrator tentacle monster on the 9th floor. If Wu Jixing and the others heard it, they would definitely answer like this. However, they couldn't hear it, as they were fighting a desperate battle with the monster while you. Chapter 29. Gumos, your shield, ouch. Ouch. Get in the mech, ouch. Ouch. Get out of the way, ouch. The place is too small, only one person can, ouch. Get on the mech. Stop vomiting, I can't help it. It's too smelly, I can't vomit. Stop talking, keep your voice down, the boss will be unhappy again if he hears it, ouch. At this time, in the communication channel of the Aurora team, there was a chaos, and the sound of you came one after another. Ugh. Let Gumos get on the mecha and lead the way, ugh. Okay, hurry up, ugh. Ugh, I know, I'm already on board. The air is finally fresh. How about Lao Gu, ugh? You put the shield on us to isolate us, and you fight ugh alone. I want to fight alone, but I can't. Ah, his tentacles are coming around, help. Ugh, I really can't do it, Captain. Ugh, find a way quickly. Gumos, shoot it in the mouth, ugh. With a bang, a shell exploded on the wall behind the boss, knocking off only one of the boss's tentacles. But soon, to the despair of the audience, a new tentacle grew out. Can you be more accurate, ugh? Its tentacles can grow again, ugh. How can we hit it? Ugh, hit its eyes, weakness. Wu Jixing remembered that this monster originally had eyes, which were its weakness. Although it has evolved now, it is not the case that even its eyes have evolved away. Where are the eyes? It's too fast and I can't aim. Calculate, predict. Yuzian couldn't bear it any longer, and said to the communication after dodging 2 tentacles. In fact, he was also upset by the stinking smell, but for the dignity of the family, he relied on his strong willpower to endure it. But at this time, he had reached his limit. You hit the head, the eyes must be hidden behind the tentacles on the face. Wu Jixing saw that the monster had been using its tentacles to attack and resist attacks to protect the top of its head, so he guessed that the opponent's original eyes might be hidden behind it. No, I can't aim, it moves too fast, I'm not good at math. Gumo shouted anxiously in the mecha, and his tentacles are wrapped around his face. His defense is too strong, maybe bombardment is useless. Forget it, just hold the boss's waist, we fight. Wu Jixing said to Chopin, who was fighting the monster's tentacles in the communication channel, Chopin, you attract the monster to cover me, I get rid of those tentacles. She said quickly to Yushinyu. The rest is up to you, eh? Since the tentacles that were wrapped around the eyes couldn't be blown away by the cannon, then I could just use Yushin's ability to melt the eyes together. No question. Yushin understood, but before he could finish the last word, his stomach twitched, and he swallowed it back with a nauseous feeling. Senior sister, watch us. Wu Jixing said, as he pulled out the folding long knife, that he had spent a huge amount of money to exchange for contribution points. Go ahead. Okay. Gumos roared. The golden shield outside his mecha had been under the powerful blessing of Wu Jixing's ability, so at this moment, he sank into his dantian, and his thigh muscles swelled to drive the mecha, and he rushed towards the monster directly when the time was right, hugged its waist, and held it tightly. It was at this moment that Chopin held his breath and jumped high, with a shining supernatural knife in his hand ready to chop the monster's head. Instantly, the monster's large number of tentacles on its face all moved towards him, intending to wrap the hateful little human ant tightly with the tentacles and crush it to death. Just before the tentacles were about to touch Chopin, he suddenly stopped in the air, retracted the knife, and turned backwards, making the boss's attack all miss. Roar! The boss roared, blew a breath, and the tentacles used for attack turned sharply again to attack the hateful guy. But who knew that just as it had this thought, it felt a flash of black knife light in front of it, and countless tentacles broke in midair, like a rain of tentacles, falling one after another, and falling to the ground with foul-smelling blood. Wu Jixing landed, and the huge black long sword in her hands made her look very small at this time. But such a tiny human used a long sword for Mecha to cut off all its tentacles. Ah! The boss felt pain and roared with anger, and the tentacles at the broken roots were wriggling as if they were about to grow new ones. Unfortunately, Yusen had already held his breath and came to his face without any obstruction, and used his supernatural power to hit its eyes fiercely. Accompanied by a nauseating stench, the boss's eyes, and the few remaining tentacles were all melted by Yusen's power, turning into a pool of disgusting mucus that kept dripping. Sure enough, the eyes are its weakness. At this time, only Gumos, who still had air in the mecha, could speak. He was seen to violently knock the boss, who was screaming in pain, several meters away, and then fired several small shells at it in succession. After the eyes were melted, the boss's regeneration ability finally disappeared. Each shell caused terrible, difficult to heal damage to it. In the end, the huge body fell straight to the ground and stopped moving. Finally. But no one expected that when Uther melted the monster's head, a huge, even more unpleasant stench continued to seep out with the melted thick black liquid. No one in the field was spared. Even Gumos in the mecha smelled the stench that could penetrate the mecha's defense. Although the battle was won, it seemed like there was no victory. The price was too high. There were screams again. After the boss died, everyone let go and stopped enduring, including Yushin. So upstairs, the 3 military academy teams that had already gathered heard the terrifying sound coming from deep down on the ground floor. What's going on? Someone swallowed and asked nervously. I don't know, it sounds like a ghost screaming. It can't be those mutated monsters. Another person also said nervously, it sounds pretty creepy. Don't guess blindly. The captain of the 4th grade team calmly reminded, I didn't hear the direction wrong. That should be the sound made by those people from the Star Academy on the 9th floor. Why would they? Could they have also mutated? Someone's thoughts diverged for a moment. It's not impossible. Damn, Captain, what should we do? Everyone looked at the 4th grade captain in charge of the command. Let's go down to the 9th floor and take a look. He looked at the map and said, the 8th floor should be where the director of the institute is. You need an access card to enter. Maybe the team went directly to the 9th floor because there is an access card there. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain their unusual route. His guess was indeed correct. Wu Jixing and others went to the 9th floor for the spare access card in the hands of the administrator. However, when the 3 teams of the military academy bypassed the 8th floor and went directly to the 9th floor through the stairs, a pervasive stench immediately floated into everyone's noses. Do you smell anything stinky? Stop talking, You don't need to tell me, Damn, I finally know what the ghost was yelling just now. What the hell is that stinky Good news, The people in Xingyuan should not have mutations, Bad news, Isn't this, Fuck, Can we go back, We're already here, Let's take a look, Go and see. The captain of the 4th grade team was concise, and then took out a gas mask from the space ring and put it on his face. It's not that he wanted to be concise, but the air he exhaled was foul-smelling. Fortunately, their experienced teams would wear gas masks to deal with special occasions. The next second, the 4th and 2nd grade teams also took out gas masks and put them on their heads. You all have masks. The 1st grade freshman team burst into tears. However, no one from the 2 senior teams paid any attention to them, and they hurried to the 9th floor. Pushing open the damaged door, they saw a pool of foul-smelling black liquid, and the rotting corpse of the boss monster lying on the black liquid. In the end, Yushin did not completely melt the monster. In addition to the fact that it became more and more smelly, he was also afraid that the liquid that the monster would turn into when it melted would flood the entire floor. There was no way, this was not land, and the disgusting liquid could not penetrate it, and it would only spread on the floor of the entire floor. For their own consideration, they finally left the body of the monster there. So when everyone in the military academy saw it, it was such a tragic scene. The freshman who didn't wear a gas mask was pale and groaned. The senior student who wore a gas mask looked very bad, but it was much better. After they stood beside the body of the monster and looked at it carefully, someone sighed, I underestimated those students from the Star Academy. This monster is not easy for us to fight. Its head is gone, as if it was melted by something. No wonder it emits such a terrible stench. Another person said, there must be a very strong attack ability awakener in their team. No, look at the tentacles on the ground. One of them pointed to the countless tentacle stumps scattered in the room and said, this guy who can cut off all the tentacles in one breath is the key. Why do you say that? Others were puzzled. And how can you be sure that it was done by one person or in one go? Because he pointed to the neat cuts on the tentacles. Look at those cuts. They were obviously made by the same weapon. As for why the other party was killed in one go, you can imagine that if the monster has countless tentacles to protect itself, how can its head be melted off so easily? Unless all the tentacles are eliminated in one go, a safe passage can be torn open for another attacking mutant. The captain of the 4th grade team said, that guy is very powerful. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful freshman in Xingyuan this year. Are they freshmen too? The first-year team of the military academy couldn't help but exclaimed while vomiting. Yes, you little guys should also work hard. Xingyuan is very strong this year. You must not lose to them and embarrass our military academy. You know, the students of the military academy have always looked down on those delicate children in Xingyuan. If this class of freshmen really loses to the other side, it will be a shame in the history of the military academy. Well, they should have found the key clues, and we should go meet them. The captain of the 4th grade team quickly left this stinking place and walked into the room. Captain, did you hear someone coming? In the office of the 9th floor administrator, Chopin asked with the access card he had just found in his hand. Nonsense, vomiting so loudly, how could you not hear it? Wu Jixing rolled his eyes speechlessly. I guess other teams are here. Should we avoid them? Wang Rojing asked. No need. Wu Jixing thought for a moment and said, since the video is on, if they come, just cooperate. There's no need to avoid them. Although she wanted to avoid other teams before, since she had already attracted those people because of the unexpected vomiting just now, there was no point in avoiding them anymore. They were not stupid, and they were not so naive as to think that their vomiting could be ignored. Since they were discovered, they might as well cooperate frankly, and kill the boss directly to share the contribution points. Anyway, there were too many monsters here, and there were enough to share. Sure enough, just when they walked out of the administrator's office, they met the military academy team coming towards them in the corridor. I didn't expect them to all gather together. Chopin muttered softly, then walked to the front and asked on behalf of the Aurora. Team, who are you? Are you the captain of this team? The captain of the 4th grade team was the one walking in front of the military academy team. Hello, my name is Yuka, nice to meet you, he said as he extended his hand, showing a friendly and cooperative attitude. Seeing this, Chopin also breathed a sigh of relief, smiled politely, and extended his hand to shake hands with the other party. No, you can call me Chopin, our captain is a girl, it is not convenient to shake hands with you guys, I took the initiative, please don't mind. Of course, he was just talking nonsense. Because Chopin felt that he was the most suitable person to stand up at this time. After all, he was the only reliable man in the team. The other two were either stinky-faced minors or stupid idiots. The man named Yuka raised his eyebrows when he heard this, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked at the members of the Aurora team in front of him in surprise, especially the only two girls in it. One was quiet and gentle and looked like a good student, but she didn't have the leadership temperament and didn't look like a captain. The other one was weak and frail, and looked like the type who would cry when seeing others fighting, and he didn't have the temperament of a captain. Yuka was a little confused, and seriously suspected that the other party might be making fun of him. But he didn't care, and it didn't matter who the captain of that team was. Anyway, this guy named Chopin seemed to be their spokesperson, so he just communicated with him directly. So he looked at the other party and said with certainty, the access card is with you, right? Do you want to cooperate? He paused and said, you should know our identity. We have just opened up the upper floors. The monsters here seem to have evolved. There are many humanoid mutants. It will be very dangerous for your team to go alone. Chopin pretended to think for a few seconds before smiling and saying, okay, let's cooperate. You made the right decision. Yuka smiled confidently. Let's go up the stairs from the front to the 8th floor. Although there are many humanoid mutants here, they have intelligence, but not many. They killed a lot of mutant monsters here, but they didn't attract the attention of the director of the research institute on the 8th floor. This was actually very strange. But they didn't care, because it was a good thing for them. If there was someone in charge of the monsters here, they might have been discovered and rushed out to kill them when they broke in and killed the first humanoid mutant researcher. They couldn't clear the monsters layer by layer in an orderly manner like they are now. Of course, when they entered here, they had already used some high-tech means to interfere with the camera surveillance equipment here. After all, it was just a low-level surveillance on Planet E, and it was not difficult for them to crack it. So Yuka and others could not be sure whether this was the reason why the director of the 8th Floor Research Institute was still unaware of it. Just after taking a few steps, the stench came again. Yuka looked at the pale Aurora. The team members sighed in their hearts. As expected, the freshmen were still inexperienced. Take these gas masks, as a token of our cooperation. He took out 5 gas masks from the space ring, and handed them over in the eyes of the Military Academy freshmen, who looked incredulous. Thank you, it's great. Chopin took the gas mask from everyone and quickly put it on himself. Instantly, he felt that the air was so fresh and beautiful. The freshman who was retching on the side complained silently with a look of despair. Senior, since you have extra, why don't you give us? Sorry, there are only 5 left. Yuka explained insincerely, and led everyone to the 8th floor, in front of the director's office. You come or we come? He asked. Come on, Chopin said, as he handed over the access card in his hand. Okay. Yuka was not polite either, waving his hand to his team to indicate that they were ready for battle, and then carefully inserted the access card into the card slot at the door. With a click, the door was opened. Who? The director of the Mutation Institute, who was dozing off at this time, suddenly woke up, as if he had just reacted to the enemy's invasion. This made Wu Jixing feel a little strange. She felt something was wrong. Why? Because when she was playing a special copy in the mirror world, after she killed the director of the researcher upstairs, the boss would know and rush out directly from his office on the 8th floor. Because the research director is the director's direct subordinate, when he dies, the director will know through the connection of abilities. In the final battle, the mutant director can revive the corpses of his subordinates to fight together, which is the most difficult part of this boss. Even when its health drops to the last 20%, it will go berserk, and it can even summon batches of mutant babies to crawl out of the nursery cabin and come to its side to help it fight. So Wu Jixing planned to go down to the 9th floor underground first to directly avoid the difficult final boss upstairs. Earlier, when she heard the Military Academy team say that they had cleared all the researchers on the upper floors, she felt something was wrong. But because this was a re-evolved version of the copy, she thought that the final boss might be different from what she knew, so she temporarily suppressed her doubts in her heart and went to the 8th floor with the main force to find out. As a result, when she found that the boss monster had a sleepy face after the door was opened, the feeling of something wrong did not disappear at all, but made her even more uneasy. How could a high-level dungeon final boss not be as alert as a low-level boss? This is very wrong. Everyone should be careful, Wu Jixing hinted. Regardless of whether others can hear it or not, she believes that her teammates will definitely understand it. Sure enough, the next second after she opened her mouth, Chopin Yushin understood it instantly, and Huang Rojing also reacted after seeing the two people's tense nerves in vain. Can you please stop talking? The Military Academy student, who was about to follow the teammate in front to attack the boss, said dissatisfiedly, If you start talking, how can others have the energy to fight monsters? If you want to be coquettish, go back and be coquettish to your lover. Wu Jixing, Is it so disgusting? Wu Jixing turned around and asked Chopin and others. She just wanted to remind her teammates, but didn't want to expose her identity as the captain. Since she was sniped in the jungle at the beginning, she has always been vigilant against those people in the military academy. Although there is a video recording, they will not cause trouble when fighting the boss, but it is always right to be cautious. In addition, she didn't really want to expose herself, fearing that someone who knew her brother in the military academy would discover her identity, and it would be difficult to secretly investigate the truth at that time. After all, if she stood out too much, people would investigate her background and see her name and her identity from Planet E, and she couldn't hide it at all. No, it's not disgusting, it sounds good. Chopin had a strong desire to survive, and he and Gummo shook their heads desperately, indicating that it was not disgusting at all. Oh, that's good. Wu Jixing was relieved and immediately focused on the battle in front of him. Stop chatting, I lure the monster out and fight it. Yuka, who entered first, and his teammates fought and retreated from the room. The office was too small, and there was no way for so many of them to output. So, when the monster was led to the open space in the corridor, the teams on both sides immediately attacked in unison and took out their most powerful attacks. Everyone wanted to perform better at this time, so that they could get more points when calculating contribution points. At this time, Wu Jixing took the supernatural gun given to her by Chopin and hid behind the crowd. As a melee fighter, Chopin rushed forward with a broadsword in hand. Yuka, who was carrying a mutant, glanced at him and thought to himself that expert was indeed this person. He was right. As for the other attack-type superpower who cooperated with him, it must be the purple-haired boy. His unique hair color and eye color, how could Yuka, as a senior student in the military academy, not know about the Ozan family? Yuka instantly understood the composition of this team, and thought that their captain was probably just a decoration. This guy named Chopin must have liked one of the girls, so he was willing to give the captaincy to her. The next second, he stopped paying attention and focused on the boss in front of him. The journey was smooth. Facing the concentrated fire attack of the 4 teams and 20 people, even the most powerful humanoid intelligent mutant monster could not escape the fate of being killed. Of course, as a person with a lot of mission experience, Yuka did not really think that this monster was so easy to kill. When the monster was almost beaten back and began to rage, he reminded everyone he is going to use his ultimate move. You all be careful. As expected, just as he finished speaking, a group of mutated and deformed babies that were summoned were crawling over from all directions and surrounded them. This horrifying scene made everyone pale. There were even some deformed fetuses that were not fully formed and were dragging their umbilical cords, crawling towards them with blood. Quick, gather them together and kill them together, Yuka commanded calmly. However, just as he finished speaking, those densely packed mutant monsters actually jumped up at the same time and jumped over the heads of everyone, swooping down on all of them. Kill them quickly! People with long-range weapons raised their guns and shot overhead, exploding blood flowers, but it was just a drop in the bucket. No, too late, too many. Someone shouted in despair. At this moment, in a flash, a pair of arms fell on Yushin's shoulders. He understood and used his supernatural power directly. The next moment, the mutant monsters that were originally like terrifying dark clouds above everyone's heads were instantly melted into a pool of blood and poured down under a terrible force. Gumos tacitly held up the golden shield, covering everyone. Thanks. The people who survived the disaster were still in shock, and they all looked at Yusin, who used the melting ability in fear and shock. This terrifying and domineering ability. It's almost SS level. The members of this Aurora team are so strong. Behind him, Wu Jixing retracted his hand and hid his merits and fame. It's okay, Yusin said lightly, blocking the people behind him. He didn't know why Wu Jixing wanted to hide herself, but he naturally wouldn't expose it, and even deliberately blocked all the gazes for her. Just when Wu Jixing was relieved, Xiaoguang in her pocket suddenly started up on its own. Navigation has been turned on, destination, -18th floor, can be reached on foot. In her headset, Xiaoguang's unique mechanical sound sounded. Wu Jixing, ? Wait, what's going on? She didn't ask the other party to navigate, and what's the point of going to the -18th floor? She remembered that there was a broken warehouse full of miscellaneous items. Chapter 30. Although Wu Jixing didn't know what was going on with Xiaoguang, she still planned to go to the place indicated by the navigation to find out. Her intuition told her that there must be something important there. While she was thinking, the mutated director of the institute had been killed by everyone's concentrated fire. Without those summoned monsters, the boss was ultimately alone. Under the leadership of the 4th-year senior of the Alliance Military Academy, the entire cleanup work of the institute was in an orderly manner, worthy of being an experienced senior student of the military academy. Wu Jixing sighed, and after seeing everyone disperse and look for other remaining mutant monster heads, he also planned to quietly leave and go to the 18th underground floor. Although they slacked off when fighting the boss just now, at the most critical stage, their team killed all the monsters in one go, which played a decisive role and contributed a lot of points. Especially that wave of terrifying mutant monsters, which were so dense that even if it was 10 contribution points per head, it would have earned a lot of money at once. Therefore, Wu Jixing no longer planned to compete with those military school people for the remaining monster heads, which was meaningless. She didn't plan to do so, but the others were always paying attention to their whereabouts. Are you going to clear the monsters underground? Seeing that the team of the 4-star academy was about to leave, Yuka suddenly came over and asked. Together? Yu San's move to save everyone in seconds was too shocking, and he wanted to make friends with him. As expected, he is the heir trained by a big family, and his mental power is about to break through to the SS level. I heard that the other party was only 15 years old, which was even more terrifying. Okay. Chopin wanted to agree directly. After all, there is strength in numbers and it is safe. But he didn't expect that his captain would suddenly grab the corner of his clothes behind him just as he opened his mouth. So he changed his words and said, "Forget it, we want to explore on our own, thank you for your kindness." "It's okay." Yuka didn't expect the other party to refuse, but facing such a master of knife, he didn't say anything in the hope of building a good relationship, but nodded and tried. We will clear it down layer by layer from here. What about you? He had originally planned to cooperate with the other party to clear out all the mutant monsters in this research institute in the most efficient way. Since the other party now intends to act alone, they will just fight slower. At least they don't have to share the contribution points equally. The difference is not that big. But it is better to avoid each other's routes to avoid unnecessary trouble. Then we... Chopin paused subconsciously, and heard Wu Jixing behind him suddenly speak up to complete the second half of his sentence. Let's clear from the 18th floor upwards. Well, we will go up from the 18th floor, so that we can avoid you. Everyone will rely on their own ability. Chopin immediately continued. Okay, everyone will rely on their own ability. Yuka nodded straightforwardly. This was the answer he wanted to hear. As long as this team does not compete with them directly, there will be no problem. After all, the ability of the young master of the Ozan family is too overbearing. They may not be able to win. Finally, the crowd on the 8 floors below, which was originally very lively, gradually dispersed, and the other teams all left. After confirming that there was no one else nearby, Chopin lowered his voice and asked, Are we really going directly to the 18th floor? I always feel that it is not auspicious there. We should have let them go to the 18th floor before, and we should have fought from the 8th floor. Chopin felt that if they also decided to clean up from top to bottom, the other side would choose to give in. Just as Yuk had thought before, Chopin also felt that his team must be faster than them in cleaning up the monsters, and had an advantage. Yutherin, with the captain's auxiliary ability, could kill any monster in seconds. As a teammate, he certainly knew why Yushin's ability could melt those densely packed scary monsters in one breath. But Wu Jixing seemed to want to hide that they still had the most basic tacit understanding as teammates. Of course, he was not without doubts, so he couldn't help but ask at the first time. And Captain, don't you want to expose your ability? Is there something wrong with those people, so they deliberately chose to act separately? Well, that's about right. Wu Jixing thought of a random excuse and said, although they may be fine, we still need to be vigilant. You're right. Huang Rojing agreed very much. It's always better to be cautious. We can't show all our cards. God knows how nervous and anxious she has been during this period. Now that she sees her captain being so vigilant, she is so moved that she wants to cry. Everyone reached a consensus, and went down the stairwell all the way to the 18th floor underground. The space on that floor is very large, enough for several people to enter the Mecha and walk around inside. This looks like an old warehouse where miscellaneous items are stored. Chopin said while looking at the surrounding scene in the Mecha, it seems that there are no mutants here. I didn't find any signs of life either. Huang Rojing said while looking at the scan data transmitted from her Mecha. Her Mecha is of auxiliary type, equipped with various machines required for detection. So should we go upstairs now? Gumos, who was at the front, asked. Wait a minute. Wu Jixing was in the Mecha at this time, looking at the map that Xiaoguang had transmitted to the monitor screen in her Mecha through some unknown technology. On that map, there was a red dot that was flashing continuously, as if urging her to find the other party quickly. Wu Jixing drove the Mecha to the location of the red dot, which seemed to be the center of the entire underground warehouse on the 18th floor. She looked down, and there seemed to be a secret door under the hill of countless scrap copper and iron. The Mecha's big hand was controlled by her to sweep away the scrap copper and iron around, revealing the door, which looked very similar to the door of the director's office. However, this door was on the floor. Wu Jixing narrowed his eyes slightly, curious about what was underneath. Hey, there's actually another door here. At this time, Chopin also noticed her movements, walked over quickly, and saw the secret door installed on the floor. Open it, and take a look. You need an access card. Wu Jixing turned around and asked, Is it in your hand? Yeah. Chopin said, as he took out the spare access card from his space ring. Fortunately, I asked them to come back. He said, as he swiped a secret compartment beside the door, and with a click, the secret door on the floor slowly opened. Everyone looked down, and saw that it was actually a huge basement. That's right, if you have to count, it's the 19th floor underground. Let's go down and take a look. Chopin looked inside and said, It seems to be a central control room. Densely packed wires and cables, countless screens, and small reactors. Wait, a reactor? Why is there this thing here? Chopin, who had seen a lot, was shocked. He looked at the danger sign on the reactor and his hair stood up. Come and take a look at this. In front of the control panel, Yushin's face looked very bad. What is this? Wu Jixing quickly approached the other party and asked, Why is there a countdown on this screen? This doesn't look good. Just as you think. Yushin fiddled with the control panel for a few times, and found that it was useless. As calm as he was, his tone was trembling at this time. It's the self-destruct program. I don't know why, it has been automatically activated. Damn it! The faces of everyone in the mecha turned very bad. Because the countdown on the screen of the control panel clearly showed 00:01:44:44. This means 1 hour, 44 minutes, and 44 seconds. Gumo swallowed nervously. Are you stupid? Didn't you see the last number moving like crazy? Chopin shouted. There's only 1 minute and 40 seconds left. Why don't you leave now? Gumo said anxiously. How can we leave? It's too late. Yushin said tremblingly. This is the 19th floor underground. How can you get out? Even if we fly, we can't get out of here within a minute. The only way is to solve this thing. Who knows this? And no one here has the ability to crack electronic special abilities. There's a radio here, we can ask other people. Huang Rojing suddenly saw a radio button on the far right side of the nuclear reactor control panel. Try it? Try it, hurry up, there's no time. While Wu Jixing was talking, he silently took out Xiaoguang and placed it next to the control panel in a corner where no one was paying attention. She knew that if anyone could do it, the only person she could think of was Xiaoguang, who had navigated her here. No wonder she always felt something was wrong. It turned out that the reactor hidden underground had been activated by the mutant director to self-destruct. Apart from him, Wu Jixing couldn't imagine anyone else. If it weren't for Xiaoguang's reminder, they might have been in the building clearing heads for contribution points, and they were blown to pieces without knowing it, and no one could escape. Even if Xiaoguang found out in advance and guided her here, there must be a way to solve it. Otherwise, she was blown to death, and Xiaoguang's broken body couldn't survive the explosion of such a reactor, and it would be burned and melted directly. As expected, just as she released Xiaoguang, the opponent's eyes began to emit a strange blue light, and then a ball of blue light seemed to come out of Xiaoguang's mouth and drilled into the gap of the control console. At the same time, no one noticed that the video equipment in front of them flashed. Xiaoguang's mechanical voice came again in the headset. Found the target, confirmed, devouring progress 0.1%. At this time, under Huang Rojing's full building broadcast, all the teams on other floors knew the bad news and were furious. What's going on? Are you kidding me? The Xingyuan team actually said there's a reactor downstairs, and it's about to explode. Are you kidding me? Although everyone didn't believe it, they all ran to the upstairs exit, even ignoring the mutant monsters attacking them. How could there be such a superpower to crack computer programs? Even if there is, they wouldn't be stupid enough to run over and die. Fortunately, we didn't go too deep. Thank you guys for notifying us in advance. Yuka, who was clearing monsters on the 10th floor underground, naturally heard the broadcast. His face was also very ugly. It was too late for them to get upstairs within a minute. They didn't expect that after being cautious for a long time, they were still tricked by the hateful humanoid mutant. Captain? Hurry up. Everyone immediately ran to the stairs at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. As long as they got there, they could go up without any obstacles. The distance of 10 floors was not completely hopeless. As for those people in the 4-star court, who were far away on the 18th floor underground, they could only consider themselves unlucky. They could not help, and they could not protect themselves. As expected, the 18th floor underground was too unlucky. As expected, the 18th floor underground was too unlucky. After finding that no one responded to the broadcast, Chopin smiled bitterly and said, I said, now we really have to go to the 18th level of hell to meet up. Correction, this is the 19th level. Uther said, and I will not go to the 18th level of hell, unlike you. You're still bickering at this hour. Huang Rojing was about to cry. Damn, I'm just upset. Those guys got the advantage. Chopin curled his lips and said bitterly, if we're going to die, we die together. Why should we tell them? Even if those people can crack it, they won't take the risk. This is human nature. Captain, what should we do now? I don't want to die. Gumos, a rough guy, actually cried out in the mecha at this time. I'm trying to crack it. Wu Jixing suddenly said, you guys retreat first, run as far as you can, I just stay here. There's still more than a minute, maybe we can make it in time. It's impossible to make it in time. When Yushin heard her words, a hint of surprise suddenly flashed in his desperate eyes. Do you have a way? He always felt that the other party must know what is here, so they came here, and even found the secret door here first. He didn't know how Wu Jixing did it, but he had no choice but to believe her at this time, otherwise they would all die here. Really? Everyone was also surprised. How did you crack it? Wu Jixing used her body to block the light, so that no one could see anything. She just stood there and did nothing, as if she was in a daze. So the next second, Chopin's face suddenly changed again, and his eyes turned red. You didn't deliberately lie that you had a way to let us escape first, did you? As soon as he finished speaking, the others also reacted, and their eyes all turned red. I only heard Huang Rojing say in a sobbing voice, "Forget it. It's too late. If we die together. I can't let you stay here alone." Woo, that's it. Gumos also choked up and said, "Captain, our Aurora team cannot be born on the same day, but we can die on the same day. Wow, I'm not a coward. How can I leave you alone and run away?" The next second, Gumos and Chopin and Huang Rojing beside him hugged each other and cried through the mecha. Wu Jixing, No, she really didn't. She just didn't want others to know that Xiaoguang was abnormal. At this time, in her headset, the opponent's devouring progress has exceeded 50%. Although Wu Jixing didn't know what Xiaoguang was devouring, it seemed that he could soon complete the cracking and control of this control panel. The countdown was 58 seconds, and there was less than a minute left. According to the opponent's speed of devouring 1% to 2% per second, it seemed that he would have enough time. She just didn't expect that this special copy after evolution would be so tricky. Of course, Wu Jixing didn't know at this time that all the differences she encountered now were due to someone deliberately controlling behind the scenes. She only knew that reality and the copy were different after all. At this time, only Yushin was still staring at her. He would rather believe that Wu Jixing lied to trick them into escaping first, than believe that she really had a way to crack it. "Tell me, you really have a way, right?" Wu Jixing was about to say yes, but the other three people who were crying suddenly exploded and shouted at Yushin, "Don't force the captain. The captain has already blamed himself for not being able to take us out and wants to sacrifice himself, and you still ask?" Wu Jixing, No, I'm not. I didn't. I can take you out. Wu Jixing was in a big headache, took a deep breath, and finally slowly gave up her position, revealing Xiaoguang who was protected by her. "I'm really cracking it." Wu Jixing interrupted the quarrel of several people loudly. "It's almost done. It's already 66%. Everyone fell silent and looked in her direction. Beside her, a small, shabby, antique-like bald robot was sitting quietly on the control panel. "Is this the crack you mentioned?" Huang Rojing asked with doubt in her tone. "Yes." Wu Jixing nodded. "It's 70% now." However, just when she thought her teammates could finally rest assured, Gumos burst into tears again. "Isn't this your navigation robot, Xiaoguang?" Gumos naturally remembered, so this is why he cried. Because this is basically a navigation robot. Although it is artificial intelligence, and although it is very powerful and can navigate on a starship, but every profession has its own specialty. Artificial intelligence for navigation is completely different from artificial intelligence for cracking. "Captain, you are still trying to comfort us by wanting us to stay and sacrifice ourselves." Gummo's eyes were red again. "It is impossible for us to escape." At this time, "Captain, you really don't have to whimper." Except for Yusin, the others were sad again. They knew that this must be the captain's obsession. Although they knew that everyone had no hope, they still wanted them to escape and were unwilling to believe it. Driven by their emotions, even Yushin couldn't help but start to doubt, and his eyes gradually turned red. This navigation robot in front of him didn't look like an advanced artificial intelligence that could crack the system. So, is he really going to die here? Forget it, it's too tiring, it's better to die. Wu Jixing, I'm really not as great as you say. Forget it, wait a few dozen seconds later, when everyone finds that the reactor has not exploded, they will understand. She was really tired of explaining. Wu Jixing couldn't help but start to wonder what she had done to make these teammates overthink. Originally, Yuzurin's reaction was quite normal, but he was also led astray by those three. Devouring progress 89%. In the headset, Xiaoguang's mechanical sound made her feel very safe and calm. For some reason, she was very sure that the other party could do it. Perhaps it was her unreasonable intuition. Wu Jixing remembered that the master once said that when your mental power is cultivated to a high enough level, you may be able to sense everything, including those things that seem mysterious to humans, such as intuition, such as the sixth sense. Why some people have strong intuition, maybe it's because they are born with sharp mental power. It's just that Master has never been able to cultivate a higher level of mental power in the modern world with energy shortage in his entire life. Wu Jixing couldn't help but sigh, and actually recalled many things from his past life at this moment. Time passed by, and everyone seemed to become very quiet. In the cold warehouse, You could hear a pin drop. Devouring progress 99%. Devouring progress 100%. Has obtained final control. Just in the last 5 seconds, Wu Jixing was shocked. Success. She just wanted to walk over to inform everyone of the good news. But she didn't know whether it was because of numbness in her feet, or because of excessive excitement, or perhaps the delay of the mecha finally hit her at this time. Wu Jixing stumbled, and the whole person and mecha fell on the control panel in front of the reactor, blocking the countdown screen. What are you doing? Jixing. No! The deafening voice resounded through the radio and echoed throughout the entire research institute. Wu Jixing then realized that he had accidentally pressed the radio button. What are you doing? I just slipped accidentally. Okay, she was actually nervous. Don't lie to us. Did you want to use your body to withstand the explosion of the reactor and protect us? Chopin's eyes were red. You are stupid. Even though you are wearing a mecha, you can't withstand the explosion. At most, it will delay for a while. Yes, Jixing. Even if you use your body to withstand the explosion, it would only delay our death. It's really not necessary. We won't blame you. No one could have thought it would be like this. You have done a good job as a captain. Huang Rojing in the mecha rubbed her red eyes. You have saved me several times in the jungle. Really, you have tried your best. You don't have to. Wu, yes, I have no regrets if I can die with everyone. Gumos choked with red eyes again. In the past, everyone in school looked down on me because I was born on planet D. No one wanted me to form a team. I am so happy to be able to form a team with such powerful people like you. If there is an afterlife. Yushin interrupted his topic about the afterlife and reminded him, did you notice that the reactor didn't explode? Huh? At the critical moment of life and death, the three people suddenly became emotional and froze for a moment. They looked at the control panel screen in front of them, which was no longer covered. The countdown on it had stopped at 00:00:04:66. In other words, Wu Jixing's navigation robot had really cracked the self-destruct program of the control system and prevented the explosion. Everyone suddenly became embarrassed. Ahem. Chopin's expression changed again, and finally returned to normal, as if the emotional crying funny guy just now was not him. I knew it all along, Captain, you can do it. Wu Jixing, She suddenly felt that she had recruited these three idiots. Normally, they were not visible at all unless it was a critical moment, and they were quite serious. As a result, when facing death, they all exposed their funny natures. Thinking about it, Wu Jixing suddenly laughed. That's great. On the other side, time went back 30 seconds, when Xiaoguang had finished cracking, and the radio was broadcasting the heart-wrenching roars of the three funny people of the Aurora team. The other teams were also about to rush to the ground, and behind them were countless monsters that they had led up without paying attention to anything else. Seeing victory was in sight, the attacks of those monsters slowed down their speed. When the anxious and frightened shouts on the radio sounded, they all felt a jolt in their hearts at the same time, knowing that the reactor must be about to explode, and they all rushed out desperately. But those mutated monsters didn't seem to want to let them go so easily. At this critical moment, golden lights flashed at the entrance of the stairs on the first floor, killing the monsters that were chasing and blocking them one by one. Go, we're here to help. It's you? The people who came were the third-grade team that had not appeared. Everyone was happy, and soon with their help, they finally got out of trouble. It seems there was no explosion. After a moment, someone asked suspiciously, did they lie to us? Not really, the voice on the radio just now didn't sound fake. Yuka's eyes flickered. Maybe the heir of the Ozan family has a way to crack it. Oh, it was really a false alarm. Someone sat down on the ground and panted. Just now I heard them shouting something about Polaris. This name really suddenly reminded me of someone. You mean that madman? His teammates immediately understood. If he hadn't disappeared, we would still be overwhelmed now. The military academy is a small society where the weak are the prey of the strong. It is not a peaceful place. The internal struggle is very fierce. After all, there are only a few resources. If you take them away, others will have nothing to eat. Unlucky, don't mention him. Another person suggested, why don't we start calculating how many contribution points we can get this time? However, the relaxed crowd did not notice that the members of the third team were hiding in the mecha at this time, with their red and ferocious eyes. Damn it, it didn't explode, this shouldn't be. On the barren mountain in the distance, Gue stood on a steep stone wall. From a distance, the building belonging to the Gene Research Institute was intact at this time, with no signs of explosion. Yes, he was the man behind the scenes who controlled the mutation director of the institute, and turned on the self-destruction program. Their mission this time was to eliminate those proud children of mankind, the backbone of the future, one by one. But forget it, fortunately I still have a backup plan. Gui was about to continue to say something when he heard a suppressed, painful voice from his side. Xing, what happened to you? Gui felt a little strange, as if Xing, who was beside him, suddenly looked painful after the shrill screams of the students from the research institute resounded through the sky. It turned out that the noises of the ants were too loud, which irritated Xing. Is it the human memory that is disturbing your brain again? Gui looked at him and said, It's okay. This time when you go back, you can pray to the god for a tube of God's blood, and you can evolve again to completely solve this problem. If it were you, the Lord would definitely not be stingy in giving it. I'm fine. Xing put down his hand that was covering his head, and his expression returned to calm. He just felt that he had forgotten something important. When he wanted to remember, his brain suddenly felt a sharp pain. Xing, he murmured in his heart. Let's make a quick decision. Gui said, There is a guy in this team who must be killed. Human genius. Okay.